Chapter 81. The siege of Shenyang. Jiang Ning hurriedly stepped forward to assist Hou Fangyu, stating, "Let us refrain from mentioning the matter of my adopting you as a godfather. You are several years my senior. If this were to become public, it would certainly provoke laughter." He urged Hou to focus on his duties within the military and strive to achieve success. Upon hearing this, Hou Fangyu wiped away his tears and replied, "Rest assured, my adoptive father, I shall endeavor diligently in the future, striving not to disappoint your expectations." Jiang Ning, feeling his blood pressure rise, responded sternly, "I have made myself clear. Do not bring up the matter of adoption again, or I shall send you back to the Imperial Academy this very moment." Frightened by this, Hou Fangyu quickly changed his tone, saying, "My lord, please do not concern yourself. I shall never mention it again. Do not send me back. For life at the Imperial Academy is unbearable." Following this exchange, Jiang Ning offered some words of comfort to Hou Fangyu before instructing Yang Sichang to ensure the proper arrangements for the students. Turning to Li Banghua with a wry smile, Jiang Ning remarked, "Look at Wang Xiaowei. He has truly been relentless in his treatment of these students. Even a well-born youth like Hou Fangyu would rather call me father than return to that academy." Li Banghua, somewhat awkwardly, chuckled and replied, "After all, he was recommended by Lord Wei. His methods bear a resemblance to those of Lord Wei, which is quite understandable." The two exchanged a glance and could not help but laugh, their laughter resonating in the air, tinged with a sense of absurdity and irony regarding the situation. Meanwhile, in the cabinet office, Sun Qingzong slowly set down the memorial he had been perusing, lost in profound contemplation. After a while, Yuan Kelly ventured to ask, "Elder son, what weighs on your mind?" At that moment, Shui Guoguan also looked up at Sun Qingzong. With a sigh, Sun Qingzong replied, "I intend to resign from my position as Minister of War." Yuan Kelly, taken aback, inquired, "What prompts such a decision?" Sun Qingzong explained, "Currently, within the court, Lord Jiang is intensifying the struggle between military and civil officials to elevate the status of military leaders. During this period, Li Banghua has been assisting Lord Jiang in reorganizing the military affairs in the capital. Although the results are apparent, the implementation is fraught with difficulties, and the situation remains precarious. As the head of the cabinet and concurrently the Minister of War, Lord Jiang is hesitant to seek my assistance due to our relationship. Yet, I cannot remain indifferent to this state of affairs. Therefore, I plan to step down as Minister of War and allow Li Banghua to take over, lending support to Lord Jiang in the process." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Elder son's understanding of duty is truly admirable." Shui Guoguan similarly offered a bow in agreement. Sun Qingzong, with a self-deprecating smile, responded, "I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities as a minister. Given the current difficulties our nation faces, despite my position as the cabinet's head, I can only manage to maintain a semblance of stability in this complex situation. Let us be honest with ourselves. Were it not for Lord Jiang's presence at court, continuously supplying the treasury with funds, the situation would likely be far worse, compounding our troubles." Subsequently, Sun Qingzong completed the memorial and submitted it to the Grand Secretariat for presentation to Zhu Youjiao. Upon reading the memorial from Sun Qingzong, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and hastily summoned Sun to the imperial study, inquiring, "Master Sun, why do you wish to resign from the position of Minister of War? Is it due to an overwhelming workload, or is there another reason?" At this moment, Sun Qingzong smiled and elucidated, "Your Majesty's concern is greatly appreciated. The reason for my resignation is to extend support to Lord Jiang. While Lord Jiang has made commendable strides in reorganizing the military affairs of the capital, the implementation has proven to be fraught with challenges. The strife between civil and military officials in the court has intensified, and as the Prime Minister of the Cabinet and Minister of War, it is my duty to assist Lord Jiang. I humbly seek your Majesty's approval." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's eyes immediately glistened with emotion. He rose swiftly to assist Sun Qingzong, expressing earnestly, "In that case, I am deeply grateful for your dedication, Master Sunday." He then turned to Fang Zhenghua, commanding, "Fang Deban, convey to the Board of Rights to draft a decree, elevating Master Sun to the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince and Minister of Rights." Sun Qingzong quickly knelt to accept the decree, exclaiming his gratitude aloud. Straightening his back, he continued, "Your Majesty, I have one more matter to present. I recommend Li Banghua, the left Vice Minister of War, to take over the position of Minister of War." He is exceedingly proficient in military affairs and has been working in perfect harmony with Lord Jiang of late. With his assistance, I believe Lord Jiang will encounter fewer obstacles and gain a capable ally. Zhu Youjiao nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting contemplation and consideration. After a moment, he resolutely declared, "What you say is indeed true. Master Sunday Li Banghua is indeed talented, I grant it." Sun Qingzong felt a wave of relief wash over him, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he bowed once more. "Your Majesty is wise. Thus, the military affairs of the Ming dynasty may hope for revitalization. A blessing for the nation." Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, saying, "This is all thanks to your strategic planning, Master Sunday. In the future, I hope you will continue to provide counsel on matters of state." Sun Qingzong acquiesced, discussing various court affairs with Zhu Youjiao before taking his leave. 2 days later, Fang Zhenghua arrived bearing the imperial edict for announcement. Upon hearing it, Li Banghua hastily knelt to accept the decree and expressed his gratitude. However, he found himself bewildered, pondering how he had suddenly been promoted to Minister of War. Jiang Ning was equally perplexed and inquired, "Master Fang, why did elder son resign from the position of Minister of War?" Fang Zhenghua lowered his voice, replying, "Lord Jiang, this is what His Majesty specifically instructed me to convey to you. Elder son's actions are to enable Lord Li to assist you better in restructuring military affairs, with the hope that you and Lord Li can work together harmoniously to improve these matters." Upon understanding, Jiang Ning realized that the venerable Sun Qingzong was quietly supporting him from behind. He promptly nodded with a smile, saying, "Master Fang, please convey to the Emperor that I understand. I will certainly collaborate earnestly with Lord Li to reform military affairs and will not disappoint His Majesty or elder son's expectations." After this exchange, Fang Zhenghua hurriedly departed. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, with a beaming smile, clasped his hands towards Li Banghua, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Li." Li Banghua, upon hearing this, chuckled and teased himself, saying, "Lord Jiang, please do not jest at my expense. Everything still relies on your leadership. Now that both the Emperor and elder son have expressed their support, I shall wholeheartedly and unreservedly stand by you." In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning proceeded with resolute determination to initiate his plans. He first focused on establishing a naval force in Tianjin and Shandong's Denglai by reallocating troops from the Poyang Lake Fleet to bolster these two locations. The geographical significance of Shandong's Denglai cannot be overstated. Historically, when Governor Yuan Kelly commanded Denglai, he trained a naval force there, providing continuous financial support to Mao Wenglong, which enabled Mao to effectively restrain the later Jin, thwarting their attempts to launch a full-scale invasion of Liaodong. Jiang Ning also placed great emphasis on the training of the Tianjin Naval Force. Situated adjacent to the Grand Canal and near the sea, Tianjin is a bustling hub for merchant vessels, many of which engage in illicit trade and smuggling activities. Once the Tianjin fleet is successfully trained, it will be well equipped to combat these nefarious enterprises and possess the capability for long voyages. When considering the leadership for the naval forces in Tianjin and Denglai, the first name that sprang to Jiang Ning's mind was that of Yu Zhigao, the son of the renowned Yu Daiyou, who had recently been posthumously honored as the Duke of Zhenhai. In the annals of history, Yu Zhigao was a master of naval warfare. At that time, he demonstrated exceptional command skills, frequently leading his troops into fierce battles against the Dutch, successfully reclaiming the Penghu Islands and earning significant accolades for defending the coastal territories against foreign threats. However, fate is often capricious. In his later confrontation with the pirate chief Zheng Zhulong, Yu Zhigao met with disastrous failure, resulting in his disgrace. Now, Jiang Ning's decision to assign Yu Zhigao to train the naval fleet in Denglai was intended to circumvent the tragic events that had marred Yu's reputation in history. Yet, a new dilemma arose regarding the leadership of the Tianjin naval force. Currently, the commander in Tianjin was the formidable He Kegong, yet He Kegong lacked proficiency in naval combat, which deeply troubled Jiang Ning. In desperation, Jiang Ning sought counsel from Li Banghua regarding a suitable candidate for the Tianjin naval force. After a moment of contemplation, Li Banghua recommended a retired general, Shen Yurong, who he deemed highly suitable. Upon reviewing Shen Yurong's records, Jiang Ning was astonished to discover that this veteran had already surpassed 60 years of age. Noticing Jiang Ning's hesitation, Li Banghua smiled and remarked, "Esteemed Jiang, as the ancients said, Lianpo is old yet still consumes 10 pounds of meat. This General Shun is indeed a master in naval warfare. Although advanced in years, his wealth of experience will enable him to impart vital tactics and strategies to He Kegong, ensuring swift development of the Tianjin naval force. Jiang Ning suddenly struck his forehead, chiding himself for being overly focused on finding an already renowned naval commander and neglecting the prudent approach of utilizing seasoned veterans to mentor newcomers. Consequently, he promptly instructed Li Banghua to draft an official document appointing Yu Zhigao as the commander of the Denglai Naval Force and Xin Yurong as the commander of the Tianjin Naval Force. At that moment, Yu Zhigao was serving in Fujian, and Jiang Ning ordered him to ensure that a contingent of warships and shipbuilders accompanied him upon his arrival. Having resolved the issue of naval commanders, a new challenge emerged. The scarcity of shipbuilders proved to be a formidable obstacle. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Ning once again took up his pen to sign an official document, planning to procure experienced shipbuilders from the southern regions to expedite the efforts in Denglai and Tianjin. Simultaneously, arrangements were made for the court to oversee the selection of sites in both regions for the construction of shipyards, preparing for the large-scale production of warships. Consequently, from generals to craftsmen, and from the outfitting of naval vessels to the establishment of infrastructure, Jiang Ning meticulously orchestrated a comprehensive strategy aimed at fortifying the naval forces in Tianjin and Denglai, thereby augmenting the maritime defenses of the Ming dynasty with robust strength. After perusing the official document, Li Banghua gasped in dismay, expressing his deep concerns. Lord Jiang, training the navy and constructing warships are exceedingly costly endeavors. At present, the imperial treasury may struggle to support such exorbitant expenditures. While we are reorganizing the capital garrison and training new recruits, we must also train the navy in Denglai and Tianjin and embark on extensive shipbuilding projects. Where will the funds come from? Jiang Ning, however, remained composed, a smile gracing his face as he replied leisurely, "Rest assured, Minister Li, the Ministry of Revenue currently has over 20 million taels of silver in reserves, and furthermore, since the reform of commercial taxation, the entire North Jili region is capable of collecting at least several 100,000 taels of silver each month. We shall proceed methodically. Step by step, the financial resources are indeed secure." Subsequently, Li Banghua solemnly took up his pen and affixed his signature to the document. This crucial missive concerning the construction of the Ming Navy would be directly submitted to the cabinet by the Ministry of War. Li Banghua recognized the profound significance of this initiative. He carefully organized the signed document and entrusted it to an official of the Ministry of War, urging, "Ensure that this document reaches the cabinet with the utmost speed, without any delay." The official received it with both hands, bowed in acknowledgement, and hurried away. Li Banghua then remarked with a smile, "Lord Jiang, the decision to train the navy in both Denglai and Tianjin is indeed a masterstroke. Once the Denglai Navy is established, it will be able to transport troops directly to the rear of the Jianzhou forces, whether to restrain them or to launch surprise attacks from behind. It will significantly alleviate the pressure on our forces in Liaodong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a grin, and he nodded in agreement. He silently contemplated that the infamous pirate king, Lord Mao, had yet to make his move. However, this task would inevitably fall to Mao Wenlong. After all, historically, Mao Wenlong excelled in this regard, leaving Hong Taiji in utter turmoil and even questioning his own existence. Each time Hong Taiji set forth to wage war, Mao Wenlong would swiftly infiltrate their rear, wreaking havoc and disorder. Consequently, Hong Taiji was compelled to leave a third of his forces behind to guard the homeland, fearing that, in a moment of negligence, Mao Wenlong would seize his stronghold. Just a few days later, the commander of the Jinyue, Tian Urging, urgently sought out Jiang Ning. Upon his arrival, he was drenched in sweat and breathless, exclaiming, "My lord, we are in grave trouble. The Jianzhou forces have risen in rebellion and are attacking Shenyang. This news has just been urgently relayed back by the Yu captain." Jiang Ning's expression tightened at these words, and he swiftly took the sealed letter to examine it. To his astonishment, the date inscribed on the letter was 5 days prior, revealing that the old slave, Nurhasai, had personally led his army, aggressively advancing towards military strongholds such as Jifeng Fortress and Hupiying, besieging the city of Shenyang. Jiang Ning's heart sank with alarm upon reading the contents. He vividly recalled that historically, it was after this conflict that both Liaoyang and Shenyang fell, resulting in the Ming army losing vast territories beyond Shanhai Pass. Jiang Ning, unwilling to delay, hastily took the secret letter and, pulling along Li Banghua, rushed toward the imperial palace to seek an audience with Zhu Youjiao. Upon receiving the news, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback and immediately summoned the officials of the 6 ministries to the imperial study to deliberate on a strategy. Although Sun Qingzong had already stepped down as Minister of War, he was the first to speak. Your Majesty need not worry. Presently, there are many capable generals in Liaodong. General Xiong Tingbai and Governor Hong Chengshou adopt a strategy of steady defense, while General Chun Su guard Shanhai Pass. The situation is unlikely to spiral out of control. At that moment, Jiang Ning hurriedly inquired, "Who is currently stationed in Shenyang?" Li Banghua promptly replied, "It is General He Shixian who is in command." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt a sudden wave of dizziness, as if his head might explode, nearly causing him to faint. He distinctly remembered that historically, He Shixian had fallen victim to the enemy's ruse, lured outside the city, and ultimately met with defeat and death, leading to the fall of Shenyang. After all the preparations he had made, could history truly repeat itself? Observing Jiang Ning's distress, Li Banghua quickly stepped forward to support him. Noticing Jiang Ning's anxious expression, he gently reassured him, "Lord Jiang, do not be alarmed. The intelligence from the Jinyue is always swifter than the military reports from the court. Hence we learned of this news first. However, in my estimation, formal military reports from Liaodong will arrive within a day or two. Perhaps the situation has not yet reached an irretrievable state." Jiang Ning, who had been deeply engrossed in the military affairs of the capital recently, had not focused on the situation in Liaodong, initially believing that his previous arrangements would suffice. However, he now felt a rising sense of unease. He quickly pressed further, "Aside from He Shixian, who else is defending Shenyang?" Li Banghua responded, "General Chun Su guards Shanhai Pass, while General Xiong Tingbai is stationed in Liaoyang. Governor Hong Chengshou recently conducted an inspection in Shenyang and is likely still within the city." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning exclaimed, "If Old Nine is in the city, that would be splendid." He understood that with Old Nine's cunning and strategic mind, he would undoubtedly not fall for the enemy's traps. Yet, a nagging worry crept in. What if Old Nine, after completing his inspection of Shenyang, departed for elsewhere? That would spell significant trouble. At this moment, Sun Qingzong also spoke to alleviate Jiang Ning's concerns. "My dear Jiang, there is no need for such deep apprehension. I am somewhat familiar with He Shixian. He is valiant in battle and fiercely loyal to our Ming. With heavy troops stationed in Shenyang, it is unlikely that any grave issues will arise." Jiang Ning, with a grave expression, replied, "Elder son, it is precisely my concern that He Shixian's valor may lead him into peril. We are still uncertain whether Old Nine is indeed in Shenyang. Should he be present as governor, He Shixian would naturally refrain from rashly leading his troops out of the city. However, if Old Nine is not there, given He Shixian's reckless nature in battle, should he inadvertently fall for the enemy's ploy to lure forces deeper, Shenyang could be in dire jeopardy." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Sun Qingzong was suddenly engulfed by a wave of trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao's complexion also turned somewhat pale, the gravity of the situation instilling a profound sense of unease within him. At that time, in the city of Shenyang, Hong Chengshou stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the ominous throngs of the Jianzhou army, his face betraying a hint of pallor. He Shixian, however, appeared unfazed, boldly suggesting, "My Lord Hong, why not allow me to lead our troops outside the city to strike at the Jianzhou forces, thereby bolstering our morale?" Hong Chengshou, after a moment's contemplation, slowly shook his head, responding solemnly, "The Jianzhou forces are formidable. Should we recklessly venture out, we may fall prey to their cunning trap of luring us into a deeper engagement. The safety of Shenyang is at stake." He Shixian, undeterred, scoffed, "My lord, are you truly intimidated by the saying that the 8 banners cannot match 10,000? I have engaged in fierce battles with the Jianzhou soldiers more than once, my hands stained with their blood. If I were to venture out now and claim some of their heads, would that not impress our governor?" With a serious demeanor, Hong Chengshou replied, "General He, as the commander of Shenyang, how can you utter such reckless words? Our paramount duty is to defend Shenyang with all our might. If we can hold the city, even without military accolades, we shall not err gravely. Should we lose Shenyang, no amount of deaths will absolve us." Inwardly, He Shixian grumbled, deeming the governor overly timid. He thought to himself, "What is it with these scholars? Previously, Wang Huazhen suggested abandoning all lands beyond Shanhaiguan and merely fortifying it against the Jinzhou forces. Hong Chengqiu is only marginally better, fixated solely on safeguarding Shenyang. Before long, a man clad in a flying fish robe and wielding an embroidered spring knife ascended the city walls. He Shixian acknowledged him with a casual nod, feigning respect. This individual was Yu Wenfeng, one of the Jinyue captains stationed in Liaodong, tasked primarily with intelligence gathering and covertly eliminating spies of the later Jin. Yu Wenfeng, bearing a stern expression, swiftly approached Hong Chengqiu and whispered the latest intelligence report. Hong Chengqiu's brow furrowed deeply, falling into contemplation. He Shixian watched from the side, growing impatient and muttering to himself about the Jinyue's secretive nature, questioning the significance of their news. Hong Chengqiu nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Captain Yuwen, your efforts are commendable. The Jinzhou spies within Shenyang have been thoroughly eradicated, allowing us to defend the city with greater assurance. Yu Wenfeng responded with a courteous gesture. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Given the tense situation in Liaodong, I dispatched pertinent intelligence to the capital 5 days prior via the Jinyue's secret channels. I trust Lord Jiang and His Majesty are already informed. Messages have also arrived from General Chun at Shanhaiguan and General Xiong in Liaoyang, urging us to steadfastly hold Shenyang, even if besieged by enemy forces, and to avoid any impulsive counterattacks. Should circumstances change, they will promptly lead their troops to our aid. Upon hearing this, Hong Chengqiu nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, He Shixian let out a cold snort, his face marred by dissatisfaction as he declared, Are we, one and all, merely to guard this city? Do the soldiers of the Ming dynasty now only know how to huddle within these walls, too timid to venture forth and engage the enemy in open battle? If this continues, do we truly believe that remaining within the confines of Shenyang will suffocate the invaders? Will it lead to the complete reclamation of Liaodong? Yu Wenfeng's expression darkened as he replied, My duties are solely to gather intelligence and stabilize the situation. As for whether to defend the city or to venture out to fight, I have no authority to intervene. Hong Chengqiu promptly stepped in to mediate. Yuan Xianhu, your efforts are commendable. General He, I urge you to temper your words. With the Manchu army pressing upon us, we must not allow ourselves to quarrel. He Shixian, with another cold huff, turned his head away, silencing his retorts. Meanwhile, beneath the walls of Shenyang, the 58-banner army was methodically arranging their forces. The venerable Nurhasai sat astride a magnificent steed, his gaze as icy as steel, fixated upon Shenyang. Close behind him were his two companions, the great Prince Daisan and the fourth Prince Huang Taiji. Daisan's countenance bore a resolute determination, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, while Huang Taiji appeared solemn, his brow slightly furrowed as he contemplated strategies for breaching the city. The three of them gazed at the seemingly impregnable Shenyang, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. Nurhasai let out a cold snort and proclaimed, This Shenyang must be ours today. Daisan and Huang Taiji exchanged glances and responded in unison, We shall follow our father and raze this city to the ground. After a moment of contemplation, Nurhasai continued, The Ming general defending Shenyang, He Shixian, has bloodied his hands with the lifeblood of countless banner warriors. In this battle, I shall ensure that He Shixian meets his demise. Tomorrow, let Amin lead the charge with the bordered blue banner. Upon hearing this, Daisan and Huang Taiji instantly grasped Nurhasai's intent. Amin was not Nurhasai's biological son, but rather the son of his brother, Shirasi. They understood that Nurhasai was deliberately intending to deplete the strength of the bordered blue banner under Amin's command. However, despite their understanding, they dared not voice their concerns. After all, even Nurhasai's eldest son, Chu Ying, had been executed on his orders. What value did a nephew like Amin hold? Subsequently, Nurhasai turned and returned to the main camp, and military orders swiftly reached Amin. As he held the command in his hands, his eyes reddened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. A swell of indignation filled him, yet he dared not utter a word, gritting his teeth in silent acceptance. Each time they clashed with the Ming forces, Nurhasai had always dispatched the bordered blue banner as the vanguard. Over time, the bordered blue banner had suffered substantial losses, yet had never received reinforcements. Amin was acutely aware of Nurhasai's intentions, but within the confines of the later Jin camp. Where Nurhasai wielded absolute power, he could only resign himself to his fate, despite the bitterness in his heart. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Amin led the soldiers of the bordered blue banner, their shouts rising like a surging tide, as they erected ladders and charged recklessly toward Shenyang. Above on the walls, Hong Qingqiu's expression was grave, his eyes fixed intently on the advancing enemy forces. He issued commands with precision. Archers, prepare. At my signal, release your arrows. The catapult, aimed at the enemy's ladders, was commanded to strike. Under his leadership, the soldiers swiftly took their positions, bracing themselves for the impending clash. Meanwhile, Hou paced impatiently atop the city walls, wielding a gleaming, cold blade. His eyes burned with fervor, reminiscent of raging flames, reflecting an insatiable thirst for battle. Each glance at the 8 banners soldiers below ignited a flicker of excitement and bloodlust within him, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free and engage in a fierce struggle against the foe. As the blue-flagged soldiers drew ever closer, Hong Qingqiu raised his hand and commanded loudly, "Prepare the red cannons." In an instant, dozens of red cannons were swiftly wheeled to the battlements, their dark muzzles chillingly aimed at the attacking soldiers. With a decisive order from Hong Qingqiu, the artillerymen quickly took aim and ignited the fuses. A series of thunderous booms erupted as the shells detonated among the blue-flagged troops, sending bodies flying in chaos. Yet, the blue-flagged soldiers remained undeterred, shouting fiercely as they pressed onward toward Shenyang. At this moment, Amin, mounted on his steed, watched in despair as his blue-flagged warriors fell one after another, his heart pierced by 1,000 needles. These were the forces he had painstakingly assembled, and he dared not contemplate the dire consequences should the blue-flagged soldiers suffer catastrophic losses at the hands of Nurhaci. The memory of his father, Shirasi, who had been buried alive by Nurhaci, sent a chill coursing through his veins. As the cannon fire rained down, the blue-flagged soldiers continued to fall, their blood staining the earth. Yet, they persisted, charging relentlessly toward the city. Observing this, Hong Qingqiu furrowed his brow in concern, inwardly lamenting the tenacity and valor of the Manchus. If he were leading the assault, he feared that even a few rounds of cannon fire would shake the morale of his troops. Before long, the blue-flagged soldiers erected ladders and began to scale the city walls like ants. Witnessing this, Hou let out a defiant laugh, brandishing his sword as he lunged at the soldiers who had just reached the battlements. With swift and lethal precision, he descended upon them, and in mere moments, the air was filled with their anguished cries. Hou became drenched in blood, resembling a sanguine figure, yet his ferocity showed no signs of waning. Nurhaci stood at the front lines, his expression as cold as ice as he observed the fierce battle unfold, his face devoid of emotion. As time slowly passed, Daisen could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Father, the blue-flag soldiers are suffering heavy losses. Perhaps you should order a retreat. The Ming artillery is exceedingly formidable." Nurhaci turned his gaze, his eyes icy as he coldly replied, "If that is the case, then you shall lead the red and crimson banner soldiers to bring Amin back." Daisen felt a jolt of surprise, his body trembling slightly. But he steeled himself and accepted the command. As Daisen led the red and crimson banner soldiers to provide support, Amin breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to Daisen, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Daisen, for your assistance." Daisen, with a wry smile, replied, "Amin, Father has given the order for you to withdraw your troops." After listening, Amin shook his head and stated, "Today, I am determined to fight alongside Brother Daisen and attack Shenyang. How could I abandon this endeavor midway?" Subsequently, the two of them commanded their soldiers to continue the assault on Shenyang city. Amin understood that if he retreated, Nurhaci would likely use his withdrawal as a pretext to punish him. It was better to endure and press on with the attack, as at least he would earn a reputation for valor in battle. The two sides clashed fiercely from dawn until the afternoon, and as the sun began to set, Nurhaci finally ordered the retreat. Only then did Daisen and Amin dare to lead their soldiers back to camp. At that moment, Hou, atop the city walls, laughed heartily and shouted down, "A pack of dog-totters, still daring to assault Shenyang city. I shall eventually slay you all." Meanwhile, Hong Qingqiu appeared troubled. The fierce battle that day had allowed him to witness firsthand the bravery and fearlessness of the Jurchens. The ground below was strewn with corpses, with a rough estimate of at least 2,000 enemy bodies left behind. At this juncture, Hou, covered in blood, approached with a triumphant smile and said to Hong Qingqiu, "Master Hong, you have seen it for yourself today, have you not? Those totters are, in my eyes, akin to ripe vegetables awaiting slaughter. One strike from me, and down they go. Why not give the order for me to lead my men out of the city now and engage them in the open? With a stroke of luck, I might even be able to slay that Nurhasai, thereby securing an unparalleled achievement for the Ming dynasty. Hearing this, Hong Chengqiu felt a sinking sensation in his heart and replied sternly, General He, we both witnessed the battlefield today. Each of those Jurchen 8 banners warriors is fearless in combat. Moreover, we have just endured a fierce battle, and our soldiers are utterly exhausted. How can we recklessly venture out for a field fight? If we inadvertently fall into an enemy encirclement, it would spell great trouble. Shenyang City is in imminent danger. Upon hearing this reasoning, He Shurxian expressed his frustration with a resigned snort. Just then, a commander rushed in, breathless, to report to Hong Chengqiu, Sir, grave news. Our remaining gunpowder is alarmingly low. At this rate of consumption, if we continue fighting tomorrow, our ammunition will be completely exhausted. Hong Chengqiu was taken aback, urgently questioning. We have only fought for a day. How can our ammunition already be more than half gone? The commander explained with a wry smile. Sir, you may not be aware, but today's battle has been far more intense than before, with the red-coated cannons firing more frequently, naturally consuming a greater amount of ammunition. Anxious, Hong Chengqiu turned to He Shurxian and demanded, General He, Shenyang is a crucial military stronghold. Why is our ammunition supply so insufficient? He Shurxian scratched his head sheepishly and replied, Not long ago, the storage warehouse for our ammunition was flooded, and much of it was damaged. The remainder was already scant. Who could have anticipated that before the court supplies arrived, the Jianzhou rebels would have already besieged Shenyang City? It seems likely that the flooding was the work of the Jianzhou spies. Hong Chengqiu, gritting his teeth in fury, glared at He Shurxian's nonchalant demeanor. Feeling an intense rage bubbling within him, he longed to rush forth and deliver a couple of resounding slaps across his face. Deep within, he understood that without ammunition, the formidable red cannons would merely become useless ornaments. Should the enemy forces launch another assault tomorrow, the human defense of Shenyang would incur an exorbitant toll in casualties. After a day of relentless battle, Hong Chengqiu, weary in both body and spirit, offered a few final words of caution to his comrades before retreating to rest. Meanwhile, He Shurxian, gazing at the enemy camp outside the city, sparkled with exhilaration, akin to a predator who had just spotted its prey. He turned to his companion, Yu Shigong, and proposed, Old Yu, do you possess the audacity to embark on a grand venture with me? Let us lead our troops out of the city and launch a surprise attack on their encampment. Yu Shigong, taken aback, widened his eyes in alarm and exclaimed, Old He, have you lost your mind? If the governor were to learn of this and report it to the court, we would surely lose our heads. He Shurxian scoffed dismissively, retorting, It's not as dire as you paint it. After an entire day of battle, the enemy is equally exhausted. If we seize this moment to ambush their camp, we shall catch them off guard and achieve a resounding victory. Should we earn great merit, Governor Hong might even credit us for it, rendering him unable to reproach us. Yu Shigong, swayed by his words, exhibited a flicker of hesitation and intrigue. Yet, after a brief moment, he resolutely shook his head and asserted, No. We must adhere to military orders and prioritize defense. The risk of venturing out to attack the enemy camp is simply too great. Let us abandon the idea. Seeing that Yu Shigong remained unmoved, He Shurxian was filled with dissatisfaction and let out a heavy snort. The following morning, Nurhasai, gazing at the towering, impregnable walls of Shenyang, solemnly inquired, Who among you is willing to lead the assault on the city today? Amin, upon hearing this, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Wishing to vanish into the ground, nearly burying his head in his trousers, too terrified to utter a sound. The previous day's battle had cost his blue banner over 2,000 men. If this continued, he would become a mere figurehead. Beside him, Daisan and Huang Taiji remained tight-lipped, fearing they might be singled out by Nurhasai. Noticing the silence, Nurhasai's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, Today, I shall personally lead the right yellow and bordered yellow banners in the assault on Shenyang. You all better pay attention. He then summoned General Fei Yingdong to the front, commanding him to lead the charge. As the stirring sound of the war horn echoed, the tide of soldiers from the 8 banners surged forth, roaring like famished wolves, launching yet another fierce onslaught against Shenyang. On the city walls, Hong Chengqiu quickly assembled the troops, methodically orchestrating the defense. He Shixian and Yu Shigong, undeterred. Each commanded a squad of soldiers, fervently organizing the defense as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the besieging enemy forces. Chapter 83. The insider captured at this moment. Xiong Tingbai, stationed in Liaoyang, was as agitated as an ant on a hot stove, his temper flaring uncontrollably. He inwardly lamented the predicament, fully aware of He Shixian's impulsive and combative nature. Should he act rashly in a fit of fervor and venture outside the city for a skirmish, he could easily fall prey to the cunning stratagem of the Jurchens, who might entice them into a trap. Nevertheless, Xiong Tingbai held a considerable degree of trust in Hong Chengqiu. Since their collaboration began, Hong Chengqiu had consistently demonstrated profound insights and strategic acumen in military affairs, earning Xiong Tingbai's deep respect. He recognized Hong's prudent demeanor and his reluctance to take unnecessary risks. With no other options available, Xiong Tingbai placed all his hopes upon Hong Chengqiu, praying that he could reign in He Shixian. Otherwise, given He Shixian's audacious and war-hungry temperament, disaster was all but certain. Meanwhile, General Chen Su, stationed at Shanhai Pass, was gravely ill. Duke Zhang Weixian and Duke Su Shi temporarily assumed command of military affairs. Chen Su, appearing frail, addressed the two noblemen. Gentlemen, as Shenyang is besieged, we must steadfastly defend Shanhai Pass. Should the situation in Shenyang become dire, we must rally our forces to provide aid, for we cannot afford to lose Shenyang. Zhang Weixian, with a solemn expression, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, General Chun, this matter weighs heavily on my mind. Should any misfortune befall Shenyang, I shall personally lead the troops to its rescue, even if it costs me my life, for it is my duty to the nation. At that moment, Su Shi turned pale, silently lamenting his misfortune. Initially, he and Zhang Weixian had come to Liaodong merely to evade scrutiny, but they found themselves embroiled in the Jurchen's assault on Shenyang. Now, with General Chen Su gravely ill and unable to command effectively, it seemed that he and Zhang Weixian might have to lead the rescue efforts. Although Su Shi had held the title of duke for many years and had overseen military affairs in the capital, he had never set foot on a battlefield. An anxiety gripped him. Simultaneously, in the imperial study of the capital, Zhu Youjiao, Jiang Ning, and a host of ministers bore grave expressions. Ever since receiving the news of Nurhisai personally leading his forces against Shenyang, Zhu Youjiao convened daily meetings in the imperial study. As reports and intelligence from the Jinyui flooded in like snowflakes, every heart tightened with apprehension. The strategic significance of Shenyang was monumental. Should it fall, the Ming forces in Liaodong would undoubtedly face a rapid decline, plunging into a far more perilous situation. Sun Qingzong stepped forward, his face etched with concern, and implored Zhu Youjiao, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me permission to travel to Liaodong to oversee military affairs." Zhu Youjiao slowly shook his head, his demeanor grave. "Master Sun, it is not yet necessary for you to personally journey to Liaodong. With Duke Su and Duke Zhang stationed at Shanhai Pass, and Hong Chengqiu and He Shixian steadfastly defending Shenyang, as well as Xiong Tingbai managing the overall situation in Liaoyang, even if you were to arrive now, there may not be much you could accomplish." Sun Qingzong sighed in resignation and retreated. Subsequently, Zhu Youjiao adjourned the meeting, and Jiang Ning lost all desire to return to the capital's military affairs. With matters in the capital returning to a semblance of normalcy, the soldiers trained diligently. However, Jiang Ning, burdened by worries and exhaustion, returned home to find the carefree Shun Shuzi intoxicated. Observing his easygoing mentor, Jiang Ning could not help but reflect. To live like you, master, without a care in the world, is to live without the burden of weariness. Shun Shuzi's face flushed crimson as he muttered, "Are you speaking in human language, you wretched being? I merely indulged in a bit of wine. How does that make me heartless?" Jiang Ning, as if struck by a sudden realization, hastily suggested, "Master, why not divine a fortune and see how the battle in Liaodong is faring?" Shun Shuzi regarded Jiang Ning with an expression of incredulity, retorting, "Shall I perform a ritual to summon heavenly thunder and obliterate the Jin army outright?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face lit up with excitement, declaring, "Master, then why not hasten? Whatever you need, I shall procure it immediately." Shun Shuzi rolled his eyes in disdain, chiding, "What nonsense! If I possessed such abilities, would I be shamelessly trailing after you for a meal? Rather than waste time, you should converse with those officials in the court." With that, Shun Shuzi staggered out. Jiang Ning, momentarily speechless, then teased, "Master, where are you off to now for your mischief?" Shun Shuzi retorted curtly, "Humph. I am going to the Bureau of Courtesans to discuss the ways of the Tao, not to indulge in the frivolities you imply." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Jiang Ning mused to himself, "The path of the feet is still a path. The technique is still a technique. This old fellow is indeed off to discuss the Tao." Just then, Lu Ruoyan approached with a warm smile, softly saying, "Young master, you have lost much weight of late. Allow me to assist you with a massage." Jiang Ning nodded and reclined on a lounge chair. Lu Ruoyan gently began to massage him, and before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Watching the peacefully sleeping Jiang Ning, Lu Ruoyan felt a swell of joy, her cheeks flushing as she scolded herself inwardly. "Lu Ruoyan, how shameless you are." Yet, she could not resist the urge to delicately reach out with her jade-like hand to caress his face. Observing him in slumber, she fetched a blanket and gently covered him, taking her place beside him. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Jiang Ning gradually opened his eyes to find Lu Ruoyan nestled beside him, lost in her dreams, while Lu Qingyan gazed at him with curiosity. Noticing this, Jiang Ning smiled softly and inquired, "Qingyan, how long have I been asleep?" Lu Qingyan playfully blinked her eyes and chirped, "Young master, you were already asleep when I returned. And sister fell asleep beside you as well." "I'm not quite certain." Jiang Ning then carefully rose, gently lifting Lu Ruoyan, saying, "I shall take Ruoyan to rest. Qingyan, if there is nothing else, you should retire early as well." Lu Qingyan's cheeks flushed at this, and she nodded eagerly. Jiang Ning carried Lu Ruoyan to her room, carefully laying her on the bed and tucking her in snugly before shaking his head. With the ongoing turmoil of war in Liaodong weighing heavily on his mind, he found no inclination to ponder matters of romance. He then made his way to the office of the commander of the Jinyue, anxiously awaiting news from Liaodong. Meanwhile, outside Shenyang city, Fei Yingdong led the soldiers of the plain yellow and bordered yellow banners in relentless waves of assault. On several occasions, their soldiers nearly ascended the city walls, only to be fiercely repelled by the Ming forces led by He Shixian and Yu Shigong. Witnessing this scene, Nurhasai's countenance darkened further, and in a state of resignation, he ultimately ordered the retreat. As the army of the later Jin gradually withdrew, Hong Chengqiu exhaled a sigh of relief. However, upon realizing that the remaining ammunition within the city was alarmingly scant, his heart sank once more. Upon returning to the army's encampment, Nurhasai immediately summoned his generals and inquired, "Who among you possesses a strategy to breach the enemy?" At that moment, Li Yongfang hastily knelt and announced, "Your Majesty, our informant has just conveyed news that the Ming forces in Shenyang are now low on artillery ammunition." Nurhasai, upon hearing this, pressed for confirmation. "Is the information from our informant reliable?" Li Yongfang eagerly nodded and replied, "Indeed, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. This informant is a spy I discreetly placed years ago and can be trusted without a doubt." Acknowledging this, Nurhasai nodded in satisfaction and stated solemnly, "The Ming forces rely solely on their formidable artillery to obstruct my 8 banners cavalry. Now that their ammunition is dwindling, let us see what they will use to withstand the might of my iron steeds." Li Yongfang, originally a deputy general of the Ming army at Tianqi, had surrendered to Nurhasai after a defeat years prior. Due to his talent for flattery and loyalty, Nurhasai betrothed his daughter to him, elevating Li Yongfang to a position of considerable trust within the military, often confiding in him regarding critical matters. At that moment, within a secret chamber in Shenyang, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Yuan Feng wore a grim expression and coldly inquired, "Has the message been dispatched?" A member of the Jinyue promptly knelt and responded, "Esteemed lord, the message has been successfully sent out." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's taut lips gradually curled into a knowing smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, as he murmured, "What splendid entertainment lies ahead." He then gestured grandly, and a group of Jinyue brought forth an individual. This man appeared disheveled, marred by numerous wounds and stained with blood, clearly having endured severe torment. Yuan Feng's gaze turned icy as he coldly remarked, "Once a member of the Jinyue, always a member. I fail to comprehend how you, 1,000 household of the Ming Jinyue, can shamelessly align yourself with the traitorous Manchus. Should this news reach the capital, your entire family would face a fate worse than death." This individual was none other than Su Long, one of the 4,000 households left behind during the Jinyue reorganization in Jiang Ning. Su Long disdainfully scoffed, responding, "Yuan Feng, do not revel in your triumph. What is so commendable about the Jianyu? We toil endlessly in filthy, laborious tasks for a pitiful sum of silver. Even with the salary increase from the Jiang Ning reorganization, what difference does it make? My allegiance to the traders was because they offered genuine gold and silver. Do you have any idea how much they bestowed upon me? A full 50,000 taels. I could never amass such wealth in a lifetime with the Jianyu. With that, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenfeng trembled with rage and, unable to contain his fury, advanced towards Su Long, delivering 2 resounding slaps while exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel! Ever since I arrived in Liaodong, I sensed your treacherous behavior. After conducting a covert investigation, I never imagined I would uncover you as a traitor in league with the Jianru. Surely, the recent flooding of the ammunition depot was your doing as well?" Su Long responded with unabashed laughter, "Indeed, it was all me. I predict that within 2 days, the Jin will breach Shenyang. At that point, Yu Wenfeng might as well join me in defecting to the Jin, securing a high-ranking position and wealth, which is far superior to serving as a Jianyu." Upon hearing these words, Yu Wenfeng swiftly drew his embroidered spring blade and thrust it forcefully into Su Long's palm. With a gaze as sharp as his blade, he coldly retorted, "Not everyone is as shameless as you, willing to be a traitor." Su Long grimaced in pain, yet could not suppress his laughter. "Yu Wenfeng, I imagine the remaining ammunition in Shenyang is nearly depleted, don't you? I wonder how you will defend this city then." Yu Wenfeng let out a chilling laugh, mocking, "Do you believe your plans are flawless? Out of respect for our past camaraderie, I will reveal to you that the ammunition has long been secretly relocated. I deliberately allowed you to send out that message, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Jinru forces to deliver them a grand surprise. Even Governor Hong, in general, he are unaware of this. You fool, what joy do you find in this?" Dumbfounded, Su Long exclaimed, "What? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yu Wenfeng's expression turned stern as he coldly replied, "There is nothing impossible about it. I have refrained from reporting your actions, hoping to give you a chance for redemption. Yet you remain unrepentant even as Shenyang is besieged. Once the conflict in Liaodong concludes, you will be escorted back to the capital to face the severe discipline of the Jianyu. As for the fate of your family, that will be left to the commander's discretion." Finally, Yu Wenfeng issued a cold command, "Take this treacherous dog away, keep a tight watch on him, and ensure he does not perish. He will be sent back to the capital for the commander to personally adjudicate." With that, he turned and strode away. Upon reaching the city wall, Yu Wenfeng observed that Hong Qingqiu appeared grave and troubled, while He Shixian was bloodied yet steadfastly remained by his side. Noticing Yu Wenfeng, Hong Qingqiu forced a bitter smile and sighed, "Yu Qianhu, the ammunition is nearly exhausted. Tomorrow's defense will rely solely on the valor of our soldiers. I hope you and your men can contribute as well." With the Jinru forces numbering 50,000 surrounding the city and only 30,000 soldiers within Shenyang, the situation was dire. Yu Wenfeng quickly clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Governor, I must report an important matter. To be frank, there is still a considerable amount of ammunition within Shenyang." The dimness in Hong Qingqiu's eyes instantly brightened as he grasped Yu Wenfeng's arm, asking excitedly, "Is what you say true, Yu Qianhu?" Yu Wenfeng nodded firmly, choosing not to mention Su Long's betrayal, as it was a private matter of the Jianyu. He explained that he had previously discovered a plot by the traders to sabotage the ammunition depot and had quietly ordered the transfer of the ammunition, which now proved to be fortuitous. Upon hearing this, Hong Qingqiu threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Well done, Yu Wenqianu. You truly possess remarkable acumen. No wonder you are a trusted aide of Lord Jiang. You have kept me in the dark." Yu Wenfeng smiled awkwardly in response. He continued, "Lord Hong, I implore you not to take offense. I have disseminated false information regarding our ammunition shortage through the traders. I am certain that tomorrow they will launch a massive assault on the city. When they discover that our supplies are ample, the morale of their troops will surely crumble." Hong Qingqiu nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with admiration. "Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity to deal a severe blow to the traitor's spirit." The next day, Nurhasai, filled with confidence, personally led his army towards Shenyang city with great fervor. From a distance, he noticed the red cannons atop the city walls were silent, and a wave of joy surged within him, believing that the Ming troops had exhausted their ammunition. He ordered his entire force to charge forward. In an instant, 50,000 men surged towards the city walls like a tidal wave, their momentum thunderous, beginning their frenzied assault. Hong Qingqiu had long been prepared atop the city walls. Upon witnessing the enemy's full-scale advance, he decisively commanded, "Fire the cannons." In that moment, a series of earth-shattering booms erupted as cannonballs rained down upon the Eight Banners' army, illuminating the sky with fire and smoke. Nurhaci was taken aback and hastily summoned Li Yongfang, demanding, "You swore that the Ming forces had nearly exhausted their ammunition. Why then are their cannons firing so fiercely now?" Li Yongfang, pale as a ghost and drenched in sweat, stammered uncertainly, "Your Majesty, this must be the last of their ammunition. It cannot last much longer." Nurhaci's brow furrowed in contemplation, but after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "The entire army must continue the attack. Press forward with all your might." However, what Nurhaci did not anticipate was that after 2 hours of relentless firing, the Ming artillery seemed inexhaustible, their cannonballs finding their mark among the Eight Banners' troops, causing devastating casualties. Witnessing this, Nurhaci's face contorted with rage, and reluctantly, he issued the order to retreat. Back at the camp, still seething with anger, he summoned Li Yongfang. As soon as Li Yongfang stepped into the tent, Nurhaci lunged forward, kicking him to the ground. He then raised his whip and struck Li Yongfang mercilessly, shouting, "You useless wretch! Did you not assure me that the Ming ammunition was depleted? How is it that after 2 hours of battle, their cannons still roar? Do you wish for my Eight Banners' army to be annihilated so that the Ming can exhaust their supplies?" Li Yongfang writhed on the ground in agony, crying out in desperation, "Your Majesty, spare me. Please spare me." At this moment, Hong Taiji hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Father Khan, it seems that the intelligence from the Ming army's internal source is erroneous. This is not the fault of the son-in-law, and I implore you to temper your anger." Nurhaci paused for a moment, the whip in his hand faltering, yet the flames of wrath still burned in his eyes. He cast a fierce glare at Li Yongfang, snapped the whip violently, and turned to take his seat at the head of the table, his chest heaving violently, clearly still engulfed in rage. After a moment, Nurhaci managed to quell his emotions and spoke in a deep voice, "You all return and ponder how we shall assault Shenyang tomorrow. This expedition must secure Shenyang. No one is permitted to falter." With that, he rose and strode out of the tent. The 4 great princes, upon hearing his words, inwardly lamented their plight. Amin and Daisen had already suffered heavy losses during their previous assault on Shenyang, leaving their forces considerably weakened. Hong Taiji felt a twinge of trepidation at the thought that it might soon fall upon him to lead the siege. The mere notion sent shivers down his spine. He understood well that Shenyang was easily defensible, with the Ming army exhibiting fierce resistance. Now, compounded by erroneous intelligence, a continued assault would likely result in catastrophic casualties. Yet, military orders were as immovable as mountains, and he dared not defy them, thus steeling himself alongside the other princes, returning to the tent burdened with anxiety, racking their brains for strategies to breach the city. Upon returning to his own tent, Hong Taiji promptly summoned Fan Wensheng. Fan Wensheng, originally a Han Chinese, had allied himself with the Jurchens during their campaign against Liaodong, becoming a trusted advisor to Hong Taiji, frequently providing strategic counsel. When Fan Wensheng arrived in haste, Hong Taiji's face was etched with worry as he inquired, "Master Fan, you have witnessed the situation on the battlefield today. The Khan has issued a stern decree that we must devise a plan for tomorrow's siege. If we fail to present a viable strategy, the Khan will surely be enraged. However, a direct assault would inevitably lead to significant losses for our forces." Fan Wensheng respectfully bowed, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he proposed, "Your Highness, in my humble opinion, we could capture some Ming citizens and drive them to the foot of Shenyang to shout provocations. At that moment, our Eight Banners army could seize the opportunity to assault the city from all sides, using these Ming citizens to shield us from their artillery fire." Hong Taiji, upon hearing this, wore a look of skepticism and countered, "Master Fan, is this strategy truly effective?" With a slight smile, Fan Wensheng confidently elaborated, "Rest assured, Your Highness, the Ming generals would hesitate to fire indiscriminately, given the ongoing factional strife within the Ming court. Should the commanding officers in Shenyang order artillery to fire upon their own people, the officials back in the capital would undoubtedly exploit this to their advantage. In this way, we would indirectly achieve our goal of weakening the Ming forces." Hong Taiji pondered this and slowly nodded, solemnly declaring, "Then let us proceed according to Master Fan's plan." Early the next day, Hong Taiji approached Nurhaci's tent and thoroughly relayed the insidious scheme of utilizing the citizens to assault the city. Nurhasai, after listening, revealed a cold smile and nodded, saying, "In that case, this matter shall be entrusted to you." Hong Taiji accepted the command and promptly departed, leading his men to scour the surrounding villages in search of Ming citizens. Before long, thousands of commoners were captured by the Eight Banners soldiers and driven outside the city of Shenyang. The soldiers, mounted on their steeds, relentlessly wielded their whips, striking the helpless populace. The people cried out in despair as they trudged towards Shenyang, lamenting, "General, save us. We are subjects of the Ming dynasty. Do not shoot us." Upon witnessing this scene from the city walls, Hong Chengqiu felt a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head. Unable to suppress his furious exclamation, "These barbaric dogs resort to such vile tactics." He Xian, observing the horrific spectacle, was consumed by rage, shouting, "You barbaric dogs! If you have the guts, confront me directly. Using the commoners as shields is nothing but cowardice." Behind the commoners, the Eight Banners cavalry recklessly lashed their whips, with some even brutally slaughtering the unarmed populace. As the throng drew nearer, panic gripped Hong Chengqiu. He understood that should he order the troops to fire, word would inevitably reach the court, and the censors would undoubtedly make a fuss. Even if Jiang Ning intervened, it might not save him. Yet, if he refrained from firing, the Eight Banners army would use the commoners as cover to breach the city, sealing their doom. After a torturous deliberation, Hong Chengqiu gritted his teeth and resolved, coldly commanding, "Let it be known, I order you to fire." He Xian, upon hearing this, rushed forward to intervene, exclaiming, "My lord, you cannot do this. Those below are the people of the Ming." Hong Chengqiu's face was etched with helplessness, his voice trembling slightly. "I am fully aware. But do you not see the fierce and ravenous Jurchen army behind us? If they approach the city and attack, Shenyang will fall, and we shall perish here. Our deaths are minor, but losing Shenyang would spell disaster for the Ming dynasty." He Xian's eyes instantly welled with tears as he roared, "But we cannot disregard the lives of the commoners." With a deep sigh, Hong Chengqiu nearly pleaded, "General He, the battlefield circumstances are ever-changing. My order to fire is a desperate measure." With that, he resolutely commanded the troops to open fire once more. He Xian, furious and distraught, cried out in anguish but felt powerless to change the course of action. He knew the truth in Hong Chengqiu's words. Watching the commoners being used as human shields while he, as the chief general of the Ming, could do nothing, filled him with a rage and frustration that threatened to consume him. With a single command, the cannons roared, and shells rained down upon the throng of fleeing commoners. Hong Chengqiu's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, weeping openly. "People, I am so sorry. It is my incompetence that has failed to save you." On the city walls, soldiers were moved to tears, witnessing this tragic scene, gritting their teeth and cursing the cruelty of the Jurchens. In the ranks of the Eight Banners, upon seeing the Ming army continue to fire indiscriminately, disregarding the lives of the commoners, Nurhasai's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly questioning Hong Taiji. "What kind of nonsense strategy is this?" Hong Taiji's face flushed a deep red, alternating between white and green as he nervously explained, "Great Khan, do not be angry. I never expected that this Ming general would be so ruthless, utterly indifferent to the lives of his own people." Nurhasai scoffed, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss, chilling to the bone. With a sweeping gesture, he ruthlessly commanded, "Continue the drive." The lives of these thousands of citizens from the Ming dynasty were of no consequence. They were merely to be used as cannon fodder to exhaust the Ming army's artillery. In his eyes, these lives were as insignificant as grass, and any means would be employed to achieve the goal of breaching the city of Shenyang. As the cannons roared incessantly, shells mercilessly rained down, and within a brief moment, the populace dwindled to less than 1,000. The cries and curses of the people resonated, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Hong Chengqiu had already fainted from despair and was hastily carried away by soldiers. Observing this, He Xian's eyes blazed with rage as he brandished his sword, intent on charging out to confront the Eight Banners army in a fight to the death. Beside him, Yu Shigong, quick on his feet, tightly seized He Xian, urgently imploring, "Old He, you must not act impulsively. If you exit the city, we will undoubtedly be surrounded by the Tartars, and then Shenyang will truly be finished." He Xian, infuriated, shouted and struggled fiercely. but Yu Shigong exerted all his strength to restrain him. Within the 8 banners encampment, Huang Taiji returned with a grim countenance. Fan Wenqing quickly approached and inquired softly, "Prince, what is the situation?" Huang Taiji gritted his teeth and replied bitterly, "I never anticipated that the Ming general would be so ruthless, utterly disregarding the lives of his own people." Fan Wenqing frowned slightly, astonished, and remarked, "As far as I know, the Ming general defending Shenyang, He Shixien, has always been quite belligerent. Under normal circumstances, how could he remain so composed?" Huang Taiji sighed in resignation and speculated. There must be some malevolent influence guiding him from behind. To ascertain the specifics, he decided to summon Li Yongfang. Upon his arrival, Huang Taiji inquired, "Li Yongfang, aside from General He Shixien, who else is currently defending Shenyang?" Li Yongfang respectfully replied, "In response to the prince, there is also the Liaodong governor, Hong Qingqiu." Huang Taiji's brow furrowed, murmuring, "I have heard of Hong Qingqiu. I believe he was recently appointed as the governor of Liaodong." After contemplating for a moment, Fan Wenqing slowly remarked, "Indeed, Hong Qingqiu is quite the talent. It is likely that he was the one who ordered the bombardment of the civilians. Otherwise, with He Shixian's combative nature, he would have already emerged to confront us." Upon hearing this, a flash of ferocity crossed Huang Taiji's face as he declared, "Isn't the Ming army relying solely on their superior artillery? If that is the case, let us continue to expend the Ming citizens to deplete their ammunition. I wish to see just how much ammunition they have to squander within Shenyang." Li Yongfang, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably as an icy dread enveloped him. Terrified by Huang Taiji's ruthless disposition, he dared not speak, lowering his head and holding his breath. Observing Li Yongfang's cowardly demeanor, Huang Taiji grew increasingly irritated, dismissively waving his hand and saying, "Li Yongfang, you have worked hard as well. Go and take a rest." Li Yongfang, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rose, bowing and nodding, and hurriedly took his leave, as though pursued by ferocious beasts. Fan Wenqing spoke at this juncture. "It appears we have but this one recourse. We must expend the ammunition of the citizens of Shenyang. Beyond this, there seems to be no alternative." His words rang with conviction, devoid of any semblance of remorse, as if the plight of these innocent souls bore no weight upon his conscience. In his zeal to demonstrate loyalty to the conquerors, he had fully embraced the treachery of betrayal, utterly disregarding his identity as a Han Chinese and the lives of his compatriots who were destined to become fodder for war. As dusk descended, the night enveloped the land like an immense curtain. It was then that Hong Qingqiu began to awaken from his stupor, just as Yu Shigong and Yu Wenfeng arrived to visit him. Hong Qingqiu, lost in despair, murmured, "I am a sinner of the Ming dynasty. I have wronged the people." Yu Shigong quickly interjected, "Governor, there is no need for such self-reproach. Given the current circumstances, this is truly an act of desperation. We can only hope to seek justice for these souls in the afterlife." Yu Wenfeng could not help but sigh in agreement. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a deputy general rushed in to report, "Your Excellency, grave news. General, he has led 5,000 troops out of the city to engage the enemy in battle." Upon hearing this, Hong Qingqiu felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting as he anxiously inquired, "When did this occur?" The officer hastily replied, "Just moments ago." Hong Qingqiu, now alarmed, exchanged worried glances with Yu Shigong. The group hurried to the city walls, where they beheld He Shixien leading 5,000 soldiers, charging towards the banner camp like arrows loosed from a bow. Hong Qingqiu, filled with frustration, paced back and forth, muttering, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Yu Shigong felt a chill of foreboding, well aware that He Shixian's venture was fraught with peril. Yet, at this point, it was beyond their control. With a great sword in hand, He Shixian's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed, "Brothers, the enemy has overstepped their bounds, brazenly slaughtering our Ming citizens before our eyes. This cannot be tolerated. Today, I shall confront them head-on. Are you afraid?" The 5,000 soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonating through the night sky. "We pledge to follow General He to the death. We are not afraid." They then charged towards the banner camp like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. In the chaos of night combat, the 5,000 soldiers could not conceal their movements. Nor did He Shixien intend to do so. He sought to advance with blazing audacity. Hong Qingqiu, overwhelmed by helplessness, realized that the forces in Shenyang were already stretched thin, unable to provide aid, and could only watch in despair. Not far away, hidden within the forest, approximately 1,000 Ming soldiers lay in wait. One among them, perplexed, questioned, "What is happening? How can the defenders of Shenyang dare to engage in battle with such a disparity in numbers?" Another officer explained, "General, you are unaware. Today, the enemy has driven the common people to the city's gates, and the defenders, in their desperation, have ordered cannon fire upon the civilians. It seems the defenders are intent on a last stand against the enemy." Upon hearing this, the general could not help but sigh. "Now, with our 1,000 brothers unable to return to Liaoyang, we must still take some action to assist our comrades in Shenyang." A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he remarked, "Each has their own path to tread." Given that several thousand troops from Shenyang were engaged in a direct confrontation with the forces of the Jianzhou, he proposed an audacious plan to infiltrate the Jianzhou camp, set fire to their supplies, and disrupt their morale. The others nodded in agreement, and the general swiftly organized the personnel to initiate the operation. He Shixian, led the charge, plunging directly into the enemy ranks. Upon learning that forces from Shenyang had ventured outside the city to engage in battle, Nurhasai was elated and hastily dispatched Daishan and Amin to confront them. Receiving the news, Daishan and Amin acted with urgency. At that moment, Shixian's army had reached the gates of the main camp, and Amin along with Daishan hurriedly assembled their troops for the encounter. Shixian brandished his broadsword, cutting through the ranks of 8 banners soldiers as if traversing uninhabited territory. With each stroke, several 8 banners soldiers fell, their bodies severed. The 5,000 soldiers behind him, driven by fervor, charged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle against the 8 banners. Amin and Daishan, leading the blue and red banner troops, managed to encircle Shixian and his men, yet they found it challenging to subdue him, resulting in a stalemate. Subsequently, Nurhasai himself arrived at the front lines to oversee the battle. The sight of thousands of 8 banners cavalry surrounding Shixian and his forces was overwhelming. However, Shixian displayed remarkable bravery, and his 5,000 soldiers, undeterred by the overwhelming enemy numbers, fought valiantly. For a time, the 8 banners cavalry found it difficult to make headway against Shixian. Observing this, Nurhasai sneered, declaring, "Shixian is indeed audacious to dare to engage me in open battle. Today, I shall ensure he returns empty-handed." Just as Shixian was locked in fierce combat with the 8 banners, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A contingent of fewer than 1,000 Ming troops stealthily infiltrated the Jianzhou camp under the cover of night. They navigated their way to the stockpiled supplies and immediately set them ablaze. They then proceeded to the stables, igniting another fire. The flames spread rapidly, illuminating the dark night sky. Following this, they seized the horses and made their escape towards the camp's exit. In an instant, the 8 banners camp was engulfed in flames, and cries of alarm filled the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Nurhasai turned to see the source of the disturbance. The granaries and stables were ablaze, and he was taken aback, demanding, "What is happening?" There stood Tong Yangxing, bloodied and disheveled, reporting, "Great Khan, we face a grave situation. A group of Ming troops has stealthily infiltrated the camp, setting fire to the supplies and horses, and they are now fleeing." Nurhasai, upon hearing this, felt the world spin and darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly fainting on the spot. With a furious roar, he commanded, "Quickly, pursue them. We must capture them. I shall have them torn to pieces." Suppressing his rage, he hastily ordered Huang Taiji and Mangertai, "You two, go extinguish the flames, round up the horses, and do everything possible to salvage the supplies." Emperor Taiji and Mangertai, not daring to delay, immediately accepted the command and hurried away with a contingent of troops. Nurhasai gazed at the chaotic encampment, his eyes filled with fury and resentment, gnashing his teeth in anger. Observing the disarray before him, he couldn't help but ponder. Had they chosen the wrong moment for this expedition? Why did bad news come one after another? First, their siege was disrupted by the Ming army's artillery, and now they were ambushed by the Ming forces, who had stolen their supplies and war horses. What on earth was happening? Shixian, spotting a sudden blaze erupting in the 8 banners camp, couldn't contain his exhilaration and burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, the dogs of the Manchus. Your camp is on fire." His laughter was filled with triumph and bravado. In that moment, He felt an inexhaustible vigor surging through him, growing bolder with each clash. His great blade swung through the air with a fierce momentum, compelling the surrounding 8 banner soldiers to retreat in haste. Amin and Daisan, hearing the commotion, turned to witness the scene, their faces instantly paling. Amin couldn't suppress an expletive. Damn it, this guy is blocking the front door with a fierce assault. And now the back courtyard is ablaze. Why is today so unlucky, everything going awry? Both men felt a mix of urgency and anger, struggling to fend off He Shixian's relentless attack while worrying about the raging fire in the rear, leaving them somewhat flustered. Chapter 85. Achieving victory at this moment. On the ramparts of Shenyang, Hong Chengqiu beheld the fierce flames engulfing the 8 banners encampment, filled with confusion. Turning to Yu Wenfeng, he inquired, "You won. Was this fire orchestrated by you?" Yu Wenfeng hastily shook his head, forcing a wry smile. "Lord Hong, please don't jest. The Jinyui have only a handful of men. How could we possibly set fire to the Manchu army's camp?" Hong Chengqiu, with a puzzled expression, murmured, "Then it is indeed strange. He Shixian is leading 5,000 troops in a fierce assault at the front gate. Who could have ignited this fire? Could it be that the Manchus accidentally set fire to their own supplies?" At this moment, thousands of Ming soldiers were frantically fleeing on horseback, pursued relentlessly by several thousand 8-banner cavalry. The leading Ming general, glancing back at the relentless pursuit, couldn't help but curse. "Those dogs of the Manchus, instead of saving their supplies, they have the leisure to chase us." Just then, an anxious officer asked, "General, what shall we do? At this rate, it won't be long before we are surrounded." The Ming general contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us charge towards the camp gate and rendezvous with our brothers coming from Shenyang." Without hesitation, 1,000 Ming cavalry galloped forward desperately, pursued closely by several thousand 8-banner horsemen. He Shixian, now winded and panting, saw that half of his 5,000 soldiers had already fallen, yet they remained encircled by the 8-banner forces. He understood that today might be their last stand, and with a wry smile, he addressed his brothers. "Brothers, it seems we shall embark on the road to the Yellow Springs together today." The officers rallied, shouting, "We shall live and die with the general." He Shixian, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "Well said. Truly, they are soldiers worthy of my command. Today, we shall fight to the death, fiercely slaying the Manchus and avenging the people." Beside them, Amin and Deshan were flushed with anger. After besieging He Shixian for so long, they had failed to eliminate him, which was a tremendous embarrassment. Just as they were about to give the order to intensify their assault, they noticed a troop of cavalry charging towards them with reckless abandon. Amin and Deshan hurriedly dispatched someone to assess the situation. Moments later, their subordinate rushed back with news. "Your Highnesses, the leading group is an unidentified force of Ming soldiers, being pursued by the soldiers of the White Banner." Upon hearing this, the two promptly shouted, "Quickly notify them to halt. Otherwise, a collision could lead to catastrophic losses." However, the galloping cavalry could not simply be commanded to stop, and the leading Ming cavalry surged directly into the encirclement of the Red Banner and Blue Banner soldiers. Seeing this, He Shixian swiftly seized the opportunity to break free. After all, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one wished to meet their demise without a fight. In no time, the Ming forces mingled with He Shixian's troops. He Shixian inquired, "Which faction of the Ming army do you belong to?" The leading officer replied, "I am General Mao Wenlong, a guerrilla commander under the command of the Grand Coordinator of Liaoyang." Upon hearing this, He Shixian laughed heartily. "Ah, so it is you. I am He Shixian." Mao Wenlong smiled and urged, "General He, quickly mount your men. Let us charge out together." He Shixian sighed in resignation. "It seems it will be quite difficult to break through." Without further ado, Mao Wenlong led his troops forward to carve a path. He Shixian, seeing the situation, had no choice but to follow with the remaining soldiers in tow. At this moment, the 5,000 soldiers of the White Banner, unable to halt their pursuit, collided directly with the Red Banner and Blue Banner troops. Chaos erupted at the entrance of the 8 Banners camp, with men and horses tumbling in disarray. Amin and Deshan were left utterly dumbfounded. Their own forces had clashed. Even if they managed to annihilate the Ming troops, they could not compensate for such losses. This group of Ming soldiers numbered no more than 3,000, while the 8 Banners cavalry involved in the collision exceeded 10,000. The entire 8 Banners camp descended into utter chaos. The supplies and warhorses at the rear were engulfed in flames, while the front lines were in disarray, compounded by the darkness of the night, rendering the command system completely ineffective. Mao Wenlong and He Shixian led the remnants of their forces, retreating while engaging the enemy, until they reached the gates of Shenyang. Observing from the city walls, Hong Qingqiu immediately ordered the gates to be opened, allowing them entry. Subsequently, upon seeing the blood-soaked He Shixian, Hong Qingqiu's fury erupted, and he bellowed, "He Shixian, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea of the calamity you've brought upon us today? If the Tartars take advantage of this chaos to breach Shenyang, even if you had 10 heads, it would not suffice." He Shixian, fully aware of the grave disaster he had caused, hastily replied, "Lord Hong, please quell your anger. I shall draft a memorial to plead for forgiveness. Whether it be execution or punishment, he, will not utter a word of dissent." Hong Qingqiu snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Mao Wenlong beside him, and inquired, "May I ask which commander this is?" Mao Wenlong promptly bowed and replied, "I am General Mao Wenlong, a guerrilla commander under the Grand Coordinator of Liaodong. Honored to meet you, Lord Hong." Upon hearing this, Hong Qingqiu promptly donned a smile and inquired, "Ah, it is General Mao. Was it you who set the great fire in the enemy camp?" Mao Wenlong nodded, responding with a grin, "Not long ago. Under the orders of Lord Jinglu, I ventured out of the city with my brothers to scout the enemy's movements. Unexpectedly, we found ourselves amidst the siege of Shenyang by the Tartars, so we concealed ourselves nearby, contemplating whether an opportunity might arise to take action. This very night, upon witnessing General He leading an assault against the enemy camp, we seized the cover of darkness to stealthily infiltrate and ignite a blaze. To our surprise, we inadvertently rescued General He in the process." Hong Qingqiu could not help but praise, "General Mao, you have indeed rendered a great service. I shall certainly draft a memorial to commend your contributions." Mao Wenlong, feigning modesty, replied, "I merely took advantage of the night to start a fire. Such a minor accomplishment hardly merits reporting to the court." Though he spoke humbly, his yearning for recognition of this deed remained unabated. Hong Qingqiu, discerning the disingenuousness in his words, replied earnestly, "General Mao, there is no need for such humility. Meritorious deeds should be reported, and mistakes must be punished." After this, he cast a stern glance at He Shixian, snorted coldly, and proceeded to arrange for the care of the wounded. At this moment, Yu Shigong approached, stating, "Your Excellency, I have just counted. We have returned with a total of 2,000 brothers." Upon meticulous tallying, it was revealed that of the 5,000 troops He Shixian initially led, fewer than 1,000 had returned, suffering a grievous loss of nearly 80%, an outcome truly sorrowful. Likewise, Mao Wenlong's contingent of 1,000 also faced heavy casualties, with less than 700 returning. Nonetheless, it was exhilarating to note that amidst the chaos of the night battle, Mao Wenlong, demonstrating exceptional courage and cunning, had managed to capture the Tartar commander Tong Yangzhen, who was charged with guarding the supplies. This achievement undoubtedly added a glimmer of hope to the arduous struggle, allowing all present to glimpse a ray of victory amidst their profound losses. Subsequently, Hong Qingqiu, with a serious demeanor, addressed He Shixian, decisively commanding, "He Shixian, you shall withdraw to recuperate, and command of the troops will temporarily be entrusted to Yu Shigong." He could no longer permit the reckless He Shixian to wield military power, for the risk that he might, in a moment of impulsive fervor, lead his troops into the field against the 8 banners was too great. Given the current meager forces in Shenyang, they could not withstand further depletion and turmoil. Aware of his misjudgment, He Shixian quietly accepted the order, retreating with his weary and injured body. In this fierce confrontation, Mao Wenlong indeed emerged as the preeminent victor. Compared to other commanders, his contingent, initially numbering 1,000, retained nearly 700 soldiers post-battle, incurring relatively minor losses. Moreover, he had successfully captured the significant Tartar supply commander during the tumult. This accomplishment was of profound importance, not only delivering a significant blow to Tartar morale, but also providing critical intelligence to the Ming forces, yielding substantial strategic gains. In contrast, while He Shixian displayed valor, he paid a heavy price, with nearly 80% of his 5,000 troops perishing. With his remarkable adaptability and decisive actions, Mao Wenlong achieved impressive results in this grand battle. Within the city of Shenyang, his outstanding victories greatly uplifted the morale of the Ming army. Soldiers rushed to share the news, their faces radiant with the joy of survival and dreams of triumph. Everyone praised Mao Wanlong's wisdom and valor, and the previously somber atmosphere, dulled by days of relentless combat, was now invigorated by a surge of fighting spirit. However, outside the city, the scene at the Eight Banners camp was starkly different. After a frenzied night of salvage efforts, they had still lost over half their provisions, and many of their warhorses had perished. The empty stables seemed to echo the brutality of the previous night's conflict. Upon learning of the significant losses in both supplies and cavalry, as well as the chaos at the camp entrance where the red, blue, and white flags had collided, Nurhasai felt as though the world was spinning around him. A fiery rage burned within his chest, yet he found no outlet for it. Finally, darkness enveloped him, and he involuntarily spewed forth blood before collapsing. This sudden turn of events threw the Eight Banners camp into disarray. The commanders were in a state of panic, the soldiers were lost in confusion, and messengers dashed about without knowing whom to obey. Inside the tents, chaos reigned supreme. Some were shouting for a doctor, others clamored for stability. And the entire camp was in an uproar, the former discipline and deadly seriousness utterly vanquished. Ultimately, it was Dai Shan and Huang Taiji who quickly regained their composure, leveraging their authority and decisive command to restore order amidst the turmoil. They arranged for personnel to care for Nurhasai while systematically reallocating forces and calming the troops, gradually reinstating some semblance of order to the Eight Banners camp. The following day, Nurhasai slowly regained consciousness. Upon hearing his subordinates report the heavy losses incurred in the battle, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. This expedition had not only resulted in the loss of troops, but had also consumed vast amounts of provisions and military supplies, all without even reaching the periphery of Shenyang, rendering the endeavor a fruitless venture. With a sense of helplessness, he sighed deeply, acutely aware that he could no longer engage in battle, and thus ordered the retreat back to Hichuala. As Nurhasai's orders were disseminated, the Eight Banners soldiers began to pack their belongings, their spirits low. This once indomitable force, filled with fervor, now set forth on their return journey, burdened by resentment and fatigue. The dust rising along the way seemed to narrate the bitterness of this failed campaign. On the walls of Shenyang, Hong Chengshou watched as the Eight Banners troops began to dismantle their camp and withdraw, finally feeling the tension in his nerves ease and releasing a long sigh of relief. Just then, He Xian rushed over, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, "Lord Hong, now that they are retreating, we should lead our forces out of the city to pursue them. We are bound to achieve a great victory." Upon hearing this, Hong Chengshou shot He Xian an irritated glance and replied, "General He, shouldn't you be focusing on recuperating from your injuries instead of creating unnecessary commotion here? We merely stumbled upon a fortunate victory. Do you truly believe that the enemy forces are mere soft persimmons for you to manipulate at will? Do you wish to exhaust all our troops in Shenyang just for the sake of wild engagement?" He Xian initially intended to articulate further thoughts. Yet upon witnessing Hong Chengshou's cold and solemn visage, his words were stifled by an invisible force, and he reluctantly swallowed them back. He opened his mouth, only to eventually bow his head in resignation, his face awash with frustration. As news of the retreat of the Jianzhou army spread like a gentle spring breeze among the Ming forces in Liaodong, a collective sigh of relief ensued. Originally, there had been fears of a protracted and arduous conflict, fraught with bloodshed and sacrifice. However, the unfolding events proved unexpectedly anticlimactic, resembling a tempest that yielded little rain. Subsequently, through various inquiries, the Ming forces became privy to the intricacies of the battle beneath Shenyang. The front gate of the Eight Banners camp was fiercely besieged by the Ming troops, led by He Xian, who found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, while the rear was set ablaze by the forces under Mao Wanlong, who incinerated supplies and horses. Amidst the chaos, the Eight Banners soldiers inadvertently collided with one another, creating disarray within their ranks. Upon learning these details, curiosity enveloped the troops, prompting them to seek further specifics of the engagement. Mao Wanlong, who had distinguished himself in the battle, saw his name resonate far and wide, becoming a figure of legendary repute among the Ming soldiers, admired for his extraordinary courage and cunning that turned the tide at a critical juncture. Days later, Xiong Tingbai, the Liaodong commander, arrived in grand procession at the gates of Shenyang. Upon hearing the news, Hong Chengshou hurriedly led a throng of generals outside the city to welcome him. Xiong Tingbai, observing the fatigued and disheveled Hong Chengqiu, along with the wounded He Shixian, felt a significant weight lift from his heart. A look of relief graced his face as he exclaimed, "Lord Hong, you have truly endured much. To have held the city of Shenyang is a considerable achievement, and to have repelled the Jianzhou army is nothing short of remarkable." Hong Chengqiu humbly smiled and replied, "You flatter me, Commander. This victory is solely due to the valiant efforts of our soldiers, who fought with unwavering resolve." Xiong Tingbai then turned his gaze to He Shixian, his expression darkening as he coldly remarked, "Ah, He Shixian, during the incident in Liaoyang, I harbored concerns about your propensity for trouble. I did not anticipate you would rashly lead your men out to engage in open battle with the Tatars. Consider yourself fortunate this time, should there be a next. Even if you survive the battlefield, I shall personally see to your execution to uphold military law." He Shixian, upon facing Xiong Tingbai, resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. His head bowed almost to the ground as he mumbled, "Commander, I recognize my error. I shall not dare repeat it." Xiong Tingbai then turned his attention to Mao Wenlong. Erupting into hearty laughter, "Mao Wenlong, you have truly brought honor to me this time. Your name has become synonymous with valor throughout Liaodong." Mao Wenlong quickly responded with humility, "Any achievements I have gained are entirely thanks to Lord Hong's astute command and General He's bravery on the front lines. I merely stumbled upon some success and do not merit such praise from you, Commander." Xiong Tingbai jestingly chided, "Ah, Mao Wenlong, even when praised, you remain modest. Rest assured, your contributions will be duly reported to the court, and you shall receive every commendation you deserve." After saying this, he cast a cold glance at He Shixian and scoffed, "As for how the court decides your fate, you may rely on your own fortune. I shall not show you any favoritism this time." Upon hearing these words, He Shixian's expression turned bitter in an instant. Subsequently, everyone entered Shenyang city together. Hong Chengqiu had arranged a sumptuous banquet, where laughter and conversation filled the air. Yet, He Shixian sat there with a sorrowful countenance, feeling utterly out of place. Observing this, Yu Shigong chuckled and advised, "Old He, do not wear such a grim face. Even if the court imposes some punishment upon you, it will not be too severe. After all, we have achieved a great victory." Statistics revealed that this battle resulted in the annihilation of over 8,000 enemy troops, leaving the Tartars significantly weakened. He Shixian smiled wryly and shook his head. "In truth, I am not overly concerned about the court's punishment. What I fear is that if the emperor becomes enraged, he may transfer me away from Liaodong. That would be disastrous. Where would I find the opportunity to slay the Tartars then?" Yu Shigong, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, then jested with a wry smile, "Ah, old He, you truly are fearless. Do you not worry that in the emperor's wrath, he might simply decide to execute you, while you still yearn to slay the Tartars?" He Shixian shot him an annoyed glare and declared emphatically, "If I feared death, I would not be called He Shixian. Even if I must die, I will die on the path of slaying Tartars. That would not be a life lived in vain." Chapter 86. The Great Victory in Liaodong. After Nurhasai withdrew his troops, the garrison of Shenyang city began to recuperate. Although the Ming forces had eliminated over 8,000 of the Jurchen banner soldiers, the losses on the side of Shenyang were equally devastating. The banner army had repeatedly besieged the city, resulting in the deaths of 5,000 soldiers within its walls. He Shixian led 5,000 men out of the city to strike at the banner troops, only to suffer the loss of 4,000, returning to Shenyang with just over 1,000. Outside the city, several military fortifications were breached by the Qing forces, leading to an additional loss of over 3,000 soldiers. The local populace also suffered greatly, with nearly 5,000 lives lost. This battle was indeed harrowing. Hong Chengqiu and Xiong Yinbi promptly drafted a memorial and dispatched it to the capital with the fastest courier. Simultaneously, the Jinui officer Yu Wenfeng also spurred his horse to deliver a confidential report to the capital. The news of the great victory in Liaodong swept through the capital like a whirlwind, plunging the entire city into a state of ecstatic celebration. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao was pacing anxiously in the imperial study, eagerly awaiting news. Alongside him were the esteemed ministers from Jiang Ning and the 6 ministries of the cabinet. When the exhilarating report finally reached their hands, joyous smiles blossomed on their faces. Zhu Youjiao could hardly contain his excitement after reading the military dispatch. His face flushed with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Excellent! This victory is truly remarkable. This marks the first major triumph for our Ming soldiers since the Battle of Saru. With 8,000 enemies vanquished, this achievement is nothing short of glorious." Sun Qingzong nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, following this battle, our troops' morale will undoubtedly soar. As long as we manage our affairs prudently and restore our vitality, we shall seize the opportunity for a counteroffensive. The invaders shall pose no threat." Jiang Ning sighed in relief. Previously, he had been deeply troubled, fearing for the security of Shenyang. Should Shenyang fall, the Ming forces in Liaodong would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. The ebb and flow of the battlefield could only become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, Hong Qingqiu did not betray the hopes of the people and ultimately succeeded in defending Shenyang. Zhu Youjiao, beaming with joy, remarked, "Mao Wenlong is indeed a remarkable talent." Seizing the opportune moment, he set ablaze the supplies and warhorses of the Manchu bandits, completely incinerating them, and even captured the scoundrel Tong Yangzhen alive, thereby achieving a great victory. However, He Shirxian, as the general of Shenyang, recklessly ventured outside the city to engage in battle, disregarding the safety of Shenyang. Although the city was ultimately saved, he could not evade responsibility for his actions. "Noble ministers," he urged, "let us convene to discuss how to reward Mao Wenlong and how to deal with He Shirxian." Jiang Ning silently admired Mao Wenlong, who was indeed as resourceful as history depicts. At a critical juncture, he incinerated the invaders' supplies, causing disarray among their ranks, and managed to rescue He Shirxian amidst the chaos. If Mao Wenlong were stationed at Pidao, his contributions would undoubtedly be even greater. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning rose, clasped his hands in salute, and, with a smile, said, "Your Majesty, Mao Wenlong has rendered an unprecedented service. I propose that we assign him to Pidao and establish the Dongjiang garrison, allowing him to restrain the invaders from the rear. In this manner, we shall surely bolster the situation in Liaodong." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao fell into contemplation. Establishing the Dongjiang garrison would necessitate a substantial allocation of military funds. While the situation in Liaodong had improved due to this victory, the generals, despite their accomplishments, were beginning to exhibit the tendencies of warlords. As the emperor, Zhu Youjiao placed great importance on the control of military power and would naturally not permit his subordinates to grow too powerful, thereby becoming a formidable warlord force. After all, not everyone shared Jiang Ning's camaraderie. After a brief pause, Zhu Youjiao furrowed his brow and slowly responded, "I understand your concerns, my minister. Mao Wenlong's actions do indeed merit recognition. Stationing him at Pidao to restrain the invaders would be advantageous for the war. However, the establishment of a new military garrison not only incurs expenses, but, if mismanaged, could lead to unforeseen complications." Jiang Ning grasped the underlying worry of his brother Zhu, the fear that Mao Wenlong might, once stationed at Pidao, behave like a local sovereign, completely severing ties with the court, which would spell considerable trouble. Just then, Sun Qingzong stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe Minister Zhang's proposal is quite sound. Placing Mao Wenlong at Pidao to establish a garrison at Dongjiang would significantly restrain the forces of the invaders. Even if the enemy were to launch an assault, they would not dare to fully commit their forces. From a broader perspective, the pressure on Liaoyang and Shenyang would be alleviated. Moreover, the military expenses incurred through this approach would not be overly burdensome. If Your Majesty is concerned about control, troops can be redeployed from other regions to Pidao, with a careful selection of capable commanders." At that time, it was decided that Mao Wenlong would directly assume his post, an arrangement that should ensure absolute certainty. Upon hearing Sun Qingzong's words, Jiang Ning could not help but internally marvel at the astuteness that comes with age. Following Sun Qingzong's plan, once Dongjiang town was fully established, Mao Wenlong would be airlifted there. With soldiers and generals appointed by the court, if Mao Wenlong were to serve the court wholeheartedly, everything would undoubtedly go smoothly. However, should he harbor any selfish intentions, his subordinates might not heed his commands. Jiang Ning profoundly agreed with Sun Qingzong's proposal. Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment and then stated, "In that case, let us follow Master Sun's advice, establishing Dongjiang town on Pai Island, appointing Mao Wenlong as the commander, and allocating him 50,000 troops to fully restrain the enemy." Jiang Ning quickly stepped forward and proposed, Your Majesty, I believe we should summon Mao Wenlong back to the capital while simultaneously escorting the traitor Tong Yangjin back. After Your Majesty has awarded merits and rewards, let Mao Wenlong set sail from Shandong to Pai Island for military stationing. Additionally, we could issue an edict to Yang Guodong, the general of Shandong, commanding him to immediately recruit 50,000 soldiers, train them, and send them to garrison on Pai Island. In due time, the court can select capable generals to assist Mao Wenlong, ensuring a flawless arrangement. Zhu Yuxiao nodded in agreement. Let it be as Minister Jiang suggests. With Mao Wenlong's rewards settled, the discussion then turned to the matter of He Shixian's punishment. Zhu Yuxiao furrowed his brow and sighed, Master Sun, what shall we do about the 5,000 citizens at the gates of Shenyang? If this matter is reported to the officials and handled improperly, it may incite disputes in the court. Sun Xingzong stepped forward and advised, Your Majesty, He Shixian's unauthorized departure from the city to confront the enemy nearly resulted in disaster. However, considering his contributions during the conflict, I hope Your Majesty will be lenient in his punishment. At that moment, when Tiran stood up respectfully and said, Your Majesty, the court could declare in the official reports that these 5,000 citizens voluntarily charged at the enemy, sacrificing themselves for their country. Subsequently, the court could issue orders for commendation. Such a measure might silence the critics. Zhu Yuxiao appeared puzzled and asked, Is this truly feasible? Sun Xingzong contemplated for a while and slowly replied, Given the current circumstances, this seems to be our only course of action. Otherwise, He Shixian's life may be in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. These 5,000 citizens were vibrant lives, yet in the eyes of these high-ranking officials, they had merely become a statistic. Indeed, those who play politics are often heartless. Zhu Yuxiao pondered for a moment and then said, In that case, let us proceed with Minister Wen's proposal. Issue a decree for Hong Chengshou to properly handle the remains of the citizens, providing them with honorable burials, and establish a shrine in Shenyang for worship. As for He Shixian, he shall be demoted to a deputy general and tasked with redeeming himself through merit, while the position of Shenyang general will be assumed by Yu Shigong. At this juncture, Gui Yinho stepped forward with a troubled expression and inquired, Your Majesty, how should we arrange the rewards for the recent victory in Liaodong? Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before speaking. The recent victory in Liaodong is of profound significance and must be duly rewarded. The court shall allocate 150,000 taels of silver for the purpose of commendation. All soldiers and generals who participated in the battle shall be promoted by 1 rank, with the exception of He Shixian. The remains of those who perished for the nation must be gathered and transported to the capital, where their memorial tablets will be enshrined in the Ming Martyrs' Shrine. And I shall personally pay my respects. Furthermore, the families of the fallen soldiers shall receive substantial compensation without any negligence. The ministers hurriedly expressed their admiration for the emperor's wisdom, and Zhu Youjiao, filled with joy, concluded the meeting. As Jiang Ning took a step to leave, he was halted by Fang Zhenghua. Instantly understanding the unspoken cue, he remained in place. Once all others had departed, Zhu Youjiao, visibly excited, exclaimed, Brother Jiang, this victory in Liaodong is indeed the most glorious moment for our Ming soldiers since the Battle of Salhu. It must be announced to the world. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, responding, Your Majesty speaks the truth. Such monumental news should be made known to all the citizens of the Ming. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Brother Jiang, it is just the two of us now, and we need not adhere to formalities. With General Chun so gravely ill, who do you think should succeed him in the position of commander of Shanhai Pass? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning suggested, Your Majesty, why not appoint the Duke of England as the commander of Shanhai Pass? Simultaneously, designate the Duke of Dinghua as his deputy to assist in the defense of Shanhai Pass. As for General Chun, he should be allowed to return to the capital for a peaceful recovery. Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, remarking, The Duke of England is indeed a reliable choice. He then asked about the rewards for Hong Laojiu and Xiong Yanbi. Jiang Ning found himself in a quandary. Although old Jiu had committed no faults, it would seem somewhat shameless to advocate for his own recommendation. Meanwhile, he knew that Xiong Yanbi's military strategies currently aligned perfectly with the realities of Liaodong and deserved fair treatment. Thus, Jiang Ning spoke, Your Majesty, I believe we should promote Xiong Yanbi to the position of inspector of Liaodong, granting him full authority over military affairs in that region. As for old Jiao, it would be prudent for your majesty to reward him discreetly, for he has only recently taken up the role of governor of Liaodong, and excessive accolades might not be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and said, Brother Jiang, you are commendable in many respects, yet too modest. Hong Laojiao is your recommendation, and having achieved merit, your reluctance to seek a reward for him, while suggesting I confer a casual honor, could dampen the spirits of those under him if it were to become known. Jiang Ning, taken aback, stared at Zhu Youjiao and replied, Brother Zhu, in broad daylight, do not tarnish another's reputation without cause. Old Jiao serves your illustrious house, and thus matters of reward and punishment are naturally yours to decide. I shall not meddle. Otherwise, those fools Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou will surely impeach me for favoritism. Zhu Youjiao, unable to contain his laughter, responded, Brother Jiang, the number of impeachment petitions against you has now surpassed that against Wei Zhongxian. I receive daily reports about your alleged misdeeds that collectively could rival the volume Wei received over 3 days. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning's face instantly contorted with rage as he exclaimed, I rise earlier than the rooster and retire later than the dog, laboring tirelessly with more effort than a donkey. After toiling day and night to achieve some semblance of success, it is evident that they are merely envious and filled with resentment. I must file a defamation suit against them. At this, Zhu Youjiao laughed even more heartily. Jiang Ning, irked, retorted, How can you still find amusement in this? I am wholeheartedly devoted to serving you, and if this continues, I shall either be worn down by exhaustion or eventually succumb to the ire of those wretches. Zhu Youjiao waved his hand with a smile, saying, Brother Jiang, what nonsense you speak. You are in the prime of youth. Even if you endure, you could outlast Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, causing them to perish before you in the court. How could you possibly meet an untimely end? Jiang Ning responded with grave seriousness. Throughout history, countless individuals have met their demise in their prime. One more or one less makes no difference. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao jested, Brother Jiang, should you truly meet an untimely end, I shall certainly grant you a grand burial and posthumously elevate you to a noble title. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly inquired, What title do you intend to bestow upon me? Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before replying, The title of Stirring Prince. Jiang Ning, taken aback, asked, What manner of prince is that? I have never heard of such a title. Zhu Youjiao chuckled as he explained, In the current court, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou regard you as a meddlesome troublemaker. Thus I believe the title of Stirring Prince suits you perfectly. With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Jiang Ning, his nose nearly askew with indignation, retorted, Bestow the title if you wish. Once I close my eyes and stretch out my legs, I shan't care about such matters. If you are unconcerned with the court's reputation, then even a title of Dirt King would matter not to me. Zhu Youjiao continued to jest. In that case, I shall certainly confer upon you the title of Dirt King. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning replied earnestly, Then my epitaph must be written in grandiose terms to befit my stature. Zhu Youjiao, intrigued, pressed, What do you intend to inscribe on your epitaph, Brother Jiang? Clearing his throat, Jiang Ning recited slowly, A stick stirs filth to the heavens. The world abhors and keeps its distance. Whoever crafted this tool, may their name endure through the ages. Were it not for the world's impurities, why would this stick be needed to cleanse the stubborn? May the world be a pure land, and this stick find no place to display its heroism. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao stared in astonishment, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, you possess extraordinary talent. A century hence, I shall surely inscribe this epitaph according to your standards. With that, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. After a casual exchange of a few more words, Jiang Ning rose to take his leave, walking towards the palace gates. As he stepped outside, however, his expression turned ashen. He had just received a secret letter from Yu Wenfeng, informing him that Su Long of the Jinyui had surrendered to the enemy, filling him with fury. Upon returning to the Jinyui's garrison office, Tian urging hurriedly approached to report, My lord, arrangements have been made by Captain Yu Wen to secretly escort the individual back, and they are currently detained in the Zhaoyi prison. Jiang Ning nodded and said, Old Tian, come with me to take a look. Last night, my dear brothers, I inadvertently released an additional chapter. Initially, I intended to share only one chapter today, but I did not wish to dampen your spirits. Thus, I have decided to work overtime tonight and provide you with a double update. I am immensely grateful for your support, and I take the time to read your comments whenever I can, as well as respond to them. I will carefully consider and address the questions and suggestions you have raised. Chapter 87. The Net Titans Jiang Ning and Tian Ergang stepped into the imperial prison of the Jinyue. This marked Jiang Ning's second visit to this place. The first occasion was to confront the counterfeit wine sellers, Gaz and Panzi. This time, however, it was due to a traitor within the ranks of the Jinyue. Upon their arrival at the prison, Su Long was brought forth, shackled in iron chains and bearing numerous wounds. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Jiang Ning could not help but lament, "Su Qianhu, when I reformed the Jinyue, you were one of the 4 Qianhis who remained. What compelled you to betray us and ally with the Jinlu? Was it truly for a mere few tens of thousands of taels of silver?" Su Long let out a bitter laugh and replied, "I have divulged all that I needed to. I believe Qianhu Yuan has reported everything to you. At this point, I seek nothing but death." Hearing this, Tian Ergang could no longer contain his anger and stepped forward to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Su Long, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and several teeth to fly out. Tian Ergang shouted furiously, "You wretched traitor, Su Long! As a member of the Emperor's elite guard, the Ming dynasty's Jinyue, how could you conspire with the Jianlu and betray our nation? Has your mind been reduced to nothing but thoughts of silver? If it were not for Qianhu Yuan's timely intervention, the city of Shenyang would have surely fallen. What fate would await the innocent citizens if the Jianlu conquered Shenyang? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" At this moment, Jiang Ning interjected, "Su Long, I have no desire to resort to torture. But it is imperative that you understand, your fate is sealed. However, I can offer you a swift end. If you disclose how you established contact with the Jianlu and the identities of all involved, I shall grant you a merciful release." Su Long hastily countered, "I was the one who sent someone to contact the Jianlu. All relevant parties have already been apprehended by Qianhu Yuan. There are no others involved." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Su Long, do you take me for a fool? How long has it been since I dispatched you to Liaodong? Yet you suddenly have direct ties with the Jinlu. Why not aim for the heavens? If you believe no one facilitated this connection, do you think I would accept your claims?" Upon hearing Su Long's assertions, Jiang Ning turned to Tian Ergang and inquired, "Old Tian, what of Su Long's family? Have they been captured?" Tian Ergang appeared embarrassed as he responded, "My lord, the whereabouts of this scoundrel's family are unknown. I am still dispatching my men to search for them." Jiang Ning chuckled coldly, "Su Long, your loyalty is commendable. I suspect your family is currently under the watch of your conspirators. Do you think that if you perish, they will spare your family? Why struggle to protect them? Speak up, and I can assure you that I will rescue your family. As for you, I shall reiterate, you must die." Upon hearing this, Su Long trembled slightly and hastily defended himself, saying, "Only I have colluded with the traitors. If you wish to slander someone, just say it outright. I can provide a statement. Why deceive me?" Upon hearing this, Tian Ergang was instantly enraged, drawing his embroidered spring blade and stepping forward to scold, "You wretched dog! Even facing death, you dare to be obstinate. Today, I shall carve you alive, so you may understand the severity of the Jinyue's laws." Jiang Ning's expression turned ashen as he spoke. "Su Long, your wife has long since passed, and aside from your parents, you have only 2 daughters left. I have not spoken in error, have I?" Su Long nodded slightly. At this moment, a cold smile crept upon Jiang Ning's lips as he continued, 2 years ago, you kept a courtesan. She bore you a son, a fact you surely do not forget?" Upon hearing this, Su Long's eyes widened in alarm. Jiang Ning leisurely continued, "I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. If I were to release this information, do you believe those you have desperately protected would spare that courtesan and child? Or perhaps I should command someone to bring them here now, so you may see them one last time, considering we are both part of the Jinyue. However, that courtesan would be sent to the Ministry of Rites to resume her old profession. As for the child, being so young and without care is unacceptable. I shall send him to the Eastern Depot under the care of Eunuch Wei. I trust Eunuch Wei's benevolence will ensure the child is well looked after. Yet, what path this child may tread in the future, I cannot predict. It is possible that, in a moment of whimsy, Eunuch Wei could arrange for him to serve in the palace, receiving imperial rations. Conversely, if he is unwilling to assist, the child may find himself wandering the streets, begging for survival. Of course, there is no shame in being a beggar, but I believe a eunuch's future is far brighter. At least he would receive imperial sustenance. As a colleague, I have assisted you in this matter, so there is no need for gratitude. Hearing this, Su Long could no longer withstand the pressure. Collapsing to his knees with a thud, bowing his head vigorously and crying out, "No, no, please spare me, my lord. Do not give my son to eunuch Wei. Do not reveal their whereabouts." Jiang Ning's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "Then you may speak now. Whether your family can be saved is uncertain. But if you do not wish to save your son, it is merely a matter of thought." At this moment, Su Long wept abundantly, collapsing at Jiang Ning's feet and pleading, "My lord, I confess. I confess. I beseech you, spare them." Jiang Ning nodded and said, "Speak." Su Long, sobbing, began, "My lord, I was once a trusted aide of the former commander Luo Sigong, and I am also his distant cousin. This connection is known to no one. Currently, in the capital, Luo Yangxing is our contact. My journey to Liaodong was arranged by him to leak intelligence to the traitors, with plans to collaborate and breach Shenyang. As far as I know, they have maintained a long-term partnership, but I am not well acquainted with the specifics of who else is involved. While in Shenyang, I was in contact with the traitor Li Yongfang, and this intelligence line was also managed by someone he dispatched." At this point, Jiang Ning looked at Tian Ergang, perplexed, and inquired, "What is the matter with this Luo Yangxing?" Tian Ergang hastily elucidated, "My lord, have you forgotten? When you undertook the reformation of the Jinyue, Luo Yangxing feigned illness and took leave to remain at home. Though he bore the title of Qiandu in the Jinyue, he had never graced the Jinfu office with his presence. Over time, we have nearly forgotten this individual." Jiang Ning nodded and said, "If there are any additional useful tidings, please convey them all." Su Long trembled, replying, "To my knowledge, there are members within the Donglin party who are implicated. However, I am uncertain of their identities. This is all the information I possess." Jiang Ning acknowledged with a nod, stating, "Very well. In that case, prepare your testimony and affix your signature." Su Long pleaded urgently, "My lord, may I have the chance to see his mother and son before I meet my demise?" Jiang Ning scoffed coldly, "It would be better not to meet them." Subsequently, Jiang Ning led Tian Ergang out of the imperial prison, commanding, "Old Tian, immediately arrange for the apprehension of Luo Yangxing and conduct a thorough interrogation. We must extract the truth from him in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, dispatch agents to secretly detain Luo Sigong and confine him to the imperial prison." Tian Ergang, momentarily taken aback, responded with astonishment, "My lord, we currently lack definitive evidence pointing towards Luo Sigong. Would it not be overly rash to arrest him?" Jiang Ning retorted with a cold snort, his tone resolute, "His son, Luo Yangxing, has conspired with the enemy, betraying our nation. The evidence is irrefutable. To suggest that Luo Sigong could cleanse himself of this stain is absurd. We shall apprehend him first and address the rest later." Tian Ergang accepted the order and hurriedly departed to carry out the task. Jiang Ning had long been aware of collusion between certain court officials and the enemy, but had struggled to uncover solid leads. The recent capture of Su Long by Yu Wenfeng in Liaodong presented an undeniable breakthrough. He resolved to seize this opportunity to apprehend the traitors en masse. Jiang Ning was not surprised to find members of the Donglin party entangled in this affair. Historically, he viewed them as individuals who, in pursuit of personal gain, had betrayed their nation, ancestors, and compatriots without any moral restraint. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Jiang Ning hurried away. Shortly thereafter, he caught up with Tian Ergang and whispered a few instructions into his ear. Tian Ergang understood immediately and promptly led a contingent of Jinyue toward Luo Yangxing's residence, preparing to execute the arrest. Since Luo Sigong's resignation, Luo Yangxing, despite holding the title of Qiandu, had distanced himself from the Jinfu office, indulging in revelry at home. Before long, he received word that Tian Ergang and the Jinyue were en route to his estate. In a state of panic, he was like an ant on a hot stove, hastily making his escape through an underground passage. When Tian Ergang and his men arrived, they found the residence empty and thus ordered a search of the Luo estate. Meanwhile, Luo Yangxing fled with several confidants, racing towards the outskirts of the city. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Ning was quietly trailing them with a legion of Jinyue. The group reached the suburbs, where they spotted a manor, and in a frantic bid for refuge, Luo Yangxing dashed inside. Jiang Ning remained composed and intended to follow the clues to uncover the secret alliances of Luo Yangxing. If he could seize this opportunity to capture one or two significant figures, it would be most advantageous. Before long, Tian hurriedly arrived. Jiang Ning inquired, "Old Tian, whose estate is this?" That scoundrel Luo Yangxing has entered, Tian Urging replied. My lord, this is the estate of Duke Chenghua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback, exclaiming, Zhu Chunqing? This old rascal dares to collude with the traitors. He is a duke of the current dynasty. Tian Urging chuckled helplessly, awkwardly responding, My lord, there is nothing new under the sun. Zhu Chunqing's involvement with traitors is not entirely surprising. Should we rush in to apprehend them now? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, Let us wait a while longer. Let the situation unfold. If we can take down Zhu Chunqing in one fell swoop, the rewards would be substantial. Thus, Jiang Ning and Tian Urging kept vigil outside the estate, enduring until deep into the night. Observing that Luo Yangxing had yet to emerge, Tian Urging grew impatient and urged, My lord, we have been waiting for nearly half the night without any sign of activity. Should we not simply capture Luo Yangxing now? Just as Jiang Ning prepared to issue an order, a member of the Jinyui rushed over with news. My lord, someone is approaching. Jiang Ning promptly signaled for the Jinyui to remain cautious and concealed. Shortly thereafter, a horse-drawn carriage slowly arrived at the estate's entrance. From the carriage emerged a figure cloaked in black, their features obscured, stealthily entering the estate, while several others lingered outside, keeping watch. Tian Urging, brimming with excitement, whispered, My lord, the big fish has arrived. Shall we take action now? Jiang Ning smiled slightly and replied, First, let us deal with those on lookout at the entrance. And then we shall infiltrate and capture them all in one fell swoop. Tian Urging understood and gestured for several Jinyui to ready their crossbows, aiming at the sentinels. A flurry of arrows was released, striking the guards before they could utter a sound. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Tian Urging cautiously entered the courtyard, where numerous guards continued to patrol. Tian Urging gritted his teeth and signaled for dozens of Jinyui to ascend the walls quietly. A volley of arrows swiftly eliminated the remaining guards. Unexpectedly, a sudden barking of a dog pierced the night, startling those inside the residence. Extinguishing the candles with a sudden puff. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ning shouted, Charge in. Capture them alive. Instantly, a group of Jinyui surged toward the house. As Jiang Ning crouched atop the wall and prepared to leap down, he unexpectedly fell clumsily to the ground. At that moment, another bark erupted as a large yellow dog lunged at Jiang Ning, biting his arm. Jiang Ning cried out in pain. Tian Urging, quick on his feet, kicked the dog away and hurried to assist Jiang Ning, his face filled with concern as he asked, My lord, are you all right? Jiang Ning clutched his arm, his face flushed with rage as he bellowed, This is an affront to the heavens. How dare you attack a court official? This is tantamount to treason. Find this dog. Tian Urgang gestured, and two members of the Jinyui stepped forward, swiftly subduing the dog and securing it with strong ropes. At that moment, a cacophony of chaos erupted within the room. Jiang Ning and Tian Urgang rushed inside. The space was cramped, filled with dozens of Jinyui, and in the absence of light, the shouts and curses became a tumultuous clamor. As Jiang Ning entered, he barely grasped the situation before a punch sent him sprawling outside. Tian Urgang, too, received several blows and was ejected from the fray. After a while, someone lit a torch, revealing Luo Yangxing and another individual being dragged out. Upon glancing at Tian Urgang, Jiang Ning noticed several large footprints emblazoned across his face, while the Jinyui appeared utterly disheveled. Enraged, Jiang Ning seized Luo Yangxing and delivered several resounding slaps, berating him. You scoundrel! Were you the one who struck me? How dare you resist the law? Luo Yangxing, already battered and in a pitiful state, now bore a face swollen like a pig's head, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly turned to inspect the other individual. He removed the black cloak from the figure, revealing a person so beaten that he was barely recognizable. Jiang Ning then turned to Tian Urgang and inquired, Old Tian, can you discern who this individual resembles? Tian Urgang stepped closer, scrutinizing the figure before uncertainly replying, My lord, this person seems to resemble Marquis Shui Lian of Yangwu. Jiang Ning approached for a closer look. Indeed, the wretched visage bore a resemblance to Shui Lian, prompting him to mutter, How could it be him? I thought it was that old codger Zhu Chunqing. Subsequently, Jiang Ning commanded, Search thoroughly inside and out once more to ensure no one has escaped our grasp. Once arrangements were in place, he prepared to interrogate Luo Yangxing and Shui Lian. Just then, Tian Urgang hastily interjected, My lord, Shui Lian is a marquis of the realm. Would it not be improper to interrogate him without a royal decree? Jiang Ning snorted dismissively. We shall interrogate him without torture. I will seek the emperor's decree later. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Jiang Ning smacked his forehead and pointed at the dog, securely bound and whimpering nearby. He proclaimed, we must interrogate this dog as well. How audacious to harbor a criminal of the court and attack an official. This is equivalent to treason. Let us uncover any other unlawful deeds it may have committed. Once we finish, we'll have it slaughtered for the brothers' feast. Hearing this, Tianqi gasped, his face flushing with embarrassment as he scratched his head and replied, My lord, interrogating criminals is indeed our forte, but questioning a dog is beyond our expertise. How can we compel it to speak? Chapter 88. Interrogation. Jiang Ning scoffed and said, Old Tian, if there is no evidence, can't you fabricate something? Tianqi quickly nodded in understanding. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards from the Jinui took the dog away to begin the interrogation. Subsequently, Jiang Ning coldly fixed his gaze upon the battered Luo Yangxing and Shui Lian, saying, Luo Yangxing, your crimes have been exposed. Confess now. You are well aware of the methods employed by the Jinui. Luo Yangxing lifted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Ning, and let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Jiang Ning, seeing this, was instantly infuriated and scolded, Oh, so you dare to play the silence is golden card with me? Fine, even if you are made of titanium alloy, I shall reduce you to scrap metal today. He then signaled for several Jinui to take Luo Yangxing away for individual questioning. As Shui Lian was a marquis of the current dynasty, Jiang Ning was unable to impose punishment without a royal decree. Therefore, he crouched down, plastering a false smile on his face, and said, Marquis Shui, at this late hour, why are you not resting comfortably in your residence? Pray, enlighten me. Shui Lian opened his mouth, struggling to speak. You, Jiang, have no reason to assault a marquis of the realm. I shall certainly report you to his majesty. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort and replied, If you wish to report me, feel free. However, before you do, kindly elucidate how you conspired with Luo Yangxing and colluded with the Jurchens. Upon hearing this, Shui Lian attempted to rise, indignantly exclaiming, Jiang, do not slander me. When have I ever colluded with the Jurchens to betray the Ming? Jiang Ning coldly retorted, Shui Lian, do not pretend to be ignorant. The evidence of Luo Yangxing's collusion with the Jurchens is irrefutable. He has been here for a day, and you are the only one who sought him out. Now you claim to be entirely uninvolved. Do you truly believe that? Shui Lian, in a state of panic, was about to retort when a Jinui hurriedly approached to report, My lord, we have apprehended someone in the back latrine. Jiang Ning, instantly invigorated, commanded, Quickly, bring him to me. I wish to see who else has evaded capture. The Jinui, looking embarrassed, hesitated and said, My lord, it may be difficult to bring him here. When I discovered him, he jumped directly into the cesspool and is now covered in excrement, emanating a foul stench. It is simply impossible to bring him to you in this state. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. He exclaimed, What kind of hero is this, acting so boldly? Quickly, take me to see him. Thus, Jiang Ning and Tianqi hurried to the backyard. By the light of the torch in hand, Jiang Ning spotted a figure covered in filth, the color of which was a sickly yellow. Instantly, a strong odor assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow and hastily pull out a handkerchief to cover his nose and mouth, forcing himself to step closer for a better look. Upon doing so, he was taken aback, stepping back in astonishment, and cried out, Oh my, is that not Tianqi? What are you doing here? Which play is this truly depicting? At this moment, Tianqi was retching incessantly, just as he opened his mouth to speak. He violently expelled a torrent of filth, followed by an uncontrollable bout of vomiting. Jiang Ning, witnessing this, promptly commanded, Take him away and douse him with several buckets of water to cleanse him thoroughly. Thus, Tianqi was escorted out. At this juncture, Tianqi remarked, Lord Jiang, Tianqi is a significant member of the Donglin party. I did not expect him to be involved. Could it be that the Donglin party member Su Long mentioned is indeed Tianqi? Jiang Ning nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, this old scoundrel cannot escape. After a tumultuous night, the following morning, Jiang Ning arrived at the interrogation room, observing the faintest hint of a smile on Luo Yangxing's battered face. He inquired, Have you decided how to confess? Luo Yangxing, covered in bruises and in a pitiful state, struggled to part his lips, his voice tinged with despair. Lord Jiang, I confess. I will reveal everything. I implore you to cease the torture. Jiang Ning's smile remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this, and remarked, "You should have spoken earlier." Luo Yangxing, with a woeful expression, protested, "I long to confess, yet no one bothered to ask me. They merely continued the torment." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he began to weep audibly, the sound starkly echoing in the room. Jiang Ning, perplexed, turned to Tian Ergung and asked, "Old Tian, what is the situation here?" Tian Ergung, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands and explained, "My lord, when I first employed torture, a single blow made him grimace as if he intended to resist fiercely. Seeing this, I intensified the interrogation. To my surprise, he remained silent throughout. Believing he was resolute in his defiance, I could only continue the torture." Upon hearing this, Luo Yangxing wept even more profusely, choking on his sobs as he exclaimed, "That single blow caused me such pain that I could hardly speak. There was no intention of resisting. You did not even grant me the opportunity to respond before resuming the torment," and he broke into tears once more. Sensing the awkwardness, Jiang Ning cleared his throat and addressed Luo Yangxing. "Luo Yangxing, recount everything you know in detail, and then provide your signature. The crimes you have committed are unforgivable, yet I can offer you a chance to lessen your suffering." Subsequently, while sobbing, Luo Yangxing began to divulge his knowledge. It turned out that Su Long of the Jinyue was an intimate confidant of his father, Luo Sigong, and they were also cousins. Luo Sigong had previously maintained some rapport with Li Yongfang, a defector from Liaodong who had surrendered to the invading forces. After Luo Sigong was dismissed from his position, and Jiang Ning assumed the role of deputy in the Jinyue, Li Yongfang sent someone to contact Luo Yangxing. From that moment, Luo Yangxing began providing intelligence to Li Yongfang. Furthermore, as Su Long set off for Liaodong, Luo Yangxing advised him to collaborate with Li Yongfang to devise a strategy to breach the city of Shenyang. Additionally, Marquis Yingwu, Shui Lian, was also implicated in this affair. The merchant convoy under Shui Lian's command had long been smuggling supplies to the invaders, thereby amassing immense wealth. Due to Shui Lian's esteemed position as a marquis of the current dynasty and his significant influence, the soldiers stationed at the borders have turned a blind eye to his corrupt dealings, a situation that has persisted for several years. Shui Lian's collusion with the Jurchens comes as no surprise to Jiang Ning, who is now merely lacking concrete evidence. Subsequently, Luo Yangxing reveals that Marquis Yingwu Shui Lian and Duke Chaozhu Chunsheng have long been in conspiracy with the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants, facilitating the transport of provisions and military supplies to the Jurchens and various Mongolian factions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning is taken aback, astonished that the 8 merchants have intertwined themselves with Zhu Chunsheng and his associates. He has long been aware of the merchant smuggling of provisions and munitions, originally intending to first rectify the military camp before addressing these 8 families. However, he did not anticipate that even Zhu Chunsheng, a duke, and Shui Lian, a marquis, would be involved in such dealings. Jiang Ning had been plagued by doubt, unable to fathom where all the military supplies embezzled by Zhu Chunsheng and Shui Lian had disappeared to. Could it be that these audacious individuals were plotting rebellion, relocating the materials to their own estates? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet now, with the revelation of Marquis Yingwu Shui Lian and Duke Chaozhu Chunsheng's collusion with the 8 Shaanxi merchants to supply the Jurchens and Mongolian factions, everything suddenly makes sense. Jiang Ning realizes that the treasonous acts involve a far more intricate web of individuals and factions than he had initially conceived. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, for he has little fear of trouble at present. With Old Wei at his side, he knows that matters can be handled decisively. Moreover, should he apprehend all these traitors, the fortune to be gained would be considerable. With this thought, a faint smile graces Jiang Ning's lips. The notoriously miserly Guo from the Ministry of Revenue will surely have to contribute to this lucrative opportunity. With a meaningful smile upon his face, he turns to Luo Yangxing and inquires, "What role does your father, Luo Sigong, play in these affairs?" Hearing this, Luo Yangxing becomes visibly anxious, trembling slightly, struggling to utter a word. At that moment, Tian Ergung leisurely produces a beautifully crafted knife, examining it closely before directing a seemingly gentle yet chilling smile at Luo Yangxing. Startled, Luo Yangxing hastily exclaims, "My father." He merely relayed information and did not directly engage in the trafficking of military supplies and provisions. Satisfied with this response, Jiang Ning nods approvingly before shifting the conversation, stating with significant undertones, "Given this situation, you and your father can only be considered accomplices." Upon hearing this, Luo Yangxing feels as though he has been granted clemency, eagerly nodding with a hint of desperation in his voice. "Lord Jiang, we truly are mere accomplices. We implore you to show mercy and be lenient in your judgment." Jiang Ning's lips curl into a subtle smile as he replies calmly, "Since you possess this awareness, I ask that you document everything you know in detail and sign your confession. As long as you cooperate sincerely, I shall, of course, consider a lighter punishment." Tian Ergong, having received a signal from Jiang Ning, promptly fetched paper and pen, presenting them before Luo Yangxing. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Luo began to meticulously document the secretive matters he was privy to, item by item. Subsequently, Jiang Ning strolled into the room where Shui Lian was being interrogated. Upon entering, he was met with Shui Lian's exceedingly arrogant demeanor as he vociferously berated a group of Imperial guards. "On what grounds do you dare to interrogate me? I am a marquis of the Ming dynasty." Upon noticing Jiang Ning's entrance, Shui Lian's anger intensified, and he shouted, "Jiang Ning, release me at once, or I shall not let this matter rest." Jiang Ning regarded Shui Lian with a look of bemusement and replied leisurely, "Lord Shui, you are now a prisoner. Yet you continue to act so brazenly. Do you not hold us, the Imperial Guards, in sufficient regard?" With a disdainful snort, Shui Lian retorted, "I am a hereditary marquis. How did the Ming Empire come into being? Was it not through the sacrifice of my ancestors, who shed blood and fought valiantly? You, Jiang Ning, have no right to interrogate me. You merely reap the rewards of their toil. What authority do you possess to flaunt your power before me? Are you familiar with the Jingnan campaign? Can you recite the proclamation of the founding emperor?" "I am well aware." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle, teasing, "Oh, Lord Shui, you can recite the proclamation?" Shui Lian's face flushed crimson as his agitation grew, and he began reciting aloud. "I, the Emperor Taizu, son of Empress Xiao Xi, a most beloved of the nation, since my enthronement, have adhered strictly to law and order. Now, with the young sovereign ascended, treachery has arisen, bringing calamity upon my family. My father and mother labored tirelessly to establish our dynasty, bestowing titles to my brothers, safeguarding the realm with an unending legacy. Should they be destroyed, heaven and earth shall bear witness. The ancestral decree states, in the absence of loyal ministers and in the presence of treachery, one must rally troops to purge the evil at the court. Now, as calamity encroaches upon me, I seek to survive. For it is my duty to eradicate treachery and restore peace to the state, with heaven and earth as my witnesses." In that moment, Jiang Ning was genuinely taken aback, his astonishment rendering him speechless, and he could not help but reflect, to repay the emperor's intentions upon the golden platform, to wield the jade dragon in service of the sovereign. This old fellow truly possesses remarkable talent. Following this, Jiang Ning slowly began to applaud, a meaningful smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Lord Shui, your recitation of the proclamation is indeed impressive. However, now that the recitation is complete, let us return to the matter at hand. Kindly disclose how you conspired with Zhu Chunqing to smuggle provisions and weaponry to the Jurchens and various Mongolian factions." Seeing that this tactic had failed to deceive, Shui Lian grew frantic, exclaiming, "Jiang Ning, is it not enough that you slander me? Do you wish to drag Duke Qinghua into this as well? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Ning feigned ignorance, responding, "Lord Shui, when you and Duke Qinghua were profiting from the smuggling of provisions and armaments to the Jurchens and Mongolian factions, you did not seem to recall my presence. Why, then, do you now question me?" Observing Shui Lian's desperate antics and relentless arguments, Jiang Ning could only sigh inwardly, lamenting the deplorable behavior of the aristocracy in the Ming dynasty. As Shui Lian still held a noble title, Jiang Ning found himself unable to impose any penalties. In a moment of desperation, he ordered Shui Lian to be directly confined in the imperial prison, and immediately dispatched guards to surround the residence of the Marquis of Yingwu with layers of protection. Similarly, he sent the imperial guards to encircle the residence of Duke Zhu Chunqing to prevent any disturbances. Jiang Ning, having no intention of dragging matters out with Shui Lian, felt assured with the testimony of Luo Yangxing, which provided substantial evidence. Whether or not Shui Lian confessed had become inconsequential. Next, Jiang Ning proceeded to the chamber where Qian Jinyi was held. As he approached, a foul stench assaulted his senses. He observed that the guards responsible for the interrogation wore grim expressions, tightly covering their mouths and noses. Meanwhile, Tianqi, bound and in a disheveled state, appeared gaunt and wretched. Jiang Ning turned and inquired, "What is the situation? Has he confessed?" A guard, with a troubled expression, replied, "My lord, Tianqi has yet to confess." Jiang Ning's brow furrowed in immediate concern as he pressed further. "Have you not subjected him to any torture?" The guard, appearing awkward, stammered, "My lord, Tianqi is covered in filth, and the stench is simply unbearable. The brothers are struggling to endure it." Jiang Ning, filled with dissatisfaction, retorted, "We are the esteemed Imperial Guards. How can we be deterred by mere filth?" The guard, visibly embarrassed, offered a weak smile and explained, "My lord, our methods of torture are renowned throughout the land. No matter how tough the subject, we can find a way to extract confessions, no matter how gruesome the scene. However, we have never encountered an interrogatee in such a foul state." Seeing this, Jiang Ning turned his gaze firmly upon Tianqi, demanding, "Have you made your decision? Will you confess or not?" Tianqi, weak yet defiant, replied, "Jiang Ning, what do you wish for me to confess? If you intend to frame and slander me, proceed as you wish. Such despicable tactics are indeed the forte of your Imperial Guards." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was infuriated, exclaiming, "You old fool, even at this juncture, you dare to feign righteousness." Then, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, he smirked and remarked, "It seems I have underestimated the tenacity of intellectuals like you. If you fear not filth, why would you fear the punishment of the Imperial Guards? Bring this old fool and immerse him in the cesspit until he decides to confess. Only then shall he be retrieved." Chapter 89. An outrage against heaven. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's intention to cast him into the cesspit once more, Tianqi panicked and shouted, "Jiang Ning, a gentleman may be killed, but must not be humiliated. How can you disgrace me so?" Jiang Ning, with a mocking smile, leisurely replied, "Last night, you voluntarily jumped into the cesspit. What has changed today?" Tianqi, trembling with anger, quickly defended himself. "I slipped and fell in by accident while seeking relief." Jiang Ning, laughing heartily, retorted, "You old rascal, continue your tale. Keep spinning your stories." Jiang Ning, weary of further discourse with Tianqi, issued a resounding command: "Inflict punishment upon this old scoundrel." Once the task was accomplished, he declared that upon their return, each person would receive a promotion and a reward of 200 taels of silver. The group of Jinyui, upon hearing this, instantly became invigorated, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Observing their reaction, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reflect inwardly. To truly stir the hearts of men, one must rely on genuine gold and silver. Trivial matters are of little consequence. With that, he turned and exited the room, only to be met by the pitiful wails of Tianqi behind him. At that moment, Jiang Ning, glancing at the wound on his arm, felt a surge of indignation. He turned to Tian urging and inquired, "Old Tian, where is that dog that attacked a court official last night, conspired against the state, harbored notorious criminals, and resisted law enforcement? Bring it to me." With a swift motion of his hand, Tian urging commanded Tu Jinyui to present a large yellow dog, tightly bound, directly before him. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning stepped forward and took a small tuft of fur from the dog's head. He then rolled up his sleeves and held the fur to a candle flame. Igniting it, as he watched the fur turn to ash, he applied the remnants to his wound. Tian urging, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what are you doing? This does not resemble any form of torture." Jiang Ning, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and explained, "Old Tian, I was bitten by this dog last night, and I fear it may have rabies. I've heard this folk remedy can serve as prevention, so I thought I would give it a try." Tian urging promptly raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "My lord, you are truly knowledgeable." Jiang Ning, feeling awkward, smiled in response, though he was uncertain of the remedy's efficacy. After all, in the Ming dynasty, he had no clear understanding of whether dogs could contract rabies. With no other options available, he could only resort to this desperate measure. If he were to indeed contract rabies, it would turn into a monumental joke, bringing him immense shame. At that juncture, Jiang Ning inquired, "Old Tian, has the dog confessed? What crimes has it committed?" After a moment of contemplation, Tian urging replied earnestly, "My lord, we have thoroughly interrogated it. This dog is guilty of attacking a court official, conspiring against the state, harboring state criminals, and resisting law enforcement, among a series of grave offenses. Jiang Ning was taken aback at Tianqi's serious tone. He had merely been bitten by the dog in a fit of anger and had not anticipated such a multitude of charges being laid upon it. Tianqi continued. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, this dog should be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, and its entire lineage should be exterminated. However, I have dispatched men to search for its kin, and they have been unable to locate any. Thus, we can only carry out the punishment on the dog alone. Jiang Ning was utterly astonished and looked at Tianqi, asking, Old Tian, I have heard of this punishment being applied to humans. But do we truly have such a sentence for dogs within the Jinyue? With a grin, Tianqi replied, My lord, the brothers have been toiling all night and are quite hungry. We thought to take it out, slaughter it, and roast it in slices to satisfy our cravings. Jiang Ning was left speechless, yet considering the dog's outrageous behavior the previous night and its numerous transgressions, he could only nod silently in acquiescence. Seeing this, Tianqi waved his hand grandly, and 2 imperial guards, filled with enthusiasm, promptly carried the large yellow dog away, preparing for execution. Afterwards, Jiang Ning settled down in the courtyard, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. After a night of turmoil, he was utterly exhausted. Tianqi also leaned against the wall, dozing off. It was unclear how much time had passed when Jiang Ning was roused by a commotion, struggling to open his eyes. Before him stood 2 blood-soaked imperial guards, holding a platter, and it was evident without question that it contained the flesh of the flayed dog. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Tianqi said, My lord, since childhood, I have been adept at roasting dog meat. Shall I demonstrate my skills for you today? Jiang Ning nodded in response, with a face brimming with eagerness. Tianqi took the platter filled with dog meat and turned to prepare it. Ultimately, Jiang Ning, accompanied by the 2 blood-stained imperial guards, arrived at Tianqi's chamber. Upon pushing open the door, Jiang Ning inquired, So, has this old fellow confessed? One of the imperial guards, wearing a grim expression, replied, Reporting to you, my lord. This old man is remarkably obstinate. My brothers have already employed 3 forms of torture, yet he remains resilient. At this moment, Tianqi struggled to articulate, Jiang Ning, I have nothing to confess. If you possess the capability, then kill me today. Jiang Ning was taken aback, for it was well known that Tianqi was notoriously resilient in history, and he was astonished that he could withstand the 3 forms of torture from the imperial guards. Just then, Tianqi noticed the 2 bloodied imperial guards behind Jiang Ning, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, Jiang Ning, you are truly ruthless. Whom have you killed? Luo Yangxing or Shuelian? Jiang Ning, momentarily puzzled by the mention of Luo Yangxing and Shuelian, turned around and instantly understood. Chuckling as he replied, Tianqi, Luo Yangxing has already begun to confess and is currently providing a statement. As for that old curmudgeon Shuelian, he is quite obstinate and even dared to insult me, which is why I had him flayed just now. Upon hearing this, Tianqi's mouth fell agape in sheer disbelief as he remarked, Jiang Ning, your audacity is astounding. Shuelian is a marquis of the realm, and without a royal decree, you actually dared to flay a sitting marquis? Jiang Ning nodded with a smile and said, Thus, Tianqi, you are now merely a commoner. Are you certain you wish to endure to the bitter end? Perhaps we should first partake in a meal? He then instructed a nearby imperial guard, Go, bring some of the flesh from the recent flaying to whet Mr. Qian's appetite. The imperial guard clasped his fists in acknowledgement and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, he returned holding a bowl filled with slices of fresh red meat, accompanied by another bowl of roasted meat, exuding an enticing aroma. Jiang Ning approached Tianqi, holding the 2 bowls of meat, a knowing smile gracing his face as he said, Tianqi, this is the flesh of a marquis of the realm. We have both raw and cooked. Which would you prefer? Gazing at the 2 bowls of meat before him, Tianqi was utterly paralyzed with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. As he caught sight of Jiang Ning's seemingly benevolent yet spine-chilling smile, he felt a shiver surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, instantly dispelling any remnants of his previous arrogance. He was engulfed in dread, fearful that in the next moment he would meet the same fate as Shuelian. As described by Jiang Ning, being vivisected into morsels like meat in a bowl, his entire being trembled like chaff, his countenance as pale as parchment. Suddenly, he broke down in tears, sobbing and stammering, Lord Jiang, I was wrong. I confess everything. I beseech you, do not subject me to slow slicing. I do not wish to meet the same gruesome end as Shuelian. Even if I cannot preserve my life, please at least grant me a complete corpse." Jiang Ning was genuinely astonished by Qian Jinni's swift capitulation. He did not expect that mere dog meat could frighten someone who had just endured 3 forms of torture at the hands of the Jin Yi into immediate confession. It seemed that the dog had indeed accomplished something noteworthy in its demise. Jiang Ning pondered to himself that he must instruct Tian Ergang to properly collect the dog's bones and find a fitting place for burial. Finally, Jiang Ning smiled and remarked, "Wouldn't it have been better to confess sooner?" He then commanded his subordinates to bring forth paper and ink to record Qian Jinni's confession. Before taking the statement, he turned, still wearing that enigmatic smile, and inquired, "Mr. Qian, you have yet to choose between the 2 bowls of meat. Which one do you desire to eat?" Upon hearing this, Qian Jinni leapt up in terror, exclaiming in a panic, "Take it away, quickly. I do not wish to eat either. I am not hungry at all. I had my fill last night." Jiang Ning scoffed, muttering, "Kindness mistaken for foolishness. If you won't eat, then I shall." Saying this, he seized a piece of roasted dog meat from beside him and began to devour it, praising, "It is quite delicious." This scene left Qian Jinni stunned, as Jiang Ning appeared to him as a devil risen from the depths of hell, cruel and terrifying, instilling the utmost fear in his heart. At that moment, Qian Jinni dared not raise his gaze to Jiang Ning any longer, hastily picking up paper and ink to begin detailing his criminal activities. Jiang Ning turned and exited the room, making his way to the courtyard. There, he found several Jin Yi and Tian Ergang gathered together, enjoying dog meat, their laughter ringing through the air. Jiang Ning quickly approached and asked, "Old Tian, where are the bones of the dog that was just vivisected? Make sure the brothers gather them and find a proper place for burial. Do not carelessly discard them. This dog has just achieved something significant." Tian Ergang, glancing at the dog meat in his hands, looked perplexed and asked, "My lord, the bones are still outside. But how did this dog accomplish anything?" Jiang Ning chuckled as he recounted how he had frightened Qian Jinni with the dog meat, leading to his immediate confession. Upon hearing this, Tian Ergang erupted in laughter. "Ha! This is truly too amusing. These literati, who constantly boast of their noble principles, are reduced to quivering wretches by a mere bowl of dog meat." Before long, a Jin Yi hurriedly emerged with the confession in hand, stating, "My lord, Qian Jinni has completed his confession. All the details are contained within this document." Jiang Ning accepted the confession without even glancing at it, for he had already surmised the gist of the matter. He then summoned the Jin Yi to escort Qian Jinni, Shuelian, and Luo Yangxing to the prison, while he himself needed to hasten to the palace to report to Zhu Youjiao. Qian Jinni was brought out, and, upon seeing Shuelian standing before him, was instantly struck with shock. Hastily, he inquired, "Lord Yangwu, were you not flayed alive by Jiang Ning?" Shuelian, bewildered, retorted, "You, Qian Jinni, are the one who has been flayed alive by Jiang Ning. Your entire family has suffered the same fate. I am a dignified marquis of the realm. Jiang Ning did not even dare to impose punishment upon me, let alone flay me alive. Have you been drinking too much in the latrine?" At that moment, Qian Jinni realized he had been duped by Jiang Ning and erupted in furious invective. "Jiang Ning, you despicable scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. You are more ruthless than Wei Zhongxian." A member of the Jinyui promptly silenced him by stuffing a rag into his mouth, thereafter escorting the 3 men to the prison. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning galloped swiftly towards the imperial palace. Presenting his waist token, he rushed directly to the imperial study. Before Fang Zhenghua could intervene, Jiang Ning burst into the room. There, he found Zhu Youjiao soundly asleep at his desk. Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Your Majesty, something terrible has occurred." The sudden outcry jolted Zhu Youjiao awake. Looking at Jiang Ning, he irritably commented, "Brother Jiang, as a prominent minister of the court, could you not convey your message more calmly? Must you always make such a commotion? You have disturbed my peaceful slumber." Jiang Ning, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize, but this matter is indeed of utmost urgency." Zhu Youjiao, intrigued, asked, "Pray tell, what has transpired?" Jiang Ning then elaborated, "Your Majesty, I have uncovered that the former commander of the Jinyui, Luo Sigong, along with his son Luo Yangxing and Lord Yangwu Shuelian, as well as Duke Chengzhu Chuncheng, have colluded with the Jurchens, betraying state secrets and smuggling provisions to the Jurchens and Mongolian tribes." Zhu Youjiao stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a word, Jiang Ning quickly continued, "Your Majesty, here is the situation. Recently, I discovered a spy within the Jinyue who was colluding with the Jurchens. After an interrogation, it led me to Luo Yangxing and his father Luo Sigong. Following the trail, I found that Duke Chengzhu Chunxing and Lord Yangwu Shuelian were also deeply involved. These two have managed the capital's military and the Divine Machine Camp for many years, and they have been smuggling the provisions and armaments allocated by the court to the capital, selling them to the Mongolian tribes and the Jurchens through their trading caravans. Furthermore, Xianjini, a leader among the Donglin faction, has been purchasing grain extensively from regions such as Jiangnan and, with the aid of Zhu Chunxing and Shuelian, has been transporting and selling it to the Jurchens and Mongolians." Jiang Ning then presented the testimonies of Luo Yangxing and Xianjini, delicately placing them on the emperor's desk. Zhu Youjiao, his expression grave, picked up the testimonies and scrutinized them word by word. After a lengthy pause, his eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed red, and with a resounding clap, he slammed his palm onto the desk, causing ink to splatter from the inkstone. He then bellowed in outrage, "This is an affront to heaven. A duke of the realm, a marquis, actually selling the court's military provisions to the Jurchens and Mongolians. And a scholar from Jiangnan is also supplying provisions to the Jurchens and Mongolians." Jiang Ning hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Such heinous acts, it seems, are not the result of a single day's effort. Fortunately, we have now caught these traitorous scoundrels red-handed, and it is time to administer just punishment to these treasonous ministers." At this moment, Zhu Youjiao, trembling with rage as he clutched the confession, bellowed, "Brother Jiang, immediately order the Jinyue to imprison the entire household of Duke Cheng and the house of Marquis Yangwu. These two shameless wretches, as noblemen of the Ming dynasty, dare to commit such treachery. I expend vast sums each year to provide the capital garrison with provisions and arms. Yet they have the audacity to sell my supplies to the Jianzhou bandits and Mongolians. These are my hard-earned resources, and they have sold off 80%. Leaving a mere 20% for the soldiers. Should I be grateful to them for this? Such behavior is indeed an affront to heaven." At this, Jiang Ning could not help but sigh inwardly, deeply empathizing with his brother Zhu. As the sovereign of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Youjiao should have been able to count on the loyalty of these noblemen, yet they have betrayed him. Even more absurdly, the leaders of the scholars from Jiangnan have become embroiled in this conspiracy. Facing such a situation, Zhu Youjiao must be overwhelmed with grief, his heart burdened with disappointment and fury, akin to a relentless tide. Chapter 90. Interrogating the nobility, Zhu Youjiao composed himself, gazing at Jiang Ning, who bore the signs of exhaustion and dark circles under his eyes, and spoke with genuine concern. "My dear brother, you have worked hard. Please retire to the side chamber for some rest. I shall summon the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the 9 ministers to discuss this matter." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Fang Zhenghua escorted Jiang Ning to the side chamber to rest. After a long night of exertion, Jiang Ning collapsed into a chair and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed, and Jiang Ning was roused by Fang Zhenghua's gentle shaking. He hurried to the imperial study, where the prominent figures of the cabinet and the 6 ministries had already gathered, including Duke Ding Yuan, Deng Wenming, and his son, Deng Yunfei. The chief minister, Sun Qingzong, held the confession, his brow furrowed deeply, and his weathered face bore an expression so grave it seemed capable of wringing water from it. The other dignitaries from the 6 ministries also wore solemn expressions, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was difficult to breathe. At that moment, seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjiao's forehead was lined with prominent veins, his eyes wide with fury, his countenance a mask of wrath. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's entrance, Zhu Youjiao gestured for him to take a seat, to which Jiang Ning complied, without further ceremony. Fueled by indignation, Zhu Youjiao proclaimed, "When I first ascended the throne, I boldly vowed to rejuvenate the Ming dynasty, and I have not broken my promise. Since my coronation, I have expelled the Eastern Lin faction, reformed commercial taxes, prosecuted corrupt officials, revitalized the imperial examination system, and reorganized the capital garrison. The Ming dynasty has been revitalized, and the common people now reverently refer to me as the sage son of heaven. Yet Zhu Chunxing and Shuelian, these despicable scoundrels, as hereditary nobles of the Ming dynasty, have betrayed their country, colluding with Jianzhou bandits and various Mongolian factions to smuggle arms and provisions. I bestowed upon them titles, granted them wealth and privilege, yet they have turned against me. I aspire to be a wise and enlightened ruler. How can I tolerate such treacherous souls existing in this world? After speaking, Zhu Youjiao turned his gaze toward the Duke of Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, and inquired, Duke, if I decree your death, will you succumb? Deng Wenming trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground as he replied, if your majesty desires my demise. To live would be an act of disloyalty. Immediately afterward, Zhu Youjiao directed his attention to Deng Yunfei, asking, Deng Yunfei, if your father decrees your death, will you submit? Deng Yunfei, utterly bewildered, hastily knelt and stammered, if a father demands the life of his son, to survive would be an act of filial impiety. Subsequently, he quickly added, Your Majesty, I shall strive to be a loyal and filial subject. In a sudden outburst, Zhu Youjiao slammed his palm heavily upon the imperial table. Anguish etched upon his face as he bellowed, But what of them? I have granted them a path to live, ensured their comfort, and allowed them to bask in wealth and glory, yet they have betrayed me, disregarding the sacred bond between sovereign and subject. He then erupted in fury, shouting, Kill. Spare not a single one. The wrath of the Son of Heaven, potent and fearsome, was akin to the very landscape shifting in hue. At that moment, the esteemed officials of the 6 ministries were paralyzed with terror, scarcely daring to breathe. The silence in the imperial study so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All bowed their heads, holding their breath, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. However, Jiang Ning stood apart from the rest. His demeanor remained composed. He was neither flustered by Zhu Youjiao's fury nor submissive like the other ministers. He sat steadily, his gaze serene, as if he had anticipated this turmoil all along, emanating a calmness and poise that distinguished him from the others. At that juncture, Jiang Ning rose and spoke methodically, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the most pressing matter at hand is to immediately interrogate the treasonous Zhu Chunqing and Shuel Yan. Their crimes are heinous and must be unraveled to extract crucial intelligence, enabling us to apprehend the entirety of their conspiratorial network. Furthermore, this case spans a wide-reaching scope, implicating numerous provinces and involving influential nobility, the Donglin faction, border generals, and even the prominent Jin merchants. Should we fail to conduct a thorough investigation promptly, allowing them to collude in the shadows, the repercussions could be dire. Zhu Youjiao, upon hearing this, nodded in approval, stating, What Minister Jiang articulates resonates profoundly with my intentions. He then raised his voice, issuing an edict, Convey my decree. Immediately strip Duke of Changhua Zhu Chunqing and Marquis of Yangwu Shuel Yan of their titles, and hand them over to the Jinyui for clandestine interrogation. Appoint the cabinet's deputy Yuan Kelly as the chief examiner, with Jinyui Commander Jiang Ning, Dongchang Commander Wei Zhongxian, and the left Duji Yushur of the Censorate Wentiren as the deputy examiners. Ensure this case is thoroughly investigated, leaving no stone unturned. Jiang Ning and the others promptly accepted their orders. Simultaneously, the residence of Duke Zhu Chunqiang was heavily surrounded by the Jinyui. Zhu Chunqing's face turned as pale as a ghost, his heart lamenting his fate, realizing that this was the end. He knew well that any one of his misdeeds, if exposed, would lead to the annihilation of his entire family and the execution of 9 generations. The illustrious Duke of Changhua, with a lineage spanning centuries, seemed destined to meet its demise at his hands. Zhu Chunqing could not resign himself to such a fate. He hurriedly made his way towards the ancestral temple. In the ancestral hall, he gingerly cradled the treasured iron certificate, holding it tightly to his chest, a flicker of luck dancing across his face. He murmured to himself, With this iron certificate in hand, even if I were to lose my title and riches, at least I can preserve my life and avoid a tragic end. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless and alarmed, reporting, My lord, grave news. The Jinyui are at the door, demanding entry. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chunqing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure, and declared, Let us go and see what these Jinyui intend. As he approached the grand entrance, a thunderous crash echoed. The crimson doors collapsed with a resounding boom. Leading the charge was Jiang Ning, flanked by the Vice Premier Yuan Kelly and the Chief of the Eastern Depot, Wei Zhongxian. With a smile, Jiang Ning addressed Zhu Chunqing, Lord Cheng, it has been quite some time. Zhu Chunqing felt a twinge of anxiety, yet steeled himself, retorting, Lord Jiang, you have no reason to besiege my residence. If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall report you. Jiang Ning laughed heartily, Lord Cheng, at this juncture. Cease your futile resistance and accompany me. Zhu Chunqing scoffed, presenting the iron certificate defiantly. With this iron certificate in my possession, who dares to lay a finger on me? Jiang Ning stepped forward, scrutinizing the certificate closely. Seeing this, Zhu Chunqing felt emboldened, asserting, Jiang Ning, name your price. I will pay any sum, as long as you spare me. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning lunged forward, snatching the iron certificate and swiftly handing it to Wei Zhongxian. He proclaimed, Lord Cheng, I am here today under the Emperor's decree to arrest your entire household and take you to the Imperial prison. This is not a negotiation. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ning commanded, seize them all and take them into custody. Zhu Chunqing, his eyes burning with desperation, struggled and shouted, Jiang Ning, return my iron certificate. With it, even the Emperor cannot execute me. Give it back. Jiang Ning chuckled reassuringly, Lord Cheng, who said we intend to kill you? We merely wish to escort you to the Jinyue for questioning. If your life were truly in danger, it would require the Emperor's command. Upon realizing that his life was not at stake, but merely a summons for interrogation, Zhu Chunqing exhaled in relief, quickly calling out, then return my iron certificate. With a smile, Jiang Ning responded leisurely, Lord Cheng, this iron certificate is too precarious for you to manage. It is safer in the hands of Lord Wei for the time being. With that, Jiang Ning waved his hand decisively, and the Jinyue surged forth like ravenous beasts. In an instant, the Chengguagong residence descended into chaos, a cacophony of cries and curses intertwining. Jiang Ning, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil, turned to Yuan Kelly with a smile, saying, Elder Yuan, I leave this to you. I must now proceed to address the estate of the Marquis of Yangwu and apprehend his entire family. Yuan Kelly, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly and cautioned, Lord Jiang, it is imperative that we act swiftly. This matter is extensive and allows for no delay whatsoever. His gaze turned icy as he cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Chunqing, who was still struggling desperately and could not help but scold. You are a traitor, worse than a beast, committing such heinous crimes. No amount of death could atone for your sins. All of you shall be imprisoned in the Imperial dungeons. In the blink of an eye, the entire household of Duke Cheng was taken to the Jinyue's dungeons. Even the Duke's residence was subject to thorough searches by the Jinyue for evidence. With the Yangwu Marquis Shuelian previously imprisoned in the Jinyue dungeons by Jiang Ning, the Marquisate was left in chaos without its leader. Jiang Ning, with little effort, apprehended the entire family of Yangwu Marquis Shuelian, taking them all to the dungeons, and subsequently dispatched personnel to search their estate. At this moment, in the grand hall of the Jinyue's pacification office, Yuan Kelly sat at the head position, flanked by Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, while Wen Tiren took a seat to the right. In the center of the hall stood Shuelian and Zhu Chunqing, clad in prison garb. Yuan Kelly raised his voice. Zhu Chunqing, Shuelian, as high-ranking nobles of the realm, how do you plead for your crimes of embezzling military supplies and smuggling them to the Jurchens and Mongolian tribes? Standing in the hall, Zhu Chunqing and Shuelian continued to resist. Zhu Chunqing bellowed, I am a duke of the realm. You have no right to judge me. If you wish to interrogate me, summon the emperor himself. Shuelian echoed, hastily adding, I too am beyond your jurisdiction. Observing this, Yuan Kelly let out a disdainful snort. He then leisurely produced the imperial edict, unfurling it to read aloud in a commanding voice, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor decrees, Duke Cheng Zhu Chunqing and Marquis Yangwu Shuelian, as esteemed nobles of the realm, should be wholly loyal to their sovereign and serve their country. Yet, these two, with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs, have shown ingratitude and treachery, engaging in the illicit trade of military supplies and conspiring with the Jurchens and Mongolian tribes, committing treason against the nation. Thus, their titles are hereby stripped, and they are to be delivered to the Jinyue's pacification office for strict examination and thorough investigation of their crimes, to uphold the law of the land. So decreed. Upon hearing the edict, Zhu Chunqing and Shuelian were struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place. Their greatest reliance, their noble titles, now rendered void by the imperial decree, left them no different from commoners. The arrogance they once exhibited dissipated completely, leaving them in a daze, as if their very souls had been snatched away. Observing their state, Yuan Kelly slammed the gavel with force, bellowing, Why do you not confess the full extent of your collusion with the Jurchens and your treasonous deeds? In that moment, Zhu Chunqing continued to desperately argue. I have done nothing of the sort. This is a frame-up, a deliberate attempt to slander me. I demand to see the emperor. I am gravely wronged. Xuelian, glancing at Zhu Chunqing, internally lamented, even at death's door, the duke remained obstinate, far more formidable than himself. Yet, he could only echo, I too am wronged. A victim of false accusations. I demand an audience with the emperor. As the two continued to resist, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow tightly, preparing to issue a stern reprimand. Beside him, Wei Zhongxian smiled broadly and remarked, Elder Yuan, in my humble opinion, why not first subject these two to severe punishment before proceeding with the interrogation? What do you think? Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's suggestion, Yuan Kelly hesitated momentarily. At that moment, Jiang Ning quickly chimed in, Elder Yuan, what Lord Wei suggests holds merit. Given the undeniable evidence against them and their loss of titles, we truly have little to fear. Yuan Kelly pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded and spoke. Let us proceed as Lord Wei and Minister Jiang have advised. Let us employ torture. Just then, Wen Tian, who had been quietly seated, rose with a significant smile and said, Minister Jiang, who is unaware of the infamous tortures of the Jinyui, why not unveil a few of your more formidable methods? I would be most eager to witness them, if you please. Upon hearing such a disturbing request from Wen Tian, Jiang Ning was genuinely taken aback. Even the usually compassionate Wei Zhongxian was momentarily speechless, inwardly questioning whether all those brought forth by Minister Jiang were so twisted in their methods. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ning nodded and replied, Let us proceed as Minister Wen suggests. He then turned to Li Ruoyan nearby and instructed, Old Li, swiftly go to the prison and summon Lord Zhang, ensuring that he personally administers the interrogation. Li Ruoyan accepted the command without delay and hurried away. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian exclaimed with excitement, So it is the renowned torturer, Lord Zhang. I have long admired his esteemed reputation. Hearing of Lord Zhang's exceptional skills, capable of extracting confessions even from the dead, he was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing such prowess firsthand. It was indeed a momentous occasion. This revelation sent shivers down the spines of Zhu Chunqing and Xuelian, for the severity of the Jinyui's tortures was well known throughout the Ming dynasty. Moreover, this was the foremost expert in torture. One could only imagine the grotesque horrors that awaited. At that moment, both men trembled violently, as if caught in a violent storm. Xuelian had entirely lost his bravado and wilted under the pressure. Although Zhu Chunqing was equally terrified, he gritted his teeth and feigned resolve, stating, Minister Jiang, even though I have fallen to the status of a commoner, I was once a national duke. I advise you, in the realm of governance, it is crucial to maintain harmony and mutual respect. The civil officials of the Ming dynasty wear garments adorned with birds, while the military officials don those embellished with beasts. Who amongst us, clad in such attire, is not a beast in human form? Today you can treat me thus, but rest assured, tomorrow the same fate may very well befall you. Listening to Zhu Chunqing's words, Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle. After a brief pause, he responded with a smile. Indeed, as expected of the Ming dynasty's nobility, your tricks are truly endless. When I apprehended the Marquis of Yangwu, Xuelian, he recited a piece of the Jingnan proclamation for me. Who would have thought you would now impart such lofty principles? Have you finished? If so, let us turn our attention to more pressing matters. Zhu Chunqing was immediately consumed with rage. He had initially believed that his words would intimidate Jiang Ning, only to find that Jiang Ning was utterly unfazed. At that moment, Li Ruoyan entered the grand hall, leading Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang appeared gaunt yet spirited, his demeanor exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Had he not been clad in the attire of the Imperial Guard, one might easily mistake him for a distinguished scholar of repute. Upon entering the hall, Lord Zhang promptly bowed and respectfully addressed the assembly. Zhang Wu pays his respects to all esteemed officials. Jiang Ning waved his hand dismissively and inquired with a smile, Lord Wu, having served in the Imperial Guard for so many years, have you ever applied punishment to any noble? To this, Lord Zhang shook his head and replied, I have not had that privilege. Jiang Ning quickly interjected, Well, a splendid opportunity has now arisen. The gentleman before you was once a duke of the realm, and that one is a marquis. Lord Wu, showcase your unique talents, so they may witness your expertise. Upon hearing this, Lord Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a grotesque smile spread across his face. He hurriedly approached Zhu Chunqing and Xuelian, scrutinizing them with glee, and exclaimed, A duke and a marquis. How fortunate I am to encounter such a momentous occasion. I shall ensure that both of you receive the utmost attention today. Witnessing Lord Jiang's unsettling demeanor, Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian were filled with dread, hastily shouting, "What do you intend to do? You must understand that we are innocent. If you dare to punish us, the emperor will never let you off." However, Lord Jiang remained unmoved, his chilling smile unwavering as he languidly replied, "Whether you are innocent or not is of no concern to me. My duty is solely to carry out the punishment." As he spoke, he placed a wooden box before them and opened it to reveal an array of torturous implements, meticulously arranged within. Jiang Ning's heart raced at the sight, as he noticed the box contained a foot-long steel needle, various blades, pliers, tweezers, and more, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Lord Jiang reverently arranged the instruments, bowing thrice before them, then began to methodically handle each one while occasionally casting a sinister glance at Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian. After preparing the instruments, he fixed his gaze upon them and stated, "Gentlemen, before we commence with the punishment, allow me to clarify. If you confess now, we can all part amicably, to mutual satisfaction. However, should you refuse, the consequences of your silence are uncertain. The instruments in this box are a legacy of the Imperial Guard, refined over 2 centuries, totaling 108 methods of punishment. To date, no one has withstood more than 30. Should you continue to resist, I shall be compelled to proceed with the punishment, and that would not be deemed excessive." Upon hearing this, the officials seated in the hall, including Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, Wei Zhongxian, and Wen Tian, became intrigued. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian eagerly interjected with a beaming smile, "Lord Wu, is there a particular significance to this set of instruments?" Subsequently, Master Zhang chuckled in response, "Lord Wei, you are unaware that once this set of torture instruments is employed, the methods are exceedingly cruel, potentially causing harm to the heavens. Thus, our esteemed predecessors established a protocol that prior to utilizing these instruments, one must first conduct an inquiry, asking the offender if they are willing to confess. Should the offender resolutely refuse to confess, then even if the subsequent tortures are vicious, they would be deemed in accordance with fate and not considered an affront to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are truly the foremost expert in the art of torture from the Jinui. Our eastern factory pales in comparison to your prowess. I shall make it a point to engage more with the Jinui henceforth." At that moment, Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian, seated below, were already ashen-faced with fear. Shui Lian suddenly collapsed to the ground, frantically kowtowing, crying out, "Please, do not inflict torture upon me. I confess everything. I implore you, spare me the torture. I would rather die." Yet, Zhu Chunqing resolutely gritted his teeth, determined to endure to the end. With a mournful expression, Shui Lian turned to Zhu Chunqing, saying, "Duke Chenghua, I have always looked down upon you, but today I am utterly convinced. You are indeed a man of fortitude. Today, I yield to no one but you." Witnessing this, Master Zhang could not help but exclaim, "I did not expect among the noble class there exists such a resolute spirit. Today, I shall have the opportunity to test the mettle of the current duke." As he spoke, he approached Zhu Chunqing with the torture instruments in hand. Jiang Ning and the others were taken aback, astonished that Zhu Chunqing was so unyielding, prepared to withstand the full brunt of the punishment. However, as Master Zhang drew near, Zhu Chunqing suddenly shouted, "Do not come closer. I confess everything. Please, do not approach." Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "Zhu Chunqing, you were so defiant just now. Why did you not confess earlier? Is it not a bit late to yield at this moment?" Zhu Chunqing, his face pale with fear, stammered, I was too frightened to speak earlier." Seeing this, Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. It seemed that the noble class of the Ming dynasty was not as steadfast as he had imagined. Thus, it was merely a matter of having them draft their confessions, ensuring accuracy before signing. Unexpectedly, Master Zhang persisted, saying, "Duke Chenghua, as the esteemed duke of the realm, how can you display such a lack of fortitude? Hold your head high. Everyone is watching. Since you were so brave earlier, I shall administer all forms of punishment to you, allowing everyone to witness your resilience." As he spoke, Master Zhang advanced toward Zhu Chunqing with the torture instruments. In an instant, Zhu Chunqing's legs weakened, and a puddle of yellow filth spread beneath him. He had been so frightened that he wet himself. Immediately, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Jiang Ning, help. Quickly, make him go away. I truly confess. I confess everything. Jiang Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, chuckling awkwardly before turning to Master Zhang with an apologetic expression. Master Zhang, I appreciate your efforts today. Since the offender has already confessed, according to our rules, you cannot proceed with the torture. Zhang Wuye gazed intently at Zhu Chunqing, his eyes brimming with reluctance and regret. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, Alas, I had hoped to witness the spirit of a top nobleman, the current duke of the realm. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. Yet, it seems fate has deemed us incompatible. Having uttered these words, he leisurely began to tidy up the instruments of punishment. At that moment, Jiang Ning gestured, and a nearby Jinyui promptly brought forth paper and ink. Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian, trembling with apprehension, hurriedly began to inscribe their confessions, their hands shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Wuye, having finished organizing the tools, stood nearby with a wooden box slung over his back, hesitating to depart, his gaze furtively darting between Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian. Secretly hoping for a miracle, perhaps they would suddenly retract their statements, granting him the chance to showcase his skills. As the two men sensed Zhang Wuye's predatory stare, their fear intensified, and they scribbled furiously, desperate to avoid the dreadful consequences that awaited any delay. After the passage of a brief incense sticks time, they completed their writings, shakily affixed their signatures, and submitted their confessions. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly, Wen Tian, Jiang Ning, and the ever-curious Wei Zhongxian approached to examine the documents. Upon reading, their expressions shifted to one of horror. Yuan Kelly's countenance turned as pale as parchment, his hands trembled uncontrollably. A blend of profound helplessness and furious indignation etched across his face. Jiang Ning then raised his hand decisively, commanding, Everyone, step back. The Jinyui, obeying the order, hastily exited the room. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Ning, a few others, and the incapacitated Zhu Chunqing and Shui Lian remained in the hall. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly spoke gravely. I never anticipated that the residences of the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Dai would be implicated. With so many officials from Datong, Xianzhou, and the gentry of Jiangnan, as well as border commanders and those in Shaanxi embroiled in this scandal, we are faced with a monumental case. I shudder to think of how many lives will be lost as a result. Even when Tian's expression soured, astonished that the charges of treason and smuggling entangled so many individuals, he quickly turned to Yuan Kelly, inquiring, Elder Yuan, given the extensive scope of this affair, with even princes involved, what shall we do? Yuan Kelly pondered deeply for a moment, his demeanor grave as he replied, This is undoubtedly a malignant tumor afflicting the Ming dynasty. We must excise it completely, even if it means sacrificing flesh and bone. Otherwise, the Ming will never know peace. Jiang Ning, however, was not overly surprised. The developments aligned closely with his prior suspicions. He mused on the irony of these individuals, who reveled in the splendor bestowed by the Ming, yet engaged in treasonous acts that undermined their own homeland. If the Ming were to crumble, what benefit would that bring them? Would their new overlords bestow upon them greater rewards than the Ming? Throughout history, how many traitors have met with favorable outcomes? Such an evident truth seemed lost on these individuals, blinded by greed, having forsaken their fundamental judgment. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly stepped forward, eagerly inquiring, Lord Jiang, what exactly does this confession entail? I am illiterate. Could you kindly elucidate the contents for me? Subsequently, Jiang Ning meticulously recounted the officials and princes implicated within the confession, detailing each case one by one. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's face lit up with excitement as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, This is truly splendid. The other three, taken aback, wore expressions of astonishment. The occurrence of such treasonous conspiracies within the Ming dynasty was indeed a matter of profound sorrow, yet Wei Zhongxian's enthusiasm was perplexing, prompting silent contemplation. Whose side is he truly on? With a beaming smile, Wei Zhongxian continued to explain, If we could apprehend and eliminate all these traitorous scoundrels, just imagine how many suffering commoners would be liberated. In truth, Wei's thoughts were rather straightforward. He believed that the greater the number of corrupt officials, the more intense the oppression and exploitation of the people. Thus, he maintained a simple and direct approach toward these corrupt individuals. If 1,000 appeared, then 1,000 should be executed. If 10,000, then 10,000. He would rather exhaust his strength in slaughter than allow a single one to escape. Finally, Yuan Kelly, regaining his composure, spoke gravely. This matter bears significant consequences. We should hasten to the palace and report it to His Majesty. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning then summoned Li Ruoyan, instructing, Old Li, take these two individuals away and ensure they are securely detained, along with Luo Yangxing and Qian Jiani. Until this case is resolved, they must not be allowed to see anyone. Strict supervision is imperative. Li Ruoyan nodded in response, assuring, Rest assured, my lord. I will exercise utmost vigilance in guarding these traitorous scoundrels. With that, he summoned a group of imperial guards to escort Zhu Chunxing and Shui Lian to the imperial prison. As they departed, Zhu Chunxing wore a face of defiance, muttering about his so-called Dan Shu Tai Quan, as if he still clung to the hope of evading disaster through it. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and the others, bearing the confession, hurried to the palace to seek an audience with Zhu Youjiao. Upon reaching the imperial study, Yuan Kelly respectfully presented the confession. Zhu Youjiao accepted the document and scrutinized its contents. Upon discovering that the Prince of Dai and the Prince of Jin were also implicated, he was consumed by rage, nearly fainting from indignation. He felt both anger and hatred. It was unfathomable that members of the Zhu family would lead the charge against their own foundation, an act so heinous it scarcely seemed human. If this news were to spread, what face would he, as the emperor of the Ming, have left? The entire Zhu family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It was likely that even the founder Zhu Yuanzhang, resting in the purple gold mountain, would rise in wrath upon hearing of such disloyalty, ready to strangle these unfilial descendants with his own hands. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Youjiao then inquired, Minister Yuan, as the vice minister of the cabinet and a prominent official of the realm, what is your perspective on this matter? Yuan Kelly immediately bowed respectfully and sighed, Your Majesty, this case has extensive ramifications and must be handled with utmost caution. Moreover, with princes involved, it touches upon the dignity of the royal family. I believe that the pressing priority is to rapidly mobilize our forces and immediately apprehend all individuals involved in this case. The troops should be divided into two groups, one heading to Shaanxi and the other to Jiangnan. Furthermore, our actions must be executed with utmost swiftness to prevent any leaks that might provoke these treacherous rebels into desperate actions, potentially leading to chaos. Should disorder arise, it would undoubtedly undermine the foundations of our great Ming dynasty. At this moment, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Minister Yuan, what about the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Dai? How should we handle them? Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly fell silent. Jiang Ning was acutely aware that the princes of the Ming dynasty held a unique status and historical context. During the Hongwu era, the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, in a bid to solidify his rule, conferred titles upon various princes, assigning them to guard the borders and wield military power to protect the imperial family. However, upon ascending the throne, the Zhengwen emperor sought to strengthen central authority and began to severely curtail the powers of the princes, resulting in a series of complications that ultimately cost him his throne. Later, when the Prince of Yan, Zhu Di, raised an army to rectify the wrongs, he successfully claimed the throne, yet he too was wary of the princes, thus stripping them of their military authority and confining them as if they were domesticated animals, bestowing upon them only wealth and privilege while denying them military power and restricting their freedoms. As time passed, the progeny of these princes multiplied, and they were prohibited from engaging in commerce or agriculture, forced to rely solely on the court's stipends for their sustenance. However, the court's finances were limited, unable to meet the ever-growing demands of the numerous princes and their descendants. In this precarious situation, many princes began to act recklessly, severely disrupting local order. And now the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Dai had even engaged in treasonous acts. Yet, due to their royal lineage, the princes were not directly subject to the laws of the Ming dynasty. This peculiar circumstance rendered Yuan Kelly, despite being the vice minister of the cabinet and concurrently the minister of justice, renowned among the populace as Yuan the Just, unable to respond to Zhu Youjiao's inquiry. The topic was excessively sensitive. Any misstep could provoke royal taboos and result in a myriad of complex issues. Addressing the affairs of the princes required not only consideration of national law, but also an awareness of royal dignity and the internal stability of the court. Placing Yuan Kelly in a predicament, Zhu Youjiao found himself in a similar quandary. As the son of heaven, he could not turn a blind eye to acts of treason. Yet the involvement of the princes complicated his decision-making. At this juncture, Jiang Ning, standing in the imperial study, fell into deep contemplation. The group of princes had long been a heavy burden for the Ming dynasty. He had initially planned to improve the situation at court, and once the treasury was replenished and the borders stabilized, to address the issue of the princes with gentle measures. However, he had not anticipated that the princes would become embroiled in acts of treason against the state. The current situation demanded immediate and effective action. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Ning formulated a plan and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, I have a strategy." Zhu Youjiao's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly urged, "Minister Jiang, please share how we might resolve the issue of the princes." Jiang Ning replied, "Your Majesty, the problems concerning the princes have been festering for a long time. Not something that can be resolved in a day, and I shall refrain from detailing the reasons at this moment. Currently, according to the statistics from the Ministry of Personnel, the royal family of the Ming dynasty has reached a staggering 200,000 members, with many more unregistered. The imperial treasury is in a state of emptiness, incapable of providing sufficient resources to support the royal family, which has led to their reckless behavior, compounded by the local officials' lack of authority to impose restrictions. Therefore, I propose to your Majesty the re-establishment of the House of Royal Affairs, which would directly oversee matters pertaining to the royal family and impose severe punishments on those who violate the law. Simultaneously, we must endeavor to ameliorate the current situation of the royal family. I recall that during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, a decree was issued allowing royal members who renounced their royal status to participate in the imperial examinations as commoners, which could serve as a viable path. In addition to the examinations, engaging in military service, farming at home, or venturing into commerce should also be considered. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly interjected, reminding Minister Jiang, "Your proposal indeed possesses feasibility. However, two significant challenges remain. Firstly, the imperial ancestral precept stipulates that royal offspring are prohibited from holding official positions or engaging in commerce, and the court is obligated to treat the royal family with generosity, yet the treasury currently lacks the means to do so. Should the censors and officials object based on the imperial ancestral precepts, how shall we respond? Secondly, many members of the royal family have long indulged in unlawful and disorderly conduct. Even if your Majesty shows mercy and permits them to enter official service through the examinations, engage in military endeavors, pursue commerce, or farm, what if they refuse?" At this moment, Zhu Youjiao quickly responded, "Minister Yuan, regarding the issue of the imperial ancestral precepts, I ask you to devise a solution on my behalf. As for the royal descendants who engage in misconduct, once verified, they must be severely punished and sent to the high walls of Fengyang for confinement. Should they be allowed to engage in commerce, hold office, join the military, or farm, and they express unwillingness, then the court shall cease to concern itself with them, allowing them to fend for themselves. If they dare to violate the law, they shall be sent directly to Fengyang's high walls to live out their days. For the court is indeed not in need of their sustenance." Minister Jiang nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, concerning the imperial ancestral precepts, I believe that the cabinet could take the lead, collaborating with the Ministry of Rights, the Hanlin Academy, and other departments to reinterpret the precepts. The current state of the Ming dynasty differs vastly from the time of our founding Emperor Taizu. The intention behind the ancestral precepts was to safeguard the Ming dynasty. However, the royal family's excessive expenditures have become a burden upon the court. If we do not implement reforms, it may jeopardize the stability of the state. We could declare to the world that this adjustment in policy towards the royal family is indeed in accordance with the precept of adapting to the times to strengthen the nation's foundation. In this manner, we neither contravene the original intent of the precepts nor exacerbate the current predicament, making it difficult for the censors to exploit the precepts for their arguments. As for those royal descendants who remain obstinate and continue in their unlawful ways, your Majesty's judgment is wise. However, during the execution of these policies, we should first identify and support those among the royal family who are willing to change and positively respond to the court's policies. For instance, those participating in the examinations could be admitted to the Imperial Academy for studies, provided with learning resources. Those entering military service could be assigned to the capital's military for training, and those engaging in commerce or agriculture could receive tax incentives. By establishing positive role models, we may inspire more royal descendants to embrace change. Simultaneously, for those who remain obstinate and refuse to reform, we shall strictly adhere to your Majesty's decree and confine them to the high walls of Fengyang as a deterrent." After listening, Zhu Youjiao nodded in agreement, praising. Minister Jiang speaks wisely. This approach not only addresses the issues afflicting the royal family, but also encourages them to adhere to their roles. Should there be any capable individuals among them who can govern and bring peace to the nation, I shall not hesitate to bestow upon them high offices and generous rewards. Yuan Kelly, standing nearby, concurred, Your Majesty is indeed enlightened. Minister Jiang's plan is most astute. It not only responds to the current crisis involving the vassal kings, but also offers a long-term solution for the royal family, alleviating the financial burdens of the court, a truly multifaceted benefit. At this moment, Jiang Ning quickly interjected, Your Majesty, during the reign of the Taizu, the first king of Qin served as the Grand Minister of the Imperial clan, the first king of Jin as the left minister of the clan, the Qingzu as the right minister of the clan, the first king of Zhou as the left minister of the Imperial clan, and the first king of Chu as the right minister of the Imperial clan. Presently, with many vassal kings stationed in distant lands, only the Prince of Xian remains in the capital. Therefore, I propose that Your Majesty personally assume the role of Grand Minister of the Imperial clan, with the Prince of Xian serving as the left minister of the clan. As for the other positions, we can select capable and virtuous vassal kings based on the actual circumstances to jointly manage the affairs of the Imperial clan. This arrangement would not only demonstrate Your Majesty's commitment to the matters of the royal family, but also leverage the strengths of the Prince of Xian and other vassal kings to ensure proper governance of the Imperial clan and better regulate their conduct. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and remarked, This is excellent. However, we must wait until we resolve the current treasonous case before implementing it. Jiang Ning agreed. Your Majesty speaks truly. It would be advisable to appoint a special envoy and send His Highness the Prince of Xian to Shaanxi to thoroughly investigate the individuals involved from the Jin and Dai royal houses. The Prince of Xian, known for his wisdom and composure, will surely handle this matter with utmost diligence, living up to Your Majesty's expectations. At this point, Zhu Youjiao expressed his concern. Minister Jiang, the Prince of Xian is merely 12 years old. Might he be too young to command respect from the Jin and Dai royal houses? Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly. Your Majesty, you need not worry. As the brother of Your Majesty, and with the presence of the appointed special envoy, the Jin and Dai royal houses would be unlikely to act rashly. Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded and asked, Minister Jiang, do you have any recommendations for the special envoy? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, Currently, the testimonies from Duke Cheng of the state, Marquis Yangwu Shuilian, Qian Jinyi, and Luo Yangxing are all complete, and we are well informed of the situation. Following Elder Yuan's suggestion, we could split our forces, one group heading to Shaanxi and the other to Jiangnan. For the envoy to Jiangnan, I propose Right Minister of Right Xingzhen. Meanwhile, General He Kegong from Tianjin can mobilize 20,000 troops to set sail for Jiangnan to investigate the implicated individuals. As for the envoy to Shaanxi, I recommend that Elder Yuan and Director Wei from the Eastern Depot accompany His Highness the Prince of Xian to jointly assist in the investigation of the Jin and Dai royal houses. At present, there are still 20,000 troops stationed in the capital, which can be dispatched to Shaanxi, along with 5,000 from the Jinyue, totaling 25,000 troops to assist in this case. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao inquired, Minister Jiang, do you not intend to go? Jiang Ning, looking puzzled, replied, Your Majesty, I have a multitude of matters to attend to. Zhu Youjiao smiled and said, Minister Jiang, you are indeed my right-hand man. Only when you personally make this trip can I feel assured. The individuals you have just recommended seem insufficient. We must augment our numbers. Let us appoint Shui Guoguan from the cabinet as an imperial envoy, along with Right Vice Minister of Rights Ing Zhen and Right Censor-in-Chief Zhu Dedayan of the Censorate, to join General He Kegong of Tianjin, leading 20,000 troops by ship to Jiangnan to investigate those implicated. As for Shaanxi, you, along with Wei Zhongxian, Wentian, Prince Xian, and Minister Yuan, shall proceed to handle this case together. I believe this arrangement will be more secure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily speechless, inwardly lamenting. It is one thing to devise strategies, but to end up personally involved? What is this nonsense? Suddenly, it dawned upon Jiang Ning that his brother Zhu had likely set his sights on the wealth of the 8 great Shaanxi merchants. After all, confiscating property was his forte. No Tenwei Zongxians could rival his prowess in this regard. Prince Xian, being young, was primarily there to intimidate the Jin and Dai royal houses. Although Yuan Kelly was renowned for his integrity and exceptional investigative skills, property confiscation was not his specialty. While Wei Zhongxian had some expertise in this area, he paled in comparison to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded and replied, "Your Majesty's arrangement is excellent. I have no objections." Seeing Jiang Ning's agreement, Zhu Youjiao became elated and turned to Fang Zhenghua, saying, "Fang Dabin, fetch 2 imperial swords, one to bestow upon Minister Jiang and the other upon Shui Guoguan. They shall have the authority to act decisively during the investigation." Jiang Ning was taken aback. Logically, the investigation in Shaanxi should be led by the Deputy Minister Yuan Kelly, making it more fitting for Yuan to receive the imperial sword. Why had it suddenly been given to him instead? Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly sighed in relief. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian would accompany him to Shaanxi, he had inwardly despaired. If the two were to operate separately, it would be manageable. But if they teamed up, the resulting commotion would be monumental. Previously, their visit to Tianjin had turned the city upside down, with bloodshed staining the canal. Thus, he feared this journey to Shaanxi would be anything but peaceful. Now that the emperor had bestowed the imperial sword upon Jiang Ning, he felt he and Wen Tiran could focus solely on the investigation, leaving the more troublesome matters to Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. At that moment, Jiang Ning was secretly pondering. Since the imperial sword had been granted to him, how could he maneuver things so that Wei led the charge while he rode on Wei's coattails? With the plan set, it was time to mobilize the troops. Just then, Wei Zhongxian suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, both the Duke of Cheng and the Marquis of Yingwu possess the Dan Shu Tai Quan. What should we do about this?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's expression instantly changed. The Dan Shu Tai Quan, while not particularly rare in the hands of the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang or the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, held significant weight for the rulers of later generations. To admit its efficacy while pinching one's nose is a bitter pill to swallow. After all, it is utterly unreasonable that such grave offenses as treason and betrayal could go unpunished. However, should I insist on executing Zhu Chunqing and Shuai Yan, the decree would be tantamount to a bankruptcy of trust. Consequently, Zhu Youjiao raised his gaze towards Jiang Ning and inquired, "Minister Jiang, how shall we handle this decree? I cannot disregard it, yet I cannot fully recognize it either." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning slowly replied, "Your Majesty, since this decree was issued by our founding ancestors, it must be acknowledged. However, the names of Zhu Chunqing and Shuai Yan do not appear on it. We could select 2 individuals from their collateral branches to bear the blame, and let the rest be resolved in a comprehensive manner." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Minister Jiang, your ingenuity is remarkable." Realizing the potential misstep in his words, he quickly amended, "Indeed, Minister Jiang, your wisdom is unparalleled." Jiang Ning, with a sheepish smile, humbly responded, "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I merely seek to address the matter at hand and alleviate your burdens." Subsequently, Jiang Ning, Wei Zhongxian, and Yuan Kelly received the imperial edict and hastily departed the palace, preparing to mobilize the army towards Shaanxi. To their surprise, just outside the Meridian Gate, they encountered Guo Yunho, the Minister of Revenue, who was anxiously pacing in circles. Upon spotting Jiang Ning and the others, his eyes lit up with excitement as he rushed over, grasping Jiang Ning's arm, and exclaimed, "Minister Jiang, you must perform splendidly this time. Maintain your spirit, and do not bring us disgrace." Jiang Ning was taken aback, his face a mask of confusion as he queried, "What do you mean by that, old Guo?" With uncontainable enthusiasm, Guo Yunho replied, "Minister Jiang, I had foreseen that you would personally travel to Shaanxi to handle the case. Look, the emperor has even bestowed upon you the imperial sword. You must excel in this endeavor. The 8 major Shaanxi merchants are immensely wealthy, their fortunes rivaling nations. If we could seize their assets, our national treasury would see a significant increase." Hearing this, Jiang Ning was infuriated, inwardly cursing, "Curse you, old Guo, have you no conscience? While I risk life and limb, you sit back and await the spoils." He had initially contemplated how to persuade old Wei to pave the way while he rode on Wei's coattails. Little did he know that Guo Yunho was already plotting to confiscate the merchant's wealth. Irritated, Jiang Ning retorted, "Minister Guo, your calculations are practically hitting me in the face. We are going to handle a case, not to amass riches. If your sole focus is on wealth, then accompany us. Otherwise, even if we acquire silver, we shall not submit it to the Ministry of Revenue." Alarmed by Jiang Ning's reluctance to share the silver with the ministry, Gui Yunho exclaimed. Minister Jiang, you cannot do this. The treasury of every department has been reduced. If you do not turn it over to the ministry, where else will it go? Jiang Ning scoffed. Standing firm, the Ming dynasty has ample need for funds in various capacities. As long as no funds are diverted back to my home, let them be sent wherever they are needed, spent thoroughly and without reservation. Gui Yunho, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, I must personally accompany you to Tianqi on this occasion. Good resources must be utilized wisely. No one in the Ming dynasty can outdo me in frugality. If you, Lord Jiang, were to handle this, who knows how much of our precious resources would be squandered? I must keep a close watch. With that, he dashed into the imperial palace to see Zhu Youjiao. Jiang Ning turned to observe and sighed in resignation. Lord Guo truly seems to grow younger with age. His enthusiasm surpasses that of the youth. Yuan Kelly, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily while stroking his beard. Lord Guo is adept at managing finances, yet cherishes wealth dearly. Regardless, he will find a way to traverse to Tianqi, even if it means crawling. Chapter 94. Forgotten matter. Gui Yunho rushed towards the imperial study, and the guard, Fang Zhenghua, did not even have time to intercept him before he barged in. The sudden intrusion startled Zhu Youjiao, who was perusing memorials, causing him to look up, ready to call for guards to apprehend an intruder. Upon recognizing Gui Yunho, whose demeanor was fraught with urgency, Zhu Youjiao, puzzled, inquired, Lord Guo, you are typically so composed. Why this reckless behavior today? At that moment, Gui Yunho, disregarding formalities, hastily bowed and implored, Your Majesty, I earnestly request permission to accompany Lord Jiang to Tianqi to investigate the case. Zhu Youjiao, momentarily taken aback, slowly responded, Lord Guo, you are the Minister of Revenue, not the Minister of Justice. This investigation does not seem to fall under your purview. Gui Yunho quickly countered, Your Majesty, the 8 prominent merchants of Tianqi possess wealth beyond measure, rivaling nations. They are currently colluding with enemies and betraying the country, with evidence unequivocal. Should we manage to confiscate their fortunes, it could replenish the national treasury for a decade. Thus, I must personally go to Tianqi. Otherwise, I cannot trust Lord Jiang to handle this matter. Zhu Youjiao was genuinely astonished by Gui Yunho's statement. The prospect of wealth equivalent to a decade's revenue for the Ming treasury was indeed a treasure trove. Although the various departments had been consolidated under the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Youjiao had previously only contemplated the lands, shops, and estates of the Tianqi merchants and corrupt officials. As the emperor, he had willingly relinquished his own treasury, never considering the merchants' wealth. After all, as the emperor, he could not set a bad example by flouting the rules. Yet, in that moment, he found himself intrigued. Even if this wealth did not belong to him, it would still funnel into the Ministry of Revenue. After all, one must not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. Seeing Zhu Youjiao lost in thought, Gui Yunho, now more anxious than ever, raised his voice, Your Majesty, rest assured, I pledge my life as collateral. We will surely uncover wealth equivalent to a decade's revenue for the treasury. Zhu Youjiao was taken aback by such a bold commitment, pondering, could it be that Lord Guo has lost his senses, risking his life as a guarantee? He promptly replied, Your dedication to the nation is commendable, and I grant you permission. At this moment, Gui Yunho inquired, Your Majesty, may I ask who has been dispatched from Jiangnan for the investigation? Zhu Youjiao responded, As for the selection of personnel for the investigation in Jiangnan, I have appointed Shui Guoguan from the cabinet, Right Deputy Inspector Zhu Dadian, and Deputy Minister of Rights Ing Zhan, as well as General He Kegong from Tianjin to lead an army of 20,000 on a naval expedition. Gui Yunho quickly interjected, Your Majesty, although only Tianjin has been implicated thus far, there are surely many others entangled in this matter, which could yield a significant amount of silver. The old minister recommended by Xian, the left Deputy Minister of Revenue, to accompany Elder Shui to Jiangnan for the investigation. Zhu Youjiao then grasped the situation. Realizing that Guo was indeed quite taken by the prospect of wealth, he chuckled wryly and said, I grant my approval. Gui Yunho hurriedly knelt to express his gratitude, then remarked, I shall seek out Lord Jiang at once. With that, he turned and dashed out of the palace in a flurry. Observing this, Zhu Youjiao shook his head in resignation and let out a light laugh. At this moment, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly parted ways. Jiang Ning made his way directly to the town government office, offering a few brief instructions to Tian Ergang. He then led Li Ruoyan and 5,000 Jinui, fully prepared, awaiting departure. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian hastily returned to the eastern depot, quickly assembling 2,000 operatives in readiness to accompany him. Subsequently, Jiang Ning hurried toward the capital's barracks to convene with the others. Upon arrival, he found Wei Zhongxian already waiting with his 2,000 operatives. And when Tiran had also arrived, noticing everyone was present except Yuan Kelly, Jiang Ning dismounted and cheerfully greeted Wei Zhongxian. "Master Wei, when can we expect Elder Yuan's arrival?" Wei Zhongxian appeared perplexed and replied, "Master Jiang, I am unaware. We were just about to inquire with you." Jiang Ning felt a sense of exasperation, internally chastising Wei for being so oblivious to the day's events. At that moment, when Tiran chuckled and said, "Master Jiang, Master Wei, it is likely that Elder Yuan has gone to the Prince of Xian's residence to seek his counsel. After all, this case involves the princely houses, and His Majesty has decreed that the Prince of Xian shall handle the matter concerning their involvement." Jiang Ning pondered this, slowly nodding in understanding. He then proceeded to the capital's barracks, swiftly summoning Zhao Shuijiao to assemble 20,000 troops, commanding them to accompany him on the expedition. Mao Yuani and Sun Yuanhua also joined the march. Following this arrangement, the once bustling barracks were now sparsely populated, with only a few soldiers remaining on guard. Jiang Ning waved his hand, entrusting the barracks to Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming. At this point, the capital's barracks had become little more than an empty encampment, with barely 1,000 personnel remaining, rendering it hardly worthy of close watch. Meanwhile, in the Prince of Xian's residence, Zhu Yujian was engrossed in his studies, frequently posing questions to his new teacher, Huang Daozhou, who patiently answered each inquiry. After a while, the chief eunuch, Wang Qingyan, rushed in to report, "Elder Yuan has arrived with a decree." Zhu Yujian felt a twinge of curiosity but thought little of it, promptly going to receive the edict. Upon meeting, Yuan Kelly succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment before presenting the imperial decree to Zhu Yujian. Zhu Yujian received the imperial edict, his face a portrait of astonishment. As a descendant of the Zhu family, the notion that his kin could conspire with enemies and betray the nation was tantamount to undermining the very foundation of his lineage. Enraged, he declared with fervor, "These unfilial descendants shall be thoroughly investigated by me, and I will report to my elder brother, the emperor, demanding severe punishment. This is a disgrace to the Ming royal family." Yuan Kelly, with a resigned smile, understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that as a member of the royal family, Zhu Yujian was entitled to his indignation. Thus, Zhu Yujian hastily gathered his belongings and, alongside Yuan Kelly, set forth towards the capital garrison to convene with Jiang Ning and others. Even Wang Qingyan, the chief eunuch of the palace, and Huang Daozhou, the chief historian, were compelled to accompany Zhu Yujian. From a distance, Jiang Ning spotted Yuan Kelly leading a formidable contingent towards the capital garrison. Moments later, as all had assembled, Yuan Kelly, with a serious demeanor, addressed the gathering. "Esteemed colleagues, this incident bears far-reaching implications, affecting the very stability of the Ming dynasty. We must unite and collaborate to navigate this crisis effectively." With a decisive gesture, he commanded the troops to march forth. Consequently, nearly 30,000 soldiers set out towards Shaanxi, compelled by the extensive ramifications of the situation. To expedite their journey, they marched swiftly, all mounted on horseback, necessitating the mobilization of a substantial portion of the capital's war horses. As the Grand Army exited the city, many citizens gathered to witness the spectacle. Among the crowd, some recognized Yuan Kelly, known for his integrity, along with Jiang Ning, who was revered for his advocacy for the common people, and the compassionate Wei Gonggong. A few sharp-eyed individuals even identified Zhu Yujian, prompting whispers among the populace, who marveled at the sight. With such a considerable force, including the emperor's own brother, what could this expedition possibly entail? As the army made its grand exit from the capital, Wei Zhongxian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lord Jiang, I can't shake the feeling that we have overlooked something or someone, yet I cannot recall what it is." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation but soon smiled reassuringly. "Wei Gonggong, I share your sentiment. Yet, for the moment, it eludes us. Nevertheless, with nearly 30,000 troops at our disposal, what challenge could we not overcome? Unless, of course, we engage the Jianzhou and Mongolian forces directly." Thus, the Grand Army commenced its journey. Meanwhile, in the cabinet, Shuiguoguan received the imperial edict. Upon beholding the prestigious imperial sword, He was overcome with excitement. Since being recommended by Lord Jiang to the cabinet, Shui had, aside from managing routine affairs, not achieved any notable accomplishments. This expedition to Jiangnan ignited a resolve within him to make a significant impact, ensuring he would not squander Lord Jiang's trust. At that moment, the head of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, felt a sense of helplessness, with only 3 members in total. And Yuan Kelly dispatched to Shaanxi while Shui Guoguan prepared for Jiangnan. He found himself as the sole remaining figure. Yet, Sun Qingzong understood that both matters were of utmost importance, demanding meticulous attention. He simply imparted a few words of caution to Shui Guoguan, who then hurriedly departed. Subsequently, Shui Guoguan met with officials Guan Yingzhen and Zhu Dadian, and the group swiftly made their way to Tianjin. Upon their rendezvous with General He Kegong, they led a large army southward by boat. Once the assembly was complete, they promptly set off for Tianjin. Along the way, numerous citizens gathered to watch. Among the crowd, some recognized Shui Guoguan and others, exclaiming in astonishment, "What has transpired? Have the Mongols breached the borders, or have the Manchus invaded?" The court has dispatched 2 of its 3 grand secretaries at once, along with many other high officials, paying little heed to the citizens' speculations. Shui Guoguan and his companions pressed forward on horseback, hastening out of the city. Before long, the populace witnessed a throng of officials, dozens in number, galloping swiftly beyond the city limits. An astute observer spotted Minister of Revenue Guo Yunho and could not suppress a cry of disbelief. What on earth is happening? Why has the court sent so many high-ranking officials, with even the Minister of Revenue personally involved? At that moment, Guo Yunho was in a state of agitation, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he internally lamented, "Lord Jiang, could you not wait for me? I had merely intended to gather some support. Yet you have chosen to depart without me." However, Guo Yunho was not one to easily concede defeat, particularly since he had pledged his life before the emperor. Resolutely, he turned to Bai Zian beside him and declared, "Master Bai, you must swiftly lead your men to Tianjin and rendezvous with Elder Shui. I will pursue Lord Jiang along the way. This matter must be handled with utmost finesse. Our Ministry of Revenue's fortunes depend on it." Bai Zian nodded in agreement. Thereafter, the 2 men exited the city, splitting their forces, one group hastening towards Jiang Ning, while the other pursued Shui Guoguan. The cavalry moved at a far swifter pace than the infantry. That night, the entourage from Jiang Ning marched tirelessly, covering nearly 100 miles before pausing for a brief respite. Everyone simply laid down in their clothes, lacking the luxury of setting up camp. Time was of the essence. Even Jiang Ning and his companions had only a meager meal of flatbread before gathering around the fire. Despite the day's arduous journey, none appeared fatigued. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was accustomed to horseback riding. Otherwise, the relentless jostling would have surely taken a toll on him. After a simple repast, Jiang Ning rose to stretch his limbs. Feeling the weight of fatigue from their travels, he glanced at his companions, noting their vibrant energy. Wei Zhongxian held a piece of flatbread in one hand, while the other playfully manipulated 2 decorative walnuts. When Tiran was engaged in a discussion with Yuan Kelly on their forthcoming strategies, Prince Xin, Zhu Yujian, earnestly sought guidance from his mentor Huang Daozhou on various matters, while the palace steward Wang Qingyan attended to them with great care. Subsequently, Jiang Ning strolled over to General Zhao Shuaiqiao and inquired with a smile, "General Zhao, in your opinion, where would be the most suitable first destination for our journey?" Zhao Shuaiqiao, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "First, we shall seize Zhangjiago, then advance directly towards Datong. Once Zhangjiago is captured, the larger strategy will be secured." Jiang Ning inquired further, "General Zhao, do you intend to corner the enemy?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuaijiao chuckled and replied, "Master Jiang, these traders are merely using Zhangjiago to transport arms, provisions, and various supplies. Zhangjiago must be hoarding a significant amount of resources, and it is an essential route for crossing the border. When our troops encircle Zhangjiago, those scoundrels will have no choice but to surrender, awaiting their fate." Jiang Ning could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Zhao, who usually appeared taciturn and reticent, displayed a ruthless cunning and an abundance of clever stratagems in the heat of battle. Chapter 95. First, a beating, then discussion. At this moment, Zhao Shuaijiao spoke candidly. "Master Jiang, to be frank, during my time in the Liaodong army, I had heard whispers about these individuals smuggling provisions and trading in arms. However, given my humble position, I felt it was beyond my capacity to intervene in such matters, which involve many powerful factions, hence my knowledge remains somewhat superficial. Jiang Ning nodded thoughtfully and then smiled, asking, Old Zhao, since your transfer from Liaodong, you have first showcased your talents alongside me in Tianjin. And now you are to accompany me to Shaanxi to eliminate these treasonous ministers. So much time has passed without a promotion for you. Do you harbor any grievances? Zhao Shuijiao, with a knowing grin, fixed his gaze on Jiang Ning and replied, Master Jiang is always far-sighted in his endeavors. I am certain you would not neglect me. As for these matters, I remain indifferent. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, could not suppress a laugh, realizing the astuteness of Zhao. With a smile, Jiang Ning continued, Old Zhao, on this journey to Shaanxi, aside from Elder Yuan, none of us are well-versed in military affairs. The weighty responsibility of troop deployment rests upon your shoulders. Zhao Shuijiao, invigorated, thumped his chest with a resounding echo and proclaimed, Rest assured, Master Jiang. With me, Old Zhao, here, not even a dog shall escape from our grasp. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Soon after, Zhao Shuijiao excused himself under the pretext of patrolling the night and took his leave. Jiang Ning, wearing a smile, approached Yuan Kelly and Wen Tiran, inquiring, Elder Yuan, how much longer until we reach Shaanxi? Yuan Kelly pondered for a moment before responding, at our current rapid pace. We should arrive in 5 days. Jiang Ning nodded, and the group began to engage in light banter. Just then, Wei Zhongxian sauntered over, casually twirling 2 walnuts in his hands, and cheerfully remarked, Elder Yuan, Master Jiang, Master Wen, once we arrive in Shaanxi, I shall not concern myself with other matters. Simply inform me of whom we are to eliminate. Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's words, the others fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Ning silently rejoiced, as he had been contemplating how to coax Wei into the front lines while he remained safely behind. To his surprise, Wei had already taken the initiative to assume the gruesome task upon himself before Jiang could even suggest it. At last, Jiang Ning could not help but summarize. This truly is a case of professional alignment. Just then, Wen Tiran gazed into the distance at Prince Exine, Zhu Yujian, and Huang Daozhou, and remarked with admiration, His Highness the Prince Exine's teacher is indeed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master Wen, what do you mean by that? With a slight smile, Wen Tiran elaborated, This Huang Daozhou is a favored disciple of Elder Yuan. Following the recent Imperial examination, he first served as an editor at the Hamlin Academy, and later, by imperial decree, was appointed as the chief historian of the Prince Xine's residence, simultaneously taking on the role of His Highness's teacher. At this moment, Jiang Ning, with a look of confusion, turned to Yuan Kelly and asked, Elder Yuan, did you not intervene in this matter? One must understand that once appointed as chief historian of a royal residence, it essentially signifies a bleak future in the officialdom. It seems rather unkind of you to push your own student into such a predicament. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and smiled, responding, My dear Jiang, this was not my recommendation. Rather, it was my student who sought this position of his own volition. Jiang Ning, taken aback, could not help but exclaim, Then it appears your student is not entirely wise to pursue the role of chief historian at the royal residence. Hearing this, Yuan Kelly, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, The emperor had appointed over 20 teachers for His Highness the Prince Exine, yet each one was reported by him without exception. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Inspectorate, and even the Embroidered Uniform Guard, along with the Eastern Depot and Shuntian Prefecture, all received complaints from Prince Exine. Upon investigation, it turned out that most of these individuals were of dubious character, and many were involved in illicit activities. The emperor, upon learning this, was greatly incensed and had them all executed. At that time, you, esteemed Jiang, were in Tianjin and were unaware of these events. His Highness, in front of the entire court, lamented that in the vast Ming dynasty, there was not a single individual of integrity and capability to serve as his teacher. In the end, my student volunteered himself. Since taking on the role of teacher to His Highness, he has diligently instructed him, and now His Highness has matured considerably. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning stood in stunned silence. To accuse over 20 teachers, Prince Exine indeed matched the historical accounts as a decisive and resolute figure, adhering to the principle of preferring to wrongfully execute than to let the guilty escape. At this juncture, Wen Tiran chimed in with a smile, Thus, since Huang the Great has taken on the role of teacher to His Highness, He has proven to be the most stable one, with no issues arising thus far. Yuan Kelly retorted, somewhat vexed, "My student is of upright character and serves with integrity. What could possibly go wrong?" Wen Tian hastily smiled and bowed. Continuing, "Not only does this great Huang possess a profound understanding of the essential tenets of Confucian classics, but he also holds the teachings of Wang Yangming's philosophy in high regard. Among the 20 teachers reported by His Highness, indeed only a dozen were of questionable conduct or engaged in illegal activities. The remaining few were simply unable to answer the questions posed by His Highness and were thus reported." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning became intrigued and pressed on with further inquiries. Wen Tian smiled as he explained, "Ever since your esteemed guidance, Lord Jiang, Prince Xin has become thoroughly disillusioned with those of Confucian lineage. His inquiries are often imbued with bias, deliberately challenging, leaving many teachers at a loss. They find themselves unable to respond, or simply lack the means to do so. However, the esteemed Lord Huang Daozhou consistently engages in fluent discourse, earning the trust and favor of His Highness, Prince Xin." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, having some understanding of Huang Daozhou, recognizing him as a talented and devoted individual. Subsequently, Jiang Ning pondered that Huang Daozhou's current position as the chief historian of the prince's court was somewhat beneath his capabilities. He promptly suggested, "Elder Yuan, since Lu Zhongzhou has been elevated to the governor of Jili, the position of the governor of Shuntian has been left vacant. How about I submit a memorial to the emperor, recommending Huang Daozhou for the role of governor, while he continues to serve as His Highness's tutor? As for the chief historian, anyone could take that position." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian interjected, "Lord Jiang, is this feasible?" "Generally, the position of chief historian is not easily exchanged." Jiang Ning smiled and replied, Eunuch Wei, the prince's court does not lack for historians. What is needed is a good teacher. A teacher is not a wet nurse. Is it necessary for them to remain with His Highness for a lifetime?" Huang Daozhou could take on the role of governor while still imparting knowledge to Prince Xin. What could be more beneficial than that? Perhaps you could also assist in submitting a memorial. Wei Zhongxian was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated merely watching the spectacle, only to find himself drawn into the matter. He awkwardly chuckled and said, "Since Lord Jiang has spoken, I shall certainly comply. I see that this Lord Huang is indeed a person of great talent and will undoubtedly achieve remarkable results." Elder Yuan stood quietly to the side, stroking his beard. Though he remained silent, the smile on his face was unmistakable. As a minister in the cabinet and a favored servant of the emperor, he felt it inappropriate to personally advocate for his student's advancement due to his station. Yet, he was acutely aware of his student's capabilities. Initially troubled by how to afford Huang Daozhou the opportunity to realize his ambitions, he was pleasantly surprised that Jiang Ning had deftly taken on this challenge and even shifted the burden onto Old Wei. He could not help but internally commend Jiang Ning for his astute handling of the situation, though he found it somewhat unscrupulous. At that moment, Jiang Ning followed his gaze and observed Prince Zhu Yujian, who resembled an inquisitive child, incessantly posing a myriad of questions. Huang Daozhou patiently answered each one, frequently citing classical texts and articulating profound insights not only on Confucian classics, but also on the schools of thought regarding the heart and principle. This caused Zhu Yujian's eyes to gleam with admiration as he gazed at his teacher, his reverence growing ever more profound. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ning's heart blossomed with joy. He understood that, henceforth, there would be no need to worry about Prince Xin being misled by the traditional doctrines of Confucianism. At this moment, Zhao Shuijiao hurriedly arrived to report, "Esteemed Lord Yuan, Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, and Lord Wen, I have just received word from a scout during my patrol that a group of riders is swiftly approaching our camp, numbering at least 50. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning and the others were visibly perplexed. Jiang Ning was the first to speak. "What is the meaning of this? We have only just departed from the capital, and we have yet to leave Jili, yet someone dares to come directly towards us? We have nearly 30,000 troops, while they possess only 50. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Ning continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, old Zhao, apprehend them first and give them a thorough beating." Zhao Shuijiao, having received his orders, hastily departed. Yuan Kelly fell into deep contemplation, while Wen Tian was also mulling over something intently. Wei Zhongxian, on the other hand, was idly playing with 2 walnuts, circling in place. After a while, Yuan Kelly, Wen Tian, and Wei Zhongxian suddenly exclaimed in unison, This is bad. Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, with an expression of excitement, exclaimed, "Lord Jiang, we have finally remembered. The Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, intended to accompany us to Shaanxi, and we completely forgot him when we departed." Jiang Ning was instantly struck with horror, inwardly chiding himself for having let this slip from his mind. At that juncture, when Tianqi cautiously spoke, "Could it be that the group of riders that General Zhao mentioned, who are hastening towards us, are the Minister Guo and his entourage?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning leaped to his feet and dashed outside, inwardly lamenting, "This is disastrous. How could I have forgotten this? I had just ordered to seize them and give them a thrashing. What if something unfortunate befalls old Guo?" At this moment, Wei Zhongxian voiced his thoughts. Surely, there should not be any grave issues, right? Even if Minister Guo is among them, he is in official attire, and General Zhao would not resort to violence. However, his tone lacked conviction, and even he felt that his words lacked persuasiveness. After all, Jiang Ning had just issued an order to seize and beat them, and Zhao Shuijiao was known for executing orders without hesitation. Who could guarantee that he had not struck? At this point, Wei Zhongxian's heart raced, silently praying that Guo Yunho had not been severely harmed, for that would lead to significant trouble. Subsequently, when Tianqi, Yuan Kelly, and Wei Zhongxian followed closely behind Jiang Ning as they rushed out. Before long, Jiang Ning reached the outskirts of the camp, where he beheld a group of soldiers surrounding a dozen individuals, mercilessly assaulting them with clubs. Zhao Shuijiao stood nearby, observing with an amused expression. Alarmed by the sight, Jiang Ning shouted, "Stop! Stop! Everyone, cease your actions." Hearing Jiang Ning's call, Zhao Shuijiao promptly waved his hand, and the soldiers halted their assault. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene and noted that the individuals were all dressed as common folk, which immediately alleviated his anxiety, as he thought to himself that they had not struck the wrong targets. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, Jiang Ning quickly approached to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he was genuinely taken aback. Gazing at the battered and bruised Guo Yunho, dressed in commoner's attire and mumbling indistinctly, Jiang Ning felt a surge of anxiety. He rushed forward and grasped Guo Yunho by the neck, exclaiming loudly, "Old Guo, is that you?" "It's Jiang Ning. Speak up, will you?" Guo Yunho's face turned crimson, his eyes rolling back. At that moment, when Tianqi hastily intervened, pulling Jiang Ning away, saying, "My lord, you're choking Lord Guo. If you don't let go, he might suffocate." Jiang Ning, suddenly feeling the heat of embarrassment, wished he could vanish into the ground. In his moment of overwhelming emotion, he had instinctively tightened his grip around Guo Yunho's neck upon confirming his identity. If it weren't for Wen Tianqi's timely warning, he might have inadvertently caused Guo Yunho's demise. Wen Tianqi and Wei Zhongxian hurriedly assisted Guo Yunho to his feet, while the other officials of the Ministry of Revenue were likewise helped up. Jiang Ning felt so awkward that he could have dug a hole in the ground with his toes, as he observed Guo Yunho, still coughing and visibly distressed. It took a while before Guo Yunho finally spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. "My lord, I have been so wronged. I had just approached the army with the officials when I was seized and beaten without a word." Jiang Ning, blushing, retorted, "Old Guo, you really should have been quicker. When we set out from the capital to undertake this mission, you dawdled. We were planning to march through the night and were waiting specifically for you. Yet here you are, not even in official attire. Fortunately, I arrived early. Had I been even a moment later, according to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, storming a military camp is a capital offense. You could have been killed, and there would have been no recourse for you." Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho felt even more aggrieved, choking back tears as he explained, "I thought it best to remain inconspicuous while on official business. So I instructed my subordinates to don common clothes as soon as we left the capital." At this, Wei Zhongxian, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Old Lord Guo, you must be more cautious next time. You cannot act so recklessly, or you will inevitably find yourself in serious trouble. This time, it was fortunate that Lord Jiang arrived in time. Otherwise, you would truly be in dire straits." Wen Tianqi quickly echoed, "Indeed, Lord Guo. Once this mission is successfully concluded and you return to the capital, you must treat Lord Jiang to a proper meal. Otherwise, it would be quite unjust." Confused by Wei Zhongxian's and Wen Tianqi's comments, Guo Yunho still sobbed. "Could it truly be that I was in the wrong? Did I endure this beating for nothing?" Jiang Ning smiled awkwardly and replied, "Old Guo, to err is human. Who among us is infallible? Mistakes are not to be feared. The greatest act of virtue lies in recognizing one's errors and striving to amend them. Subsequently, Jiang Ning promptly ushered Guo Yunho and the other officials of the Ministry of Revenue into the camp. Once inside, he instructed for water and flatbreads to be brought forth. Only then did Guo Yunho grasp a flatbread in one hand and a cup of water in the other, devouring his meal with unrestrained fervor. Jiang Ning, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Old Guo, are you here on official business or fleeing from disaster? In your current state, one could easily mistake you for a refugee rather than the Minister of Revenue." Guo Yunho, hastily gulping down a mouthful of water to wash down the flatbread, replied with a quivering voice, "Minister Jiang, after I sought the emperor's decree in the palace, I rushed back to the ministry to gather some personnel, splitting into 2 groups to find you. To my surprise, I learned that you had already departed ahead of us. Thus, I hurried along without pausing even for a moment." Upon hearing Guo Yunho's lament, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Ning felt a mix of embarrassment and sympathy for Guo Yunho, tinged with a sense of exhilaration over his earlier rash order to strike. Soon, Jiang Ning composed himself and offered some kind words of comfort to Guo Yunho and the officials from the ministry. Once he sensed their spirits had somewhat settled, he instructed everyone to rest. After making the necessary arrangements, Jiang Ning and his companions also retired for the night, bringing to a close a rather tumultuous day. In contrast, the officials under Bai Zian were considerably more fortunate. Shortly after leaving the capital, they successfully caught up with Shui Guoguan and his entourage. The 2 parties then joined forces and, without delay, set off for Tianjin, where they met with General He Kegong. Upon receiving the imperial edict, He Kegong wasted no time and promptly informed Admiral Shen Yorong of the naval forces. He then warmly welcomed Shui Guoguan and the others. After allowing them a brief respite, He Kegong immediately began organizing his soldiers, swiftly reallocating ships, and actively preparing personnel for the forthcoming operation. Meanwhile, in the residence of Li Banghua, the Minister of War in the capital, the night was deepening. Under the cover of darkness, Li Banghua hurried, yet cautiously approached a particular estate. After softly announcing his presence, he was led inside by an elderly servant. Navigating through the winding corridors, he arrived in the parlor. Beneath the dim glow of an oil lamp sat an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, completely engrossed in a book, absorbed in its contents. Li Banghua stood quietly outside the door, fearful of disturbing the elder, refraining from making any sound. After a moment, as if sensing an intrusion, the elder lifted his gaze and noticed Li Banghua at the entrance, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he spoke. "Mingyan, you have arrived. I have been awaiting you for quite some time." If Jiang Ning were present at that moment, a mere glance would suffice for him to recognize this venerable figure as Zhou Yuanbiao, a recently appointed elder of the Donglin party. Zhou Yuanbiao held considerable esteem within the Donglin faction, and his every action bore significant influence over the political landscape. Li Banghua quickly adjusted his attire, stepped inside, and respectfully performed a deep bow, stating, "Your disciple has intruded at this late hour, causing you to wait, esteemed teacher." With a smile upon his face, Zhou Yuanbiao gently assisted Li Banghua to his feet and remarked, "Mingyan, our bond as master and disciple has flourished for several decades. Though few in the court recognize you as my pupil, I have witnessed your numerous contributions since the emperor ascended the throne. Your dedication to the nation and your diligent service have vindicated the care I once bestowed upon you." Li Banghua humbly replied, "Master, your earnest teachings have been etched in my heart, and I dare not forget them for a moment." Zhou Yuanbiao, pleased by his words, nodded approvingly and said, "Mingyan, now that you are assisting Jiang Ning in the reformation of the capital's military, and with the Prime Minister Sun Qingzong voluntarily relinquishing the position of Minister of War, you wield considerable influence. It is time for you to demonstrate your capabilities and not bring shame upon your teacher." Li Banghua, though puzzled, silently nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Zhou Yuanbiao inquired with a smile, "Mingyan, have Jiang Ning and the others departed the capital?" Li Banghua nodded again, choosing not to elaborate. Seeing this, Zhou Yuanbiao sighed. "When I first entered the court, I was filled with sincere zeal, eager to serve the dynasty. I happened to witness the reforms of Zhang Jujing. In my youthful fervor, I boldly criticized him in writing, only to be dismissed and sent back home. Later, alongside Gu Xianqing and others, I helped establish the Donglin Academy, initially with the noble intent of nurturing talent to serve the nation. However, After enduring the trials and tribulations of these decades, I have come to see the truth. Throughout history, countless grand achievements have crumbled under the relentless passage of time, and many seemingly unshakable imperial legacies have disintegrated under the scrutiny of history. Jiang Sichang was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, brilliant yet fleeting. Years later, as I reflect on his reforms, the memories remain vivid, and I cannot help but weep. Just as Li Banghua was about to speak, Zhou Yuanbiao gently gestured for him to remain calm. He then continued, "Mengyan, not long after the founding of the Donglin Academy, I noticed that many had forgotten their original intentions. The vows to serve the sovereign and benefit the people have devolved into hollow slogans. They deceive the world, ultimately even fooling themselves. Perhaps the passage of time has dulled their discernment, causing them to lose sight of what is genuine and what is false. The initial fervor for the country and its citizens has long been cast aside. Today, the Donglin faction is solely concerned with forming cliques, pursuing personal gain, and has become a malignant tumor on the body of the Ming dynasty. Hence, I grew disheartened and resolutely left the Donglin Academy, dedicating the subsequent decades to scholarly pursuits at home. Even so, I have remained vigilant regarding the affairs of the court. Indeed, as I anticipated, the factional strife has intensified, resembling an untamed steed that cannot be reined in, while the state of the Ming dynasty continues to wane." At this point, tears streamed down Zhou Yuanbiao's face. It was evident that this venerable elder, having endured the vicissitudes of life, found the harsh realities of the world unbearable. In the distant past, they embarked on their journey brimming with fervor and sincere intentions. Yet little did they anticipate that their efforts would ultimately yield a malignant tumor that would plague the Ming dynasty. The sorrow and helplessness intertwined within this realization choked the elder's throat, rendering him speechless with grief. Upon hearing these words, Li Banghua was likewise engulfed in a tumult of emotions, unable to suppress a deep sigh. He well understood the truth in his mentor's words. The Donglin party, having evolved to its current state, had long since strayed from its original ideals. Observing his mentor's expression of profound sorrow, he felt a pang of heartache for the party's degeneration, coupled with an overwhelming concern for the present circumstances of the Ming. Noticing Li Banghua's troubled countenance and incessant sighs, Zhou Yuanbiao slowly raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, then broke into a smile, saying, "Mengyan, there is no need for such excessive worry. Fortunately, heaven has shown compassion and bestowed upon the Ming a sovereign whose wisdom is akin to that of a saint. When Emperor Guangzong ascended to the throne, I contemplated returning to court to serve, eager to contribute my humble abilities to the state. Who could have foreseen that merely a month after his enthronement, he would unexpectedly pass away? To my knowledge, the Donglin faction played a significant role in this tragic event behind the scenes. Initially, I feared that with the young emperor's ascension, the court's turmoil would worsen, and factional strife would intensify. Yet, to my astonishment, the emperor's sagacity and insight shone through like a colossal stone cast into the turbulent river of Ming history, creating waves that would fundamentally alter the precarious situation within the court and pave an unprecedented path for the countless citizens of the Ming. As Zhou Yuanbiao spoke, his eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation, his demeanor becoming increasingly fervent. I firmly believe that it will not be long before the common people regain their trust in the court. Every national policy currently being implemented is akin to a razor-sharp sword, piercing through the myriad wounds inflicted upon the populace by decades of factional conflict. While the various parties within the court remain embroiled in ceaseless struggles for personal gain, they remain blissfully unaware that, with the emperor's support and tacit approval, the tremendous waves stirred by this great stone have already instigated a seismic shift in the court's dynamics. Thus, I steadfastly believe that it will not be long before the Ming dynasty experiences a resurgence of glory, one that will undoubtedly surpass the heights achieved during the reigns of our founding ancestors. At this juncture, Zhou Yuanbiao's emotions surged. His face flushed with excitement, as if he could already envision the flourishing future of the Ming. With a beaming smile, he turned his piercing gaze to Li Banghua and curiously inquired, "Mengyan, do you know who this towering stone is that I speak of?" Upon hearing this question, Li Banghua fell into a prolonged silence, his expression grave as he pondered deeply. After a considerable pause, his lips moved slightly, and he slowly uttered the words, "Jiang Ning." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanbiao threw his head back in hearty laughter, the sound resonant and joyous, as if a long-suppressed exhilaration had found its release in that moment. With a smile, his eyes sparkled like stars, and he nodded vigorously, his gaze filled with acknowledgement and admiration for Li Banghua's response. At that moment, Zhou Yuanbiao inquired with a smile, "Mingyan, how do you assess the young, yet powerful Lord Jiang?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Banghua replied, "Lord Jiang's approach is distinctively unique, akin to a celestial steed soaring through the skies. It defies conventional understanding. No one can truly fathom the schemes he harbors within. Since his entrance into the court, he has expelled the Donglin faction, reformed commerce and taxation, eradicated corrupt officials, promoted martial examinations, and restructured the imperial garrison. Behind each significant event, one can discern his strategic maneuvers, and he consistently collaborates with the emperor to advance these initiatives." Continuing, Li Banghua noted, "At first glance, Lord Jiang's methods may appear chaotic and aimless. However, a closer examination reveals that he meticulously paces each step, with profound implications concealed within. Initially, I must admit, I held a degree of disdain for Lord Jiang due to his youth and relative inexperience. To my knowledge, he is a close friend of the emperor from the common folk, their bond as strong as that of brothers. The emperor made several visits, even resorting to forceful persuasion, to appoint this young lord to his court. I had assumed the emperor would leverage Wei Zhongxian to counterbalance the court's officials and suppress the Donglin faction. Yet it turned out that the true architect of these changes was none other than Lord Jiang." Zhou Yuanbiao, stroking his beard, chuckled, "This was indeed beyond my expectations. In comparison, Lord Jiang is akin to a colossal stone capable of supporting the heavens and the earth, while Wei Zhongxian is, at best, a mere common brick." At that moment, Zhou Yuanbiao remarked, "Mingyan, do you know that I see the shadow of an old acquaintance in Lord Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Li Banghua looked puzzled and respectfully inquired, "May I ask, Master, who is this acquaintance?" With a smile, Zhou Yuanbiao replied, "Zhang Jujing." This revelation left Li Banghua in utter astonishment. Zhou Yuanbiao continued to elucidate, though Lord Jiang's style of operation is fundamentally different from that of Zhang Jujing. The outcomes he achieves bear a resemblance to those of Zhang Jujing. Therefore, I firmly believe that Lord Jiang is a pivotal figure for the rejuvenation of the Ming dynasty. Importantly, when Zhang Jujing served as the chief counselor, he was already advanced in years, while the Wanli emperor was still a youthful sovereign. Over time, this led to a growing estrangement and discord between them, ultimately resulting in Zhang Jujing's disgrace after his death. However, today's young emperor shares a fraternal bond with the equally youthful Lord Jiang. If they can work in unison, I foresee monumental transformations for the Ming dynasty within a decade. Thus, to lend support to Lord Jiang, I have arranged for disclosures in Shenyang, Liaodong, regarding collusion with the Jianzhou bandits, providing Lord Jiang with a significant opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Banghua was greatly astonished and hurriedly asked, "Master, is it true that the revelations regarding Duke Chengzhu Chunqing, Marquis Yingwu Shuelian, Donglin faction member Tianqi, as well as the former commander of the Jinui Luo Sigong and his son Luo Yangxing's collusion with the Jianzhou bandits were orchestrated by you?" Zhou Yuan nodded, smiling as he spoke. "The captain of the Jinui, Yu Wenfeng, once studied under me in my earlier years. Although I have not intervened in the affairs of the Donglin party for many years, I am still aware of certain undercurrents, which prompted me to discreetly convey some information to Yu Wenfeng. Little did I anticipate that this would entangle so many individuals." Chapter 97. Old Wei's fury. Li Banghua felt as though his heart had been cast into a deep abyss, stirred by tumultuous waves that were difficult to quell. He truly had not foreseen that this grand conspiracy of collusion with the Manchus and treason against the nation was being orchestrated by his own mentor. In a moment of bewilderment, he asked, "Master, although you no longer intervene in the affairs of the Donglin, the members still regard you as their venerable leader. You have always been devoted to your country. Why not openly share your sentiments with His Majesty and Lord Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan fell silent for a while, as if pondering how to articulate his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he replied slowly, "Mingyan, I shall answer your question, but I implore you not to be disheartened. Anyone may betray the Donglin party, yet I cannot abandon it." Li Banghua was taken aback by this revelation and quickly pressed further, "Master, what could possibly justify this?" Zhou Yuan, with an expression of calm, replied, "I may not become a renowned minister etched in history, but I will never be regarded as a detestable scoundrel. Scholars across the realm know that I am the founder and elder of the Donglin Party, and even centuries from now, my name will be recorded in history as belonging to the Donglin. This is something I have never sought to absolve myself of. In my hometown, the villagers erected a memorial arch for me, not due to my affiliation with the Donglin Party, but in recognition of my efforts in teaching disciples and benefiting the community. I am now over 70 years old and uncertain how many more years I have left in this world. I cannot allow my fellow villagers to dismantle that arch. The teachings of sages are meant to be observed and enacted. They serve no purpose otherwise. As the saying in the Zhuozhuan goes, a ruler who flourishes by this will surely perish by this. Since I am the elder and founder of the Donglin Party, and still, in name, its leader, my fate is inextricably tied to that of the Donglin. At this point, Zhou Yuan's voice grew thick with emotion. I do not fear death, but I dread the thought that after my passing, no one will comprehend the depths of my intentions. You are my most esteemed disciple. I summoned you tonight in the hope that after my demise and the downfall of the Donglin, you might speak a few words of justice on my behalf. With that, Zhou Yuan knelt down, trembling as he began to bow deeply to Li Banghua. Observing this, Li Banghua hurriedly knelt beside him, urging, Master, what compels you to do this? With Li Banghua's assistance, Zhou Yuan rose and solemnly bowed 3 times, tears streaming down his face as he said, Mingyan, do you still remember the few words I imparted to you in the past? Li Banghua, now also in tears, choked back his emotions and replied, Master, I remember them all. To eat the king's grain is to serve the king's affairs. In the court, one must strive to repay the emperor above and bring peace to the common folk below. In carrying out one's duties, one should not question the feasibility, but rather the morality of the act. Upon hearing Li Banghua's response, Zhou Yuanbiao smiled with relief, nodding as he remarked, It is well that you have not forgotten. The Donglin society had long since strayed from its original purpose, beginning to fester like a malignant tumor within the Ming dynasty. As the founder and elder of Donglin, I cannot stand idly by. The poison of Donglin must be purged. In the future, when I meet my ancestors in the afterlife, I shall be able to speak with my head held high. Ultimately, the master and disciple could no longer contain their complex emotions, embracing each other and weeping bitterly. After a considerable time, Li Banghua, suppressing his sorrow, gently assisted Zhou Yuanbiao to his feet. At that moment, Zhou Yuanbiao, shedding his earlier despondency, appeared resolute and declared with grave seriousness, this time, as Lord Jiang travels to Shaanxi to handle the case, I am certain the emperor will dispatch capable hands to Jiangnan to address the related matters. At that point, I shall endeavor to restrain Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou in the court, preventing them from obstructing our efforts. I only hope that Lord Jiang acts decisively and expediently to resolve the case without undue delay. After all, this matter encompasses a vast scope, and any misstep could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing this, Li Banghua nodded solemnly, stating, Disciple understands. I shall write to Lord Jiang shortly to convey the intentions of my esteemed teacher. Zhou Yuanbiao waved his hand dismissively, saying, Mingyan, there is no need for you to send a letter. I wish to take this opportunity to ascertain the true capabilities of Lord Jiang and whether he is fit to undertake the monumental task of revitalizing the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, in Jiang Ning, the happenings within the capital remained entirely unknown. Before dawn on the following day, Jiang Ning and his companions hastily arose, mounting their horses with agility. Embarking once more on their journey, the group rode swiftly, spurring their steeds onward. The intensity of their travel began to take a toll even on the elderly Yuan Kelly, Guo Yunho, and Wei Zhongxian, who found themselves somewhat exhausted. During their passage through Xuanfu town, Jiang Ning and his companions took respite for a night within the army of General He Yunlong. The next morning, as the first light of dawn filtered through the mist and illuminated the encampment, Jiang Ning and his companions rose early, partook of a simple meal, and prepared to set forth. The soldiers, invigorated, organized their gear, leading forth their mounts in an orderly fashion before the camp. With a command from Jiang Ning, the army resumed its march. And 3 days later, the forces split into 2 paths. One contingent, led by Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren, comprised 15,000 troops, armed with orders from Yuan Kelly, making a direct advance towards Zhangjiago. Their mission was to swiftly secure Zhangjiago, preventing any individuals related to the case from escaping beyond the borders, while thoroughly investigating the commanding officer stationed there. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, and Wei Zhongxian led the remaining 12,000 troops directly towards Datong City. At that moment, in Datong, Prince Zhu Dingwei, upon hearing that the imperial envoy had entered Shaanxi, remained aloof and unconcerned, indulging himself in revelry. Within the royal palace, the sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air as dancers adorned in flowing sleeves captivated Zhu Dingwei, who, with bleary eyes, immersed himself in the pleasures of music and dance. Conversely, the Datong governor Wang Gui, upon receiving this news, was left utterly astonished. He pondered quietly, bewildered by the unprecedented mobilization of troops into Shaanxi by the court, a move rarely seen. What could be the purpose of such an endeavor? However, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, he refrained from dwelling on it too deeply, surmising it was merely a routine military maneuver that bore little relevance to him. Thus, he chose to set the matter aside for the time being. As he gazed upon the increasingly distinct outline of Datong City, the fatigue etched on the faces of Jiang Ning and his companions dissipated, replaced by a shared glimmer of excitement in their eyes. At that moment, Jiang Ning decisively commanded Li Ruoyan to promptly inform the local officials of Datong, summoning them to welcome the imperial envoy. Following the order, Li Ruoyan swiftly departed with several members of the imperial guards, galloping away with urgency. Soon after, Yuan Kelly issued a command, and the ceremonial procession of the envoy unfurled in its entirety. The banners fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the words Imperial Envoy, a testament to the majesty and mission of the crown. The accompanying guards stood tall and solemn, their weapons gleaming under the sun's rays, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the procession as it advanced towards Datong City with great pomp. Following Yuan Kelly's directive, not only did the envoy's procession showcase its grandeur, but the royal entourage of Prince Zhu Yujian also assembled in full display. The vibrant flags of the ceremonial unit danced in the breeze, signifying the extraordinary nobility of the royal family. Simultaneously, the chief eunuch Wang Qingyan, upon receiving his orders, hastened towards the Wang residence of the Prince of Dai to relay the imminent arrival of Prince Xian and the imperial envoy. As Wang Qingyan galloped, raising clouds of dust behind him, he quickly arrived at the prince's residence, dismounted, adjusted his attire, and hurried into the estate. Meanwhile, Li Ruoyan raced with fervor to the magistrate's office. After delivering his announcement, he remained mounted, his posture commanding. Before long, Magistrate Wang Gui, having heard the news, hurriedly exited his office in a flurry. Li Ruoyan, perched on his steed, regarded Wang Gui with a piercing gaze and coldly instructed, Magistrate Wang, prepare at once. The imperial envoy, Elder Yuan, deputy of the cabinet, Master Jiang of the Imperial Guards, Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot, and His Highness Prince Xian are about to enter the city. Do not delay in rallying the people to greet them. With that, he abruptly reined in his horse, raising a cloud of dust as he turned and sped away. At that moment, Wang Gui felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, rendered speechless. He could scarcely believe that so many significant figures from the court had been dispatched, members of the cabinet, the imperial guards, and even the emperor's own brother, Prince Xian. Overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom, he felt as though the ground beneath him was shifting. Despite his inner turmoil, he gritted his teeth and feigned composure, hastily organizing his staff to prepare for the envoy's reception. When Wang Qingyan arrived at the Prince of Dai's residence to deliver the news, Prince Zhu Dingwei displayed no signs of fear, responding with an unruffled demeanor, I am aware. If the imperial envoy wishes to enter Datong City, let them do so. At this moment, I am rather preoccupied and lack the leisure to greet them. As for Prince Xian, by virtue of our familial hierarchy, I am still his royal uncle. It is rather unconventional for an uncle to extend a welcome to his younger relatives. The attendant, upon receiving my command, hastily departed to convey the prince's sentiments to Wang Qingyan. Upon hearing the response, Wang Qingyan was left in a state of shock, secretly marveling at the audacity of the current prince. The court's grand display of authority would have surely intimidated any other feudal lord. Yet he dares to maintain such an air of superiority. Subsequently, Wang Qingyan, visibly incensed, turned his horse around and galloped back to the city to report. Shortly thereafter, Li Ruoyan and Wang Qingyan hastened back to the assembly. Li Ruoyan clasped his fists in salute and proclaimed, I report to the esteemed elders and officials that I have informed the governor of Datong, Wang Gui, who is now en route to welcome the esteemed envoy. Yuan Kelly nodded slightly. At that moment, Wang Qingyan, his countenance dark and his demeanor awkward, spoke up. Your Highness, the old servant approached Prince Dai, who claimed he was preoccupied and unable to come forth to greet you. Although Wang Qingyan endeavored to phrase his words delicately, his grim countenance betrayed that there was more beneath the surface. At this juncture, Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, became intrigued and inquired, Wang Dabin, may I ask what exactly occupies the princess' time? Wang Qingyan promptly shook his head and respectfully responded, in answer to your highness. The old servant has awaited outside the princess' residence and has not entered, thus I am unaware of the specifics. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian stroked his chin thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he remarked, in that case, upon entering the city, I shall pay a visit to Prince Dai to discern what holds his attention. Before long, Governor Wang Gui, accompanied by several officials, hurried to the city gates, where they promptly knelt in unison and proclaimed, I am Wang Gui, the governor of Datong, here to respectfully welcome the esteemed envoy and Prince Xin. Following this, Yuan Kelly and the others nodded slightly and prepared to enter the city. However, at that moment, Wang Gui hastily interjected, Elder Yuan, esteemed officials are certainly welcome to enter the city, but if the army accompanies, it may disturb the townsfolk. Might it be possible for the troops to remain stationed outside the city? Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow, and Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, internally lamenting. This hardly seems like the words of a governor. One might think it is Prince Dai issuing commands here. Meanwhile, Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, took an interest in the matter. Smirking as he retorted, Governor Wang, I, along with the esteemed officials, am here on the emperor's orders. How could we allow the army to encamp outside the city? Wang Gui, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and stubbornly replied, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but the city of Datong is quite small and may not accommodate such a large force. I hope you can understand. Zhu Yujian was momentarily taken aback. Those well-versed in history knew that this prince was notoriously sensitive. As a royal prince, the emperor's own brother, to be so publicly slighted by a mere governor ignited a fierce indignation in Zhu Yujian, who glared at Wang Gui with narrowed eyes. At this moment, a significant smile appeared on Jiang Ning's face as he subtly signaled to Wei Zhongxian beside him. The old man, understanding the hint, nodded and immediately erupted in fury. He abruptly dismounted, striding towards Wang Gui with a fierce, unyielding demeanor. Wang Gui, filled with curiosity, gazed wide-eyed at the elderly figure clad in a purple python robe, utterly baffled by the man's intentions. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wei Zhongxian raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps, sending Wang Gui sprawling to the ground. As he berated, You insignificant governor of Datong, a mere speck in the grand scheme of things, how dare you obstruct the royal procession of His Highness Prince Xin? It seems you are tired of living. His Highness and the esteemed officials are here on imperial business. What audacity possessed you to hinder the army's entry into the city? Bring this treasonous Wang Gui, who dared to confront the royal authority, and bind him. Let us investigate what nefarious dealings he may be hiding. Wang Gui, utterly stunned, had envisioned countless scenarios, yet none prepared him for this direct confrontation. In the realm of officialdom, decorum was paramount. Seldom did one see such blatant disregard for face. The entourage of Danchong guards, upon receiving their orders, swiftly pounced like wolves, binding Wang Gui with unyielding ropes. The other officials present, witnessing this scene, turned pale, trembling in fear, too afraid to utter a sound. As Wang Gui attempted to protest, Wei Zhongxian stepped forward and delivered several hard slaps, leaving Wang Gui dazed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, utterly incapacitated to speak. Thereafter, Wei Zhongxian immediately adopted a more obsequious demeanor, approaching Zhu Yujian with a respectful bow, saying, Your Highness, I have dealt with this troublesome character on your behalf. Please proceed into the city, and do not let such petty individuals dampen your spirits. Zhu Yujian nodded in satisfaction, contemplating internally. No wonder my elder brother relies heavily on Wei Zhongxian. He is indeed efficient and remarkably effective. Before I could even voice my concerns, he has already resolved the matter. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhu Yujian commanded, Enter the city. The army advanced majestically towards Datong. Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian adeptly remounted his horse, casting a cold glance over the quaking officials behind him, and coldly instructed, You shall follow the army into the city. Without a backward glance, he spurred his horse and departed, leaving the Datong officials pale as ghosts. taken aback by the abrupt downfall of their governor. Such an unexpected turn of events was enough to instill fear in their hearts. They exchanged glances, trembling and tugging at one another, their steps unsteady as they followed the army into the city, their hearts in turmoil, uncertain of what awaited them. Chapter 98. The meeting of the two kings. The grand army marched resolutely into Datong City. Upon entering, Jiang Ning and his companions began to survey their surroundings. To their astonishment, they beheld the sight of destitute citizens, clad in tattered clothing, their expressions vacant, while the streets lay eerily desolate, sparsely populated. Jiang Ning questioned whether he had arrived at the wrong destination, pondering in silence. Is this truly Datong? It seems even the ordinary counties they had passed through on their journey were better off. Soon enough, Jiang Ning and his entourage arrived at the governor's office. Upon their arrival, Yuan Kelly set about organizing subsequent matters. Meanwhile, Prince Zhu Yujian, accompanied by Wang Qingyin and, reluctantly, Wei Zhongxian, proceeded to visit the Prince of Dai. Although Wei Zhongxian had no desire to accompany them, Zhu Yujian deemed him exceptionally reliable, having witnessed his efficacy during the previous incident at the city gate, and thus insisted on dragging him along. Jiang Ning observed the reluctant Wei Zhongxian being forcibly pulled by Zhu Yujian and could not help but smile. Reflecting on the irony, these two were once mortal enemies in the original course of history, yet the current scenario had undergone a complete reversal. Subsequently, considering various factors, Jiang Ning arranged for Li Ruoyan to lead 1,000 Jinyue for protection. After all, the lineage of the Prince of Dai was notoriously unpredictable, and one could never anticipate what reckless act he might commit. This Prince of Xian was the only biological brother of the current emperor. Should this unacquainted Prince of Dai act impulsively and commit a grave transgression, it would spell disaster. Thereafter, Li Ruoyan received his orders and swiftly led 1,000 Jinyue to closely guard Zhu Yujian. Following these events, Zhu Yujian grew increasingly satisfied with Jiang Ning's capabilities. He found that this Master Jiang not only possessed a unique demeanor, but also had an imaginative mind. His actions, though seemingly chaotic, consistently struck at the heart of the matter, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease, as if every step taken was precisely on point. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Ning hastened to arrange for Miao Yuani to take full control of Datong's defense affairs. He issued strict orders to the original garrison, mandating their immediate return to the barracks. Furthermore, he clearly stipulated that without a decree from the imperial envoy, no one was to move about casually. As a result, the entire military defense system of Datong City swiftly entered a state of heightened control under Jiang Ning's direction, ensuring that the situation within the city could be effectively managed in the forthcoming actions. Zhu Yujian, along with Wang Qingyin and Wei Zhongxian, arrived at the gates of the Prince of Dai's residence, where the grandeur before him momentarily left him speechless. The Prince of Dai's mansion was majestic and resplendent, its opulence rivaling that of the imperial palace, and compared to his own Prince of Xian's residence, it was as though he stood before a refugee camp. A pang of jealousy surged within Zhu Yujian, his countenance darkening as he strode purposefully inside. The guards of the prince's residence were taken aback when they saw a young man clad in a dragon robe, accompanied by a throng of imperial guards, approaching with an imposing demeanor. Their legs trembled at the sight. However, recalling the terrifying reputation of their prince, they gritted their teeth and stepped forward to obstruct Zhu Yujian, cautiously stating, "We humbly ask His Highness the Prince to wait a moment while I inform the inner court and respectfully invite Your Highness inside." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yujian's fury ignited. As the younger brother of the reigning emperor, he was accustomed to commanding respect in the capital, where no one dared to defy him. Yet here, in the humble city of Datong, he found himself thwarted by mere guards of the prince's residence. If word of this were to spread, where would his dignity reside? In a fit of rage, he cast a glance at Wang Qingyin, yet Wang Qingyin, unlike Wei Zhongxian, appeared oblivious, standing there in a daze. Observing this, Wei Zhongxian sighed inwardly, thinking, "Oh, young prince, you must learn from us." Without further ado, he stepped forward and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to the guards, knocking them to the ground while berating them. "You insolent wretches, have you lost your senses to dare impede the prince's passage? It seems you wish to court your own demise. Li Qianhu, seize these traitorous scoundrels." Upon receiving the order, Li Ruoyan signaled, and the imperial guards surged forward with ferocity, binding the guards at the entrance of the prince's residence. Wei Zhongxian then turned to Zhu Yujian with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Your Highness, how shall we deal with these rebellious rascals? Please, let your will be known." After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yujian began to speak, "Well." But before he could finish, Wei Zhongxian bellowed, "His Highness has decreed, execute them all." At this command, Li Ruoyan waved his hand, and the Imperial Guards unsheathed their ornate blades, disregarding the pleas for mercy from the guards, swiftly executing them on the spot. The gruesome scene startled Zhu Yujian, who had merely intended to inquire about the fate of the guards. To his astonishment, he had barely uttered a word when Old Wei hastily ordered executions. He had not anticipated the ruthless nature of Jiang Daren's subordinates, who wasted no time in drawing their swords. However, reflecting on their actions, he recognized that they were merely preserving their authority, and he felt it inappropriate to voice any further dissent. Thus, he nodded slightly, feigning calmness, and strode purposefully into the prince's residence, muttering under his breath, "Goodness." As the guards were slain, chaos erupted within the entire prince's residence, with cries and shouts reverberating throughout. At this moment, the prince, Zhu Dingwei, who was indulging in revelry within, was incensed by the commotion. He bellowed, "Who dares to create such a ruckus outside? Go see what is happening and bring the culprits to me. Break their legs and cast them out of my residence." Upon hearing this, Lu Sanqi, the chief eunuch, hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and rushed outside, fearing that any delay might lead to his own execution at the hands of the prince. Not long into his journey, Lu Sanqi spotted a young man clad in a purple python robe, accompanied by an elderly gentleman in the same attire. Alongside the previously seen Wang Qingyan, followed by a contingent of Imperial Guards. With a mere glance, Lu Sanqi swiftly deduced the young man's identity. Undoubtedly, he was Prince Zhu Yujian of Xian. He immediately knelt down with a thud, proclaiming, "I am Lu Sanqi, the chief eunuch of the prince's residence. Here to pay my respects to your highness, Prince of Xian." Zhu Yujian responded with a mere nod, his demeanor cool and detached, showing no inclination for Lu Sanqi to rise. Instead, he coldly inquired, "Where is the prince?" At that moment, Lu Sanqi trembled uncontrollably, understanding that this visitor bore ill tidings. Indeed, a benevolent being would not arrive in such a manner. The formidable presence of Prince Zhu Yujian left no doubt that he was not to be trifled with. Recalling the volatile temperament of his own prince, Lu Sanqi vividly remembered the previous announcement made by the chief eunuch who served Zhu Yujian. A misstep in his response could lead to dire consequences. Caught between these two royal figures, Lu Sanqi felt akin to a mouse trapped within a windbox, subject to the pressures from both sides. Observing Lu Sanqi's prolonged silence and visible distress, Zhu Yujian's brow furrowed slightly. At that juncture, Wei Zhongxian discreetly signaled Wang Qingyan, who promptly advanced and sternly admonished, "Chief Eunuch Lu, the Prince of Xian is addressing you. Why do you hesitate to respond? Have you lost your voice?" Startled, Lu Sanqi shuddered, biting his lip before hastily replying, "The prince is in the rear garden. I shall inform him at once." As he attempted to rise, Zhu Yujian interjected coldly, "Did this prince grant you permission to rise? Remain kneeling here. I shall go to see the prince myself." With that, he led Wang Qingyan and Wei Zhongxian straight into the depths of the residence, with the Imperial Guards following in disciplined formation. Lu Sanqi silently lamented his fate, thinking, "This is a calamity waiting to unfold." Meanwhile, Wei Zhongxian observed Wang Qingyan's demeanor with a mixture of exasperation and pity. Internally, he chastised, "Oh, little prince, why are you so spineless? You usually display cleverness, yet now you seem utterly deflated. Why not muster some courage and teach him a lesson, so he might remember the might of our Prince of Xian?" As Zhu Yujian, accompanied by Wei Zhongxian and Wang Qingyan, made their way to the rear garden, the winding corridors and meandering paths bewildered even him. He marveled inwardly, questioning how this space could resemble a royal residence, feeling more intricate than his elder brother's imperial palace. In exasperation, he seized a passing maid, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Lead me to the prince." The maid, struck with fear, quickly complied, trembling as she guided them through the labyrinthine paths. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the garden. There, upon a waterside pavilion, a troupe of dancers moved gracefully to the melodies of strings and flutes, their colorful sleeves fluttering, creating a dreamlike spectacle. A group of singers donned delicate silk garments, their skin appearing as exquisite as jade, as they swayed rhythmically to the enchanting music. The intoxicating scene rendered the youthful Zhu Yujian unable to suppress the flush that spread across his face. At that moment, Prince Dai, Zhu Dingwei, also sensed the peculiar atmosphere. He gradually rose and turned to gaze, immediately spotting the figure clad in a python robe, Zhu Yujian, accompanied by Wang Qingyin and Wei Zhongxian. His brow furrowed tightly, and he pondered in silence. Why has the Prince of Xian unexpectedly arrived at my Prince Dai's residence, causing such a commotion? Relying on his status as Zhu Yujian's elder, he chose to disregard the disturbance and leisurely resumed his enjoyment of the performance. Zhu Yujian observed everything with clarity. Upon noticing the middle-aged man in the python robe, Prince Dai glanced at him before nonchalantly sitting back down. A surge of fury ignited within him. He silently cursed. "Oh, Prince Dai, how increasingly audacious you have become, daring to display such arrogance before me." With purposeful strides, he approached Prince Dai, hands clasped behind his back, and coldly stated, "Prince Dai appears to be in high spirits. I had thought you were preoccupied with matters of great significance." At this juncture, Zhu Dingwei feigned ignorance. Rising slowly to appraise Zhu Yujian without offering any formal greeting, merely chuckling as he remarked, "Ah, it is the Prince of Xian, my nephew. Pray tell, what brings you to my humble abode?" Zhu Yujian snorted disdainfully and replied, "I am surprised that you recognized me upon our first meeting, Prince Dai. Your eyesight is indeed commendable." Hearing this, Zhu Dingwei felt a wave of embarrassment. The Zhu family had established rules that prohibited casual visits among princely relations. Despite their genuine kinship, they had never encountered one another before, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Then, Zhu Yujian waved his hand decisively and commanded, "All the songstresses, disperse." Yet, none dared to move. The tyrannical reputation of Prince Dai was well known throughout Datong, and the songstresses were reluctant to defy his wishes. However, Wei Zhongxian cared little for such considerations, since His Highness, the Prince of Xian, had spoken. There was nothing he would not dare to do. He beckoned, and a cadre of Imperial guards swiftly unsheathed their embroidered spring sabers, the cold glint of steel flashing ominously. This unexpected display sent the songstresses into a frenzy of terrified screams. Wei Zhongxian bellowed, "Have you all gone deaf? His Highness, the Prince of Xian, commands you to retreat. Do you wish to meet your end?" The songstresses, pale with fear, hastened to scatter. Finally, Wei Zhongxian quickly returned to stand behind Zhu Yujian. This spectacle infuriated Prince Dai Zhu Dingwei to the point where his nose seemed to twitch in rage. He coldly reprimanded, "Who dares to act so audaciously? Rebuking the songstresses of my residence in my presence, and commanding the Imperial guards to unsheath their blades within my domain? Are you seeking an untimely demise?" Wei Zhongxian immediately adopted a demeanor of feigned caution, proclaiming, "I beseech your Highness to quell your anger. I am Wei Zhongxian, the Director of Ceremonies, Chief of the Eastern Depot, and Keeper of the Imperial Stables, tasked with the protection of His Highness, the Prince of Xian." Zhu Dingwei was about to unleash his wrath, but upon hearing the name Wei Zhongxian, he froze, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to respond. The reputation of Wei Zhongxian is indeed resounding. This living bodhisattva and stern judge of the Ming capital has had his name echo even to Datong and Shaanxi. Furthermore, the formidable Jiang, the commander of the Jinyui whom he has never met, is notorious for his disruptive tendencies. Wherever these two individuals tread, they incite a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. He is acutely aware that a reckless outburst on his part would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he must stifle the fury boiling within him. Observing Wei Zhongxian's complete subjugation of the crown prince, Zhu Yujian muses to himself, "If even the formidable Wei can instill fear in the crown prince, what does it say of me, the younger brother of the current emperor and a prince of the realm, if I cannot command the same respect?" The thought of being perceived as lesser than a mere eunuch is unbearable. It would render him without face in the capital henceforth. Contemplating this, Zhu Yujian's expression darkens, and he speaks coldly, "Crown Prince, your audacity is remarkable. I had sent Wang Qingyin, the steward of my estate, to summon you to the city gates. Yet you had the temerity to refuse. I was curious as to your preoccupations, but to my astonishment, you have indulged in revelry within your residence. Truly, you are brazen beyond measure." At this, Zhu Dingwei's anger surges forth. He feels that while he cannot confront the unyielding Wei Zhongxian, he ought to be able to manage his own nephew. With a disdainful scoff, he retorts, "Dear nephew, I have just concluded my pressing duties. and I had prepared a feast with song and dance to honor your visit. I did not expect you to arrive unannounced, leaving me somewhat unprepared. Hearing this, Zhu Yujian is incensed. The crown prince's words seemed to treat him as a child, blatantly dismissive of his authority. Furious, Zhu Yujian's countenance turns pale. His eyes wide with rage as he glares at Zhu Dingwei, exclaiming, "Crown Prince, do not attempt to deceive me with your sweet words. Do you think me so easily trifled with? I came here, and you neither met me at the gates, nor do you show me the respect due to my station. Do you hold no regard for me, nor for royal protocol?" In response, Zhu Dingwei, unperturbed, lets out a cold huff and declares, "Dear nephew, you have journeyed so far from the capital. I had intended to host a banquet to strengthen our familial bonds. However, since you have chosen to be so discourteous, you may take your leave. This residence of the crown prince does not welcome you." With that, he unceremoniously issues an eviction order. Zhu Yujian, now thoroughly enraged, trembles with fury, glancing around wildly until his gaze lands on the embroidered spring knife in Li Ruoyan's grasp. He strides forward resolutely. Witnessing this, Wei Zhongxian turns pale with fear, fully aware that should Zhu Yujian unsheath his blade, the situation would spiral beyond control and reason would be lost. Despairing internally, Wei Zhongxian silently implores, "Your Highness, please do not draw your sword." Without a moment to spare, he dashes forward, swiftly retrieving an imperial edict from his bosom and presenting it to Zhu Yujian. Upon receiving the edict, Zhu Yujian is instantly brought back to his senses. Chapter 99. He Shixian takes action upon receiving the imperial edict. Zhu Yujian let out a cold snort and declared, "Prince Dai, at this moment and in this place, there exists no familial affection between uncle and nephew. Only the imperial envoy of the court and the prince guarding Datong." He then cast a stern gaze towards Prince Dai. Zhu Dingwei. Seeing Zhu Yujian produce the imperial decree, Zhu Dingwei dared not act arrogantly any longer and hastily knelt in fear and trepidation. As Zhu Yujian opened the edict and prepared to read it aloud, he was taken aback to discover that, although it bore the imperial seal, it was entirely blank, devoid of any content. With a look of astonishment and disbelief, he turned his gaze towards Wei Zhongxian. Noticing this, Wei Zhongxian quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, when departing the capital, His Majesty specifically instructed that you may read whatever content you deem appropriate, as long as the matter at hand is not delayed. You have the discretion to manage other aspects as you see fit. After delivering the edict, there is no need to hand it over to Prince Dai. You may keep it in your custody." Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian leaned closer to Zhu Yujian, murmuring the various illegal deeds of Prince Dai, Zhu Dingwei, recounting them in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian's anger surged uncontrollably. His demeanor turned serious as he held the blank edict with solemnity. In a loud voice, he proclaimed, "By the mandate of heaven and the authority of the emperor, it is decreed that Prince Dai, Zhu Dingwei, who has received the emperor's grace and is tasked with guarding Datong, has engaged in numerous nefarious acts within his domain, facing repeated impeachment. Though I initially hesitated to impose severe punishment due to our familial ties, I was taken aback to find that Zhu Dingwei has not sought to repay the emperor's kindness, but has instead intensified his wrongdoing. I can no longer tolerate this. I hereby command Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, to travel to Shangxi Datong and thoroughly investigate the numerous illegal activities of Prince Dai. From the moment the prince receives this edict, all members of the household shall be confined within the Prince Dai's residence, forbidden from leaving or engaging with anyone privately. The entire estate shall be temporarily managed by Prince Xian, who shall have the authority to act as deemed appropriate during the investigation. So it is decreed." He swiftly added, "This edict shall be kept in the custody of Prince Xian after being received by Prince Dai." Zhu Yujian initially intended to add further remarks, but he quickly refrained. Fearing that Wei might order the execution of Prince Dai, the scene at the entrance of the prince's residence still vivid in his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dingwei felt as though struck by lightning, rendered completely speechless. He had never anticipated that his actions would result in such restrictions on his freedom, and that his own nephew would come under the imperial edict to investigate him. Reflecting on his earlier arrogant demeanor, he suddenly awoke to the gravity of the situation. At this moment, he understood that not only was he merely a relative of Prince Xian, but even if his own father were to arrive, no one could protect him unless it was the current emperor. In the vast realm of the Ming dynasty, beyond the reigning sovereign, there was indeed no one capable of challenging Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian. After all, he was a brother to the emperor, while Zhu Dingwei's connection to the emperor was vastly inferior. With a cold snort, Zhu Yujian slowly retracted the edict and spoke in a tone that was flat yet undeniably authoritative. Prince Dai, I shall temporarily take custody of this edict on your behalf. From this day forth, you shall remain in the confines of this rear garden, forbidden to venture anywhere or meet anyone. The entire prince's residence will be comprehensively taken over by the imperial guards. Having spoken, he paid no further heed to the stupefied Zhu Dingwei. Merely gesturing nonchalantly as he instructed, Wang Qingyan, Wei Zhongxian, commence your actions. The two took their orders, swiftly leading a contingent of imperial guards to fully seize control of the prince's residence. At that moment, Zhu Yujian approached Wei Zhongxian with a conspiratorial air, lowering his voice to say, Lord Wei, you must assist me in thoroughly investigating the prince's illicit dealings. It would be best to unearth irrefutable evidence. Additionally, conduct a meticulous search of the prince's residence to see if you can find any forbidden items such as the dragon robe or the jade seal. Upon hearing this, the elder Wei was taken aback, pondering, this prince of faith is indeed ruthless. He is clearly driving his royal uncle to a dead end. Yet, reflecting on Zhu Dingwei's previous arrogant demeanor, which even tested the patience of one known for his good nature, he resolved without hesitation and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the office of the governor of Datong, Jiang Ning's countenance darkened as he examined the evidence presented by his subordinates. He could hardly believe that the governor Wang Gui had audaciously committed so many unlawful acts. This man had oppressed the weak, perpetrated numerous vile deeds, seized the lands of the common folk, and forcibly abducted women, leaving a trail of malevolence in his wake. Subsequently, Jiang Ning handed the evidence to Yuan Kelly for review. Yuan Kelly merely cast a swift glance and, with an indifferent expression, stated, Request the imperial sword. Let us execute him and be done with it. Jiang Ning was taken aback, considering how decisively this elder Yuan acted. At that moment, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Dear Jiang, do not blame this old man for being merciless. Our forces are limited. We must stabilize the situation in Shaanxi swiftly. Therefore, Wang Gui's head must serve as a warning to the others, to establish authority. If this does not suffice, we shall devise other means with the remaining officials. After all, there are still the provincial governor and other officials in Shaanxi. We can discreetly investigate them. I refuse to believe that by executing these individuals, we cannot bring the entire Shaanxi region under control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was left speechless, realizing that, in comparison, he had become the most benevolent among them. He then solemnly requested the imperial sword. The imperial guards immediately began to sound drums and gongs, announcing throughout the streets of Datong the numerous crimes committed by Governor Wang Gui, declaring that the imperial envoy sought the sword to execute him. The populace, previously anxious and fearful, flocked to the streets to witness the unfolding events. At the governor's office, Wang Gui was bound and kneeling on the ground, his face ashen, flanked by other officials equally guilty of wrongdoing. Witnessing the imperial envoy's decisive action, the citizens erupted in cheers, eagerly sharing the news with one another. Soon, the area outside the governor's office was teeming with a throng of spectators, drawn together by the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Jiang Ning made a striking entrance. Brandishing the imperial sword, he stood atop a table and bellowed, Esteemed elders of Datong, I am the commander of the Jinyui and the Left General of the Central Army in the military governor's office, concurrently serving as the vice envoy appointed by the emperor to inspect Shaanxi and oversee the actions of Governor Wang Gui of Datong. During his tenure, this Wang Gui has perpetrated countless atrocities, ruthlessly oppressing the common folk. Today, I have summoned this imperial sword to execute him and restore justice to the people of Datong. I implore the esteemed elders present to bear witness. As he spoke, Jiang Ning's declarations grew increasingly outrageous. Those with wealth may contribute gold, while the less affluent may offer their presents. At this, Yuan Kuli could no longer endure the folly and swiftly intervened to pull him down. Yuan Kuli then took the imperial sword and turned to General Mao Yuan-yi, saying, General, you shall carry out the execution personally. Accepting the command, Mao Yuan-yi stepped forward with a steady gait, drawing the sword with a slow grace. Its cold gleam flashed momentarily. In a swift motion, he struck down, the sound of severed flesh echoing as Wang Gui's head fell to the ground. Subsequently, a number of corrupt officials were executed in succession by the Jinyui. The citizens of Datong erupted in jubilant cheers, some setting off firecrackers in celebration. Following this, Yuan coolly ordered that the heads of the officials be displayed at the entrance of the governor's office as a grim warning to others about the fate that awaited those who engaged in corruption. Soon, Datong was alive with festivity, the joy of the populace palpable, as if they were celebrating a festival. At this moment, Jiang Ning could not help but reflect. The lives of the common people in the Ming dynasty are indeed fraught with suffering. We receive our salaries from the court, yet His Majesty does not toil the fields. These salaries are derived from the taxes paid by the people. The common folk are mercilessly oppressed by these avaricious officials, leading to such dire straits. Our actions today, albeit corrective, have elicited such joy from the people, leaving us with a profound sense of guilt. Yuan coolly, resonating with his sentiments, nodded solemnly and sighed. Corrupt officials abound, and yet they are never fully eradicated. Just then, a distant voice rang out as Wei Zhongxian shouted, "Where are the corrupt officials? Where are the corrupt officials? Bring them forth, so I may see. My great blade is eager for action." Jiang Ning and Yuan coolly looked up to see Wei Zhongxian sprinting forward, closely followed by Prince Xian Zhu Yujian and Wang Qingyan, all wearing broad smiles. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Master Wei, have you concluded your visit with Prince Xian to the Duke of Dai?" As Wei Zhongxian continued to search for corrupt officials, Jiang Ning gestured towards several poles and remarked, "Master Wei, you have arrived too late. They have all been executed." Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's expression fell in disappointment. At that moment, Zhu Yujian approached with a smile, saying, "Esteemed Elder Yuan, Honorable Minister Jiang, I have firmly taken control of the entire Duke of Dai's residence and have placed the Duke under house arrest. Moving forward, I will assign Master Wei and Wang Qingyan to thoroughly investigate the Duke's numerous illegal activities." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning and Yuan coolly were momentarily taken aback, astonished at how remarkably capable Prince Xian was in handling affairs. At this moment, Zhu Yujian, brimming with excitement, recounted in vivid detail how he had frightened Prince Dai. Zhu Dingwei, with blank imperial edicts while at the prince's residence. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, was utterly astounded. Even Yuan Kelly, the vice minister of the cabinet, was left speechless, truly taken aback by the audacity displayed by His Highness, the Prince of Faith, in such an unexpected manner. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly took charge of arranging a thorough investigation into the smuggling and treasonous activities linked to Prince Dai, with Zhu Yujian leading the charge, supported by Wei Zhongxian and Wang Qingyan. Zhu Yujian, still exhilarated, inquired of Yuan Kelly, "Elder Yuan, what shall we do if I discover the dragon robe and jade seal within the prince's residence?" This question startled Yuan Kelly, who inwardly pondered, could it be that Prince Dai is indeed plotting a rebellion? At that moment, Wei Zhongxian succinctly recounted to Yuan Kelly the numerous disrespectful actions of Zhu Dingwei towards Zhu Yujian, as well as Zhu Yujian's singular desire to rectify matters involving the prince. Upon finishing, Yuan Kelly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. They had come to investigate a case, not to bring ruin upon Prince Dai. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, he realized that if Zhu Yujian were solely intent on eliminating Prince Dai, it could trigger a series of uncontrollable repercussions. Thus, he hastily offered words of comfort to Zhu Yujian, earnestly explaining the implications involved. After considerable persuasion, he managed to quell Zhu Yujian's fervor for the prince's demise. Meanwhile, in Zhangjiago, Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tian led an impressive contingent of 10,000 soldiers to the pass. The guarding commander, Wang Xingjian, wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom why the court would suddenly dispatch such a large force to Zhangjiago. He immediately grew wary and prepared to respond cautiously. As the garrison commander of Zhangjiago, he had, over the years, profited significantly from the transactions between high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants from Shaanxi, who had traded military supplies and provisions beyond the pass. With a guilty conscience, he was naturally on high alert. Consequently, Wang Xingjian promptly ordered the obstruction of Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tian's party and swiftly dispatched someone to inquire about their intentions. Zhao Shuijiao, a seasoned veteran in the military, quickly instructed his men to report that they were acting upon the Ministry of War's orders to transport military supplies and, incidentally, to reward the soldiers of Zhangjiago. Hearing this report, Wang Xingjian resolved to personally meet these generals who claimed to come bearing rewards for the garrison. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the pass, where he saw Zhao Shuijiao bellowing, Are you the garrison commander of Zhangjiago, Wang Xinjian? Wang Xinjian, cautious and vigilant, asked. May I inquire as to which general stands before me? Zhao Shuijiao, with a glint in his eye and a smile on his face, replied, I am He Shirxian, a deputy general under the command of the Liaodong military office. I am returning to the capital to report on my duties. And it just so happens that the Ministry of War has issued an official document directing me to deliver rewards for the soldiers here in Zhangjiago before I return to Liaodong. As he spoke, he calmly produced the official document prepared by Wen Tiren. Upon hearing the name He Shirxian, Wang Xinjian was taken aback. After all, the formidable reputation of the fierce general from Liaodong, known as Crazy He, was well known throughout the region. Not long ago, He Shirxian led the Shenyang garrison out of the city to engage in a field battle against the Jurchens. Though commendable in courage, their defeat incurred the wrath of the court, resulting in his demotion to the rank of deputy general. At this moment, listening to Zhao Shuijiao's authentic Liaodong accent, Wang Xinjian could not help but feel a measure of belief. Observing the situation, Wang Xinjian arranged for his subordinates to receive the official documents. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shuijiao suddenly delivered a fierce kick, knocking the man off his feet, and erupted into a tirade. Well, you Wang Xinjian, you son of a dog. Have I given you face? I traveled all the way from the capital to deliver these supplies to you in Zhangjiago, and you dare to act all high and mighty. If this were Liaodong, I would have cut you down with a single blow. Seeing Zhao Shuijiao's sudden outburst, Wang Xinjian was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Suppressing his anger, he replied sternly, I implore Deputy General He to understand, as I am tasked with guarding Zhangjiago, I must act with caution. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao's ire only intensified. Damn it, Wang Xinjian, have I been too lenient with you? I tirelessly transported these supplies from the capital for you, and you still dare to make excuses. With that, he tore the official document to shreds and bellowed, I will return to Liaodong right now. I will not leave these supplies here. I will take them back and share them with my brothers in Liaodong. Even if the military department blames me later, I have justification. It is you who do not appreciate what is offered, not that I refuse to give. With that, he feigned readiness to depart. Witnessing Zhao Shuijiao lead his men in a grand procession to return, Wang Xinjian panicked. He gazed longingly at the 100 carts laden with supplies, burning with urgency. After all, even the smallest gains are worthwhile, and this was undeniably a substantial bounty. He knew he could benefit significantly from this batch of resources. Wang Xinjian quickly donned a smile and rode after him, saying, Deputy General He, please calm your anger. It was my brothers who were disrespectful earlier. I ask that you grant us a favor. Allow me to lead you into the pass, and I shall immediately prepare a banquet to apologize to you. Zhao Shuijiao snorted coldly and responded, that is more like it. Hurry and open the pass for me. The journey has been exhausting for me and my brothers. Wang Xinjian dared not hesitate further and promptly ordered the gates opened. Zhao Shuijiao's troop surged forward, with Wang Xinjian closely following, arranging for the banquet while also instructing his subordinates to receive the supplies. However, as soon as they made a move, they were blocked by soldiers accompanying Zhao Shuijiao. Wang Xinjian, puzzled, inquired, Deputy General He, what does this mean? Zhao Shuijiao snorted again and retorted, Deputy General Wang, your appetite seems rather large. Zhangjiago isn't yours alone to guard. Shouldn't the other commanders from the nearby fortresses be gathered as well? Let us all prosper together. I came all this way. Am I to receive nothing for my troubles? Wang Xinjian immediately understood Zhao Shuijiao's intent, a smile spreading across his face as he said, Deputy General He, please do not take offense, my brothers were merely anxious. I will arrange for all the commanders from the surrounding fortresses to be invited at once. Rest assured, General He, my brother will not treat you poorly. Chapter 100, The King of Hell Smiles and the Whole Family Reports. Wang Xinjian hastily instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast, replete with food and wine. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren vigilantly stood guard over the supplies. During this time, Wang Xinjian made several attempts to approach the goods, each time skillfully thwarted by Zhao Shuijiao. Following this, Wang Xinjian engaged Zhao Shuijiao in conversation about matters within the Liaodong army, to which Zhao Shuijiao responded with eloquence and clarity, dispelling any lingering doubts in Wang Xinjian's mind. With a sense of reassurance, he went to summon the commanders of the nearby military fortresses, preparing to seize a substantial share of the supplies. At that moment, Wen Tiren quietly asked Zhao Shuijiao, General Zhao, When shall we take action? Zhao Shuijiao pondered for a moment before slowly responding. Let us wait a while longer. Until the commanders from the fortresses around Zhangjiago have all gathered. Then we shall strike in unison. When Tiran inquired, do you mean to capture them all, General Zhao? Zhao Shuijiao chuckled darkly and replied, Lord One, it is not merely capture. It is complete annihilation. Upon hearing this, When Tiran felt a jolt of fear. Realizing the enormity of such a plan, slaughtering all officials of 1,000 households or more from Zhangjiago and its neighboring fortresses would involve a considerable number of individuals. At that moment, Zhao Shuijiao, with a mysterious air, remarked, Lord One, having served in the capital, you may not be fully aware of the situation at the borders. These individuals are not just one or two involved in the smuggling of military supplies and provisions. Such large-scale operations cannot be managed by a mere handful. Tonight, we shall eliminate them all. I, Zhao, assure you with my head that none shall be innocent. After a moment of contemplation, When Tiran slowly nodded, acknowledging the validity of Zhao Shuijiao's words. That evening, indeed, all the commanders from Zhangjiago and the surrounding fortresses were gathered. Zhao Shuijiao arranged for the multitude of wagons laden with supplies to be encircled, trapping all the commanders within, allowing them to indulge in feasting and revelry. Wang Xinjian, intoxicated and flushed, leaned heavily on Zhao Shuijiao's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother, I heard that you were punished by the court after the great battle in Shenyang. Why not come to my side? I promise to treat you to the finest delicacies. Zhao Shuijiao gently shook his head, observing the drunken state of the commanders. A faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wang Xinjian, his tongue thickened by drink, continued, Elder brother, you doubt my words. Let me tell you, guarding Zhangjiago is akin to safeguarding a treasure trove, an inexhaustible source of wealth. We merely need to hold our ground here. Far superior to the situation in Liaodong, where you must contend with the Jianzhou bandits, yielding scant rewards. At this, Zhao Shuijiao adopted a serious demeanor and stated, Commander Wang, your kind intentions are duly noted. However, I fear that this money may be earned with life, but spent without it. Wang Xinjian, perplexed, asked, and why is that? Zhao Shuijiao grinned ominously, drawing his long knife from his waist and bellowing, because I am about to send you to meet the king of hell. Before the words had left his mouth, with a swift motion, Wang Xinjian's head fell to the ground, his eyes forever closed. In the ensuing chaos, Zhao Shuijiao bellowed at the top of his lungs, slaughter them all. Not a single one is to be spared. The soldiers, who had long been lying in wait, surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, mercilessly hacking at the inebriated generals. In an instant, all present, save for Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tairing, met their demise. Slain without exception, Zhao Shuijiao then forcefully kicked a wine jar away and shouted, Bring me reinforcements. Quickly seized control of the defenses at Zhangjiago and the nearby military forts. With all the higher-ranking generals gathered in Zhangjiago now decimated, the defending troops found themselves leaderless. Zhao Shuijiao's takeover of Zhangjiago proceeded with remarkable ease, and he promptly allocated several thousand troops to Wen Tairing and Sun Yuanhua. Once in command, the two hastened to inspect the grain and supplies stored by the 8 great Shaanxi merchants in Zhangjiago. At that moment, the merchants lay in their beds, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. Upon opening their doors, they discovered themselves encircled by soldiers and layers both within and without. Wen Tairing and Sun Yuanhua surveyed the surrounded merchants, and with a subtle smile revealing his pristine teeth, Wen Tairing spoke in a calm, yet menacing tone, Execute them all. Not one shall be spared, and subsequently seize all their possessions. Upon receiving the command, the officers drew their swords and charged in a desperate bid for safety. The merchant caravans had enlisted many outlaws. Faced with the onslaught of the imperial troops, they attempted several breakout maneuvers during the suppression. But against the well-trained forces of the court, their efforts were futile, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, and they were swiftly quelled. Following a night of bloodshed, Zhangjiago resembled a purgatory, a river of blood staining the ground. Zhao Shuijiao, wielding a long blade and drenched in blood, was surveying the aftermath. Wen Tairing, appearing disheveled with blood splattered across his garments, approached Zhao Shuijiao and, with a grin, announced, General Zhao, the matter is settled. All supplies stored by the 8 great Shaanxi merchants have been confiscated. Zhao Shuijiao, filled with excitement, inquired, That is splendid. But what of the traitors among the 8 families in Zhangjiago? Wen Tairing shrugged nonchalantly. They have all been executed. Zhao Shuijiao gasped in shock and quickly asked, Lord Wen, why did you kill them all? Wen Tairing, feigning confusion, replied, General Zhao, this tactic I learned from you. One pot stew. Zhao Shuijiao opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately letting out a resigned smile. He reflected inwardly that those who followed Lord Jiang were all decisive and ruthless individuals, and this particular Lord Wen was indeed a remarkable talent. Even the ruse to deceive He Shixian into opening the gates of Zhangjiago had been devised by Wen Tairing himself. Thereafter, the accompanying officials from the Ministry of Revenue tirelessly commenced the confiscation of the supplies belonging to the generals guarding Zhangjiago and the 8 great Shaanxi merchants. When Tiran lowered his gaze upon the mottled stains of blood adorning his attire, and a myriad of emotions surged within him, he pondered to himself, it is indeed most beneficial to follow Lord Jiang. Just this journey beyond the capital has allowed me to accrue considerable merit. Yet, he understood that such opportunities are rare and require further diligence. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself and conferred with Zhao Shuijiao, deciding to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Zhangjiabao merchant convoy. Any hint of collusion with foreign enemies or involvement in smuggling would be met with lethal consequences. This initiative caused considerable upheaval among the Ministry of Revenue officials, as they struggled to sift through the vast wealth of the 8 major Jin merchants and the garrison commanders of Zhangjiabao. Meanwhile, Wen Tiran and Zhao Shuijiao unleashed a wave of executions, adding a plethora of affairs that required attention. As for the Minister of Revenue, Guo Laoku, he had first been soundly beaten by soldiers under Zhao Shuijiao's command and then nearly strangled by Jiang Ning. At present, he lay in a state of utter disarray in Datong, recovering feebly. Now, Datong had been firmly secured under the control of Jiang Ning and his associates. Following a discussion, Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning resolved to entrust the city's defenses to Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, while arranging for Wei Zhongxian, Wang Qingyan, and Huang Daozhou to assist, ensuring that all matters of defense were meticulously managed. Once the arrangements were finalized, Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, and Li Ruolin, accompanied by a multitude of the Jinyue, proceeded with great pomp to the army of General Yang Zhaoji stationed in Datong. As one of the pivotal strongholds of the Ming dynasty, Datong housed an army of 80,000. The newly appointed General Yang Zhaoji had only recently assumed command. Upon hearing of the imperial envoy's arrival, he hastily gathered his officers to greet them. Outside the military camp's main gate, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly walked side by side. Yuan Kelly, with a countenance as stern as a winter's chill, surveyed the assembled generals and declared emphatically, General Yang, sound the drums and gather the troops. I have an imperial edict to proclaim. Yang Zhaoji complied immediately, instructing the drums to be beaten and the troops to assemble. Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, and Yang Zhaoji ascended the platform for commanders. However, after 3 resounding beats of the drum, only a sparse number of generals had arrived. Witnessing this, Yang Zhaoji's face turned an awkward shade, wishing fervently for a place to hide. Yuan Kelly's expression darkened, and Jiang Ning could not help but furrow his brow. Yuan Kelly rebuked with a fierce voice, Datong stands as one of the 9 vital strongholds of the Ming dynasty, housing an imperial army of 80,000. Yet the generals behave with such levity. According to military law, those who fail to arrive after the drum sounds 3 times are subject to execution. Now that the drums have sounded, these commanders not only failed to arrive on time, but stand here in a disheveled manner. What manner of discipline is this? With that, he turned his gaze sharply, coldly interrogating Yang Zhaoji. General Yang, is this the quality of troops under your command? Yang Zhaoji's face drained of color, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, Elder Yuan, please quell your anger. He struggled to find the words to defend himself, momentarily rendered speechless. At this juncture, Jiang Ning stepped in with a conciliatory smile, saying, Elder Yuan, please temper your ire. General Yang has only recently taken office and has yet to fully command the garrison of Datong. He requires some time to organize. Hearing this, Yuan Kelly managed to temper his anger somewhat and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoji felt a wave of relief wash over him and cast a grateful glance at Jiang Ning. Subsequently, Jiang Ning inquired, General Yang, what is the actual strength of the garrison in Datong? I am asking about the real number of troops, not the figures on the roster. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhaoji's countenance instantly darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly replied, in response to Lord Jiang and Elder Yuan, since my appointment, I have conducted a thorough count of all registered personnel and found that the actual number of soldiers is merely 40,000. Among them, only 30,000 possess combat capability, while the remaining 10,000 are either aged, infirm, or unfit for duty. Jiang Ning was taken aback to learn that there were indeed 40,000 soldiers on paper, which implied that the military funds allocated by the court each year had undoubtedly been embezzled by these commanders. Yuan Kelly was so enraged that his beard trembled. His eyes fixed fiercely upon Yang Xiaoji. Sensing the tension, Yang Xiaoji hastily knelt before them, exclaiming, Elder Yuan, please temper your anger, and Lord Jiang, I implore you to understand my plight. I have only recently assumed the role of general in Datong, and these military leaders have long operated independently. I find it exceedingly difficult to mobilize them. They often pay me lip service while secretly undermining my authority. I am truly at my wit's end. Yuan Kelly, hearing this, completely lost his temper and shouted, Yang Xiaoji, as the general of Datong, if you cannot manage even this matter, you might as well return home to till the fields. At this, Yang Xiaoji began to weep in frustration before Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, understanding the precarious position of military generals in the Ming dynasty, who were often distrusted and hindered by the court, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Yang Xiaoji, a figure renowned for his loyalty and valor in history. Thus, he spoke up, Elder Yuan, General Yang indeed faces challenges of his own. Let us extend our understanding. Since General Yang has laid bare his difficulties, let us assist him in resolving this predicament. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ning then asked, General Yang, please enlighten me as to which individuals operate independently and do not heed your commands. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoji promptly listed dozens of names. Jiang Ning was taken aback, pondering whether this old fellow intended to settle personal scores. To eliminate so many individuals at once would complicate subsequent personnel arrangements significantly. Noticing Jiang Ning's perplexed expression, Yang Xiaoji quickly reassured him, rest assured, Lord Jiang, I harbor no intentions of personal vengeance. The individuals I mentioned have indeed engaged in misconduct, such as embezzling rations and claiming undeserved merits. I possess irrefutable evidence against them. At the mention of embezzlement, Yuan Kelly's fury surged anew, and he seized Yang Xiaoji by the collar, his eyes wide with outrage as he demanded, what did you just say? Is there anyone audacious enough to embezzle and claim false credit? Yang Xiaoji, though frightened, responded swiftly, Elder Yuan, every word I speak is the truth. Since my appointment, I have been conducting thorough investigations, and each of the military leaders I mentioned is involved. I possess concrete evidence. If Elder Yuan doubts my claims, I can arrange for proof to be brought forth immediately. Subsequently, Jiang Ning waved his hand, and several members of the Jinyui, understanding his intent, swiftly followed Yang Xiaoji's guidance to the central military tent to gather evidence. Jiang Ning was acutely aware that since Yang Xiaoji spoke with such fervor, he must possess undeniable proof. At that moment, his gaze turned icy as he coldly surveyed the commanders below, who remained blissfully ignorant, engaged in idle chatter and laughter, oblivious to the impending disaster. A subtle, meaningful smile crept upon his lips. Beside him, Li Ruoyan observed the scene with a heavy heart, silently lamenting the misfortune that awaited many. He understood that their Jinyui commander possessed two distinct types of smiles. One was warm and approachable, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The other, privately referred to as the Yama smile, signified impending doom. Why was it called the Yama smile? Because whenever Jiang Ning revealed this smile, it heralded calamity for those involved, much like Yama claiming souls. Countless families had met their end due to this smile. Thereafter, Jiang Ning commanded Li Ruoyan to dispatch 5,000 elite Jinyui to the military camp, stationed before the assembly platform. Instantly, the commanders gathered before the platform displayed expressions of bewilderment. They had long heard of the Jinyui's formidable reputation, which resonated like thunder. Although the Jinyui of today lacked the unbridled power of the era of the founding emperor, their renown was still formidable, rivaling the authority wielded by Liu Bing during the Jiajing era, an influence not easily trifled with by these military leaders. Consequently, many ceased their previous mirth, their countenances tightening with anxiety as they focused intently on the assembly platform, secretly speculating on the unfolding events. Before long, several Jinyui hurriedly approached, presenting evidence to Jiang Ning. He handed it over to Yuan Kelly, who promptly bent down to examine it. Moments later, Yuan Kelly's face darkened to an inky hue. His eyes reddened with fury, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, clearly enraged. At that juncture, Jiang Ning surveyed the crowd below and inquired, "Is everyone present?" A rotund commander, resembling a sphere, stepped forward and reported, "Your Excellency, there are still several commanders who have yet to arrive. Shall we wait for them a while longer?" Jiang Ning, amused by this remark, smiled subtly and asked, "What is your name, and what position do you hold?" The stout commander replied, "I am Lu Wenlong, the guerrilla general of Datong Town." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Li Ruoyan, saying, "Old Li, bind him and execute him." Li Ruoyan accepted the command and, accompanied by several Jinyui, charged forth like a tiger descending the mountain. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Wenlong was instantly struck with horror, exclaiming loudly in protest, "Your Excellency, what is the meaning of this? What crime have I committed that warrants my execution?" However, Jiang Ning remained indifferent, disregarding his pleas entirely. As Li Ruoyan approached, increasingly close, Lu Wenlong made a resolute decision. Gritting his teeth, he drew his long knife from his waist, intending to resist. Yet, before he could fully unsheath the weapon, Li Ruoyan's swift hand struck down, effortlessly severing two of Lu Wenlong's fingers. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and in agony, Lu Wenlong collapsed to the ground. Li Ruoyan, unfazed by the scene, gestured for several Jin Yi to step forward, pinning Lu Wenlong firmly to the ground. Subsequently, with a glint of cold light flashing from his embroidered spring knife, Li Ruoyan drew it, and with a decisive motion, severed Lu Wenlong's head from his body. This harrowing spectacle left the surrounding generals in shock, each silently contemplating the ruthlessness of the imperial envoy, who had so swiftly executed a general without a second thought. At that moment, two individuals, emboldened by fear, cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency, what offense did General Lu commit that prompted such a sentence?" Yet, Jiang Ning did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly deaf to their questions, and instead casually pointed towards two other generals, holding the bloodied embroidered spring knife. Li Ruoyan approached the two men with an impassive demeanor. Upon seeing this, their faces turned as pale as parchment, their legs trembling as they hastily knelt in supplication. "Your Excellency, please spare us. We shall not dare to offend again." However, seeing no sign of mercy from Jiang Ning, Li Ruoyan struck again without hesitation, delivering two fatal blows that claimed the lives of the two generals. At this juncture, the remaining generals were rendered speechless, none daring to utter a sound for fear that a mere misstep in their words might lead to their own demise. Yuan Kelly observed Jiang Ning's actions with keen eyes. Feigning ignorance while tightly clutching the evidence of the general's transgressions, his gaze icy as he scrutinized all present. Yang Xiaoji, on the other hand, was frozen in shock, unable to fathom that this youthful envoy, seemingly not yet 20, was capable of such cold-blooded executions, indiscriminately slaying three generals without inquiry. What struck him as even more terrifying was the apparent lack of intervention from Elder Yuan. In truth, Jiang Ning was not a mindless butcher, for he lacked the sadistic tendencies of Old Wei. He had long taken note of Lu Wenlong, who, upon first glance, appeared far from a martial commander, resembling instead a merchant engrossed in trade. Adorned with jade rings and several ornamental pieces, he presented a corpulent figure, devoid of the rugged demeanor expected of a military leader. His steps were feeble and unsteady. Merely arriving at the assembly had left him drenched in sweat. Such a man, if thrust into battle, would surely falter. Even a dog would perform better in combat. As for the other two, Jiang Ning had similarly observed their demeanor. They were seen huddling together, exuding an air of cunning and deceit. In such a solemn gathering, they appeared in disarray, their armor askew and chaotic. As military leaders, they bore no weapons, arriving empty-handed. Jiang Ning could hardly believe that these two were formidable warriors capable of facing 100 foes unarmed. Moreover, they arrived last, exhibiting a complete disregard for military discipline. Their demeanor as casual as if they were strolling through a bustling market, devoid of any reverence for military orders. At this moment, Jiang Ning bellowed with fury, "Is there anyone else?" His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating around the assembly and causing the attendees' eardrums to ache. The other generals, startled by this sudden outburst, turned pale, trembling in fear, none daring to utter a sound. as if voicing a word would bring them the same grim fate as the three who had just been executed. At that juncture, Jiang Ning slowly turned his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, landing upon Yang Xiaoji, and a meaningful smirk crept upon his lips as he remarked, "General Yang, why not take a look among these individuals below? Are there any of your trusted officers present?" Yang Xiaoji, taken aback by the words, initially paused, then hastily shook his head. But soon, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on Jiang Ning with disbelief, stammering, "Lord Jiang, you cannot be suggesting," seeing his reaction. Jiang Ning smiled nonchalantly, interjecting, "Why not? I am merely paving the way for you, General Yang. Do not wear such a countenance. My actions are solely for your benefit. Furthermore, I have not asked you to host a banquet. Take joy in this." Yang Xiaoji felt utterly bewildered, inwardly lamenting his plight. He quickly stepped closer to Jiang Ning, lowering his voice to murmur, "Lord Jiang, though most of these generals are not my confidants, there are indeed a few among them who possess genuine talent, worthy of utilization." He could not afford to be careless, for Jiang Ning's ruthless and decisive manner left him apprehensive. Should the Lord whimsically decide to execute all these generals, it would spell disaster. What would he do then, devoid of capable officers to command tens of thousands of troops? Even the esteemed king of Zhongshan, Su De, would find himself at a loss in such a predicament. Jiang Ning nodded in response to Yang Xiaoji's concerns. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Jiang Ning lifted his gaze, observing several armored generals, weapons in hand, leading hundreds of soldiers with fierce intent towards them. Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "Who are these individuals?" Yang Xiaoji's expression darkened instantly as he replied, in response to Lord Jiang, "These are the brothers of the three generals you just executed. It seems they come with ill intent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile, declaring, "A mere few hundred. Do they really think they can turn the tide?" One of the generals bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Who has slain my brother?" He then dashed forward, rushing to the lifeless body of Lu Wenlong. Grasping his brother's head, he wept profusely, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. After his sorrowful outburst, his eyes turned a bloodshot crimson. With a fierce gesture, he commanded the soldiers behind him to draw their weapons, standing defiantly against the group of Imperial guards. The other generals, witnessing the deaths of their comrades, were similarly stirred with indignation. The general cradling Lu Wenlong's severed head glared menacingly at Yang Xiaoji, demanding, "General Yang, what does this mean? What crime did my brother commit that warranted his execution? You must provide me with an explanation today, or I, Lu Wenhui, shall not let this matter rest." Yang Xiaoji was immediately incensed. These men had always shown him a facade of respect while secretly undermining him. Yet today they dared to confront him so brazenly in the presence of the imperial envoy, clearly disregarding his authority as a general. With a stern countenance, he retorted sharply, "Lu Wenhui, do you still have the audacity to question me? What misdeeds have you and your brother committed that I need to enumerate for you? Murdering the innocent for personal gain, embezzling military funds, allowing your subordinates to pillage the populace, and even engaging in clandestine trade with the Mongols beyond our borders. Your transgressions are numerous." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhui merely scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain as he replied, "General Yang, I shall address you as Sir General out of courtesy. Without that respect, you are nothing less than a mere trifle." Yang Xiaoji's fury reached its peak, his face flushed and veins protruding from his forehead. Meanwhile, the other generals, emboldened, closed in, creating a tense standoff of nearly 1,000 men against the Imperial Guards. Yang Xiaoji, furious, prepared to descend and confront them, but was firmly restrained by Jiang Ning. With a calm demeanor, Jiang Ning advised, "General Yang, please identify all those below who are of use and have them depart swiftly. Otherwise, should conflict ensue, I fear we may inadvertently harm them, earning ourselves a reputation for indiscriminate slaughter." Yang Xiaoji took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and nodded in acknowledgement. He then loudly called out several names. The summoned generals, anxious, hurriedly exited the scene, quickly making their way to Yang Xiaoji's side. Observing this, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow and inquired, "General Yang, what is the situation with these soldiers confronting the Imperial Guards?" Yang Xiaoji respectfully replied, in response to Elder Yuan, "These soldiers are, in fact, their personal retainers. They have unlawfully incorporated them into the military to fraudulently claim state military salaries. Typically, These individuals disregard military commands, operating as nothing more than their private troops. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly's anger transformed into a sardonic smile, and he scoffed. What a revelation this is! Consuming the rations of the Ming dynasty while engaging in such self-serving schemes. Truly, this world is rife with peculiarities. At this moment, Lu Wenhui let out a derisive laugh, casting a scornful glance at Yuan Kelly, and remarked, "Old man, who do you think you are?" Upon hearing these words, Yuan Kelly's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he proclaimed in a voice as resonant as a bell, "I am Yuan Kelly, the Vice Minister of the Cabinet, holding the title of Prince's Guardian and a Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, concurrently serving as the Minister of Justice. As for the esteemed individual beside me, he is Lord Jiang Ning, the Commander of the Imperial Clothing Guard, and concurrently the Left Commander of the Central Military of the Five Armies, overseeing military affairs in the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenhui's eyes gleamed with madness as he suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Who would have thought that these are high-ranking officials from the court? Brothers, they are clearly here for us. Let us not hesitate. We should simply slay these two court officials and rush out to seek refuge with the Mongols. If that fails, we can also surrender to the Jurchens in Liaodong. What does everyone think?" At this declaration, a significant number of people began to cheer in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the originally few hundred confronting the Imperial Clothing Guard swelled to nearly 3,000, with many leaders joining the fray, accompanied by their own retainers. Jiang Ning observed the extent of their madness with growing concern. The Imperial Clothing Guard immediately drew their blades, encircling the platform in layers, fearful that these frenzied individuals might harm Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning. Nevertheless, both Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning remained remarkably composed. Yang Xiaoji, however, was thoroughly alarmed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he implored, "Minister Yuan, Lord Jiang, what shall we do? These men have completely lost their wits. If they charge, what will happen?" Observing the situation, Jiang Ning calmly instructed Li Ruoyan, "Old Li, summon reinforcements." Li Ruoyan nodded and swiftly produced a signal flare from his bosom, shooting it into the sky. With a sharp whoosh, a signal rocket soared upward, exploding with a resounding crackle moments later. Immediately thereafter, a tumultuous uproar echoed from beyond the camp, as if the very earth trembled beneath it. This left everyone in stunned silence. Before long, the gates of the camp were forcefully breached, revealing a cavalry unit that surged in like a tempest, sweeping through the entire encampment as if it were engulfed by a torrent of iron. In no time, this cavalry surrounded everyone on the platform. Among them was a towering and formidable commander who, with a resolute demeanor, hastened to the platform and knelt with a thud, stating, "I, He Yunlong, have arrived late to the rescue. I beseech Minister Yuan and Lord Jiang to forgive my tardiness." Yuan Kelly chuckled as he helped him to his feet, laughing heartily. "General, you have arrived not a moment too soon." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. At this juncture, Yang Xiaoji, with disbelief etched across his face, exclaimed, "Old He, were you not stationed at Xianzhou? How did you come to Datong?" He Yunlong retorted with irritation, "Old Yang, if I hadn't come, Datong would surely descend into chaos today." It turned out that, prior to Jiang Ning and the others' arrival in Datong, during a night of rest in Xianzhou, He Yunlong had spoken with them and mentioned that the newly appointed Datong general, Yang Xiaoji, was still unable to effectively control the military situation. After conferring, Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning had resolved to have General He lead 20,000 troops to covertly follow behind, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Unexpectedly, it has proven to be of use in the end. At this moment, He Yunlong spoke, "Old Yang, allow me to finish my official duties first, then we can reminisce." He then turned his gaze toward Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning, respectfully inquiring, "Elder Yuan, Lord Jiang, whom shall we eliminate today? Please give the order, and I shall carry it out immediately." Jiang Ning nodded, while Yuan Kelly's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "The generals below, who conspired to assassinate the imperial envoy and colluded with traitors, have irrefutable evidence against them. There is no need for further trial. General He, take your troops and execute them all at once." Receiving the command, He Yunlong gestured grandly, and a multitude of cavalrymen wielding sabers charged forward like fierce tigers, descending a mountain into the enemy ranks. The cavalry, in stark contrast to the infantry, exhibited an overwhelming dominance. Hooves thundered, and the sabers gleamed with a chilling light, mercilessly reaping lives. In merely the span of half a stick of incense, over 3,000 men, led by Lu Wenhu, were slaughtered to the last. Blood gushed forth, turning the area before the assembly platform into a river of crimson, as the air became thick with the scent of death. Subsequently, He Yunlong commanded that the slain be removed from the camp and buried in pits, for it was inappropriate to leave corpses in the military encampment. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly turned to Yang Xiaoji, his expression grave as he remarked, "Yang Xiaoji, as the commander of Datong, you have allowed such a serious disturbance to occur under your command. Although there were reasons behind it, while the death penalty may be evaded, you cannot escape your culpability. From now on, you are to reorganize the Datong army immediately, expel all the old, weak, sick, and disabled from the camp, and distribute 6 months' worth of military pay as compensation. Afterward, recruit new personnel to ensure that the army of 80,000 is fully staffed. Not a single soldier should be lacking. Can you accomplish this?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoji quickly bowed in acquiescence, resolutely responding, "Rest assured, Elder Yuan. I shall do my utmost to fulfill this duty and redeem myself." Yuan Kelly nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to assign several of the commanders he had retained to assist in reorganizing the army. Observing this, He Yunlong also dispatched his subordinates to lend their support. As the situation in Datong gradually stabilized, Jiang Ning and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the weight lifted from their shoulders. Chapter 102. The ambitious nephew of the prince. Now, with the situation in Datong firmly under control, Yang Xiaoji successfully took command of the remaining 30,000 troops. Coupled with the 20,000 men brought by He Yunlong, he now commanded an army of 50,000. After a brief discussion, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly decided to no longer remain passive, immediately mobilizing their forces. Yuan Kelly personally traveled to Taiyuan to oversee operations, aiming to intimidate the Jin prince, while Jiang Ning stayed behind to manage the aftermath. Thereafter, Jiang Ning dispatched Li Ruoyan to assist Yuan Kelly and allocated 2,000 imperial guards to accompany him. He Yunlong also contributed 5,000 troops to accompany Yuan Kelly to Taiyuan. As for the remaining problematic generals in the army, Jiang Ning had no intention of letting them off easily and employed his usual tactics. Naturally, he would not handle this matter personally. Instead, he sent someone to Datong City to summon Old Wei. Upon hearing the intent of the visit, Old Wei was instantly overcome with laughter, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, Lord Jiang truly understands our household. In this lifetime, aside from witnessing the suffering of the common folk and the burdens borne by the emperor, all that remains is this modest passion of ours." The so-called modest passion, as everyone was well aware, referred to the heartfelt dealings with corrupt officials. Subsequently, Old Wei, acting on the evidence provided by Jiang Ning, proceeded with resolute efficiency to apprehend individuals. This flurry of activity resulted in utter chaos. With the Datong military camp awash in blood, those commanders who habitually wielded power unlawfully were swiftly unmasked and punished under Old Wei's iron-fisted methods. His ruthless and decisive tactics thoroughly intimidated seasoned generals Yang Xiaoji and He Yulong, who were left in sheer astonishment, unable to fathom that the seemingly affable Wei Gonggong harbored such a merciless side. The ferocity of his actions was enough to leave even those experienced in the battlefield astounded. Before long, several soldiers rushed in carrying a stretcher. Upon it lay Gui Yunho, who was groaning softly. Trailing behind him was a group of battered Ministry of Revenue officials, who headed directly towards Jiang Ning. Upon sighting Jiang Ning, Gui Yunho hastily spoke, "Lord Jiang, I feel my health has nearly returned. I am ready to commence work." Jiang Ning, fully cognizant of the work Guo referred to, handed him the meticulously prepared list, along with the allocation of 2,000 soldiers and 5 secret police officers for Guo Yunho's directives. To everyone's surprise, upon receiving the list, Guo Yunho leapt off the stretcher, a look of exhilaration washing over his face, before hastily leading the group of officials away, eager to seize the assets of the military leaders. Meanwhile, Old Wei, leisurely wiping the blood from his hands, remarked, "Truly, Guidarin is as vigorous as ever. At his age, he recently almost met his end at the hands of General Zhao, only to narrowly escape your grasp, Lord Jiang. After sustaining such grievous injuries, he remains so spirited." Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled lightly, "Wei Gonggong, while one may indulge in untamed feasting, one must not speak indiscriminately. I have never intended to harm old Gua. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian smiled and replied, "It seems I have misspoken, Lord Jiang." What followed was a veritable upheaval in the city of Datong. Guo Yunho, with the Ministry of Revenue officials, undertook a thorough investigation into the assets of military leaders. This inquiry, akin to peeling layers from an onion, unveiled a plethora of shocking secrets. As the investigation deepened, it revealed an ever-widening scope, dragging local clan powers into the fray, exposing the murky dealings of bribery and corruption, which implicated Datong's governor Wang Xianquan and the supervising eunuch Zhou Ruling. In light of such circumstances, Jiang Ning showed no mercy, directly ordering the arrest of Governor Wang Xianquan. As for the eunuch Zhou Ruling, who was stationed at the town, Old Wei had no intention of letting him off easily. On the spot, he employed family discipline, giving Zhou a thorough beating, then binding him tightly and sending him to the capital for further punishment. Under Old Wei's merciless methods, Zhou Ruling completely broke down, divulging everything he knew without reservation. As for the provincial governor Wang Xianquan, he had originally intended to hold his ground and deny any wrongdoing, but unexpectedly, Zhou Ruling was the first to incriminate him. With this revelation, Wang Xianquan lost all resolve, deciding to abandon pretense, which in turn led to an ever-expanding web of implicated individuals. In the face of such a situation, Jiang Ning remained unfazed, adhering steadfastly to the principle of apprehending anyone connected to the matter without leniency. Initially, Gui Yunho was quite exhilarated as he seized assets. But soon enough, he began to feel a twinge of concern. He approached Jiang Ning and remarked, "Lord Jiang, the number of people involved is increasingly growing." To this, Jiang Ning responded with a teasing smile. "Oh, what a miser! Are you not the one who often boasts that even the emperor does not intimidate you? And the only thing you fear in life is a lack of silver in the Ministry of Revenue? What, are you afraid now?" Gui Yunho scoffed in reply. "Who says I am afraid? I merely lament that when departing from the capital, I brought far too few people. Look at these officials, their fortunes may vary, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. How can we let them slip away easily? Yet now, the personnel under my command are simply insufficient." Upon realizing this, Jiang Ning, in a moment of exasperation, considered reallocating some imperial guards to Gui Yunho. However, upon reflection, he found himself at a loss. Originally, he had brought 5,000 imperial guards, with 1,000 stationed in Datong to ensure the safety of Prince Zhu Yujian. An additional 2,000 were led by Li Ruoyan to Taiyuan for the protection of Yuan Kelly, leaving only 2,000 already entrusted to Gui Yunho. Suddenly, he thought of Old Wei and hurriedly sent Gui Yunho to consult him for a solution. Coincidentally, Old Wei had brought 2,000 men from the Eastern Factory with him. To Jiang Ning's surprise, after Gui Yunho explained the situation to Old Wei, he was filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he mobilized the 2,000 Eastern Factory troops, joining Gui Yunho in a fierce campaign through Datong. Jiang Ning watched this unfold, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the collaboration between Guo the Miser and Old Wei would yield such formidable power, transforming Datong into a veritable chaos. In this thorough investigation, 99 of the officials in Datong were apprehended. Fortunately, among the imperial forces Jiang Ning had brought were students previously recruited from the National Academy. He quickly selected a few to temporarily oversee the governance of Datong. Otherwise, the city would likely descend into complete paralysis. Subsequently, Jiang Ning hastily penned a letter, arranging for swift riders to deliver it to the capital for Zhu Yuxiao. In the letter, he detailed the current situation in Datong, hoping to procure additional personnel from the Ministry of Personnel to be dispatched to Shaanxi. After all, if the pace of his investigations continued unchecked, the entire bureaucratic landscape of Shaanxi might soon be swept away. Meanwhile, Prince Zhu Yujian was not idle. With the assistance of Wang Qingyan and Huang Daozhou, they initiated an investigation into the unlawful and disorderly conduct of Prince Zhu Dingwei. The deeper they probed, the more appalling the revelations became. His misdeeds were nothing short of shocking. Acts of bullying the weak, seizing the wealth of the commoners, and inciting violence were merely the tip of the iceberg. Even more heinous were the abductions of innocent children into the prince's residence, where they were subjected to unspeakable torment until death, and the horrifying instances of citizens being burned alive. Such inhumane acts were countless. On several occasions, when Zhu Yujian reviewed the findings, he was consumed by rage. nearly driven to storm the prince's residence with a blade in hand, wishing to strike down Zhu Dingwei on the spot. Fortunately, Wang Qingyan and Huang Daozhou intervened fervently, preventing him from acting impulsively. Subsequently, Zhu Yujian, utterly disillusioned with the remnants of familial ties, cast aside all reservations and immediately mobilized forces to conduct a thorough seizure of the assets under the princess' name. When this news reached Jiang Ning, he was utterly bewildered. At that moment, he felt as though he had not yet awakened from a dream. In the capital, the relationships among them had been harmonious, and their dealings marked by decorum, devoid of violence, primarily revolving around social niceties. However, upon leaving the capital, he found himself amidst individuals whose methods were increasingly ruthless. This drastic transformation caught him entirely off guard, making him feel like a novice in comparison to the others. During Yang Zhaoji's reorganization of military affairs in Datong, Jiang Ning discerned a grave issue. Military leaders were increasingly raising personal retainers, employing them as their guards. Jiang Ning immediately recognized the peril lurking beneath this practice. If this trend continued, these leaders might evolve into warlords, each wielding their own power. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Jiang Ning promptly summoned Haiyanlong and Yang Zhaoji, and with a serious demeanor issued his orders. All military leaders were strictly prohibited from raising personal retainers and bringing them into the military camp. All guards for the leaders would be uniformly assigned by the military, with stringent controls on their numbers, and they must be rotated regularly to prevent the emergence of factional strife within the ranks. Initially, Yang Zhaoji and Haiyanlong paid little heed to Jiang Ning's directive, merely nodding in a perfunctory manner. Observing this, Jiang Ning smiled and patiently elaborated, "Gentlemen, consider this. If we allow this situation to persist, and a leader were to raise dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of personal retainers, what kind of scenario would that create? Moreover, the ranks of the Ming dynasty's generals, guerrillas, and commanders are far from few. If this continues, we may find ourselves repeating the tragic fate of the Tang dynasty's regional governors." He added, "As far as I know, each of you has nearly several hundred retainers. For the long-term development of our military, and to set an example for other soldiers, what are your thoughts?" Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Haiyanlong and Yang Zhaoji were struck as if by lightning, their minds reeling. Their previous decision to raise personal retainers had been driven by convenience, without considering the deeper implications that Jiang Ning so astutely articulated. However, upon quiet contemplation, it becomes evident that Jiang Ning's assertions are indeed profoundly logical and grounded in undeniable truth. Consequently, both parties refrained from any lingering hesitation and promptly expressed their willingness to enlist all their household servants into the military. Simultaneously, they strictly prohibited the practice of military leaders nurturing personal attendants. Adhering entirely to Jiang Ning's proposals, all personal guards of the commanders were to be selected from the ranks of soldiers, with a meticulous regulation of their numbers and personnel, along with a systematic rotation as mandated, resolutely preventing the military from descending into the quagmire of factional strife once more. Following this, the affairs within the military camp began to flow smoothly, with everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Observing this, Jiang Ning ceased to concern himself with military matters and turned his attention to the city of Datong, seeking out Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian. Upon arrival, he beheld the young prince busily engaged in the thorough investigation of his uncle's estate. Upon noticing Jiang Ning's arrival, Zhu Yujian appeared particularly elated, hastening towards him in a few quick strides, exclaiming, "Lord Jiang, you may be unaware, but in recent days, I have already uncovered several million taels of silver from the estate of the Prince of Dai, and this is not even the full extent of it." Jiang Ning, momentarily rendered speechless, internally lamented, and could not help but exclaim, "Your Highness, Prince Xian, is indeed a most diligent nephew of the Prince of Dai." At that moment, Jiang Ning was reminded of their earlier discussion in the Imperial study regarding the reform of the royal family's support policy. Thus, he swiftly inquired of Zhu Yujian, "Your Highness, may I inquire about your understanding of the situation regarding the royal family under the Prince of Dai?" Hearing this, Zhu Yujian pondered for a moment, then replied, "The Prince of Dai's estate has been passed down for several centuries, and currently, there are approximately 3,000 to 4,000 members of the royal family. However, there may be some collateral branches that are not recorded in the royal genealogy." Jiang Ning then smiled and suggested, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to re-register and organize these royal family members to ascertain their living conditions. which would be beneficial for reporting to the emperor upon our return to the capital. Zhu Yujian nodded in agreement, stating, I shall attend to this matter shortly. As for the investigation of the Prince of Dai's estate, would you care to take charge, Lord Jiang? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly shook his head with a smile. Declining, I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but I am currently inundated with various affairs and truly cannot spare the time. Zhu Yujian, after a moment of contemplation, responded. In that case, I shall continue the investigation of the Prince of Dai's estate, while simultaneously looking into the circumstances of the royal family members. Observing Zhu Yujian's earnest and focused demeanor, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This Prince Xin, even before formally assuming his role in the Ancestral Affairs Office, was already exhibiting such diligence in his work. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's earlier recommendations in the imperial study, it is likely that Zhu Yujian would have merely become a peaceful prince. Albeit there is nothing inherently wrong with that. Yet, comparatively, the stage of the Ancestral Affairs Office would afford Prince Xin a broader horizon. One might ponder, what truly constitutes a high-ranking official? The title of duke has reached its zenith within the Ming dynasty. With Jiang Ning's presence, Zhu Yujian is assuredly safeguarded from missteps, unless, perchance, he should fail to bear a son, in which case it would be Prince Xion's turn. I can only hope that His Highness, the Prince of Faith, will soon recognize his rightful position. Chapter 103. Casting a long line to catch big fish as Jiang Ning and his associates initiated a series of significant actions in Datong City. News swiftly reached the ears of the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants. Upon learning of these developments, Fan Yongdo of the Fan family in Jieshou was taken aback, his expression filled with alarm and confusion. He promptly inquired in detail about the situation from the messenger, and upon hearing of the recent upheavals in Datong, he felt compelled to act without delay, immediately dispatching envoys to summon the heads of the other 7 merchant families to discuss countermeasures together. Simultaneously, he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to prepare for a potential escape, just in case. With each command issued, a quiver of trepidation tinged his voice, revealing his deep concern and fear regarding the evolving situation. At this moment, Jiang Ning sat in Datong City with unwavering composure, exuding an air of tranquility, entirely devoid of panic. Even before he had set foot in Shaanxi, he had meticulously arranged for the Jinhui spies to closely monitor the movements of these 8 unequivocal traitors. Jiang Ning had devised a strategy in his mind to cast a long line and catch big fish. After all, the treasonous conduct of the 8 merchants was not a matter of mere days, but rather a complex web of entangled forces, the extent of which remained unknown to all. However, Jiang Ning had resolved, upon arriving in Shaanxi, to act decisively, fully committed to eradicating this band of traitors. He was prepared to turn the entire Shaanxi political landscape upside down if necessary, for he understood that serious maladies require potent remedies, and leaving room for future troubles was not an option. He had no desire to return to Shaanxi years later due to the same issues. As the heads of the other 7 merchant families arrived one after another, Fan Yongdo welcomed them into his estate with an anxious demeanor, and soon they gathered to engage in serious discussion. During the meeting, Wang Dengku could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke up. Master Fan, why the urgency in summoning us all? We have been preoccupied with gathering provisions and military supplies for the Jin. Hearing this, Fan Yongdo let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with worry as he replied, Master Wang, given the gravity of the situation, you still concern yourself with supplying the Jin? The Imperial Army has already entered Shaanxi, wreaking havoc in Datong City. Moreover, word has reached us that Duke Cheng and Marquis Yingwu have been captured by the court. It is clear that the court's mobilization of troops to Shaanxi targets us directly. Therefore, I propose we swiftly gather our families and exit through Zhangjiago to seek refuge with the nomadic tribes, or directly head to Liaodong to ally with the Jin. Upon hearing this, Wang Dengku pondered for a moment before responding slowly, Master Fan, might you be overthinking this? I have also received news from Datong, where indeed there has been great turmoil following the arrival of a prince sent by the court, and the Prince of Dai has been confined within the Dai prince's residence. However, as of now, the Imperial Army has not made any further significant moves. I have also heard that Elder Yuan from the cabinet has led a contingent to Taiyuan. Perhaps this mobilization of the court is solely directed at Prince Jin and Prince Dai, bearing no relation to us. At this moment, Wang Deyu hastily interjected, stating, Master Fan, Master Wang, in my opinion, We must tread carefully and consider the necessity of exiting the city to avoid the storm. Even if we do not send our entire clan away, it is imperative that the direct descendants of each family are arranged for departure. We have operated in this region for many years, and with our vast enterprises, we attract attention. Should those court officials succumb to greed and, in a moment of envy, fabricate a charge against us, it could lead to our collective downfall, resulting in irreparable losses. Subsequently, a heated debate ensued regarding the decision to flee. Those advocating for departure appeared anxious and earnest, continually emphasizing the gravity of the situation. With such significant movements from the court, who can predict what comes next? We cannot gamble our lives and fortunes here. It would be wise to seek refuge until the turmoil subsides. Conversely, several others resolutely insisted on remaining. Their brows furrowed and faces marked with concern, they countered, "We have cultivated our enterprises in Shaanxi for countless years. How can we leave at a whim? If we depart, our assets would be left unattended, inviting the court to appoint someone to take over, resulting in total loss. Moreover, who can guarantee safety outside? We may encounter unforeseen troubles in unfamiliar territory." The two factions stood their ground, the room resonating with fervent arguments, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if on the verge of explosion. Ultimately, Fan Yongdu decisively declared, "All direct relatives of the 8 prominent merchants shall immediately proceed to Zhangjiago to vigilantly observe the evolving situation. Meanwhile, the management of our enterprises in Shaanxi will be entrusted to collateral relatives. If circumstances stabilize without further upheaval, we shall return to Shaanxi. However, if we sense any danger, we will promptly exit through Zhangjiago and abandon our properties." At this moment, the gravity of the decision weighed heavily upon everyone, acutely aware that it could determine the fate of their families. Despite their individual apprehensions, they recognized the severity of the situation and hastily began organizing the necessary arrangements. The room soon filled with the sound of hurried footsteps and low whispers of instructions. Just as the 8 merchant families were diligently preparing for action, a servant rushed in, visibly distressed, reporting, "Master, we have received a letter from the capital." Fan Yongdu felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and quickly reached for the letter. Upon reading its contents, it was as if a thunderclap struck him. The world spun, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to faint. His complexion turned ashen, lips trembling uncontrollably. He stammered, "The letter from the court reveals that they have mobilized a large army and dispatched numerous officials into Shaanxi, targeting us 8 families. We cannot afford to delay. We must swiftly gather our valuables and exit through Zhangjiago at once. We cannot remain here any longer." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback, their faces drained of color, and the room plunged into chaos. Subsequently, the heads of several other Jin merchants, upon hearing these words, turned pale with fright. Without the luxury of further discussion, they hastily took their leave from Fan Yongdo's estate. Anxious and restless, they hurried back to their own residences, shouting for their servants to gather valuable possessions, preparing to flee to Zhangjiago to escape impending doom. At this moment, outside the Fan family manor, the hidden agents of the Jinyui had been observing everything with keen eyes. Not daring to delay for even a moment, one of the spies swiftly mounted a pre-prepared steed, spurring the horse onward through a cloud of dust, racing towards Jiang Ning to report this crucial intelligence. Meanwhile, within the military camp at Datong town, Jiang Ning sat firmly in the central command tent. He was ably assisted by Hai Yinlong and Yang Xiaoji, both of whom acted with decisiveness, rapidly taking control of the remaining 30,000 troops in Datong. Yang Xiaoji showed no mercy towards those commanders who opposed him or feigned loyalty. They either faced punishment or immediate dismissal. After a thorough restructuring, the 30,000 soldiers under Yang Xiaoji's command, along with an additional 15,000 brought by Hai Yinlong, were now fully organized and in high spirits. They stood in formation, their armor gleaming, ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice to any location deemed necessary. Jiang Ning sat steadily on the platform, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the rows of neatly arranged soldiers below. The sight of the soldiers standing tall and disciplined, exuding an aura of lethal determination, brought a satisfied nod from him. He inwardly marveled at Yang Xiaoji's capabilities. It appeared that his earlier challenges had stemmed from his recent appointment and the intricate web of factions within the military, which had rendered the situation somewhat precarious. However, after this reorganization, stability had finally been achieved. 2 days prior, Jiang Ning had received an urgent letter from Wentiren and Zhao Shuai's faction. Upon unfolding the correspondence and reading it carefully, he learned that Zhangjiago had been entirely secured by them, which filled him with delight. He understood the strategic importance of Zhangjiago. Controlling this location not only severed a crucial route for the Jin merchants to collude with external foes, but also provided advantageous terrain for subsequent operations, marking a significant victory in their endeavors. This news allowed him to relax his previously taut nerves to some extent. At that moment, Gui Yunho, leaning on a cane and limping slightly, approached Jiang Ning with an expression of excitement, exclaiming, "My Lord Jiang, we have struck it rich this time. Through my relentless efforts over the past few days, I have seized assets from Datong officials and military leaders amounting to over 800,000 taels. Additionally, the value of other properties, antiques, paintings, and jade artifacts approaches 300,000 taels." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, nodded with a smile and replied, "Old Gua, do not be hasty. This is merely an appetizer. We have yet to even begin on the main course." Hearing this, Gui Yunho's excitement was palpable as he eagerly inquired, "My Lord Jiang, when shall we take action? I have already prepared my calculations." At this, Jiang Ning smiled gently and said, "Old Gua, let us not rush. One must understand that patience is essential to catch the big fish. These 8 treacherous traitors in Shaanxi have conspired against the nation for many years, entangling numerous individuals and affairs, the full extent of which remains shrouded in mystery. Thus, our immediate course of action is to wait, allowing them to falter in their own disarray, and subsequently draw out all related parties. At that juncture, we shall orchestrate a comprehensive reckoning." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's plan, Gui Yunho was genuinely taken aback. He inwardly reflected that Jiang intended to uproot the entire officialdom of Shaanxi, which would undoubtedly implicate countless individuals. Nonetheless, Gua, as frugal as he was, perceived little concern. In his view, as long as there was a chance to reap financial rewards, other matters were of little consequence to him. After all, with Jiang Ning leading the charge against Old Wei, he could comfortably partake in the spoils. Then, with a grave expression, Jiang Ning issued a resolute command. All horses within the camp must be well fed and in peak condition, blades must remain unsheathed, and vigilance must be maintained at all times. Everyone was to remain on standby for departure orders, without any lapse in diligence. At that moment, in the city of Taiyuan, Shaanxi, Yuan Kelly led his grand army triumphantly into the city. Upon entering, the army made its way directly to the governor's yamen. Hearing this news, Governor Zhang Guangqian was immediately struck with alarm, his complexion draining of color. In a flurry, he summoned the officials, hurriedly adjusting their attire to prepare for the reception. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a report came in announcing that Yuan Kelly had already arrived at the entrance of the governor's yamen. Instantly, the officials exchanged anxious glances, their expressions rife with tension and unease. Yuan Kelly dismounted, offering only a brief greeting before his penetrating gaze began to search the crowd with urgency. Yet, after scanning the area, he was unable to locate the individual he sought, causing his brow to furrow in seriousness. Subsequently, without uttering a word, he strode directly into the main hall of the governor's yamen. Zhang Guangqian and the others, witnessing this, were filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe, and carefully followed in Yuan Kelly's wake. The esteemed Yuan, often revered among the populace as Yuan the Just, was known for his decisive and formidable actions. Now in charge of the Ministry of Justice, his power was immense. News of the recent events in Datong had already reached them, and the thought of the tragic incident there sent shivers down their spines. Fearing a similar fate could befall Taiyuan, rendering them victims of the blade. Upon entering the main hall, Yuan Kelly wasted no time and produced an imperial edict. With a stern demeanor, he surveyed the gathered officials and declared that they were all to be detained within the governor's yamen, strictly forbidding any contact with outsiders. Simultaneously, he swiftly commanded the military to take full control of the city's defenses. This series of decisive actions left Zhang Guangqian and the others pale with fear. Silently lamenting their predicament, Yuan Kelly was indeed prepared to take action. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yuan Kelly did not pursue any further measures against them. Instead, he adjusted his robes and turned to make his way to the Jin Wangfu to pay a visit to the Prince of Jin. At this moment, Prince Zhu Qiugui of Jin was leisurely fishing in the garden of his palace. Upon hearing that Yuan Kelly was visiting, he was momentarily taken aback. but quickly instructed his servants to invite Yuan Kelly into the palace. This prince, Zhu Qiugui, had only recently inherited his title and was still establishing his footing in the Jin fief of Taiyuan. Faced with Yuan Kelly's arrival, he did not dare to assume the airs of a royal. After all, the entourage accompanying Yuan Kelly was exceedingly formidable, comprising not only the esteemed Yuan Kelly himself, but also the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Xian, and the renowned figure Wei Zhongxian, known as the living Buddha in the capital, not to mention the infamous Jiang Ning, often referred to as the Troublemaker. Having heard of the misfortunes that befell Prince Dai, Zhu Qiugui was filled with trepidation, fearing that any misstep on his part could lead to a similar fate. Consequently, he greeted Yuan Kelly with a beaming smile, inquiring politely, "Elder Yuan, what brings you to Shaanxi on such an arduous journey?" As he spoke, he carefully scrutinized Yuan Kelly's expression, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness and unease. Observing the prince's politeness, Yuan Kelly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had been apprehensive that this young prince might, in a moment of impulsiveness, emulate Prince Daizhu Dingwei's haughty demeanor. Although he held the esteemed titles of Grand Scholar and Imperial Envoy, dealing with this prince could prove challenging if the latter were intent on being difficult, unless Prince Xinzhu Yujian intervened personally. Thus, Yuan Kelly resolved to speak candidly. With a slight smile, he asked, "Might I inquire whether His Highness the Prince has heard of the events transpiring in Datong?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiugui's face instantly drained of color, his body trembling slightly as he forced a smile, and replied, "I have indeed heard a bit about the situation in Datong." As he spoke, his gaze wandered, clearly revealing his inner turmoil. Chapter 104. The current state of the royal family. Yuan Kelly continued with a smile. "I have come to Shaanxi on the emperor's orders, tasked with investigating the collusion of officials in Shaanxi with the enemy, the illicit dealings with the Manchus and Mongolian tribes, and the rampant smuggling of military supplies." His demeanor was grave, and his words carried an undeniable authority as he fixed his gaze on the prince, keenly observing every nuance of his reaction. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as Yuan Kelly's declaration struck Zhu Qiugui like a thunderclap, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. He was acutely aware of the implications of colluding with the Manchus and Mongolian tribes and the smuggling of provisions and arms. The Jin princely house was deeply enmeshed in this affair. Although he had not been directly involved, many members of the royal family had profited immensely from this opportunity, gifting him considerable sums of silver. Instantly, he recalled how Prince Dai was now confined within his palace, presumably due to this very matter coming to light. With a sorrowful expression, he bit his lip and forced a smile, asking, "Might I inquire about the findings of Elder Yuan? Who else is implicated in this? Is there any way in which I may be of assistance?" Although Lord Yuan invited him to speak, the prince assured him of his unwavering support. At this moment, Zhu Qiugui had a rather straightforward plan. First, he would shift the blame, absolving himself of any responsibility. Second, he would adopt a submissive demeanor, striving to exhibit compliance in hopes of evading disaster. Observing Zhu Qiugui's earnest attitude, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and, with a slow smile, remarked, "Your Highness may not be aware, but I have received intelligence indicating that this matter implicates the Prince of Jin's residence." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiugui felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he trembled uncontrollably. His legs weakened, and he shakily approached Yuan Kelly. Collapsing to his knees with a heart-wrenching tone, he pleaded, "Lord Yuan, I am wronged. You must save me." Yuan Kelly hastily reached out to assist Zhu Qiugui to his feet, his expression warm as he said, "Your Highness, why such alarm? I merely mentioned that the evidence in my possession involves the Prince of Jin's residence, but I did not imply it concerns you personally." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qiugui seized upon this lifeline, nodding vigorously as he declared, "This matter has nothing to do with me. As a member of the Ming royal family, tasked with defending Taiyuan, how could I engage in treasonous acts? The Prince of Jin's residence has a lineage spanning over 2 centuries, with nearly 10,000 royal family members. I truly cannot ascertain the involvement of others." Seeing the Prince of Jin deftly attempt to deflect blame, Yuan Kelly played along, nodding in agreement. "Your Highness speaks wisely. With such a long-standing lineage and numerous descendants, many of whom are not recorded in the royal genealogy, it is highly likely that several members are involved. Therefore, I hope Your Highness can lead a thorough investigation into the entire Prince of Jin's residence to determine who is truly implicated. This will also allow you to clear your name. Would you not agree? At this, Zhu Qiugui eagerly nodded. Lord Yuan's words are entirely correct. I shall immediately arrange for a thorough investigation. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly rose with a smile to take his leave. Yet, Zhu Qiugui did not dare let go of this lifeline so easily. He hurriedly grasped Yuan Kelly's sleeve, his voice trembling. Lord Yuan, I have just ascended to the throne, and I have few capable individuals at my disposal. I beseech you to lend me your assistance. Yuan Kelly nodded with a smile and soon arranged for Li Ruoyan to collaborate with Zhu Qiugui in the exhaustive investigation of the Prince of Jin's residence. Although it was termed an investigation, in reality, as soon as Yuan Kelly departed, Zhu Qiugui hastily scribbled down the names of those involved in treasonous activities and handed the list directly to Li Ruoyan. Li Ruoyan was utterly astonished by the unexpected actions of the Prince of Jin. He had anticipated a fierce resistance, yet here was the prince, promptly divulging everything as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. As Li Ruoyan examined the densely packed list of names, he drew closer, scrutinizing it carefully. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in disbelief, utterly taken aback. Due to the presence of numerous obscure characters on the list, he found himself utterly unfamiliar with them. A wave of self-reflection washed over him. Could it be that he had not devoted enough time to reading? However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts at that moment. Embarrassed, he collected the list and respectfully clasped his hands before Prince Jin, saying, Your Highness, the number of implicated royal family members is indeed excessive. I must first report to Elder Yuan before proceeding with the investigation. To his astonishment, Prince Jin, Zhu Qiugui, abruptly seized the ceremonial robe of Li Ruoyan, his emotions surging as he exclaimed, Li Qianhu, you cannot leave. Elder Yuan specifically retained you to assist me in this investigation. If you depart, who will help me prove my innocence? Without waiting for a response, Zhu Qiugui dragged Li Ruoyan towards the door, insisting, Li Qianhu, summon your subordinate Jinui at once. I shall personally guide you. Let us proceed to apprehend the culprits. Li Ruoyan felt a sudden rush of confusion. The prince's approach was wholly unconventional. He quickly interjected, Your Highness, given the extensive number of implicated royal family members, I believe a thorough verification is necessary. However, Zhu Qiugui grew impatient, declaring loudly, Li Qianhu, there is no need for further investigation. I am well aware of their misdeeds. I will lead you directly to apprehend them, ensuring that we seize both the culprits and their ill-gotten gains, with not a single innocent among them. Seeing Li Ruoyan rendered speechless, Zhu Qiugui's urgency intensified. He recognized that if he did not promptly guide Li Ruoyan to make the arrests, he might soon find himself in a similar predicament. Thus, he bellowed, Bring forth assistance. Instantly, several guards from the royal residence rushed forward, lifting Li Ruoyan and escorting him outside. Thus, Li Ruoyan was unceremoniously led out of the royal palace by Zhu Qiugui's appointed entourage. Subsequently, the prince took the lead, energetically initiating the arrests of those involved in the case. Li Ruoyan chuckled wryly, shaking his head in resignation, then signaled for his escort to set him down. At this juncture, he had no choice but to follow Prince Zhu Qiugui in pursuing the apprehension of the implicated royal family members. Li Ruoyan was acutely aware that this prince was likely entangled in the treacherous conspiracy of betrayal. Nevertheless, given the prince's willingness to cooperate so readily, it was fortuitous for him. After all, such collaboration might facilitate a more seamless progression of the investigation, potentially unveiling the hidden truths lurking in the shadows more swiftly. Meanwhile, in Datong City, Jiang Ning had been summoned to the residence of Prince Dai, Zhu Yujian. As he entered the grand hall, he beheld Zhu Yujian seated upon the throne that had once belonged to Prince Dai, Zhu Dingwei, with a multitude of documents strewn across the table before him. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ning's face as he silently pondered the reason for his summons, finally inquiring, Might your highness enlighten me on the purpose of my presence? Zhu Yujian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice thick with emotion as he replied, Master Jiang, I find myself ensnared in an overwhelming dilemma, utterly at a loss for how to proceed, and thus I seek your counsel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning instinctively directed his gaze towards Wang Cheng'an and Huang Daozhou, hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. However, both individuals wore grave expressions, slowly shaking their heads. Observing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly stepped forward. It was at this moment that he clearly saw Zhu Yujian, tearfully sifting through a collection of documents. all of which were genealogical records of the royal family under the Duke of Dai's jurisdiction. With a choked voice, Zhu Yujian lamented, "I never anticipated that the Duke of Dai could be so heartless. I instructed Wang Dabin and Gong Wei to conduct a thorough investigation of the royal family, and the results were shocking. The population of the Duke's residence approaches 8,000, yet only over 6,000 are recorded in the genealogical records, leaving more than 2,000 unregistered. Even more outrageous is the fact that many of those listed have long since passed. Yet the Duke continues to deceitfully claim their salaries from the court each year." As he spoke, Zhu Yujian trembled with anger, his eyes brimming with rage and sorrow. Jiang Ning, feeling a tinge of confusion, could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, such matters seem rather commonplace among the vassal kings of the Ming dynasty. It hardly seems indicative of madness." In response, Zhu Yujian, his eyes reddened and voice fervent, replied, "Minister Jiang, you are unaware. Many of those who remain registered despite having passed were personally ordered to be executed by the Duke Zhu Dingwei. As a member of the Ming royal family, he should protect his kin, yet he has descended into madness, ruthlessly turning against his own people merely to swindle the court of their allowances." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was utterly astonished. He had not fathomed that the Duke Zhu Dingwei could be so cruel, willing to harm his own kin for the sake of a meager salary from the court. Zhu Yujian continued, his voice trembling once more. "Through these past 2 days of investigation, I have uncovered that Zhu Dingwei's crimes extend far beyond this. For those unregistered members of the royal family, he shamelessly extorts bribes. If these individuals do not pay him substantial sums, he refuses to present their cases to the court or advocate for their titles. Bound by ancestral laws, these royals cannot engage in commercial ventures or agricultural labor. Consequently, many find themselves destitute, reduced to begging in the streets, ultimately perishing in misery amidst illness and poverty. The remaining members of the royal family lives even more wretched than the common folk." At this point, Zhu Yujian could no longer contain his internal anguish and began to weep uncontrollably. Jiang Ning was left utterly stunned, as his perception of the Ming royal family underwent a profound and unsettling transformation. He recalled the days when the founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, conferred titles upon the princes, the 9 great frontier kings defending the borders, their territories largely corresponding to the key strongholds of present-day Ming. Back then, although the frontier kings wielded military power, they did not interfere with local administrative matters. The court allocated a specific amount of resources each year, and their primary duty was to lead troops beyond the borders to engage in military actions against the Mongols. In essence, these so-called military campaigns were largely acts of plunder against the Mongols. After all, the founding emperor had faced immense hardship to establish his rule, leaving his sons not in a position of abundance. Although one may hold military power, the scarcity of provisions often poses a dilemma. One cannot resort to plundering their own citizens. Thus, their sights were set on the Mongolian tribes beyond the borders. Historical records meticulously document that during the reign of Zhu Yuanzhang, the initial Qin king and the first Jin king led the 9 great border kings in numerous extensive military campaigns against the Mongolian steppes, totaling over 10 such endeavors. Evidently, each campaign allowed them to amass considerable wealth. However, the subsequent Jingnan rebellion, which sent shockwaves through the court and the populace, saw Emperor Yongle, Zhu Liaoxi, ascend to the throne. In a bid to consolidate imperial authority, he significantly curtailed the military powers of the feudal lords, rendering them increasingly powerless. To placate the feudal lords, Zhu Liaoxi bestowed upon them substantial wealth as a form of compensation. From that moment forth, although the feudal lords enjoyed riches, they lost their freedom, unable to engage in commerce or politics. Initially, this predicament was not overt. Yet, as time passed, the population of feudal lords surged dramatically, and the treasury of the Ming dynasty became increasingly strained, unable to provide sufficient resources to sustain these noble descendants. Who could have anticipated that those once esteemed offspring of the Zhu family would ultimately find themselves destitute, reduced to beggars, and tragically succumbing to hunger and illness? At this moment, Zhu Yujian choked back tears and exclaimed, "Lord Jiang, you are unaware. Just this morning, I ventured outside the city with Wang Dabin and Mr. Huang to observe the people's conditions. Along the way, we encountered a family under the jurisdiction of the Prince of Dai. They were destitute, with no food left in their home, yet 2 hungry children awaited nourishment. In desperation, the nobleman resorted to stealing from the citizens, but upon his return, he found that his children had perished from starvation. In the end, he took his own life, leaving behind a letter expressing his wish to be reborn as a common farmer, rather than within the imperial family. According to lineage, those two children were indeed my nephews. At this point, Zhu Yujian completely broke down, unable to contain his grief, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Ning felt a profound sense of numbness, realizing that once the affairs in Shaanxi were resolved and they returned to the capital, the immediate priority would be to reopen the imperial clan court. It was imperative to address the challenges confronting the Ming royal family, otherwise it would undoubtedly become a ticking time bomb. He hastily consoled Zhu Yujian, saying, "The deceased have departed. I implore your highness to bear this sorrow with fortitude. I previously suggested to His Majesty the reopening of the imperial clan court, with His Majesty serving as the Grand Minister of the clan and you assuming the role of the left minister. Such an arrangement would enable you to properly provide for the lives of these lower-tier nobles, offering them care and support. If His Majesty were to issue a decree allowing royal descendants to serve in the court and engage in commerce, providing them opportunities across various professions, it is likely that their circumstances would improve, alleviating their destitution." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zhu Yujian wiped his tears and, still choked with emotion, replied, "Upon our return to the capital, I too shall petition my elder brother, urging the reopening of the imperial clan court to rescue these suffering noble descendants." Subsequently, Zhu Yujian spoke again, his expression grave as he inquired, "Minister Jiang, should the time come when I assume the position of left zoneling, will I have the authority to order the execution of those depraved and reckless members of the royal family? Or may I take it upon myself to wield the blade against them?" Upon hearing Zhu Yujian's query, Jiang Ning was momentarily rendered speechless. A silent sigh escaped his heart. For this gentleman was indeed, as history depicts, intolerant of the slightest imperfection and not particularly magnanimous. Anyone who dared to provoke him would undoubtedly face a dreadful demise, and his actions seemed dictated solely by his whims, with little regard for right or wrong. Meeting Zhu Yujian's earnest gaze, Jiang Ning managed an awkward smile and replied, "Your Highness, this matter must be addressed directly with His Majesty upon your return to the capital. It pertains to the royal family, and I find myself unable to answer." Zhu Yujian nodded in understanding. He then continued, "I intend to allocate a portion of the assets seized from the Prince of Dai's residence to aid those royal family members who have yet to be registered and are currently without support. I wonder if this is feasible?" Jiang Ning affirmed, "Certainly feasible, Your Highness. You need only to meticulously document all assets distributed to the royal family and maintain clear accounts for a seamless handover upon your return to the capital. After all, with the current consolidation of the various provincial treasury offices, even the inner treasury has been relinquished, and all finances of the Ming dynasty are now under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. Should the accounts not align with the meticulous and parsimonious nature of Elder Guo, I fear he would incessantly trouble you." Zhu Yujian nodded, reassured. "In that case, I shall proceed with confidence. Rest assured, Minister Jiang, I will ensure that the assets allocated to the royal family are thoroughly organized and accounted for, leaving no opportunity for Elder Guo to challenge us." Chapter 105. Execution of Criminals. Today's additional chapter. Sign in here. As the sweeping purge within the officialdom of Datong gradually rippled and expanded, the number of individuals implicated grew ever larger. This included not only local officials, but also eunuchs guarding vital posts and military leaders, extending its reach to the 5 prefectures, 3 provinces, 18 guards, and over 20 counties. Such an extensive web of connections even took the notoriously ruthless Wei Zhongxian by surprise. Within the confines of Datong, Wei Zhongxian scrutinized the papers detailing confessions and lists of corrupt officials, his brow furrowed in concern. He then turned to the leisurely Jiang Ning, who was sipping tea, and anxiously asked, "Minister Jiang, I truly did not anticipate that the officialdom in Shaanxi would be so inextricably entwined, capturing over 1,000 individuals at once. What shall we do?" Yet Jiang Ning remained composed, betraying no hint of distress, and with a smile remarked, "Master Wei, why should we worry? We shall execute 1 if 1 comes, 10 if 10 arrive. If necessary, we could completely cleanse the Shaanxi officialdom and replace them all. Just the other day, I submitted a confidential letter to His Majesty, who has arranged for the Ministry of Personnel to prepare suitable candidates. Let us proceed according to the law." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian internally scoffed, thinking, Minister Jiang speaks so lightly of it, as if it were merely a matter of words. As I gather these matters, it seems that I, Old Wei, must personally take the lead, enduring the hardships that you cannot possibly comprehend. Observing the perplexed expression on Old Wei's face, Jiang Ning's eyes glimmered with mischief as he chuckled. Master Wei, in the capital, you are famously known as a living bodhisattva and an iron-faced judge, greatly revered by the citizens. Yet, look at Shaanxi, where countless corrupt officials have wreaked havoc upon the common folk. To root out these greedy officials is indeed a monumental virtue, destined to benefit countless lives. It is only due to our close relationship that I thought to arrange this task for you. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away by the esteemed Lord Yuan. Consider this. Lord Yuan enjoys a reputation as Yuan Qing Tian among the people and also holds the position of Minister of Justice, akin to a paragon of justice in our glorious Ming dynasty. To ensure you could take on this responsibility, I had to employ both coaxing and cunning to send Lord Yuan off to Taiyuan. At this critical juncture, you must not falter, remain alert, and uphold your dignity. Listening to Jiang Ning's persuasive words, Old Wei began to ponder, scratching his head, and thoughtfully replied, Your reasoning is sound, Master Jiang. We comprehend, and I am grateful for your consideration in bestowing this opportunity for virtuous deeds upon me. My heartfelt thanks are beyond words. With Old Wei successfully deceived, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, limped into the room, his eyes bloodshot yet brimming with uncontrollable excitement, clutching a thick bundle of papers. As soon as he entered, he exuberantly exclaimed, Master Jiang, we have struck gold this time. I have tirelessly investigated and thoroughly accounted for the ill-gotten gains of these corrupt officials. Guess what? The total amounts to a staggering 20 million taels of silver. This includes land, estates, houses, shops, as well as jewelry, paintings, and antiques, collectively valued at no less than 5 million taels. And this does not even account for the assets seized from the Prince of Xian's estate. If combined, we would exceed 20 million taels. Listening to Guo's detailed report, Jiang Ning was genuinely astonished. Goodness gracious, this indeed amounts to over 20 million taels of silver. Furthermore, this figure only reflects the current wealth of these corrupt officials, while the fortunes of the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants remain unassessed. If we were to factor in their wealth, it would be an astronomical sum. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Ning for the Ming dynasty. The court is besieged by famine, struggling to patch the financial gaps, ultimately leading to a depleted treasury on the brink of collapse. Yet, these corrupt officials, clutching vast fortunes, are miserly and unwilling to contribute even a single coin to the court. However, now, all this wealth shall return to the national treasury, restoring its rightful place. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning felt it was time to prepare for the final act. Rising to his feet with a smile, he poured a cup of tea for Guo Yunho and brought it over, saying, Old Guo, you have truly worked hard these past few days. However, you must take care of your health, as there are many important matters ahead, and you certainly do not want to be overwhelmed. Guo Yunho took the tea and drank it all in one go, his face brimming with excitement as he said, Lord Jiang, rest assured, I, Guo, will risk my life this time to ensure that not a single penny remains from those corrupt officials and treasonous merchants. As he spoke, he pounded his chest with vigor, producing a resounding thump. Unexpectedly, this action triggered a violent coughing fit, causing him to uncontrollably spray tea all over Old Wei, who sat opposite him. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ning nearly burst into laughter, barely managing to contain himself. Guo Yunho, feeling embarrassed, hurried over to help Old Wei wipe the tea off his face. To his surprise, Old Wei remained unfazed, smiling as he said, Lord Guo, now that we have finished confiscating the assets of corrupt officials, why not accompany us outside the city? We can engage in some good deeds together. Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho's face lit up with confusion, and he could not help but ask, Master Wei, what good deeds could possibly await us outside the city? Old Wei, with a mysterious grin, replied, You will know once you go. It is a momentous occasion, and we do not share it with just anyone. Just earlier, Lord Jiang was clamoring to join us, and we did not acquiesce. At this, Guo Yunho felt a surge of excitement, secretly marveling at Old Wei's thoughtfulness, far surpassing Lord Jiang's sly demeanor. Jiang Ning, witnessing this exchange, was utterly astonished. It seemed that Old Wei was far from foolish. He had deftly taken the grand scheme he had just painted for Old Wei and shared half of it with Gua. Subsequently, Gua Yunho, filled with enthusiasm, quickly set off with Wei Zhongxian towards the outskirts of Datong, with Jiang Ning closely following. Upon arriving, they beheld thousands of imperial guards wielding embroidered spring blades, while rows upon rows of prisoners, numbering in the thousands, knelt before them. Gua Yunho, surveying the scene, was momentarily taken aback. Having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for many years, he was well aware of the implications of such a display. His complexion turned ashen as he stammered, "Master Wei, you cannot possibly be bringing me here to witness the execution of these criminals, can you?" Old Wei, with a beaming smile, replied, "Lord Gua, this is indeed a great act of merit, immeasurable in virtue." Hearing this, Wei Yunho's smile was more sorrowful than joyous, and he inwardly cursed, "Master Wei, I truly thank you. I came to Shangxi solely to pursue silver, never intending to partake in such grim affairs. What is your intention in bringing me here?" Yet, Wei Zhongxian paid no heed to Gua Yunho's thoughts, directly handing over a list of executions while still smiling, and said, "Lord Gua, I must trouble you to read the names of these individuals according to their crimes." Gua Yunho's face fell into a look of distress. Noticing this, Old Wei snorted lightly and remarked, "Lord Gua, it is well known that I cannot read. Surely, you cannot expect me to announce this list? These individuals have truly met their just deserts. Their execution is indeed a commendable act of virtue. Had our family possessed the ability to read, such a righteous deed would never have been bestowed upon you." Upon hearing this, Gua Yunho gritted his teeth, feeling cornered, and steeled himself to proceed. He then began to enumerate the transgressions of the corrupt officials one by one. With each name pronounced, a member of the Jinyui would swiftly execute the sentence. Severing the head of the condemned, Jiang Ning stood a short distance away, his expression grim as he observed the scene unfold. He harbored no compassion for these individuals. They had betrayed their nation, leading countless soldiers at the borders and innocent citizens of the Ming dynasty to their untimely demise. Their current fate is a fitting retribution. This execution serves a dual purpose. It bestows merit upon the elderly Wei and Gua, and perhaps it may grant them longevity. Before long, Zhu Yujian rushed over, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at the condemned, displaying no trace of fear. Behind him, Wang Qingyin and Huang Daozhou were breathless from exertion. Zhu Yujian, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Master Jiang, are we commencing the executions now? My goodness, there are so many, over 1,000 at first glance. Are we to execute them all at once?" Jiang Ning, with an awkward smile, clarified, "Your Highness, those being executed are mere accomplices and the families of corrupt officials. Each has violated the law, and the evidence against them is irrefutable. The principal offenders are securely imprisoned in the governor's jail, under the strict supervision of the Jinyui. They will be returned to the capital for the emperor's judgment. After all, if we do not execute these 1,000 individuals, we would require a substantial number of guards to oversee them, which would be quite troublesome." To Jiang Ning's surprise, Zhu Yujian nodded in agreement, his excitement unabated as he continued, "Master Jiang, why wait for a more auspicious day? I have apprehended several members of the royal family under the Dongwang manor, all implicated in smuggling. Shall we not bring them forth for execution as well?" Jiang Ning stood there momentarily stunned, inwardly lamenting the situation. This young lord seemed rather short-sighted, eager for bloodshed, perfectly mirroring the historical accounts. He hastily interjected, "Your Highness, I lack the authority to adjudicate matters concerning the royal family. Hence, it would be more appropriate for the emperor to pass judgment on those implicated from the Dongwang manor." At this juncture, Zhu Yujian hastily countered, "When a prince breaks the law, he is to be judged like any commoner. The law shows no leniency, not even to my royal kin. Master Jiang, do you not possess the golden plaque bestowed by the emperor? Surely you could lend it to me. I will bring these heinous royals forth and ensure their punishment." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, "Your Highness, one must not act recklessly. Matters involving the royal family must be handled with utmost caution." Seeing Jiang Ning's unwavering stance, Zhu Yujian's expression fell, and he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, Zhu Yujian proposed, "Merely executing them is rather dull, Master Jiang. Why not carry out their execution in accordance with the edict of our illustrious founder, Emperor Hongwu?" Jiang Ning, at a loss for words, stood silent, not receiving a response. Zhu Yujian turned and strode purposefully toward Wei Zhongxian and Guo Yunhou. At this moment, Wang Qingyan and Huang Daozhou, standing to the side, wore expressions of profound dismay. Observing their countenance, Jiang Ning turned his head, curiosity etched on his face, and inquired, "Master Wang, how do you typically attend to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Xian? And you, Huang Daozhou, how do you instruct His Highness?" Wang Qingyan hastily stammered in response, "Lord Jiang, this old servant merely runs errands and handles trifles. His Highness's private matters have always been beyond my interference." Huang Daozhou, equally embarrassed, added, "Recently, His Highness sought my guidance on the great edict penned by the late Emperor Taizu. I initially believed this was merely a fleeting interest, but it appears His Highness is quite earnest." Upon the sudden arrival of Zhu Yujian, Wei Zhongxian felt as though his very soul had fled. He hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, "Your Highness, I am currently executing criminals here. The scene is exceedingly bloody and may offend Your Highness's eyes. I beseech you to return to Dadu City for the time being." However, Zhu Yujian resolutely shook his head, declaring with righteous fervor, "As a prince of the realm, it is my duty to witness these corrupt officials meet their fate. Their actions render them the true criminals of the Ming dynasty, deserving of death." Wei was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Guo Yunhou, who was intently reviewing the execution list, felt a chill wash over him. As he gazed at the list in his hands, he realized it was not merely a list, but a veritable ledger of life and death. With each name he read, it signified the extinguishing of a life. A scene that even this seasoned bureaucrat could not help but find chilling. Chapter 106. Yang Yufan. An accidental slip has resulted in an additional chapter, from noon until sunset. Over 1,000 criminals were executed in one fell swoop. Once the grim task was completed, Jiang Ning instructed the Imperial Guards to dig a large pit on site, where the bodies of the executed criminals were interred, and a monument erected at Dadu City to commemorate the event, serving as a warning to future generations. The citizens of Dadu City, witnessing these events, erupted in joyous celebration. Ever since the court dispatched an imperial envoy, those corrupt officials who had oppressed them were being systematically eliminated, stirring immense excitement among the common folk. As Jiang Ning and his companions returned to the city, the populace lined the streets to greet them, chanting praises for the just rulers. Jiang Ning smiled warmly, exchanging friendly greetings with the citizens. Zhu Yujian, filled with exhilaration, felt a palpable connection to the will of the people. Meanwhile, Wei's face radiated joy, almost blooming with glee. In his heart, he mused, "Indeed, Master Jiang is benevolent towards our household. He has orchestrated such a virtuous act, considering us." He then cast a disdainful glance at Guo Yunhou, who was being assisted by others, inwardly chastising, "You, old Guo, squander such great merit. We generously share this honor with you, yet you prove so feeble. Is the execution of over 1,000 criminals truly so exhausting that you require assistance to return to the city? Had I known, I would not have brought you along." At this moment, Guo Yunhou was filled with regret, wishing he had orchestrated matters differently. He had anticipated that Jiang Ning and Wei would navigate the treacherous waters ahead, with himself following in their wake, riding on their coattails. Instead, he found himself the one being carried. Upon returning to the magistrate's office, Jiang Ning hastily instructed Guo Yunhou to compose a memorial detailing the events of the day and to dispatch it post-haste to the capital for presentation to Zhu Youjiao. The rationale was straightforward. Jiang Ning harbored concerns that Zhu Youjiao might not have adequately prepared officials to assume responsibility for the myriad affairs in Shaanxi. With trembling hands, Guo Yunhou completed the memorial, and after Jiang Ning affixed his signature, it was swiftly sent to the capital by the Jinyue. At this moment, Guo Yunhou slumped over the desk, murmuring in distress. Observing this, Jiang Ning remarked with a hint of disdain, "Old Guo, is it truly necessary to be so worn out by merely drafting a memorial? This morning, you appeared more spirited than anyone else." Guo Yunhou, with a quivering voice, lamented, "Master Jiang, I have come to realize that I have boarded your ship of misfortune." Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean, old Guo?" Guo Yunhou's sobbing intensified as he choked out, "Master Jiang, today outside Datong, over 1,000 criminals were executed in one breath. Such a large-scale execution has only been witnessed during the founding of the Ming dynasty, under the reign of the great Hongwu Emperor. I never anticipated that I, old Guo, would find myself amidst it. My reputation, which I have maintained throughout my life, is utterly ruined." After uttering this, Gui Yunho collapsed onto the desk, weeping loudly as if in mourning. Jiang Ning quickly offered words of comfort. "Old Gua, have you not heard the saying? Earning money is arduous, and it is even more challenging to bear the burdens of responsibility. Do you believe that those 20 million taels of silver come easily?" At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, leisurely playing with 2 walnuts in his hands, chimed in with a grin. "Old Gua, look at your lack of fortitude. Is it not merely the execution of over 1,000 criminals? When we were in Tongzhou, we executed several hundred in one go. And during our last trip to Tianjin with Master Jiang, we dispatched hundreds more, surpassing today's count. These are all great deeds that benefit the common folk. Why has it become a hot potato in your hands?" Listening to Wei's words, Gui Yunho gaped, wanting to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he appeared resolute, wiped away his tears, and with a quivering voice, asked, "Master Jiang, if we were to confiscate the assets of those 8 unscrupulous merchants, how much silver could we possibly garner?" Jiang Ning stroked his chin in thought for a while before responding with a smile. "It would surely amount to more than those 20 million taels." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho's sorrow transformed into joy, a smile blossoming across his face as he continued wiping away the remnants of his tears. He choked out, "In that case, my reputation becomes inconsequential. At the very least, I can secure several million taels of revenue for the treasury. This venture is indeed worthwhile." Jiang Ning nodded seriously, affirming, "You speak wisely, Master Gua." At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian eagerly nodded in agreement, his face alight with joy. "Master Gua, with such circumstances, you stand to gain immensely. This is truly a cause for celebration." To this, Gui Yunho promptly replied with a smile, "Oh, not at all. This credit is not for me alone to enjoy. Both Master Jiang and Lord Wei have exerted considerable effort in this affair as well." Subsequently, Jiang Ning commenced the necessary arrangements. He decided to assign Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, to temporarily oversee Datong, with Huang Daozhou assisting him. As for the illicit funds confiscated from corrupt officials, they would be meticulously recorded and securely stored in the prefectural office, under the vigilant watch of the Jinyue. Once the arrangements were finalized, Jiang Ning rose and, accompanied by Old Wei, proceeded to the military camp in Datong to prepare for troop deployment. Upon their arrival, they found General Yang Zhaoji and General He Yunlong of Xianzhou already waiting for them. Jiang Ning wasted no time and directly addressed General Yang. "The defense of Datong is now entrusted to you. Expedite the recruitment of soldiers to fill all vacancies, and remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Mongolian tribes to prevent any incursions." Yang Zhaoji promptly accepted the command, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir. I have already arranged for the recruitment of new soldiers, and it will not be long before Datong is fully manned." However, he hesitated, revealing a troubled expression as he added, "Sir, the military pay for Datong." Jiang Ning was well aware of the dire situation at the 9 borders, where soldiers increasingly received empty stipends. The court was cognizant of this as well, yet their remedial measures were blunt. Military pay was often only partially dispersed. Hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled and responded, "General Yang, there is no need for concern. Once this mission is accomplished, I shall petition the emperor upon my return to the capital, ensuring that the military pay for both Datong and Xianzhou will be fully funded in the future." Yang Zhaoji felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, as his greatest fear had been Jiang Ning's silence on the matter of military pay. Even He Yunlong, standing nearby, was suddenly filled with enthusiasm at this news. The registered troop strength for Xianzhou was 90,000, yet only 70,000 were present. Fortunately, He Yunlong proved to be a reliable individual. When Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly passed through Xianzhou, He Yunlong had candidly disclosed the actual troop situation. Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly had understood the complexities of the border situation, which often impacted troop numbers. He Yunlong's honesty had left a favorable impression on them. At that moment, Jiang Ning smiled at He Yunlong, saying, "General He, you shall lead your men to the 8 major Jin merchant families to prepare for confiscation." He Yunlong was elated, thinking that this unprecedented opportunity for merit had finally come to him. Meanwhile, Yang Zhaoji wore a look of resignation, fully aware that the current troop shortages and lax defenses in Datong were his responsibility. Fortunately, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly had adeptly managed these challenging issues, and as long as the court did not hold him accountable, he considered himself extraordinarily fortunate. As for the prospect of claiming credit for such an undertaking, He hardly dared to entertain the thought. Following this, He Yunlong eagerly began mobilizing his troops. After giving Yang Zhaoji a few brief instructions, Jiang Ning prepared to take his leave, only to notice Old Wei observing a young officer beside Yang Zhaoji with an unsettling gaze. At this moment, Jiang Ning observed closely and beheld the young commander, whose crimson lips and white teeth, slender waist and broad shoulders, and a face resembling a jade crown, were complemented by a suit of military armor that exuded the aura of a cultured general. Intrigued, he inquired, "General Yang, who is this young commander?" Yang Zhaoji hastily replied, "In response to your inquiry, Sir Jiang, this is my son, Yang Yufan, currently serving in the army as a 1,000-man commander." Before Jiang Ning could respond, the elderly Wei, with a beaming smile, interjected, "Indeed, he is a remarkable talent. Why not have him accompany us back to the capital?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zhaoji was momentarily taken aback. If Jiang Ning had made such a suggestion, he would have eagerly welcomed it, hoping his son could pursue a brighter future in the capital. However, it was the old Wei who spoke up. He was none other than the powerful imperial eunuch. Although Yang Zhaoji yearned for promotion through merit, he never envisioned his son becoming a eunuch. With a troubled expression, he replied, "Master Wei, I have but this one son. It is truly upon hearing this." Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on how Old Wei consistently managed to introduce unexpected twists wherever he went. Wei Zhongxian appeared momentarily perplexed, seemingly unable to grasp why Yang Zhaoji was so distressed. After a brief moment, he finally comprehended the situation, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. He quickly clarified, "General Yang, our intention is to bring your son back to the capital to be appointed as an officer in the capital garrison, not to send him to the Eastern Depot." Sensing Yang Zhaoji's skepticism, he hastily added, "However, this matter is not solely within our purview. It requires Sir Jiang's approval, as he currently oversees the capital garrison." Yang Zhaoji eagerly turned to Jiang Ning, his face filled with hope, and even Yang Yufan, standing behind him, felt a surge of excitement. In Datong, they had long heard that the emperor had decreed a reorganization of the capital garrison, an endeavor entirely entrusted to this very Sir Jiang. The capital garrison was now brimming with distinguished generals, including Man Gui, Zhao Shuijiao, Chao Wenjiao, and the top 3 candidates from the latest martial examinations, all present within its ranks. Observing this, Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, stating, "If General Yang is willing, I shall give my consent." Instantly, Yang Zhaoji's expression lit up with elation, prompting him to urge his son, Yang Yufan, forward. Yang Yufan quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sir Jiang, for your patronage. I shall dedicate myself to fighting for the Ming dynasty, undeterred by the prospect of death." Subsequently, Jiang Ning assisted Yang Yufan to his feet and remarked, "Young General Yang, go bid farewell to your father properly. Then prepare your belongings and accompany me." After Yang Yufan rose, Yang Zhaoji began to offer detailed instructions. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning and Old Wei exited the central military tent. Before long, He Yunlong had gathered his troops. 15,000 soldiers stood in orderly formation, a formidable sight. Jiang Ning could not help but reflect, indeed, the garrison forces of the Ming dynasty have become thoroughly corrupt, yet this army still retains a semblance of combat capability. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led the grand army forward. Heading towards Taiyuan, Zhu Yujian personally came to bid farewell, and at the moment of parting, he still expressed his concerns by earnestly advising Minister Jiang, "Upon your arrival in Taiyuan, should any member of the Jin royal family engage in unlawful acts, do not hesitate to send word to me. I shall personally attend to them." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in agreement, ultimately leaving behind 2,000 imperial guards to assist Zhu Yujian in securing Datong. As the army progressed halfway, Jiang Ning decisively ordered Hai Yunlong to lead 10,000 troops immediately to strike at the lair of the 8 major Jin merchants, initiating the apprehension of individuals involved. Concurrently, he dispatched secret letters to Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tian in Zhangjiago, urging them to mobilize their forces simultaneously, encircling Hai Yunlong to collectively apprehend the culprits. At that moment, Gui Yunho insisted on accompanying them, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jiang Ning, observing this, smiled and gently dissuaded him. "Old Master Gua, you have truly exhausted yourself of late. Why not join me in resting for a few days in Taiyuan City? Once General He and General Zhao have settled matters, it would not be too late for you to proceed." Even the elder Wei, standing nearby, concurred with a smile. "Old Gua, What Master Jiang says makes perfect sense. At your age, why exert yourself so? Do you truly intend to take up arms and join the fray? However, Guo Yunho remained unmoved, resolutely countering. Master Jiang, Mr. Wei, I must be the first to lead the charge against the wealth of the 8 major gene merchants. After all, this is my lifelong reputation at stake. Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss for words, and seeing Guo Yunho's steadfastness, he could only nod in acquiescence. At this juncture, the elder Wei cautioned, Master Guo, do take extra care on your journey and prioritize your safety. Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho nodded earnestly and, accompanied by several officials from the Ministry of Revenue, joined Haiyanlong's Grand Army to set off together. Meanwhile, in Zhangjiago, Zhao Shuijiao was languidly yawning, while Wen Tiren busied himself with ledgers, jotting down notes. Zhao Shuijiao, noticing Wen Tiren, inquired with a smile, Minister Wen, how many waves have we had so far? Wen Tiren replied with a grin, this marks the 7th wave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, I initially thought that with you stationed here in Zhangjiago, our merits would be limited, yet it appears the 8 major gene merchants have unwittingly walked into our trap, beginning to relocate their assets. During this period, every couple of days, one family has been transporting vast sums of wealth to Zhangjiago. Unaware that we have already firmly established control here, they are merely running errands for us. Wen Tiren nodded in agreement, chuckling as he remarked, who would have anticipated that we were once concerned about alarming the snakes, fearing that the 8 major gene merchants would fight to the bitter end. It turns out these individuals are far from united. Ultimately, they are merchants, each calculating their own interests. It became evident that during this time, the 8 major gene merchants had been discreetly transferring their wealth in batches, without any communication amongst themselves. They believed their operations to be flawless, entirely unaware that Zhangjiago was now under the complete control of the Imperial Army. Those who transported wealth, upon their arrival in Zhangjiago, were swiftly apprehended by Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren without a moment's hesitation. Consequently, a relentless series of captures ensued, culminating in the apprehension of the 7th wave of individuals to this day. Wen Tiren, leading the officials of the Ministry of Revenue, meticulously catalogued the seized assets, his heart brimming with joy. Initially, he believed that conquering Zhangjiago, executing the overseers of the 8 great Shaanxi merchants, and confiscating their wealth would constitute his significant achievements. Little did he anticipate that the 8 great merchants would continuously deliver opportunities for accolades. Before long, a scout hurriedly arrived with news. Esteemed one, General Zhao. Another caravan is en route to Zhangjiago, numbering in the hundreds with nearly 100 laden carts. Upon hearing this, Wen Tiren could hardly contain his exhilaration, while Zhao Shuijiao's grin widened. At this moment, the internal discord among the 8 great merchants had reached a fever pitch. Each family was racing against time to arrange personnel to relocate their assets, while leaving distant relatives behind in their residences to mislead the imperial spies. Meanwhile, their immediate kin stealthily began transferring to Zhangjiago. They had schemed to transport vast quantities of wealth out, planning to observe the situation from Zhangjiago. If circumstances turned dire, they would swiftly flee beyond the passes. Should the storm pass, they would return to their long-established strongholds. After all, how could they easily abandon the vast empires they had painstakingly built in Shaanxi? However, the caravans transporting wealth vanished into Zhangjiago as if cast into a bottomless sea, leaving no trace behind, which only fueled the rising panic among the 8 great merchants. Not far from Zhangjiago, Fan Yongdo listened intently to his subordinate's report, his expression grave. He watched helplessly as other Shaanxi merchants transported substantial sums of money to Zhangjiago, only to similarly disappear without a word. A chill swept over him. As a seasoned merchant well-versed in dealings with the imperial court, his commercial instincts were sharply attuned. The signs clearly indicated that Zhangjiago had fallen into the hands of the imperial forces, rendering the previously assumed escape route utterly impassable. Yet, how could Fan Yongdo resign himself to fate? After years of operation in Shaanxi, he certainly had contingencies in place. Over the years, the estates under the Fan family had retained a number of retainers. Now, he had ordered these retainers to gather near Zhangjiago, planning a nighttime raid to force their way out. To this end, he had contacted Wang Diyu and Wang Dingku, while he could not afford to concern himself with the other Shaanxi merchants. At this juncture, his own survival remained uncertain, leaving little room for thoughts of others. Soon, Two individuals clad in the garb of retainers arrived at the encampment of Fan Yongdo's caravan. Upon seeing him, they promptly spoke, "Master Fan, our lord will arrive shortly. Please make the necessary preparations." Upon receiving this news, Fan Yongdo let out a sigh of relief. With the combined strength of their three families, he felt confident in their ability to break through Zhangjiago's defenses. By that time, once they successfully broke through, it could indeed be said that the sea would be vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to fly. As for the heads of the other Jin merchants, they had long united, similarly concealing themselves within the merchant convoy stationed not far from Zhangjiago. At this moment, Tian Lanxing, one of the 8 notable Jin merchants, listened to his subordinate's report, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to the individuals beside him and remarked, "That scoundrel Fan Yongdo actually thinks he can abandon us and flee on his own. Humph. Little does he know that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. If Fan Yongdo wishes to be the first to rise, let him. Along with Wang Diyu and Wang Dingku, take the lead. When they have exhausted each other, we shall seize the opportunity to break through amid the chaos." The other heads of the merchant families nodded in agreement, praising Tian's cunning strategy. As the 8th merchant convoy, laden with treasures, arrived in Zhangjiago, it was promptly seized, along with its valuables, by Wen Tiren and Zhao Shuijiao. Following this, Zhao Shuijiao inquired with a smile, "Lord Wen, do you believe there will be any more merchant convoys transporting wealth to Zhangjiago?" Upon hearing this, Wen Tiren chuckled and shook his head, replying, "General Zhao, these merchants are exceedingly astute. With both personnel and riches detained, and no one to return with news, they will undoubtedly deduce the situation here in Zhangjiago. Henceforth, it is unlikely that any silver will be sent our way." At this moment, Zhao Shuijiao, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Lord Wen, in that case, why not take the initiative and strike first?" Wen Tiren, taken aback, quickly responded, "General Zhao, our mission is to guard Zhangjiago. We cannot allow any Jin merchant to escape. With Lord Jiang yet to issue orders, it would be rather inappropriate for us to launch a preemptive strike." Zhao Shuijiao smiled and countered, "Lord Wen, you must have heard the news from Datong. Lord Jiang is currently wreaking havoc there, overwhelmed with numerous matters to attend to. We are merely waiting idly in Zhangjiago. It would be more advantageous for us to take the initiative. We possess 15,000 troops, and with over 10,000 more from the military forts around Zhangjiago, we could leave 10,000 of our elite soldiers under General Mao Yuan's command to guard this place, while the 2 of us lead our forces to strike. What do you think?" Upon hearing these words, Wen Tiren was also tempted. After all, he had traveled a great distance from the capital to Shaanxi with the aim of achieving merit. Who would shy away from accolades? Both were meticulous individuals, and they promptly conspired to act first and report later, believing that if they could secure significant accomplishments, Lord Jiang Ning would not fault them. Without further ado, Zhao Shuijiao quickly summoned General Mao Yuan and instructed, "General Mao, I will leave 5,000 troops under your command to defend Zhangjiago. The remaining 10,000 will be reassigned with Lord Wen and myself. You must ensure that not a single person escapes beyond the pass." Upon hearing this, Mao Yuan expressed his confusion, asking, "Have Lord Wen and General Zhao received instructions from Lord Jiang?" Zhao Shuijiao replied with a smile, "We have yet to receive orders, but our objectives align with Lord Jiang's. Hence, Lord Wen and I have decided to take the initiative." Mao Yuan nodded in understanding and said no more. He understood in his heart that as long as he could defend Zhangjiago, it would be a significant achievement. Any other accolades were not his to covet. With Zhao Shuijiao's command, an army of 10,000 swiftly assembled, and Zhao Shuijiao, along with Wen Tiren, led the grand force forth. This spectacle greatly alarmed Fan Yongdo, stationed not far from Zhangjiago, who was suddenly struck with dread. Had our plan been uncovered? What should we do now? At present, their coalition had barely gathered over 2,000 men, with reinforcements yet to arrive. In stark contrast, the Imperial Army emerging from Zhangjiago appeared as a dark mass, numbering at least 10,000, perhaps even more. When the numbers exceeded 10,000, it became an indistinguishable sea of humanity, clearly surpassing their own forces by a significant margin. Just then, Wang Diyu and Wang Dingku, having just arrived, turned pale upon witnessing the scene, urgently looking towards Fan Yongdo and inquiring, "Master Fan, what shall we do in this predicament? It seems we may have been discovered by the imperial forces. We cannot simply sit here and await our fate." Fan Yongdo's expression darkened, replying, "Gentlemen, we possess but 2,000 men. How could we possibly contend with the Imperial Army?" At this moment, Wang Deyu hastily interjected, "Are they not here for the silver? Let us use silver to pave our way. I refuse to believe we cannot carve out a path to survival. If 100,000 taels will not suffice, then let it be 1,000,000. With the financial strength of our 3 families, we could surely amass enough silver to forge a way out." Hearing this, Wang Dengku inwardly cursed, "You fool," and quickly urged, "Master Fan, do not heed his words. We have no time for hesitation. Let the men charge forth directly. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Under a generous reward, brave souls will emerge. As long as we sufficiently incentivize our men, we might just have a chance to break free." At that moment, Fan Yongdo felt an uncontrollable tremor coursing through him. He absorbed the words of Wang Deyu and Wang Dengku, his heart engulfed in turmoil. Perhaps, as Wang Dengku suggested, they truly had but this slim chance left. Yet, whether to pave their way with silver or to fight to the death was a decision he dared not make lightly. Meanwhile, He Yulong and his army arrived at the Fan family estate with great fanfare. With a single command, the troops surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the estate so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The atmosphere within the Fan household became palpably tense as they sensed the looming threat. Observing the armed servants bracing for battle, He Yulong's lips curled into a cold smile as he unhesitatingly commanded, "Attack." In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and shrieks. The Fan family members understood that they had been abandoned by Fan Yongdo, left as scapegoats. They realized that given the gravity of Fan Yongdo's transgressions, should they be scrutinized, they faced the dire consequence of extermination. Even if they surrendered at this moment, there would be no escape for them. Thus, they steeled themselves, resolved to resist with every ounce of their strength, embracing the certainty of death. In the vicinity of Zhangjiago, Wen Tiran and Zhao Shuijiao were leading their forces shortly after emerging from the pass when a swift rider from the Jiangyi arrived in haste. Upon reaching them, the Jiangyi promptly presented a letter from Jiang Ning. After reading the letter, a smile illuminated Wen Tiran's face as he turned to Zhao Shuijiao and said, "General Zhao, we have received a message from Lord Jiang, urging us to prepare for a decisive action. Currently, the general of Zuanfuzhong, He Yunlong, has already taken the initiative, and we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, we may find ourselves left with nothing but scraps." Hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao grew anxious and immediately commanded, "Accelerate the advance of our troops." The army surged forth with vigor. Meanwhile, Fan Yongdo was still grappling with how to navigate the situation at hand. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, "Master, the Imperial forces are advancing rapidly. It appears they are heading straight for us." Upon hearing this news, Wang Deyu and Wang Dengku were instantly filled with alarm, their exchange escalating into a heated argument. Observing this, Fan Yongdo clenched his jaw, steeled his resolve, and exclaimed, "Enough of this bickering. Listen to me. Any man willing to charge out with me shall be rewarded with 2,000 taels of silver. We shall confront the Imperial army head-on." With Fan Yongdo's determination evident, Wang Dengku and Wang Deyu ceased their quarrel, for they had relied on Fan Yongdo's judgment all along. They began to rally their companions, and soon 2,000 men were assembled. Fan Yongdo raised his voice, declaring, "You have all been my loyal brothers for many years. If you are willing to follow me into this fray, I assure you, I will not be stingy. Together, we shall carve a bloody path. If we can successfully break through, each of you shall receive 2,000 taels." With that, he gestured, and his servants distributed 1,000 taels in banknotes to each man. The 2,000 laborers, upon witnessing this, were filled with exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, this was a princely sum of 1,000 taels, an amount they could scarcely hope to earn over a lifetime of servitude. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with fervor, as if they were infused with boundless determination. Observing this scene, Fan Yongdo nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Charge." The 2,000 laborers, armed and ready, surged forth like a mighty tide towards the forces of Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiran. Meanwhile, not far away, Tian Lancheng received this news. Feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath him, he lamented inwardly, "Have the Imperial forces discovered our presence? That scoundrel Fan Yongdo, along with Wang Deyu and Wang Dengku, dare to lead their men in broad daylight against the pass. Are they out of their minds?" Chapter 108. Old One and Old Zhao unleashed wealth as when Tiran and Zhao Shuijiao accelerated their march. Unexpectedly, a troop of men burst forth from the side, charging towards their forces like tigers descending from the mountains. Witnessing this, when Tiran was momentarily taken aback, while Zhao Shuijiao wore a look of astonishment, at a loss for words. At that moment, when Tiran quickly turned to Zhao Shuijiao and inquired, "General Zhao, have you heard of any bandits prowling in the vicinity of Zhangjiago?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum and remarked, "Lord One, please do not jest. What place is Zhangjiago? It is a crucial frontier stronghold. Which reckless bandit would dare to stir up trouble here?" When Tiran, upon hearing this, felt increasingly perplexed and murmured, "Then who exactly are those advancing towards us?" Zhao Shuijiao narrowed his eyes, observing the approaching figures intently, and stated, "They are all robust and well-armed. They cannot be ordinary civilians. They must either be retainers of wealthy gentry or elite soldiers from the border forces." When Tiran, after some contemplation, also squinted his eyes and declared, "In that case, General Zhao, give the order to eliminate them on the spot and investigate their origins thoroughly. How dare they assault the Imperial Army in broad daylight? Regardless of their identities, they are doomed." Zhao Shuijiao grinned and replied, "You speak wisely, Lord One. If these individuals are indeed rebels, it would be fortuitous for us to encounter them, an opportunity for merit to present itself." He then hastily issued a loud command. Instantly, 10,000 troops sprang into action, forming an imposing array, bracing themselves to confront the 2,000 intruders. Soon after, as if a thought had struck him, Zhao Shuijiao leaned in and whispered a few instructions to the messenger. The messenger, upon understanding, promptly mounted his horse and hurried away. Meanwhile, Fan Yongdo, Wang Daiyu, and Wang Dunku, leading their elite retainers, charged boldly towards the Imperial Army, ready for a confrontation. At this moment, Tian Lanxing was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. Beside him, Huang Yunfa could no longer remain idle and quickly inquired, "Tian Dongjia, Fan Yongdo and the others have engaged. What should we do? Should we wait for them to weaken each other before rushing in, or should we assist them now?" Tian Lanxing found himself in a predicament akin to Fan Yongdo's earlier dilemma. With only 2,000 retainers, Fan Yongdo was facing the Imperial Army of over 10,000. It was akin to striking a rock with an egg, a perilous venture. Yet, if they were to rashly intervene now, while their 5 families united might enhance their odds, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Conversely, if they waited until the Imperial forces annihilated Fan Yongdo's faction before acting, the chances of success for their 5 families would also be uncertain. After a moment of deep contemplation, Tian Lanxing gritted his teeth and resolved, "Let us wait a while longer. Allow Fan Yongdo and his faction to scout the way first, and we shall conserve our strength." The nature of a merchant is to pursue profit, and after this brief deliberation, Tian Lanxing made a decision. Despite the immense risks involved, preserving their strength to a certain extent led him to take a gamble. As Fan Yongdo's 2,000 retainers clashed with Zhao Shuijiao's formidable army, Zhao Shuijiao issued a command. And at once, numerous soldiers swiftly produced black ceramic bottles the size of a fist, igniting the fuses before hurling them towards Fan Yongdo's forces. Before Fan Yongdo and his companions could react, a series of thunderous explosions erupted as porcelain vials shattered amidst the crowd, sending Fan Yongdo's retinue of household soldiers into disarray. Chaos ensued almost instantaneously. To their astonishment, among the 2,000 household soldiers led by Fan Yongdo, several hundred wielded firearms. The Imperial troops were caught off guard, suffering immediate casualties. Nearby, Zhao Shuijiao, initially poised to applaud the effectiveness of their thunderous explosives, turned to witness the enemy inflicting injuries and fatalities upon dozens of officials. His eyes widening in fury and desperation, he hastily addressed Wen Tiran beside him, saying, "Minister Wen, please secure the center. I shall confront these brigands." With that, he grasped his hefty broadsword, pressed his legs against his horse's belly, and charged headlong into the enemy ranks. Zhao Shuijiao, a battle-hardened general from Liaodong, plunged into the fray with his sword in hand, cutting through the throng as if it were empty air. Wherever he went, chaos reigned and blood spattered. As Zhao Shuijiao led the charge into the enemy formation, the morale of the Imperial Army surged, quickly encircling the 2,000 household soldiers commanded by Fan Yongdo. Witnessing this turn of events, Fan Yongdo felt a surge of panic and, gritting his teeth, shouted to those around him, "Quick! Where are the Tiger's crouching cannons? Bring them to me at once." Soon, 2 Tiger's crouching cannons were hastily brought to the forefront. As the fuse was ignited, the shells thunderously exploded within the ranks of the Imperial Army, enveloping the area in a haze of blood. Zhao Shuijiao, taken aback, gaped in shock, inwardly cursing. What manner of people are these, first with firearms and now with cannons? Nevertheless, he concluded that these individuals were certainly not part of the imperial forces. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he was not without strategies in such dire circumstances. He decisively commanded, "The army must retreat swiftly. Archers, to the front lines. Unleash the thunderous explosives upon the enemy." Instantly, the troops executed a coordinated retreat, and the archers took their positions, unleashing a torrent of thunderous explosives upon the enemy camp like a rainstorm. The ensuing cacophony sent the enemy into disarray, their cries of anguish filling the air. Meanwhile, stationed at Zhangjiago, Mao Yuanyi, upon hearing reports from the front lines, stood stunned. General Zhao and Minister Wen had barely departed when they encountered these unidentified foes. Anxious to provide assistance, he felt compelled to refrain from impulsive actions, for the significance of Zhangjiago was paramount. Any misstep could cost him his life. In desperation, Mao Yuanyi incessantly instructed his subordinates to closely monitor the evolving situation, refusing to allow any lapse in vigilance. Zhao Shuijiao's countermeasures soon proved effective, overwhelming Fan Yongdo and his household soldiers. In a fleeting moment, arrows rained down like a tempest, and thunderous explosives detonated amidst the enemy ranks, resulting in severe casualties. Witnessing this, Fan Yongdo despaired, thinking, "It is over, all is lost. I fear I shall meet my end here today." Yet, unwilling to surrender, he desperately called out to the opposing general, "Please, have mercy upon your adversaries. I am Fan Yongdo, a merchant from Shaanxi, and I humbly implore you, General, to show mercy and spare us. We are willing to offer a sum of 1,000,000 taels of silver. May I inquire about your thoughts on this proposition?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuijiao let out a cold laugh and, raising his voice, retorted, "Humph, so it is you, the treacherous traitor Fan Yongdo. Even at this moment, you still wish to bribe me with silver? This is nothing but a fantasy." He then decisively commanded, "Advance the entire army." Seeing the grim situation, Fan Yongdo gritted his teeth and urgently instructed his men, "Open all the chests in the convoy and spill the silver onto the ground. We shall fight and retreat. We cannot continue to resist fiercely, or we shall perish here." His subordinates complied swiftly, opening the chests and dumping the gleaming silver coins onto the road, while simultaneously clashing with the Imperial Army, gradually retreating. Upon witnessing the silver scattered across the ground, many soldiers of the Imperial Army could not resist the temptation and began to lower their heads to collect it. However, Zhao Shuijiao was not to be deceived by such petty tricks. He barked sternly, "Who dares to pick up the silver shall be killed without mercy. Not a single thief shall escape. Pursue them all." Before his words had fully faded, he unsheathed his sword, and several soldiers who were collecting silver were instantly slain. Others, seeing this, quickly withdrew their hands, no longer daring to touch the silver. After all, while silver is valuable, one must possess their life to spend it. Thus, the soldiers continued their pursuit of Fan Yongdo and the remaining few hundred retainers. Observing the silver scattered on the ground, Wen Tian, stationed at the rear, felt increasingly perplexed. He pondered silently. Could these individuals truly be rebels? Yet, they did not appear to fit that description. Bandits and robbers would never dare approach the Imperial Army with such a fortune in silver. But if they were rebels, there had been no record of any dynasty facing rebels who confronted the Imperial Army so boldly with such a bounty. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Tian resolved to take action, issuing an order: "Advance the army forward, gather all the silver, and register it meticulously. Anyone caught stealing even a single ingot will face my blade without exception." Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded on the battlefield. Fan Yongdo defended himself while retreating, all the while scattering silver. Zhao Shuijiao led his forces in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Wen Tian directed another segment of the army to collect the silver as they advanced. If Jiang Ning had been present at that moment, he would surely have exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens!" It appears that both Zhao and Wen are treating Fan Yongdo as if he were a boss that drops gold coins. Indeed, as Fan Yongdo fought while retreating, he did release quite a substantial amount of silver. However, None could ascertain how much wealth he still possessed, sufficient for Wen Tian and Zhao Shuijiao to continue this pursuit. As Fan Yongdo resisted and withdrew, his mind was consumed with one thought: to escape swiftly. He then commanded the remaining few hundred retainers to turn around and flee in a panic. Not far away, Tian Lianxing witnessed all of this unfold, his face turning as pale as paper. The combat prowess of this imperial army far exceeded his expectations. Fan Yongdo, leading 2,000 retainers and employing firearms and cannons, still met with a disastrous defeat. Tian Lianxing could not help but ponder. With just 5,000 men and only a mere 100 firearms at his disposal, could they truly stand against the imperial army if they charged forth? As he was lost in thought, Fan Yongdo unexpectedly came rushing towards them, accompanied by his retainers in a state of panic. Huang Yunsheng, upon hearing the report from the retainers, was instantly incensed, his face turning an alarming shade of green. And he could not restrain himself from cursing. That scoundrel Fan Yongdo. If he wishes to perish, he might as well do so swiftly. Why must he run towards us when there are so many other paths available? What are we to do now? At that moment, Tian Lianxing was filled with regret, wishing he had gathered everyone to unite with Fan Yongdo. Perhaps that would have offered them a glimmer of hope. Yet, facing the current circumstances, he felt utterly lacking in the courage to confront the imperial forces head-on. Thus, he decisively commanded, "Everyone, quickly gather your belongings and turn back. We must evade this imperial army." However, maneuvering a troop of 5,000 was no simple feat, just as the crowd was frantically trying to organize themselves. Fan Yongdo dashed in with his ragtag remnants. Covered in dust and blood, he cried out hoarsely upon spotting Tian Lianxing and the others. "Master Tian, Master Wang, please save me. The imperial army is upon us." Tian Lianxing, trembling with rage, pointed an accusing finger at Fan Yongdo, exclaiming, "You, Fan Yongdo, you wretched scoundrel. You have led us to ruin." Then a most absurd and surreal scene unfolded on the battlefield. Tian Lianxing and Huang Yunfa led 5,000 men in a frantic flight, while Fan Yongdo, trailing with his remaining retainers, followed closely behind. Zhao Shuijiao led several thousand imperial soldiers in relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Wen Tian leisurely directed the remaining troops, casually collecting silver from the ground. At that moment, Hai Yanlong successfully breached the Fan family estate. Guo Yunho, brimming with excitement, rushed inside with his abacus in hand, eagerly orchestrating a raid on the Fan family's assets. However, upon opening the storerooms, they discovered only scattered silver within. After a thorough search, it became evident that the wealth mentioned by Jiang Ning was nowhere to be found. Guo Yunho, infuriated, began to interrogate the members of the Fan family. Known for his avarice, he was infamous as Guo Laoku, and when enraged, his methods were exceedingly ruthless. He ordered the execution of several Fan family members without hesitation. At that moment, one of the Fan family, trembling in fear, stammered, "My lord, our family head and his immediate kin left in several batches days ago, leaving us here to guard the estate. They took a substantial amount of wealth with them when they departed." Upon hearing this, Guo Yunho felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Hai Yanlong was equally astounded. Jiang Ning had tasked him with capturing the 8 notorious merchants. Yet now the direct relatives of the Fan family had fled, leaving only distant kin behind. Even if he were to eliminate them all, it would be of no consequence. He hurriedly inquired, his anxiety palpable, "Where have they fled?" The trembling member of the Fan family responded, "To the best of my knowledge. The head of the household seems to have headed towards Zhangjiago, preparing to escape." Black Cloud Dragon inwardly cursed his misfortune and swiftly organized his troops, directing them towards Zhangjiago. As for the remaining merchants from Jin, he dispatched thousands of soldiers to investigate, issuing a stern order that any who dared to resist would be executed on the spot. Observing this, Wei Yunho insisted on accompanying Black Cloud Dragon to Zhangjiago. Helpless against the obstinate elder, Black Cloud Dragon commanded that he be taken along. Thus, the grand army set forth towards Zhangjiago in a magnificent procession. At that moment, cold sweat beaded on Black Cloud Dragon's brow. Although he was aware that Zhangjiago had already been taken over by the imperial army, he feared that if even 1 or 2 of the 8 notorious merchants managed to escape, he would not only forfeit any credit, but might also face punishment. As Zhao Shuijiao relentlessly pressed the attack, the household attendants surrounding Fan Yongdo dwindled in number. Eventually, Fan Yongdo, overwhelmed, abandoned entire carts of silver on the road. Zhao Shuijiao was elated, meticulously observing the fleeing thousands ahead, noting that they carried a considerable amount of valuables. He resolved to extract every last coin from them, believing that only then could he maximize his achievements. Meanwhile, when Tianqi, accompanied by his soldiers, leisurely gathered the scattered silver while closely trailing behind. Each time they counted a batch of silver, he ensured the exact amount was communicated to Zhao Shuijiao. At that moment, a messenger rushed to Zhao Shuijiao's side, reporting, "General Zhao, Lord Wen has sent word for you to slow your pursuit. The silver obtained from the last 2 captures amounts to hundreds of thousands of taels." Zhao Shuijiao nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Go and inform Lord Wen that I have understood." Thereafter, he commanded the army to reduce their pace, allowing the fleeing individuals ahead a moment to breathe. Chapter 109. The Silver Windfall. Thus, Zhao Shuijiao led the army, engaging in battle while listening intently. When only a handful remained around Fan Yongdo, Zhao Shuijiao ordered, "Advance the army." Instantly, the imperial forces surged forth like a tide, capturing all of Fan Yongdo's remaining attendants. Subsequently, they discovered several carts nearby, and upon opening them, they were astounded to find them filled with silver notes and a substantial amount of gold, a treasure of immeasurable worth. Zhao Shuijiao promptly arranged for Wen Tianqi to take charge of the valuables and prisoners, then continued leading the army in pursuit. Though Fan Yongdo's faction had been thoroughly exposed by Zhao Shuijiao, thousands still fled ahead. Confident that continued pursuit would yield further silver and accolades, Zhao Shuijiao shouted, "Listen closely. My brothers, follow my lead. Once this battle concludes, Lord Wen and I will personally report to Lord Jiang to request rewards for you." Upon hearing Zhao Shuijiao's enticing promise, the soldiers became even more invigorated, their morale soaring as they followed closely behind. As Tianqi beheld Fan Yongdo's capture, a wave of regret washed over him, leaving him despondent. Yet, he could not afford to linger in thought. He had to sprint forward with urgency. He understood that, given the current predicament, his only recourse was to hastily return, gather his forces anew, and prepare for a direct confrontation with the imperial troops, which might afford them a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, with merely 5,000 men at his disposal, charging ahead would surely lead to their annihilation. Hai Yanlong, commanding the cavalry, galloped relentlessly, not daring to pause for a moment. He was acutely aware that any delay could spell disaster, the weight of responsibility resting heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Guo Laoku raced forward, his skeletal frame nearly jolted apart. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fervor. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He would crawl if necessary. But he must reach Zhangjiago. Those silver coins represented a lifetime of honor for Guo. Watching them slip from his grasp would be a fate worse than death. Thus, within the realm of Shangxi, an astonishing scene unfolded. 5 of the 8 prominent Jin merchants fled like startled birds, scattering across the province. Zhao Shuijiao led his troops at a measured pace, maintaining a steady distance, occasionally launching attacks, then pausing momentarily. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi commanded another division closely behind, busily collecting the silver that the merchants had abandoned in their haste. Mao Yuani, stationed at Zhangjiago, felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat, perpetually wary of the unfolding conflict. To his astonishment, not long after, a contingent of soldiers arrived, ushering in a convoy of sealed wagons. Upon witnessing this, Mao Yuani promptly ordered an inquiry. The soldiers presented him with a handwritten order from Wen Tianqi, and as he perused it, he was left dumbfounded. The wagons were filled to the brim with gleaming silver. A bewildering thought surfaced in Mao Yuani's mind. Could it be that the bandits of Shangxi had amassed such wealth? Or was it that the audacious rebels, daring to confront the imperial forces, had become so lavish? Historically, spoils of war comprised mainly horses, weapons, armor, and provisions. Never had he encountered an instance where entire wagons were laden with silver. Despite his extensive study of military texts, he had never come across such an extraordinary occurrence. Though filled with doubts, Mao Yuani chose not to dwell excessively on them and promptly ordered the silver to be accepted. Subsequently, every half-day, another group of soldiers would return to Zhangjiago, transporting more silver, which Mao Yuani meticulously arranged to receive. Gazing at the towering piles of chests, he began to question the very fabric of his existence. He even found himself pondering whether Wen Tianqi and General Zhao, under the pretext of Jiangdaoren, had been plundering throughout Shangxi to amass such a fortune. After all, In all his years, he had never even imagined encountering such a vast fortune laid before him. Before long, yet another contingent of soldiers arrived, pulling dozens of wagons into Zhangjiago. Immediately, the soldier presented a handwritten order from Wentiran to Mao Yuani. Upon opening it, he found instructions to urgently mobilize a large army to assist in the transportation of silver, as Wentiran's personnel were insufficient. Not daring to delay, Mao Yuani promptly gathered 2,000 soldiers and dispatched them with horse-drawn carts to expedite the reception of the silver. Meanwhile, he personally led a contingent of imperial soldiers to meticulously guard the silver that had been previously transported back. At the scene, officials from the Ministry of Revenue were busily registering the silver, the sound of abacus beads clattering incessantly. Mao Yuani stood there, entranced by the noise, feeling his mind go blank, unable to fathom the sheer quantity of silver involved. At that moment, within the imperial study of the capital, Zhu Youjiao received an urgent letter sent from Jiang Ning. After reading it, his brow furrowed in concern, and his expression turned grave. He then addressed Fang Zhenghua beside him, saying, "Fang, summon all officials from the cabinet and the 6 ministries to the imperial study for a discussion." Fang Zhenghua promptly bowed in acknowledgement and hurriedly exited the study. Half an hour later, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, along with Su Guangqi, minister of works, Yang He, minister of personnel, and Gu Bingqian, minister of rights, arrived in a flurry. Zhu Youjiao immediately handed over the letter, which Fang Zhenghua respectfully accepted and presented to Sun Qingzong. As Sun Qingzong unfolded the letter from Jiang Ning, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted from the shock of its contents. Fortunately, Fang Zhenghua was quick to react, stepping forward to steady him. Seeing this, Zhu Youjiao, with a concerned expression, asked, "Master Sun, what troubles you?" Sun Qingzong took a moment to regain his composure, coughed discreetly, and replied with slight embarrassment, "Your Majesty, the recent affairs of the cabinet have been overwhelming, and I fear I have overexerted myself." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao instructed Fang Zhenghua, "Fang, please fetch 20 ginseng roots from Liaodong and some deer antler for Master Sun to restore his health." Sun Qingzong hurriedly knelt in gratitude, then mustered his strength to pass the letter to the other ministers for their perusal. Each prominent figure, upon reading the letter, was left in stunned silence. Their expressions varied. Zhu Youjiao, rubbing his temples, slowly inquired, "My esteemed ministers, how do you propose we address this matter?" However, the hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak first. The actions of Jiang Ning and others in Shaanxi had indeed been monumental, and Wei Zhongxian's execution of over 1,000 corrupt officials outside Datong City, though many were merely accomplices, represented the loss of countless lives. Such a large-scale incident was nearly comparable to the 4 great cases of the Hongwu period at the founding of the Ming dynasty. Observing the silence, Sun Qingzong clenched his teeth, knowing that as the chief minister, he had to step forward and express a stance. He respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, I believe the issues in Shaanxi have deeply entrenched roots and cannot be resolved overnight. The comprehensive investigation conducted by Lord Jiang in Shaanxi undoubtedly poses a significant test for the court. Consequently, it is imperative for us to prepare thoroughly and wholeheartedly support Lord Jiang in his comprehensive investigation of the Shaanxi political landscape, ensuring that all corrupt officials and traitors are brought to justice and eradicated." After listening to Sun Qingzong's words, Zhu Youjiao slowly nodded in agreement. As the son of heaven of the Ming dynasty, he naturally harbored profound support for Jiang Ning. However, he could not overlook the sentiments of other ministers within the court. After all, Jiang Ning's expedition to Shaanxi could be characterized as a sweeping purge. Although the actual enforcement was largely carried out by Wei Zhongxian, Jiang Ning certainly contributed significantly. At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao turned to the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, and inquired, "Dear Minister Yang, how fares the preparation of the substitute officials I previously requested?" Upon hearing the emperor's query, Yang He's countenance turned pale, and he replied with evident difficulty, "Your Majesty, I have recently organized the records of the Jinshi who have yet to assume office or are temporarily idle. From this, I have identified several suitable candidates who could be dispatched to Shaanxi to fill local vacancies. However, the most pressing issue now is that, should Lord Jiang continue with such thorough investigations, the entire Shaanxi officialdom may be entirely decimated, and the Ministry of Personnel simply does not have the manpower to accommodate such a task." Zhu Youjiao's brow furrowed deeply, and he asked with palpable displeasure, "Minister Yang, have you conducted a meticulous review?" In previous years, there have always been substitute officials who could not secure appointments, and numerous positions have remained vacant for years. How could we now be facing a shortage of personnel? Yang He hastily explained, Your Majesty, since the reign of Emperor Shenzong during the Wanli era, the court has not convened for many years and neglected governance, resulting in numerous vacancies that have long remained unfilled, without any normal promotions. Since your ascension, considerable resources have been expended to address the vacancies left from the Wanli period, which has already depleted many substitute officials. Moreover, the recent large-scale anti-corruption campaigns have also necessitated the assignment of many individuals to fill these vacant positions. Consequently, the Ministry of Personnel is left with very few reserve officials, nearly exhausted. As for the current situation in Shaanxi, we are still significantly short of the required substitute officials. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's frown deepened further. The Ming dynasty found itself in a predicament of insufficient officials, which was truly unexpected. Yang He, filled with helplessness and bitterness, silently lamented, Lord Jiang, wherever you and Lord Wei go, tranquility eludes, always stirring up a tempest. Originally, your mission to Shaanxi was to address the 8 major merchants and those treasonous traitors. How did it escalate into a sweeping reckoning of the entire Shaanxi officialdom? With so many vacant positions, from where am I to conjure enough individuals to fill them? This role as Minister of Personnel has become exceedingly exasperating. Since my appointment, I have been inundated with those aspiring for official positions, tirelessly offering silver in hopes of securing even a minor post. Yet now, the tide has turned completely. I, Yang He, am nearly being compelled to offer silver and humbly beseech others to take up official duties. At that moment, Sun Qingzong, observing the situation, let out a silent sigh, then stepped forward respectfully and spoke, Your Majesty, what Lord Yang has just articulated holds true. In previous years, those scholars who had yet to assume official positions found themselves somewhat constrained in filling the vacancies among the officials of Shaanxi. However, there should still be a considerable number of degree holders available who could temporarily step in to fill the gaps in Shaanxi. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he eagerly inquired of Yang He, Dear Yang, have you examined the records of the degree holders who have yet to hold official positions in the Ministry of Personnel? Yang He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Your Majesty, I have indeed conducted an examination. There are indeed numerous degree holders who have yet to assume office. However, since the founding of the Ming dynasty 260 years ago, aside from the reigns of the Taizu and Qingzu and other dynasties, while degree holders could enter the court, they were typically assigned to minor positions. Moreover, it required the endorsement of ministers for their appointments. And instances of direct appointments of degree holders to official roles are exceedingly rare. Zhu Youjiao, unfazed, waved his hand and said, Given the urgency of the situation, we must act pragmatically. Yang He, with a troubled expression, once again bowed and replied, Your Majesty, while appointing a limited number of degree holders to official positions may be acceptable, I am genuinely concerned that if we were to extensively employ degree holders to fill the numerous vacancies in Shaanxi's officialdom, such a decree might adversely affect the future of the imperial examination system. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao fell into contemplation. Yang He's observations were indeed cogent. Historically, the positions held by degree holders were inconsequential, while those of higher rank were predominantly occupied by those who had achieved the Jinshi degree. A mass appointment of degree holders would implicitly suggest that merely obtaining a degree would suffice for official duties, thus dissuading future candidates from striving for the Jinshi degree. Moreover, how would the Jinshi-born officials within the court react to such a shift? After a moment's reflection, Zhu Youjiao suddenly recalled a saying from Jiang Ning, The front will turns while the back will remain stationary. Every chick has its own path. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly proclaimed, Dear Yang, I have a proposition. Why not assign the Jinshi who have yet to hold office in the Ministry of Personnel to higher positions within Shaanxi's officialdom, while the degree holders can take on the roles of county magistrates? This arrangement may alleviate the urgent needs of Shaanxi's officialdom while also maintaining balance within the court. Yang He, after a moment of thought, nodded in agreement. I believe Your Majesty's approach is indeed astute. This arrangement would swiftly address the vacancies in Shaanxi's officialdom while also tending to the equilibrium of the court. In truth, there was another matter that Yang He had not articulated, nor had Zhu Youjiao mentioned it. At that moment, The ministers in the imperial study tacitly avoided the topic of the Donglin faction's scholars from Jiangnan. After all, during the early days of Zhu Youjiao's reign, he had faced significant hindrances from the Donglin faction. It was only after considerable effort, alongside Jiang Ning, that he managed to expunge a substantial portion of the Donglin faction from the court. In contemporary times, they would rather vigorously promote the scholars than allow the Donglin party members to enter the court and hold office. Chapter 110. The storm in the capital. As the affairs concerning the candidate officials from Shaanxi were finally settled, Zhu Youjiao could not help but exhale in relief. He then beckoned to Fang Zhenghua, who immediately understood and hurriedly departed. The ministers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Moments later, Fang Zhenghua returned, accompanied by an individual clad in a ceremonial robe, holding a substantial stack of envelopes. None other than Tianqi, the deputy commander of the Jinyue. Upon entering the imperial study, Tianqi approached directly and handed over the letters. Fang Zhenghua received them, placing them with utmost care upon the imperial desk. Zhu Youjiao, observing the correspondence, turned pale with rage, exclaiming, "Esteemed ministers, do you comprehend the origin of these letters?" Beside him, Su Guangqi, filled with curiosity, could not restrain himself and inquired, "Your Majesty, we are unaware. We beseech you to enlighten us." Zhu Youjiao snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "These letters were dispatched by certain individuals within the court to Shaanxi, containing clandestine correspondence for treasonous merchants colluding with the enemy. This is merely a fraction of what was intercepted by the Jinyue. A portion has undoubtedly reached Shaanxi successfully." Upon hearing this, Su Guangqi's eyes widened in shock. A cursory glance at the letters revealed nearly dozens of them, implicating an unknown number of individuals. Yang He, standing nearby, turned pale as he realized the implications. Yet another wave of officials would face peril. As the Minister of Personnel, he would have to exhaust his wits to find replacements for the impending vacancies. At that moment, Zhu Youjiao addressed Tianqi, elucidate the specifics to the esteemed ministers. Tianqi respectfully replied, "Honorable ministers, before Minister Zhang's departure to Shaanxi, he discreetly instructed me to monitor the actions of officials within the court associated with the Donglin party. Should there be any signs of unrest, I was to report directly to your Majesty." Unexpectedly, shortly after Minister Jiang and the esteemed ministers set forth, someone clandestinely dispatched these letters. I led the Jinyue in a concerted effort to intercept them. While a majority were successfully seized, a portion still managed to escape. At this revelation, the ministers finally grasped the situation. This was indeed a contingency left by Jiang Ning. Zhu Youjiao, with a cold sneer, remarked, "To partake in my banquet while smashing my pot? This time, I shall see what face they have left to discuss notions of virtue and villainy with me. What nonsense these scholars are, receiving the salaries of the Ming dynasty while covertly aiding the foreign adversary. Their fervor here surpasses their diligence in alleviating my burdens in the court." He then issued an angry decree. Tianqi, immediately apprehend those implicated in these letters. Once Ministers Jiang and the others return to the capital, have them all executed. At this juncture, Yang He hurriedly stepped forth to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost gravity. Currently, Minister Jiang and his associates are conducting a thorough investigation of the officialdom in Shaanxi. The situation is already complex and sensitive. I fear that should such a significant incident occur within the court at this time, it may indeed shake the very foundations of our Ming dynasty. Moreover, as the year draws to a close in just over 2 months, the execution of court officials on such a grand scale seems rather improper." Upon hearing Yang He's words, Zhu Youjiao was instantly consumed by rage, exclaiming loudly, "Is it forbidden to execute during the year-end? I assure you, even on New Year's Eve, I shall proceed without hesitation." At that moment, Sun Qingzong hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, the officialdom in Shaanxi is currently undergoing an extensive investigation. It is indeed ill-advised to stir up further turmoil in the court. Presently, the evidence against these treacherous officials is firmly in your Majesty's grasp. It would suffice to command the Jinyue to closely monitor them. Once Minister Jiang and the others return to the capital, appropriate actions can be taken then. Such a course of action is undoubtedly the most prudent." Though reluctant, Zhu Youjiao recognized the wisdom in Sun Qingzong's counsel. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. "Let it be as Master Sun advises." He then turned to Tianqi, instructing, Keep a vigilant watch over these officials who are sending messages. Should any suspicious movements arise, apprehend them immediately. Should they dare to resist, execute them without mercy. Tian Ergang promptly bowed in compliance and exited the imperial study. Once matters were properly arranged, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand, signaling the ministers to take their leave, each hastening to attend to their respective affairs. After Sun Qingzong and the others had departed, Zhu Youjiao's expression turned somber as he retrieved another letter from his robe and handed it to Fang Zhenghua. Fang Zhenghua accepted it hastily and began to read with great care. Upon finishing, his complexion turned as pale as parchment, and he collapsed to his knees, kowtowing fervently as he trembled. This old servant has failed in his duty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Zhu Youjiao sighed in exasperation, replying, Fang Dabin, this matter is not your fault. Although you serve as a eunuch in the Directorate of Ceremonial, you seldom attend to its affairs. Now, swiftly arrange for your subordinates to keep a close watch on those troublemakers within the palace. We shall deal with them in due time. I never anticipated that these individuals could wield such influence, reaching into the court and infiltrating the very palace itself. Their methods are indeed formidable. As he spoke, Zhu Youjiao's face turned a deep shade of anger, his eyes filled with cold fury. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua cautiously inquired, Your Majesty, should this old servant visit the horse supervisory office to confer with Lord Chao, just to be safe? Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjiao waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor one of disdain. There is no need. What chaos could these insignificant fools possibly incite? With the Jinyui guarding the palace and you by my side, there is no chance of disorder. I am eager to see who dares to obscure the heavens of our Ming dynasty. At this, Fang Zhenghua refrained from further comments. The individuals on that list held such unique positions that, despite being the emperor's closest eunuch and accustomed to the palace's shifting tides, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He silently reflected on how reliable Minister Jiang truly was. Even from afar in Shaanxi, he managed to root out the hidden traitors within the palace, which had genuinely saved his life. It seemed that in the future, he must seek an opportunity to express his profound gratitude to Minister Jiang for this life-saving favor. In contrast, the officials of the Donglin party were as restless as ants on a hot pan, frantically pacing about. Ever since they learned of Qian Jinyi's arrest, they had not enjoyed a single night of peaceful slumber. During this tumultuous period, they scoured for information, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. Even Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, who typically prided themselves on their iron resolve and masculine fortitude, were unusually quiet, shutting their doors to visitors and avoiding all company. This left the other officials embroiled in the treasonous conspiracy in a frenzied state, darting about like headless flies, as they flocked to the residence of Zhou Yuanbiao, seeking his counsel. To their dismay, the venerable elder of the Donglin party, now its leader, Zhou Yuanbiao, also refused to entertain guests. At that moment, he remained tranquil, seated in his courtyard, leisurely engrossed in an ancient tome. A servant hurriedly approached, anxiety etched on his face, exclaiming, Master, those officials outside refuse to leave. They are clamoring to see you. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanbiao's lips curled into a faint smile of irony as he replied, Let them stay if they wish. Now they have learned to fear? Did they not foresee this day when they conspired in treason? Outside Zhou Yuanbiao's residence, the officials were in a state of panic, incessantly shouting, attempting to coax him into providing them a way out. However, the door remained firmly shut, and no matter how they called, there was no response, leaving them utterly helpless. Not far away, the Jinyui lurked in the shadows, discreetly monitoring every movement of these officials. At this juncture, one official spoke up, Colleagues, since Master Zhou is unwilling to see us, shall we not seek out Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo once more? In hopes of finding a glimmer of opportunity, another official, visibly troubled, interjected, but both Lord Yang and Lord Zhuo are also denying access. We have already been turned away before. The first official, with determination, replied, Now that we are at a dead end, we must attempt it again. Otherwise, we shall be like fish on a chopping board, awaiting our fate. Subsequently, the group of officials, filled with trepidation and urgency, made their way toward the residences of Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou. Meanwhile, the Jinyui maintained their vigilant watch over their every move. At this moment, within Yang Lian's abode, he and Zhuo Guangdou sat across from each other, both wearing grim expressions. Zhuo Guangdou broke the silence first, his voice laced with concern, "Dahong, What shall we do in this dire situation? The turmoil in Shaanxi has reached a fever pitch, and many of our Donglan officials are deeply embroiled. Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, those treacherous villains, are known for their ruthless tactics. Once they return to the capital, a great purge will surely ensue, and I shudder to think of how many lives will be lost. Yang Lian sighed deeply at these words and slowly replied, Gongji. They have committed the heinous crime of treason, a crime that could lead to the annihilation of entire families. How can we possibly assist them? Zhuo Guangdou, with a visage full of exasperation, sighed repeatedly before continuing, our influence in the court is already diminishing. And if we were to suffer a thorough purge from Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, we would find ourselves increasingly isolated and unsupported. Upon hearing this, Yang Lian's countenance turned ashen. Just then, a servant rushed in, flustered, reporting, My lord, several esteemed officials are outside clamoring to see you. Yang Lian, filled with fury, bellowed, I shall not see anyone. Tell them to leave at once. Despite my countless admonitions, they treated my words as mere whispers in the wind. Now, when calamity approaches, they remember to seek me out. The servant stood frozen, and after a moment's hesitation, cautiously inquired, My lord, might such words be too harsh on them? Upon hearing this, Yang Lian's rage boiled over. He seized a teacup from the table and smashed it to the ground, the sound of shattering porcelain echoing through the room. He cursed vehemently. What do you mean by harsh? The servant, terrified by this sudden outburst, hastily exited the room, fearing that lingering another moment might provoke Yang Lian's wrath further. At this juncture, Zhuo Guangdou furrowed his brow and remarked, De Hong, while it is true that they have brought this upon themselves, we must also exercise caution. We should be wary of Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, as they might seize this opportunity to escalate matters, potentially ensnaring the innocent. Yang Lian nodded in agreement. Indeed, you speak wisely. Perhaps we should pay a visit to Mr. Zhou and seek his counsel. Zhuo Guangdou assented with a nod, and together they discreetly departed through the back door, soon arriving at the residence of Zhou Yuanbiao. After announcing their presence, they quickly entered. Inside the hall, they found Zhou Yuanbiao engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman clad in court attire. Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, clearly recognizing the man, promptly offered a respectful bow. Yang Lian spoke. Ah, it is Lord Wang. A smile graced Lord Wang's face as he replied, What a delightful coincidence. It is a pleasure to see both Lord Yang and Lord Zhui here. We have come today to visit the esteemed Mr. Zhou. However, Zhou Yuanbiao's expression remained grim, his demeanor particularly troubled. Sensing the atmosphere, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou approached cautiously, bowing respectfully as they said, We pay our respects to Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yuanbiao nodded slightly, gesturing for them to take a seat. The four of them sat in silence, the room enveloped in an unsettling stillness. After a lengthy pause, Lord Wang broke the silence, his face adorned with a knowing smile. He slowly spoke, Mr. Zhou, it is clear that the East Forest faction in the court looks to you as their leader. The recent turmoil in Shaanxi has truly shaken the heavens, and the emperor is furious, likely entangling many in the ensuing chaos. We hope you can provide guidance for everyone. Zhou Yuanbiao, however, remained stoic, his expression as dark as water, lips sealed in silence. At this moment, both Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou chimed in, Mr. Zhou, Lord Wang speaks the truth. Although many of the East Lin disciples involved in this matter brought it upon themselves, we must remain vigilant against the calamities posed by Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. Once they return to the capital, should they exploit this incident as a pretext to escalate the situation, we cannot fathom how many innocent souls might suffer as a consequence. Promptly, Lord Wang seized the opportunity to interject, saying, Indeed, esteemed Elder Zhou, it appears that we are all in a difficult position, and we can only rely on your guidance to illuminate our path forward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanbiao slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming in anger, You say you are in a difficult position? What hardship do you face? Supplies and armaments are continuously being dispatched to the Mongolian tribes and the invading Manchus. Following the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Saru, the Manchus have not only evaded annihilation but have instead grown increasingly powerful, with the Mongols repeatedly infringing upon our borders. The plight of the common folk along the borders of Liaodong and Shaanxi has become increasingly dire, and the combat effectiveness of our Ming soldiers has waned with each engagement. If the Manchus and Mongolians breach our defensive lines, what kind of devastation will ensue? Are you not aware of this? Those in Shaanxi, as well as those who previously blocked my door, How could they fail to consider such consequences while they profited handsomely? Do they not care at all for the stability of our Ming dynasty and the welfare of its countless citizens? At this, Lord Wang's complexion shifted from red to pale, revealing his considerable discomfort. After a brief pause, he hastily replied, "Esteemed Elder Zhou, the situation in Shaanxi has indeed become irretrievable, and those individuals have brought this upon themselves. Yet, there are still many East Lin officials in the capital. Surely you cannot simply stand by and watch them fall into despair. They have merely been momentarily misguided. And I hope that you, esteemed Elder Zhou, can show them some leniency, granting them a chance for redemption." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuanbiao was nearly driven to laughter by his rage. He snorted coldly and replied, "These individuals are all scholars who endured a decade of hard study to achieve the honor of being named on the Imperial examination list. Many of them once studied under my tutelage, seeking wisdom and guidance. When have I ever instructed them to betray their country? When have I ever directed them to sell supplies and armaments to foreign enemies who invade our land?" Zhou Yuanbiao's demeanor grew icy as he continued, "Lord Wang, your visit today has not gone unnoticed by me. I suspect you have profited quite well from this matter over the years, have you not? I have already heard that even the eunuch stationed at Datong has been apprehended by Wei Zhongxian and is now en route to the capital." Upon hearing this, Lord Wang's face turned ashen. He then spoke in a chilling tone, "I did not come today solely for my own interests, but rather for the East Lin disciples under your esteemed guidance. However, it appears that you have resolutely decided to disregard their lives or deaths. Yet this matters little to me. Indeed, I have accumulated a substantial amount of silver over the years, but that is merely the tribute of my subordinates. As for the origins of this silver, I remain entirely ignorant. Should the time come, I can simply cast all of my subordinates aside, allowing them to bear the guilt and face justice. Unlike those lords of East Lin, who gaze longingly at distant mountains while engaging in foolish deeds, I am not so naive. Our household harbors no extravagant thoughts. We are confined beneath a singular sky, that which resides within the palace. Since Lord Zhou can disregard the fates of the Eastern Forest disciples, we find ourselves equally indifferent." With a cold snort, he swept his sleeves and departed with decisive strides. Chapter 111. The resurgence of Taiyuan's turmoil as they observed the retreating figure of Lord Wang. Both Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou felt a sudden chill in their hearts. It became abundantly clear that the officials of the Eastern Forest embroiled in the smuggling scandal could no longer expect salvation. Lord Zhou's stance was evidently unmistakable. At that moment, Zhou Yuanbiao inquired, "Da Hong, Gong, what brings you to my residence? Surely, you do not seek to intercede for those implicated in the smuggling affair like Lord Wang?" Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were renowned in the court for their steadfast integrity and resolute character. They had always adhered to principles, untouched by any misconduct, and even Jiang Ning could find no flaw or leverage against them. They hastened to respond, "Lord Zhou, we come not to plead for those involved in the case. As you once instructed us, we must remain loyal to the state and shun personal gain. These teachings are etched in our hearts." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanbiao's expression softened slightly. Yang Lian quickly interjected, "Lord Zhou, the situation in Shaanxi has descended into chaos, and this turmoil is poised to spill over into the capital. We are concerned that Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian may seize this opportunity to escalate matters further, endangering countless innocents. Thus, we have come to seek your esteemed counsel." Zhou Yuanbiao frowned slightly and replied in a measured tone, "I shall speak candidly. I have given little thought to the happenings in Shaanxi. As for the Eastern Forest officials entangled in this case, even if I possessed the means to rescue them, I would refrain from intervening." At these words, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou felt a sharp pang in their hearts. Yang Lian then asked, "Lord Zhou, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Yuanbiao responded with a calm demeanor, "Regarding Shaanxi, my stance is simply to allow the chaos to unfold. I have distanced myself from the court for decades, and the Eastern Forest has been present within its halls for as long. Yet why does the Ming court remain stagnant, devoid of any progress? Have you pondered this question? The quality of the Eastern Forest members varies greatly, with many already consumed by greed. I intend to treat this as a festering wound on the Eastern Forest, using this Shaanxi incident to excise it." He continued, "Do not harbor excessive resentment towards Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian. In truth, they are assisting the Eastern Forest in addressing a significant dilemma." Upon hearing this, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief and confusion. Yang Lian then spoke. Lord Zhou, Jiang Ning, and Wei Zhongxian, the very instigators of discord in the court, are wreaking havoc. Wherever they went, chaos ensued. How can this be tolerated? If they are allowed to develop in such a way, it won't be long before the dynasty of Ming is brought to ruin by their hands. Zhuo Guangdou beside him nodded in agreement, expressing his profound understanding. Observing their attitude, Zhou Yuanbiao let out a helpless sigh and said, "You two have been under my tutelage for many years and are among my few esteemed disciples. Yet, it is disheartening to see you both so obstinate. The teachings of sages are meant to enlighten, not to be rendered useless in practice. You are both exceptionally learned. Yet today I impart this lesson to you as a final instruction. Da Huang, starting from the position of a local magistrate, you are well versed in governance and should continue your service at the local level, not to mention the possibility of becoming a regional governor. Even serving as a provincial magistrate would allow you to make a more significant impact than you could in the court. At the very least, as a magistrate, you could genuinely benefit the local populace. Instead, you roam the court, indicting others and creating countless enemies, all the while oblivious to the fact, believing this to be a display of integrity, when in truth, it is merely factionalism." Yang Lian, upon hearing this, opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin. Zhou Yuanbiao continued, "Gongji, you possess a natural talent for water conservancy and ought to apply your abilities in the Ministry of Works. The northern regions have suffered from years of calamity, and the people are in dire straits. Your expertise could bring relief to countless citizens. Yet, you remain in the supervisory court, carelessly indicting officials. While it may outwardly appear as if you are upholding justice, in reality, you are excluding dissenters, raising suspicions of collusion for personal gain. Years ago, I encouraged you both to study the Zhuozhuan, yet you dismissed it. When you entered the court, I advised you to read Wang Yangming's works, but you scoffed. In your reply, you even claimed that half a volume of the Analects could govern the world, which is utterly absurd. Now, I ask you, what does Confucius mean by knowing it is impossible, yet doing it anyway? Confucius was warning humanity to consider not the feasibility of actions, but their morality. Those officials of the Donglin faction who colluded with foreign enemies and smuggled arms and provisions have caused countless deaths among the common people and border soldiers. Can you truly claim ignorance of such heinous deeds? Neither of you spoke out against this nor submitted any indictments. Where has your so-called righteous spirit gone?" Listening to Zhou Yuanbiao's words, both Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou felt their faces flush with shame, their hearts brimming with reluctance, yet they found themselves utterly speechless. Observing their reaction, Zhou Yuanbiao sighed deeply and said, "You may return now. Refrain from involving yourselves in anything further. The matters ahead are beyond your participation. Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian are not adversaries you can contend with. They are backed by the emperor. The only reason you have been able to stand against Jiang Ning in court is that your conduct is upright, leaving no incriminating evidence for him to exploit. Jiang Ning has no desire to fabricate accusations, and the emperor is unwilling to punish without instruction. Yet, when the moment of life and death truly arrives, without the emperor's command, Jiang Ning could easily employ various means, leading to your banishment or even the jeopardy of your lives. Take, for instance, the current turmoil in Shaanxi. The uproar between Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian has transpired with the emperor's tacit approval and endorsement. Those favored by the emperor cannot be toppled, while those he wishes to discard cannot be safeguarded. You may return." Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou rose to take their leave, departing slowly, watching their receding figures. Zhou Yuanbiao could not help but sigh. The sounds of wind and rain, the rustle of pages, all resonate in the ears. Family affairs, national matters, and worldly issues, all are of concern. Having uttered these words, he then bitterly smiled and shook his head, realizing that we have all erred, and that our mistakes are far too egregious. It seems Zhang Jujing was indeed correct. At this moment, within the borders of Shaanxi, Jiang Ning led a throng of followers, resolutely advancing towards Taiyuan. Upon reaching the city gates, Li Ruoyan arrived with a contingent of imperial guards to greet Jiang Ning. Seeing Li Ruoyan, Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "Old Li, where is Elder Yuan?" Li Ruoyan promptly replied, "Elder Yuan is currently at the governor's office." Jiang Ning nodded and proceeded with Wei Zhongxian towards the governor's office. Inside the governor's office, Yuan Ke stood with a solemn demeanor, sitting upright. Facing him was none other than Xiao Yunsheng, the former minister of justice, now the right vice-governor of Shaanxi. At this moment, Xiao Yunqing's countenance was grim, filled with worry and unease. After a brief silence, Xiao Yunqing broke the quietude, saying, "The current situation in Shaanxi is utterly tumultuous. I can only wonder how the court intends to deal with me this time." Yuan Ku, upon hearing this, maintained a tranquil expression and slowly responded, "Jifu, we have known each other for many years. Today, I wish to speak candidly. You have been a virtuous official, known for your integrity. Your previous expulsion from the capital and relegation to Shaanxi stemmed solely from your close ties with the Donglin party. You have not been involved in the recent events in Shaanxi. When I first arrived in Taiyuan, I intended to seek you out. But it seems you have been avoiding me. You have been in Shaanxi for over half a year, and you are far more aware of the local bureaucratic matters than I." Hearing this, Xiao Yunqing sighed, his face expressing helplessness. Their audacity is astonishing. They dare to collude with enemies and betray the nation, smuggling provisions and armaments to the Jurchens and various Mongolian factions. Although I was not involved, my failure to report this to the court renders me culpable. Yuan Ku sighed in response. To recognize one's mistakes and seek to amend them is of the utmost virtue. Upon my arrival in Taiyuan, I merely detained the officials at the governor's office without initiating any investigations, waiting for you in hopes of securing a glimmer of hope for you. If you can provide me with the list of individuals involved in this case in Taiyuan, it would serve as a means of atonement. This way, when we return to the capital, I can present a favorable account to the emperor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing's face turned pale, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly nodded in agreement. Yuan Kelly hastily retrieved paper and pen, and Xiao Yunqing began to inscribe the list of individuals implicated in the case. However, when Yuan Kelly beheld the first name on the list, he was immediately struck with astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Han Luan? How could he be involved in this matter? He was once a minister of the inner cabinet." While continuing to write, Xiao Yunqing offered a wry smile and replied, "Esteemed Minister Yuan, I understand your shock. But every name I inscribe is backed by irrefutable evidence. Han Luan's involvement in this case has not been a recent development. It traces back to the Wanli era, albeit on a much smaller scale than what we witnessed today." Yuan Kelly fell into a prolonged silence, a wave of desolation washing over him. The former minister of the Ming dynasty, once at the very heart of power, was now entangled in such a heinous, treasonous affair. How could he not feel a profound chill in his bones? As Xiao Yunqing continued to document the implicated individuals, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Minister Yuan, you are aware of Han Luan's father-in-law, correct?" Once again, Yuan Kelly was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Is it not Jiang Siwei, the cabinet's chief after Zhang Juzheng?" Xiao Yunqing nodded and continued, "This case was initially spearheaded by the Jiang Siwei family. Subsequently, when Han Luan married Jiang Siwei's daughter, he too became embroiled in it. The machinations behind this affair have been in place for many years, and now they have finally been laid bare." Observing the outrage and sorrow etched on Yuan Kelly's face, Xiao Yunqing sighed. "This is precisely why I have hesitated to meet you since your arrival in Taiyuan. The number of individuals implicated is far greater than we could have ever imagined." Yuan Kelly remained silent for an extended period, while Xiao Yunqing diligently continued to write, meticulously detailing the names and crimes of the officials involved. After a considerable time, Xiao Yunqing presented the completed list, his expression tinged with bitterness as he said, "Minister, I have documented the names of the implicated officials and the corresponding evidence. As for the next steps, I leave it to your judgment." Yuan Kelly gazed at the list in his hands, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Soon after, he steeled himself with a resolute determination, proclaiming, "Even if it means unleashing a deluge of bloodshed in Shaanxi, I shall eradicate these treasonous wretches. They can no longer be allowed to act with such impunity. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not hesitate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunqing's face was filled with shock. Yuan Kelly's words clearly indicated his willingness to pursue this matter to the bitter end, even at the expense of his own future or life. Xiao Yunqing quickly bowed respectfully and declared, "Your spirit is commendable, Minister. I hold the utmost admiration for you. I am willing to lend you my assistance." This affirmed his steadfast stance. At that moment, a member of the Jinyui rushed in to report, "Esteemed Minister, Lord Jiang and Master Wei have arrived." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly's previously troubled expression brightened, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lord Jiang and Master Wei, your arrival is most timely. Having spoken, he led Xiao Yunsheng directly outside. Upon reaching the governor's office, they found Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian already present. Yuan Kelly, feeling a tinge of curiosity, inquired, Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, why have His Highness the Prince of Faith and Lord Guo from the Ministry of Revenue not arrived? Jiang Ning responded with a smile, His Highness is currently stationed in Datong, diligently investigating matters concerning the Datong Prince's residence, with Huang Daozhou assisting him. When Wei and I departed for Taiyuan, I ordered Wen Tiran and Zhao Shuijiao, stationed at Zhangjiago, to thoroughly investigate the 8 major Shaanxi merchants. Subsequently, I dispatched He Yunlong and his troops for further assistance. Such a lucrative task of confiscating silver is one that Lord Guo could never resist. He insisted on accompanying us. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had initially planned to discuss strategies with Jiang Ning upon his arrival in Taiyuan. Yet Jiang Ning had already deftly arranged numerous matters before he even left Datong. Nonetheless, this did simplify things, allowing him to focus entirely on addressing the officials implicated in the case in Taiyuan. At that moment, Jiang Ning inquired, Elder Yuan, may I ask what the attitude of the Prince of Jin in Taiyuan is? Jiang Ning's greatest concern was the current Prince of Jin. Considering the position had been held for over 2 centuries, and he was reluctant to act impulsively, especially with Prince Zhu Yujian stationed in Datong and not accompanying him. In response to Jiang Ning's question, Yuan Kelly chuckled softly and replied, Rest assured, Lord Jiang, the Prince of Jin is loyal to the throne and possesses great discernment. He has already led Li Qianhu to apprehend all implicated members of the Jin princely house, detaining them within the prince's residence. Hearing this, Jiang Ning released a sigh of relief, surprised at the prince's astuteness, which alleviated his concerns regarding the matter. Then, Jiang Ning turned to Xiao Yunsheng, who stood behind Yuan Kelly, and asked, Elder Yuan, may I inquire who this gentleman is? At this, Xiao Yunsheng stepped forward respectfully and announced, I am Xiao Yunsheng, the Right Vice Minister of Shaanxi, honored to meet you, Lord Jiang and Lord Wei. Jiang Ning was taken aback, recognizing him as the former Minister of Justice who had been exiled from the capital. At this moment, Wei Zhongxian interjected with a sardonic tone, so it is the esteemed Lord Xiao, the once revered judge. We were wondering why you looked so familiar. It appears that Shaanxi indeed nurtures its people well. Look how prosperous you have become. In response to Wei Zhongxian's mockery, Xiao Yunsheng remained composed and unperturbed. Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly quickly stepped in to smooth over the situation, saying, Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, Lord Xiao has rendered significant assistance. Upon my arrival in Taiyuan, I ordered the detention of several officials at the governor's office, and it was Lord Xiao who alerted me to the implicated individuals. Now, I await your arrival to proceed with the arrests according to the list. Chapter 112. Old Wei's clever maneuver. Upon hearing Yuan Kelly's words, Wei Zhongxian became intrigued, exclaiming in a mockingly high-pitched tone, Oh, this is truly a revelation. Who would have thought that the ever-just and incorruptible Lord Xiao would achieve such remarkable merit? Jiang Ning, standing nearby, discerned an underlying significance, pondering the history surely shared between Old Wei and Lord Xiao. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Master Wei, regardless of past grievances, Lord Xiao has indeed rendered us significant assistance this time. Please overlook previous matters in light of my esteem. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian immediately responded with a smile. For the sake of Elder Yuan, we shall certainly oblige. However, we must ascertain the extent of Lord Xiao's contributions. Yuan Kelly, instantly comprehending, hastily took the list from Xiao Yunsheng and presented it to Wei Zhongxian. The latter received the list and feigned meticulous examination for a prolonged moment, his face betraying an expression of sheer excitement. Jiang Ning, observing this spectacle, was taken aback, reflecting that it was common knowledge that Old Wei was illiterate. How could he exhibit such enthusiasm after scrutinizing something he could not read? Was it possible that Old Wei had recently taken to late-night study, endeavoring to learn? At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, holding the list, burst into hearty laughter and proclaimed, Lord Xiao, let us consider our past disagreements a closed chapter. Your contributions are substantial, and we are quite satisfied. Xiao Yunsheng quickly responded with a smile. Master Wei is too kind. I have merely fulfilled my duties. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly cheerfully beckoned everyone to enter the governor's office. Jiang Ning, following closely beside Wei Zhongxian, inquired with a hint of curiosity, Master Wei, what insights did you glean from the list you just held? Wei Zhongxian pondered for a moment before admitting, Lord Jiang, to speak candidly, I cannot read a single character. Hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily speechless, internally cursing, you cannot read, yet you pretended to scrutinize for so long. What was the point of your excitement? At this juncture, Wei Zhongxian added with a smile, though I may be illiterate, the list is densely packed with names, undoubtedly involving numerous individuals. We shall personally handle those listed, executing justice as necessary. This shall indeed count as a great virtue. Listening to Old Wei's response, Jiang Ning remained speechless, then earnestly nodded. Master Wei makes a valid point. Wei Zhongxian's face was already beaming with joy. Curiously, Jiang Ning then asked, Master Wei, may I inquire what past grievances you share with Lord Xiao? It seems the animosity runs deep. Upon hearing this, Old Wei's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as he recounted. When the emperor first ascended the throne and appointed me as the director of the Eastern Depot, it was Lord Xiao Yunsheng who led the opposition. He declared that I was illiterate, a ruffian by birth, utterly lacking in merit, effectively trampling my dignity. Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on the ruthlessness of Lord Xiao. As the saying goes, one should strike without hitting the face and expose without revealing the shortcomings. He had not only slapped Old Wei's face, but had also laid bare his vulnerabilities, which explained Old Wei's profound discontent towards him. Just then, Old Wei adopted a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, Lord Jiang, I have always adhered to the principle of persuading others through reason and virtue. Why would I stoop to the level of those pedants? In light of his modest contributions this time, let us refrain from holding any grievances against him. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately gave a thumbs up and remarked, Lord Wei possesses a heart as vast as the ocean, encompassing all rivers. Truly a paragon for us to emulate. Listening to Jiang Ning's praise, Old Wei became increasingly elated, for it is indeed rare to receive such commendation from Lord Jiang. He beamed with joy, his face radiant with delight. At that moment, Xiao Yunsheng, who was walking at the forefront, appeared somewhat apprehensive and softly spoke, Elder Yuan, Wei Zhongxian is renowned for his vengeful nature. Do you believe he can truly let go of the past grievances between us? He suggested. Perhaps I should offer him some silver, and you could assist in mediating the matter. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly hastily interjected, Jifu, you must not be foolish. The Wei Gonggong of today is not the same as before. If you were to present him with silver, he might very well turn around and have you arrested. Xiao Yunsheng was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he exclaimed, Wei Zhongxian has always been greedy for wealth. Could it be that he has truly changed his ways? Yuan Kelly chuckled and clarified, Jifu, you are unaware that not only has Wei Gonggong's temperament transformed, but he has also developed an intense aversion to evil and prefers to command respect through strength. Although his methods may at times seem extreme, they are not entirely unjustifiable. Now that he has declared the past grievances settled, do not dwell on them any longer. I must earnestly advise you against privately offering him silver. Otherwise, it would be akin to the birthday celebrant ingesting arsenic, seeking a swift demise. Listening to Yuan Kelly's words, Xiao Yunsheng fell into a profound state of self-doubt. Is the Wei Zhongxian who rejects bribes still the same Wei Zhongxian? Is the Wei Zhongxian, who is no longer greedy for wealth, still the Wei Zhongxian? In that moment, Yuan Kelly jested, Jifu, if you truly wish to present something to Wei Gonggong, it is not impossible. How about sending him a list of corrupt officials? I assure you, he would be far more delighted than if he received silver. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunsheng broke into a cold sweat and quickly wiped his forehead, replying, I understand. Yet, inwardly, he grumbled, a list of corrupt officials? This is not a banknote. I have already divulged everything I know, and where would I find such a list to present to Wei Zhongxian now? Thus, as they entered the governor's office, Wei Zhongxian cheerfully declared, Elder Yuan, now that we have acquired the list, let us proceed without delay. During our time in Datong, I did not indulge to my heart's content. Initially, I had intended to share this significant achievement with old Gu, but I did not expect him to react as if I were asking for half his life, lamenting about his lifelong reputation, which he believes is irretrievably lost in Shaanxi. Listening to Old Wei's remarks, Yuan Kelly was rendered speechless, contemplating how those in the know understood that Wei Zhongxian was a eunuch, while those unaware might misconstrue his words as if he were seeking merriment in a brothel. observing his eager demeanor. As for the Minister of Revenue, Hua, known for his integrity and adeptness in financial affairs, he had previously maintained a commendable reputation. However, he found himself entangled in a series of dubious maneuvers orchestrated by the old Wei, which ultimately tarnished Gui Yunho's lifelong honor in Tianqi. Observing Wei Zhongxian's urgent demeanor, Yuan Kelly promptly offered soothing words. Lord Wei, please do not rush. You and Lord Jiang have just arrived in Taiyuan from Datong after an arduous journey. You must be fatigued from the travel. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to rest for a day to recuperate, and we can deliberate on this matter together tomorrow. What do you think? At that moment, Jiang Ning discerned the subtle implications in Yuan Kelly's words. Realizing that something was amiss, he chimed in. Indeed, Lord Wei, we have traveled tirelessly, and it would be prudent to take a day to refresh ourselves before we discuss this matter further. After listening, Wei Zhongxian reluctantly nodded in agreement, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, a mischievous grin appeared on his face as he said, Lord Jiang, I propose a wager. Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired, what does Lord Wei wish to wager upon? With a sly smile, Wei Zhongxian replied, the officials in Taiyuan are currently detained at the governor's office. I do not recognize a single name on the list, yet I intend to meet them. Let us wager on how many corrupt officials we can identify without prior knowledge of the list. Listening to Wei Zhongxian's audacious proposition, Jiang Ning was momentarily speechless but felt reluctant to dismiss Wei's proposal. He then smiled and suggested, Lord Wei, it may be unwise to bet on specific numbers. Why not wager on whether it will be odd or even? Wei Zhongxian quickly agreed. Of course, let us see who is favored by fortune. Jiang Ning declared first. I shall bet on even numbers. Will you choose odd, Lord Wei? Wei Zhongxian nodded in affirmation, responding with a smile. As you say, Lord Jiang. Hearing this, Jiang Ning chuckled, for he was indifferent to whether the outcome was odd or even, knowing that the officials' crimes were severe enough to warrant the most serious of consequences. Even if Wei identified an odd number, Jiang Ning could easily procure another to make it even. Meanwhile, Yuan Kelly, observing the exchange between Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian, interjected with interest, Gentlemen, allow me to act as a witness to your wager, if I may. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian nodded in agreement. Yuan Kelly then added, Lord Wei, you may engage with these officials, but you must refrain from any coercive interrogations or wrongful accusations. Wei Zhongxian replied, Rest assured, Elder Yuan. I have always believed in winning people over through virtue and reason. I would never resort to such despicable tactics. Yuan Kelly smiled and then suggested, Perhaps we could add some stakes to the wager? At this point, Wei Zhongxian scrutinized Jiang Ning with a glint of contemplation in his eyes. Jiang Ning's heart suddenly tightened, and the hair on his body stood on end as he thought to himself, Could old Wei have some peculiar inclinations? Is he intending to extend his sinister hand toward me? Just as Jiang Ning's mind wandered into disarray, Wei Zhongxian smiled and said, Lord Jiang, we do not recognize a single name on that list. Should fortune favor us in this gamble, we would be grateful for your assistance in apprehending those individuals according to the list and dealing with the offenders. Upon hearing that old Wei did not intend to cast a shadow upon him, Jiang Ning let out a sigh of relief and promptly nodded in agreement. Witnessing Jiang Ning's acquiescence, old Wei's heart soared with joy. He mused to himself, Ah, Lord Jiang, your kindness towards us has never been forgotten. We are aware of your aversion to violence. However, given the number of corrupt officials involved, executing them would be a monumental virtue. This opportunity to gamble is one I must seize to draw you into our scheme. Even if the number of corrupt officials we expose is even, what does it matter? We could easily procure a stray dog from among their households to ensure an odd number. Thus, regardless of how it is calculated, our victory is assured. Once the matter is settled, we shall share half of the merit with you as a token of our appreciation for your continual support. Jiang Ning remained blissfully unaware of old Wei's scheming and did not dwell on it. Meanwhile, old Wei was already exuberantly heading towards the location where the officials were detained, ready to implement his so-called heartfelt approach of winning people over with virtue and reason. Chapter 113. The hero investigates the brave. After Wei Zhongxian eagerly sought out the detained officials, Jiang Ning turned to Yuan Kelly. At that moment, Yuan Kelly produced another list from his breast pocket and handed it over, saying, Lord Jiang, please take a look at this. Jiang Ning accepted the list and scrutinized it for a while, feeling a sudden buzz in his head. Han Wan, the former cabinet minister, was surprisingly involved. As was the successor to Zhang Jujing from the Wanli era, the family of Chief Minister Zhang Siwei, who was equally implicated in this case. In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Jiang Ning's mind, yet he felt as if he were missing some crucial clue. He then turned to Yuan Kelly and inquired, "Elder Yuan, what is your perspective on this matter?" After a moment of silence, Yuan Kelly slowly replied, "It seems this case of smuggling and treason extends far deeper than we had imagined, possibly dating back to the time Zhang Siwei held the position of chief minister. However, at that time, the Jianzhou Jurchens had not yet gained significant power. Their smuggling primarily involved grain, arms, and supplies to various Mongolian factions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's brows knitted tightly. At that moment, Xiao Yunsheng, who stood beside Yuan Kelly, interjected, "Lord Jiang, you may not be aware, but since my arrival in Shaanxi, I have learned that although Zhang Siwei has been deceased for many years, his family wields immense influence in Pingyang Prefecture. The local magistrates are like servants in front of them, and even the provincial governor must pay them the respect due to a disciple. Truly a remarkable display of power. The family's wealth is indeed astonishing." Subsequently, Xiao Yinsheng spoke up. "Han Luan is also a native of Pingyang and is married to the daughter of Zhang Siwei. He is deeply embroiled in this smuggling and treason case. The Zhang family in Pingyang is akin to local emperors, with officials too fearful to intervene and common folk too wary to provoke." At this moment, Yuan Kelly slowly interjected, "Lord Jiang, might there be a possibility? Years ago, Zhang Jujing held the position of chief minister, wielding immense power and implementing new policies, one of which, the single whip law, caused great distress among the gentry of Jiangnan, inciting deep-seated resentment. After Zhang Jujing's demise, Emperor Shenzong of the Wanli era thoroughly scrutinized his actions, leading to his disgraceful fall from grace. His successor, Zhang Siwei, invested considerable effort in the reckoning against Zhang Jujing. However, every action is driven by motive. Zhang Siwei's complete abolition of Zhang Jujing's reforms, aside from the emperor's directive, must have been influenced by ulterior motives. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the smuggling of grain and military supplies to the Jurchens and Mongolian tribes beyond the pass may very well have been facilitated by the Zhang family in Jiangnan. As Yuan Kelly's words lingered in the air, even Xiao Yunsheng, who stood behind him, was left utterly astonished. He never anticipated that this matter involved such a multitude of individuals and factions, nor did he foresee the extensive timeline it spanned. Jiang Ning's previously furrowed brow deepened further, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and replied, "What Elder Yuan suggests holds considerable merit. The likelihood is quite high." Subsequently, Yuan Kelly continued, "Lord Jiang, I propose that we initiate a thorough investigation of the officials in Taiyuan City starting tomorrow. Simultaneously, you could dispatch the Jinyui to secretly monitor the Zhang and Han families in Pingyang. Once the investigation in Taiyuan concludes, we shall proceed together to Pingyang for a comprehensive examination of these two families." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. He understood that Yuan Kelly's arrangement was exceedingly prudent, especially considering the involvement of a former chief minister and a former cabinet minister. Not to mention that Han Luan was still alive. Only he and Yuan Kelly could maintain control of the situation. Sending the old Wei would likely result in a bloodbath. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian arrived at the room where the officials were detained. His gaze swept across the room, observing the officials' palpable anxiety. A smile crept onto Wei Zhongxian's face as he slowly said, "Esteemed lords, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Zhongxian, the chief eunuch of the Grand Ceremonial Office, concurrently overseeing the Imperial Horse Office and the head of the Eastern Depot. In the capital, the common people refer to me as the living Bodhisattva, while corrupt officials perceive me as the living king of hell." Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's self-introduction, the officials were immediately drenched in cold sweat. A few particularly timid officials were so frightened that their legs buckled, and they fell to their knees, not daring to lift their heads. After all, Wei's notorious reputation preceded him, and given their own questionable backgrounds, how could they not feel apprehensive? Listening to Wei's self-disclosure, Zhang Guangqian, the governor of Shaanxi, gritted his teeth, forced himself to maintain composure, and clasped his hands as he inquired, "May I ask, esteemed eunuch Wei, what brings you here to see me?" Since the arrival of Lord Yuan in Taiyuan City, he has detained me and several officials in the governor's office, forbidding us from going out or meeting anyone. What could possibly be the reason for this? Upon hearing Zhang Guangqian's inquiry, Wei Zhongxian chuckled slyly and replied, Lord Jiang. You must already know the reason behind Lord Yuan's actions as clearly as if it were reflected in a mirror. Why ask when you are aware? With that, Wei Zhongxian strolled over to a rather corpulent official, abruptly seized his collar, and, still sporting a smile, inquired, My dear sir, do you not agree with my statement? The overweight official, pale with fright, trembled like a leaf. Stammering, he managed to utter, What the esteemed Lord Wei says makes sense. Wei Zhongxian then fixed a piercing gaze upon the official and pressed, Why are you so flustered? The terrified official hastily replied, I am not flustered. With a cold laugh, Wei Zhongxian retorted, I not only see your labored breaths, but also hear your heart racing. After saying this, he suddenly released his grip. At that moment, the corpulent official felt as though he had traversed the halls of the underworld. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Yet, he quickly scrambled to his knees, bowing his head and pleading, Lord Wei, spare my life. I confess everything. Seeing this, Wei Zhongxian scoffed. There is a saying among scholars, those who recognize the times are the true talents. You are not so bad. Being willing to admit your guilt, it counts as a merit in your punishment. He gestured towards a place stocked with paper and ink, instructing, Go fetch them yourself and write down every misdeed without omission. I shall not resort to severe torture. The frightened official, in a frantic scramble, rushed towards the writing materials, fearing that Lord Wei might suddenly change his mind and subject him to cruel torment once more. Observing Lord Wei's formidable presence and intimidating aura, Zhang Guangqian and the other officials felt their faces pale, realizing that appealing to reason with Lord Wei was utterly futile. Next, Lord Wei sauntered towards another official. This official trembled uncontrollably, yet managed to maintain his upright stance, his face ashen, clearly gritting his teeth to endure. Wei Zhongxian, wearing a seemingly benign smile, addressed him. My good sir, do you have nothing to say to me? The official, clenching his teeth, replied stiffly, The court has its laws. Whether I am guilty or innocent is for the Ming law to determine. If Lord Wei wishes to fabricate charges, I have no retort. But I firmly believe that the Ming still upholds the law. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's interest was piqued. I did not expect to find a hero hidden here. Throughout my life, I have respected heroes. I hope you do not disappoint me. He then turned to the chubby official who was recounting his transgressions and called out, That little rotund one, come here and tell us, does this gentleman qualify as a hero? The corpulent official, upon being summoned, hurriedly rolled and crawled over. He lifted his gaze towards the official standing beside Wei Zhongxian and spoke, Lord Wei, he is merely putting on a facade before you. The misdeeds he has committed are beyond enumeration. I am well aware of them. He has forcibly levied taxes on the common people, colluded with unscrupulous merchants, plundered the wealth of the populace, and bullied the weak. Just recently, he even condoned his scoundrel of a son in the defilement of a virtuous woman, and afterward, in a display of ruthless cruelty, drove her entire family to despair. Upon hearing this, the previously defiant official was rendered utterly flustered, just as he was about to retort. However, Wei Zhongxian coldly interjected, You may speak only when we permit it. For now, you shall listen attentively. Immediately thereafter, the corpulent official launched into a barrage of other unsavory deeds, igniting a firestorm of anger within Wei Zhongxian. Turning to the official, Wei observed him drenched in sweat, his garments clinging to his back. A chilling smile returned to Wei's face, one that sent shivers down the spine. He placed a hand upon the official's shoulder, gently patting him, and remarked, Esteemed sir, you truly are a paragon of heroism, managing to accomplish such remarkable feats. It has truly opened my eyes. He then shifted his gaze to the portly official, his face brimming with mirth. Little fat man, you too are a hero. I now entrust you with a task. Heroes must investigate heroes. Document meticulously all that you know about the exploits of each of the esteemed individuals present. Upon hearing these words, the corpulent official eagerly nodded in agreement, seizing paper and pen to commence his fervent writing. Internally, he muttered, A bunch of fools. Attempting to play the tough guy before Wei Zhongxian, failing to recognize who he truly is, a living embodiment of the king of hell. The more they pose as heroes in his presence, the more gruesome their downfall will be. It would be far wiser to submit gracefully, confess honestly. For perhaps a path to survival may remain, allowing one to return home for a peaceful year. Should they remain obstinate, they may doom their entire families, leading their kin to ruin. At this moment, Wei ceased his inquiries, casually pulling up a chair and sitting down with an air of leisure. He then retrieved a pair of decorative walnuts from his pocket, leisurely toying with them in his hands. Time drifted by in this oppressive atmosphere, with many officials feeling as though they were enduring an eternity. Eventually, several officials, unable to bear the immense psychological pressure, found their legs giving way and collapsed to the ground, crawling desperately towards Wei, weeping and confessing their transgressions. Each confessor was met with Wei's sardonic praise as a hero. Thus, Wei Zhongxian remained seated throughout the night, vigilant and unyielding. Meanwhile, the portly official continued to write fervently, laboring until dawn broke. As dawn broke, he bore the weight of 2 pronounced dark circles under his eyes, his entire figure appearing to have lost a notch in girth. The portly official, clutching a hefty stack of papers, displayed a visage of fatigue interlaced with a hint of astonishment as he smiled at Wei Zhongxian, saying, "I have meticulously documented all their criminal transgressions in detail." Wei Zhongxian, stifling a yawn, casually tucked a decorative walnut into his bosom and accepted the confession, nodding in satisfaction. He then remarked, "Little chubby one, you truly are a talent. Why not simply follow me and join the Eastern Depot?" Upon hearing these words, the official's face contorted into a semblance of a smile, one that was more pitiable than sorrowful. He was relieved that his own life was spared, yet troubled by the grim fate that awaited his brethren. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian disregarded the official's complex emotions and called over an officer from the Eastern Depot. Handing over the confession while instructing, "Pray tell, ascertain whether the number of individuals recorded here is odd or even." Though the officer was perplexed, he dutifully began to inspect the documents with great care. After a considerable pause, he replied, "In response to your inquiry, esteemed sir, the number recorded is indeed even." Wei Zhongxian frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Are you certain you have examined it thoroughly?" The officer, with utmost reverence, quickly assured him, "Rest assured, my lord. I have scrutinized it meticulously. It is indeed an even number." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian turned his gaze back to the portly official, stating, "Little chubby one, ponder once more if there is anyone you have inadvertently omitted. Come up with another name for us." Upon hearing this, the official's complexion drained of color. Internally lamenting, he realized he had already divulged everything he could, and now, Wei Gonggong insisted he produce an additional name. Where could he possibly find one? Surely, he could not fabricate a name without risk. If discovered, his life would be forfeit. Observing the official's distress, Wei Zhongxian cleared his throat and, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "You see, little chubby one, it is not solely those officials who have erred. Even their family members, and even the dogs they keep, can be implicated if they transgress. Do you comprehend our intent?" Stunned by this revelation, the official blinked in disbelief, asking, "Gonggong, are you suggesting that even dogs count?" Wei Zhongxian, smiling at the inquiry, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we have no fondness for even numbers. Think carefully and help us achieve an odd total." The official hastily seized paper and pen, pondering briefly before swiftly writing again. Moments later, he presented the completed document, stating, "I report to you, Gonggong, that the dog owned by the governor of Taiyuan recently bit several individuals, yet this matter was ultimately left unresolved. I have recorded this incident." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian's face lit up with joy, praising, "Little chubby one, you have executed this task splendidly. We shall remember your contribution." With that, he exuberantly set off to find Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly. At this moment in Jiangning, the news of old Wei's relentless interrogation of various officials throughout the night had genuinely astonished the locals with his dedication. However, Jiang Ning was renowned for his benevolence and had always shied away from violence and conflict. Early in the morning, he instructed the Imperial Guards to gather information and learned that a dog from the home of the governor of Taiyuan had bitten several people recently. Yet the matter had been swept under the rug. Consequently, Jiang Ning commanded the guards to bring the dog, securely bound, to him. At present, Jiang Ning was tugging on the leash of this dog, accompanied by Yuan Kelly as they made their way to the venue where Wei Zhongxian was interrogating the officials. Before long, they encountered Wei Zhongxian. Upon seeing them, Wei Zhongxian greeted with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Master Jiang, we toiled throughout the night and have unearthed a considerable number of implicated officials." He promptly handed over a list of names. Yuan Kelly took the list, scrutinizing it closely. Noticing the heavily bound dog in Jiang Ning's grasp, Wei Zhongxian curiously inquired, "Master Jiang, why do you have a dog with you?" Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly and fabricated a story. This dog has been roaming the streets early this morning and injuring people. I had it captured, intending to interrogate it personally to see if it is linked to any significant case. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Old Wei believed his words, his eyes widening in amazement as he praised. Master Jiang can even interrogate a dog. What a remarkable talent. I must learn from you. Jiang Ning coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Then Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and chuckled. Master Jiang, it seems you have lost. After a night of questioning, the number of officials rescued by Lord Wei is exactly odd. However, Yuan Kelly then coughed again, refraining from elaborating further. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at the beaming Wei Zhongxian and joined in laughter, saying, Lord Wei, you truly have remarkable luck. Yet, my fortune is not so poor either. He then handed over the dog's leash, smiling as he continued, I have already interrogated this dog, and it is a vicious creature from the governor of Taiyuan's household that has bitten numerous individuals. Since the governor is implicated, his dog must also be counted, thus making the total an even number. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian burst into laughter, unable to contain his joy, and said as he took the leash, Thank you. Master Jiang. Jiang Ning, bewildered and unsure of the turn of events, thought to himself, could it be that Old Wei has taken something that has altered his state of mind? What expression is this? Wei Zhongxian, still smiling, clarified, Master Jiang, this dog was already on our list. We simply had not dispatched anyone to capture it. Unexpectedly, you have rendered us an immense service. After hearing this, Jiang Ning coughed profusely, nearly spitting blood in disbelief, realizing that while he thought he had devised a clever scheme, Old Wei had outsmarted him. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, feeling quite embarrassed, conceded, It appears that Lord Wei has emerged victorious. In that case, I am willing to accept my defeat. With that, Jiang Ning issued a command, and Li Ruoyan took the list and began the search for the implicated individuals. In a fleeting moment, numerous implicated officials were swiftly brought to light. Before long, a significant number of them were apprehended. Initially, only a handful remained detained at the governor's office. Witnessing this, Governor Zhang Guanqian erupted in anger, exclaiming furiously, Cease this at once. You shall not treat officials of the court with such disdain. Jiang Ning, with a serene smile, approached leisurely and remarked, Master Zhang, there is no need for such outbursts. You are well aware that your own hands are not clean. The only reason you have not been taken is out of respect for your position as governor. The governor of Datong is currently confined within the city's prison. Perhaps you would like to join him? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the image of the recently captured Datong governor, Wang Xiangquan, surfaced in Zhang Guanqian's mind, deflating his fury like a punctured balloon, leaving him as silent and wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Observing this, Jiang Ning let out a cold scoff and continued, Master Zhang, as a provincial governor, you hold a significant position, and I too am a person of some standing. It would be prudent for you to document your knowledge of these affairs, thereby sparing us all from embarrassment and allowing me to preserve your dignity. Zhang Guanqian, gritting his teeth in fury, fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Ning and replied, Master Jiang, you have ascended the ranks of the bureaucracy with remarkable ease at a young age and now wield great power. However, I have a word of advice for you. In the realm of governance, one must maintain harmony. The Ming dynasty encompasses 2 capitals and 13 provinces, and I am not the sole Zhang Guanqian here. As officials of the same court, we are akin to passengers on the same vessel when storms arise. None can escape the deluge, whether they fall overboard first or last. Should matters escalate and implicate anyone, I will not hesitate to reveal names. Should anyone be drawn into this, I will divulge their identities. Listening to Zhang Guanqian's words, Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Master Zhang, you are indeed a scholar of 2 imperial examinations, and your words resonate profoundly. Nevertheless, I reiterate, document all the individuals and matters you know. If you refuse, it matters not. For I possess ample evidence already and do not require your confession. My intent in requesting your account is merely to afford you some dignity. Upon hearing this, a wave of desolation washed over Zhang Guanqian, for he understood that even if he were to escape with his life, he would undoubtedly be stripped of his position. Subsequently, he spoke with a tone of self-mockery, Master Jiang, esteemed Elder Yuan, and revered Lord Wei, you must understand that Shaanxi comprises 5 prefectures, 3 states, and 49 counties, with regions such as Xianzhou and parts of Datong also under its jurisdiction. There are thousands of officials, and the clerks beneath them number nearly 10,000. The meager salaries dispensed by the court each year can hardly sustain anyone. As the governor of Shaanxi, my annual stipend amounts to a paltry few hundred taels of silver. Shaanxi has historically low taxes and is frequently afflicted by natural disasters, unlike the prosperous provinces of Jiangnan. While I have indeed received a considerable amount of silver, it has not all lined my own pockets. With so many offices and officials, which department operates, and which official conducts business without the necessity of expenditure. Every year, one must arrange for individuals to deliver silver to the palace. I have served in Shaanxi for 2 decades, first as the governor, then as the inspector, and ultimately as the provincial governor. With such a vast amount of silver, even if passed down to my descendants, it would take 10 generations to exhaust it. Yet, my efforts are solely dedicated to maintaining stability in Shaanxi. Listening to Zhang Guanqian's words, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow slightly, and, with a grave expression, remarked, Zhang Guanqian, though you may have your difficulties, it cannot serve as an excuse to obscure your crimes. If everyone were to adopt your reasoning, would you then become the pillar of Shaanxi and a great benefactor of the court? If all officials of the Ming were like you, what fate would befall the empire? Soon after, Wei Zhongxian adopted a stern demeanor and said brusquely, Lord Zhang, be quick about it, and write down the details of your crimes honestly. I have no desire to engage in futile arguments with you. Your words, as Lord Jiang pointed out, betray a desire for both status and honor. What are you pretending for? Chapter 115. Outside Taiyuan City, Jiang Ning remained composed and silent. Observing this, Zhang Guanqian managed a bitter smile before turning to enter the room, where he took up pen and paper to document his transgressions over the years. At that moment, Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in mutual understanding. The Jinyui swiftly initiated a large-scale operation in Taiyuan City. As the Minister of Revenue, Guo Laoku, was accompanying He Yulong to investigate the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants. The responsibility of the raids fell solely to Jiang Ning. He toiled tirelessly for 2 days and nights, nearly exhausted, to confiscate and catalog the properties of the officials in Taiyuan Prefecture. Meanwhile, Old Wei was so engrossed in apprehending criminals that even the dogs from the officials' residences were bound and taken away. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly began to interrogate the implicated officials one by one, detaining those with deep involvement and those who were principal offenders on the spot. As for the accomplices and the most heinous offenders, Yuan Kelly compiled a list and handed it to Wei Zhongxian. Upon receiving the list, Old Wei beamed with delight before eagerly seeking out Jiang Ning, only to find him slumped in a chair, sound asleep, appearing quite disheveled. Seeing this, Old Wei felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that Jiang Ning had likely not closed his eyes in days, leaving him in such a state. Reluctant to awaken him to accompany him in executing the criminals, yet unable to read the list himself, he decided to seek out Xiao Yunsheng, the deputy minister of Shaanxi. At that moment, Xiao Yunsheng had just finished organizing the testimonies of the implicated officials with Yuan Kelly and was about to catch his breath when the door suddenly burst open with a loud crash. Wei Zhongxian rushed in a flurry, seizing Xiao Yunsheng by the sleeve and pulling him out without a word. Xiao Yunsheng was taken aback, inwardly lamenting. Having already turned into a key witness, what could this eunuch possibly want? Was he still unwilling to let him go? A wave of despair surged within him. Thus, Xiao Yunsheng was dragged outside the city of Taiyuan, where he beheld a multitude of bound prisoners. Upon closer inspection, there were nearly 1,000 in total. Xiao Yunsheng felt a sudden ringing in his head, as if his entire being was about to explode. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian released his grip and directly handed over the execution list, uttering, Lord Xiao, please assist by reading aloud the names on this execution list. Only then did Xiao Yunsheng realize that Old Wei did not intend to execute him, but rather sought his assistance in carrying out the executions of others. He couldn't help but recall Guo Yunho, who had lost his lifetime of reputation outside Datong City, and internally sighed, pondering how misfortune had befallen him. Yet, he dared not refuse and reluctantly accepted the list, beginning to announce the names of the condemned and their crimes. With each name pronounced, a member of the Jinyui would swiftly execute the prisoner, their heads rolling away. Thus, the grim task continued from dawn until dusk, resulting in the execution of over 1,000 individuals. Despite having once held the position of Minister of Justice, Xiao Yunsheng felt a chilling dread, for the lives of these 1,000 souls had been pronounced by his own words. In contrast, Old Wei seemed unconcerned, smiling as he remarked, Lord Xiao. You have worked hard today. However, you shall not go unrewarded. This is indeed a monumental act of merit, the benefits of which will surely bless countless citizens. Originally, this task was designated for Lord Jiang, but he has been too fatigued these past few days, and it seemed inappropriate to disturb him further. Hence this fortunate task has fallen to you. Relish in your good fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunxing marveled inwardly. How had Wei Gonggong changed so drastically in merely half a year? Was it Wei Zhongxian who had lost his mind, or was it he who had succumbed to madness? The man before him was a stark contrast to the memory he held. Shortly thereafter, he was dazedly pulled back to the city by Wei Zhongxian. As for the executed prisoners outside the city, Wei waved his hand and ordered a large pit to be dug for their burial, stating, as Lord Jiang has taught, "We handle the killing, not the burying. That is the work of bandits. We must conduct ourselves with dignity." He even erected a monument to document the event, serving as a warning for future generations. Jiang Ning had slept for an entire day and night before gradually awakening. Suddenly, he recalled his promise to Old Wei to assist in the executions and hurriedly made his way outside. There, he found Li Ruoyan waiting at the door. Jiang Ning quickly spoke. "Old Li, go summon Wei Gonggong. We must head outside the city to execute the prisoners." Li Ruoyan, appearing rather embarrassed, replied, "My lord, you have already slept for a day and a night. Those prisoners have been executed at Wei Gonggong's command." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning gasped in surprise and began to inquire further. Li Ruoyan succinctly recounted the events, and Jiang Ning felt a secret joy. Realizing he had once again evaded this calamity, his thoughts then turned to Xiao Yunsheng, who had been summoned by Old Wei to read the execution list. And he couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing that the affair had been adeptly managed by Old Wei, Jiang Ning proceeded with Yuan Kelly to meet with Prince Jin, Zhu Qiugui. Upon their initial encounter, Zhu Qiugui was in tears, resolutely declaring his unwavering loyalty to the emperor and the court, vowing that he had never engaged in treasonous acts or illicit dealings in arms and provisions. Upon mentioning the personnel under the jurisdiction of the Jin Wangfu involved in the case, he declared that he had apprehended them all and intended to deliver them immediately to Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly for further action. Subsequently, Zhu Qiugui, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed his deep remorse towards the court, offering 3 million taels of silver to enrich the national treasury, thereby demonstrating his sincere patriotism and loyalty to the Jin dynasty. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment, his demeanor wavering slightly. Observing this, Zhu Qiugui erupted in a fit of despair, tearfully insisting that both Elder Yuan and Lord Jiang must accept the silver that very day. Should they refuse, he threatened to end his life before them. Faced with the shocking display from the newly ascended Jin Wang, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resigning to accept the 3 million taels of silver with tears in their eyes, which granted Zhu Qiugui a semblance of relief. Yet, still unsatisfied, Zhu Qiugui hastily penned several memorials, beseeching Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly to present them to the emperor. Yuan Kelly, upon reviewing the memorials, offered gentle reassurances to Zhu Qiugui, which finally put the young monarch's mind at ease. Thereafter, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly ordered the transport of the silver and the memorials, escorting all personnel implicated in the Jin Wangfu to Datong, to be placed under the care of Prince Xin Zhu Yujian. Given the individual's status as a member of the Ming royal family, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly deemed it inappropriate to take direct action and thus passed this challenging dilemma onto Prince Xin, who was currently in Datong, seeking engagement in any ventures to alleviate his ennui. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly dispatched 2 more memorials to the capital. In these documents, they meticulously detailed the events that transpired in Taiyuan, including the investigation of officials, the criminal acts, and the resultant actions taken, leaving no stone unturned. They also earnestly requested the court to expedite the appointment of substitute officials to assume control of the affairs in the Taiyuan prefecture. After the thorough investigation, it became evident that 90% of the officials in Taiyuan had been purged, while the remaining 10% were stricken with fear, contemplating their departure, with some even opting to abandon their posts entirely. At present, the vast Taiyuan prefecture was left with only the right deputy minister Qiao Yunsheng to tenuously uphold its governance. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian prepared to journey to Pingyang Prefecture to address the Zhang Siwei and Han Luan families. Upon hearing this news, Wei Zhongxian was filled with excitement, eagerly asserting his desire to take the lead in this endeavor, proclaiming that he has always preferred to persuade others through reason and virtue. Witnessing Wei Zhongxian's fervor, Jiang Ning felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief, pondering to himself, "Old Wei is indeed audacious." Although Zhang Siwei had passed away many years prior, Han Luan still lived on, and being a prominent figure of the Donglin party, he was a formidable adversary. It would require both himself and Yuan Kelly to maintain order in such a volatile situation. However, to Jiang Ning's surprise, Wei Zhongxian dismissed Han Luan as a threat, confidently asserting that with just a slight exertion of his influence, he could easily subdue Han Luan entirely. Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom what astonishing act Old Wei would undertake next. They refrained from further inquiries and promptly led their troops toward Pingyang Prefecture. In recent days, He Yunlong had been hastily advancing with his army towards Zhangjiagou, with the objective of confronting the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants. The Minister of Revenue, Gui Yunho, was also straining himself to keep pace with the forces. After days of relentless marching, both He Yunlong and Gui Yunho found themselves in a disheveled state, their bodies covered in dust, far removed from the dignity expected of a border general and a high-ranking minister. Meanwhile, Wen Tiren and Zhao Shuijiao had been intermittently engaging in skirmishes, severely depleting the strength of the remaining 5 Shaanxi merchants, including Tian Lanxing. Along their journey, they had also seized a considerable amount of wealth. At this moment, Tian Lanxing was filled with regret, wishing he had united with Fan Yongdo and the other 3 families to assault Zhangjiagou, for perhaps he would have already escaped to the steppes, living a carefree life rather than facing the current dire situation of being relentlessly pursued by the Imperial Army. On this day, as He Yunlong led his forces with haste, a scout suddenly arrived with urgent news, reporting to the general, "Over 2,000 individuals are fleeing towards our army, closely followed by the Imperial forces. From what my subordinates have observed, it seems they are part of one of the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchant families, led by Tian Lanxing." Upon hearing this, He Yunlong let out a sigh of relief. With Zhangjiagou not far ahead, he had previously worried that these 8 unscrupulous merchants might escape beyond the borders, leaving him at a loss on how to explain to Jiang Ning. To his surprise, they had encountered them here, and he could not let this splendid opportunity slip away. He quickly ordered his troops to accelerate their advance. As for the Imperial Army trailing the 8 merchants, it was evident that they were led by Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren. Thus, he needed to exert himself even more, lest they claim the credit for the victory. Upon learning that they had finally caught up to the 8 Shaanxi merchants, Gui Yunho's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurried to He Yunlong's side, urgently stating, "General He, please give the order to attack. I can no longer contain my impatience. I have not slept well or eaten properly these past few days." He Yunlong nodded and, with a decisive gesture, commanded his troops to launch a swift assault. Merely an hour later, they encountered Tian Lanxing and his companions head-on. The merchants, in a frenzied flight, were utterly terrified upon seeing the Imperial forces suddenly appear before them, their spirits seemingly shattered. Chapter 116. Old Guo falls for the trap again. Similarly, Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren, who were closely trailing Tian Lanxing's group, sensed that something was amiss. From a distance, they spotted the formidable army led by He Yunlong. At that moment, Wen Tiren remarked with a smile to the bustling Zhao Shuijiao, "General He has certainly taken his time arriving. However, it is fortunate that he has made it in time. Had he delayed another day, we would have completely captured the remaining 5 families." Zhao Shuijiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Such a significant achievement as that of the 8 Shaanxi merchants deserves to be shared with General He." He then commanded the army to maintain a vigilant defense, refraining from any further offensive actions. With a smile, Wen Tiren addressed the soldiers behind him, saying, "When the enemy captures these individuals, remember to collect the silver." At that moment, He Yunlong observed the encirclement formed by Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren's forces. Realizing that they intended to deliver the credit into his hands, he felt a surge of joy. He promptly commanded his troops to surge forward like a tidal wave toward Tianqi and the others. At this juncture, Tianqi found himself with fewer than 2,000 men and understood the futility of resistance, preparing to abandon all hope. Unexpectedly, however, several other factions refused to surrender passively and decided to make a desperate charge against He Yunlong's army. Chaos erupted. The air was filled with cries and the clashing of swords, creating a cacophony. Faced with imminent doom, the retainers of the other Jin merchants threw caution to the wind. Their spirits ignited, engaging fiercely with Hou Yanlong's elite forces. Noticing the escalating conflict, Hou Yanlong furrowed his brow and turned to Yang Yufan, saying, "Young General Yang, I shall confront these treasonous merchants. Remain here and ensure the safety of Minister Gua." Yang Yufan quickly acknowledged the command. Hou Yanlong then urged his steed forward, the horse rearing in response to the sudden pressure, and galloped into the fray, spear in hand, his figure cutting a formidable presence. True to his reputation as a renowned general, Hou Yanlong charged into the throng like a dragon emerging from the sea, effortlessly overwhelming all in his path. Although the Xuanfu army had endured days of relentless travel, their spirits soared upon witnessing their commander's valor, igniting within them an unyielding resolve to fight to the death. Before long, the retainers of the 8 major Jin merchants had suffered significant casualties and began to retreat. Watching this unfold, Tianqi's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Lamenting, "It's over, it's all over." Hou Yanlong's forces encircled the remaining individuals, and at this moment, Wen Tiren rode swiftly alongside Zhao Shuijiao to greet Hou Yanlong with a smile. Wen Tiren then remarked, "General Heiyun, we have captured Fan Yongdo, Wang Dengku, and 2 others from the 8 major Jin merchants. The remaining 5 are yours to handle. But the leaders must be taken alive to be brought back to the capital for justice." Hou Yanlong nodded in agreement, gesturing for his troops to advance with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain. The last standing retainers of the 8 major Jin merchants quickly succumbed under the relentless assault of the Xuanfu army. In a matter of moments, the remaining 1,000 or so were slain. Only a handful of retainers, along with the heads of the other factions and several horse-drawn carts, remained on the scene. Wei Yunho, spotting the carts, felt a rush of excitement, muttering, "Those carts, they haven't abandoned them yet. They must be filled with silver." With that thought, he charged directly toward the carts. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yufan hastily raised his voice, calling out, "Lord Gua, please slow down. The Black General has instructed me to ensure your safety." Without turning back, Gua Yunho replied, "Young General Yang, there are only a few of them left. I can handle this myself. You need not worry." Yang Yufan, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not be complacent. He promptly led a contingent of soldiers, closely following Gua Yunho, fearing that any misstep by the venerable elder might lead to dire consequences. As Gua Yunho galloped forward, Hou Yanlong issued another command, and his subordinates swiftly apprehended the remaining household servants, along with the 5 notorious merchants, binding them securely to the ground. With a single order from Wen Tiren, a throng of officials and soldiers surged toward the carriage. The credit for capturing the 5 merchants could be relinquished to Hou Yanlong by Wen Tiren and Zhao Shuijiao. But the silver would not be easily surrendered. Naturally, Hou Yanlong did not dwell excessively on such matters. Capturing the 5 merchants was a significant achievement for him. As for the silver, even if it fell into his hands, it would ultimately be remitted to the court. He had no desire to entangle himself in such affairs. However, Gua Yunho, unconcerned by these complexities, rode his horse alongside the carriage, climbing up to open a chest. Upon seeing its contents, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside were solid gold ingots, and his heart brimmed with joy. Unexpectedly, at that moment, when Tiren and his men approached, Gua Yunho shouted, "What do you intend to do? This silver was discovered by me. It is my duty to inventory and register it, and your involvement is unwarranted." The officials stood dumbfounded, uncertain of how to respond. Although Gua Yunho appeared disheveled, his official robe was undeniably authentic. Just then, when Tiren rode forward, followed closely by Zhao Shuijiao and Hou Yanlong. With a smile, when Tiren greeted, "Lord Gua, after days of toil, you should take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle the registration of this silver." To his surprise, Gua Yunho shook his head vigorously, insisting, "Lord One, I must oversee this matter personally to feel at ease." He then produced an abacus, beckoned the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, and began documenting the inventory. Seeing this, Wen Tiren could only smile wryly, realizing that the credit for the silver's confiscation would elude him, and thus refrained from further contention. He then engaged in conversation with Hou Yanlong, inquiring about the situation in Datong. After hearing the details, Wen Tiren felt that his journey to Shaanxi had been exceedingly worthwhile. Upon returning to the capital, would the emperor not bestow upon him great rewards? Such a significant achievement would take him decades to amass in the capital. if at all. At this moment, when Tian began to contemplate the accolades that awaited him upon his return. After all, he and Zhao Shuijiao had first outsmarted the forces at Zhangjiagou, and subsequently confiscated substantial assets from the 8 notorious merchants, while also capturing traders like Fan Yongdo along the way. The wealth they had seized now lay firmly in their possession. Perhaps, if the emperor were pleased, he might even gain entry into the cabinet. If such were indeed the case, it would signify that when Tian has ascended to the pinnacle of his life, envisioning himself adorned in a python robe and jade belt, deftly directing the affairs of the state from the court and basking in the adulation of the masses, a subtle smile crept across Tian's lips, his eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. After all, securing a position in the cabinet is the ultimate aspiration for countless officials. Meanwhile, as Tian indulged in his daydreams, Guo Yunho stood beside the carriage, listening to his subordinates from the Ministry of Revenue report on the accounts, his smile growing ever brighter, until he could no longer contain his laughter. In a moment of exuberance, he instinctively raised his hand and slapped the horse's rear. Unexpectedly, the startled horse kicked back, sending Guo Yunho flying through the air. Having already endured days of relentless travel, Guo Yunho was physically exhausted, and the sudden excitement, coupled with the jolt from the startled horse, caused him to faint instantly. This unforeseen turn of events sent a wave of shock through the onlookers. Haiyanlong, Zhao Shuijiao, and Yang Yufan hastily rushed forward to investigate. When Tian, jolted back to reality, quickly followed suit. Upon reaching Guo Yunho, who lay covered in dirt with his eyes shut tight, now unconscious, panic seized Tian. He grasped Guo Yunho's collar and shook him urgently, calling out, "Lord Guo? Lord Guo, are you all right?" At that moment, Zhao Shuijiao, maintaining his composure, stepped forward, checking Guo Yunho's pulse, then exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Lord One, do not worry. Lord Guo still has breath. He is alive." Hearing this, Tian's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he promptly instructed someone to summon the military doctor. A short while later, the doctor arrived, and after a thorough examination, he reported, "I inform you, Lord One, General Zhao, General He, that Lord Guo has been worn out from days of travel and was overwhelmed by emotion, which, coupled with the sudden kick from the startled horse, caused him to faint. Fortunately, there are no injuries to his bones. He will awaken after a few hours of rest." Upon hearing the doctor's words, the group felt an immense weight lifted off their shoulders. Thankfully, Lord Guo was not in mortal danger, a fortunate turn amidst misfortune. Had anything happened to him, they would have been at a loss on how to report to the court, especially given that Guo Yunho was one of the 6 ministers of the realm. After a brief discussion, the group decided to entrust all the seized assets from the 8 major Shaanxi merchants to General Zhao Shuijiao, who would lead the army to Datong for safekeeping, awaiting further instructions from Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, Tian and Haiyanlong would lead the remaining troops to conduct a thorough investigation of the properties belonging to the 8 merchants within Shaanxi. As for the Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunho, still in a state of unconsciousness, he could only be placed in the carriage to accompany Haiyanlong and Tian in their endeavors. Thus, General Zhao Shuijiao led a force of 10,000 soldiers, escorting the seized treasures towards Datong, while Haiyanlong and Tian conducted a comprehensive raid on the properties of the 8 major merchants within Shaanxi. That night, Guo Yunho gradually regained consciousness, and as soon as he was aware, he eagerly inquired about the results of the raid. Upon hearing the outcome, a broad smile spread across his face, unable to contain his delight. At this moment, Tian and He Yulong noticed that Guo Yunho had awakened and hurried over. Tian said with a smile, "Lord Guo, you have finally regained consciousness. Your long slumber has truly alarmed us." He Yulong nodded in agreement beside him. Guo Yunho, feeling a bit embarrassed, coughed twice and replied, "Thank you, Lord One and General He, for your concern. I am quite well. However, I am curious about the whereabouts of the valuables carried by the 8 unscrupulous merchants." Tian promptly explained, "Lord Guo, I have arranged for General Zhao to lead an army of 10,000 from the capital to confiscate all the goods and transport them to Datong, awaiting further instructions from Lord Jiang and Elder Yuan. Rest assured, all valuables have been meticulously documented." Upon hearing Tian's arrangements, Guo Yunho nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Guo Yunho, along with Tian and He Yulong, embarked on a comprehensive investigation of the properties owned by the 8 Shaanxi merchants. He took the lead with fervor, personally overseeing the inspection as if determined to thoroughly unearth every aspect of the merchant's assets. Furthermore, he extended his scrutiny to other illicit traders implicated in smuggling cases. Eventually, even those merchants who had not participated in treasonous activities began to feel the pressure of Guo Yunho's ambitions. When Tian, noticing this, quickly intervened, saying, "Lord Guo, you must not lose your way. Our purpose here is to fulfill our duties as mandated, apprehending only those traitorous merchants. We cannot act recklessly against legitimate traders." Guo Yunho, smiling awkwardly, assured, "Do not worry, Lord One. I am fully aware and will not act indiscriminately." Internally, when Tian scolded Guo Yunho, "Ah, you old miser. Though you claim not to act rashly, your fingers are already dancing across the abacus. If I do not keep a close watch, you might impulsively target all merchants within Shaanxi, and that would lead to significant trouble." Meanwhile, in Datong City, Prince Zhu Yujian, feeling bored, wandered the streets with Wang Qingyan and Huang Daozhou. He had grown weary of his idle state and strolled through the bustling streets, engaging the townsfolk with curiosity. Observing the lively throngs of people, Zhu Yujian turned to Huang Daozhou and remarked, "Master Huang, since my arrival in Datong, the lives of the citizens have flourished. The bustling scene resembles a festive celebration. It is hard to believe that when we first came, the former ruler had nearly turned this city into a ghost town, with hardly a soul in sight." Huang Daozhou nodded in agreement, saying, "The former ruler's misdeeds, in collusion with the Datong authorities, wrought untold suffering upon the people. Now that your highness has restored order and sought justice for the citizens, they no longer harbor fears and can confidently conduct their businesses. Indeed, the vibrancy of Datong has noticeably increased." At this moment, Zhu Yujian sighed and remarked, "Alas, it is unfortunate that I have yet to completely resolve the lurking dangers in Datong. This land of Datong has always been the fiefdom of the Prince of Dai. I fear that as soon as we depart, the common folk will once again suffer. Were it not for the previous interventions of Elder Yuan and Lord Jiang, I would have earnestly sought a means to dispose of the Prince of Dai, thereby alleviating the plight of the people of Datong and purging the unworthy descendant from the Zhu family." Upon hearing Zhu Yujian's words, Wang Qingyan immediately lowered his head. Feigning ignorance, he was acutely aware that such matters were not within the purview of a mere steward of the royal household. Huang Daozhou, however, was unperturbed by this sentiment and chuckled as he replied, "Your Highness, the Prince of Dai has governed Datong for over 2 centuries. Even if your Highness were to depose the current prince, the court would eventually need to select a suitable successor from the lineage of the Prince of Dai." At this juncture, Zhu Yujian furrowed his brows, his face etched with concern as he stated, "Master Huang, could you devise a strategy to ensure that my elder brother completely strips the Prince of Dai of his title and removes him from his princely position?" His eyes were filled with apprehension for the future of the people of Datong and indignation towards the prince's misdeeds, yearning for a prudent resolution that would fundamentally eradicate the potential for further suffering among the populace. Huang Daozhou, upon hearing this, displayed a troubled expression and slowly responded, "Your Highness, since the founding of the Ming dynasty, the number of deposed princes can be counted on one hand, and without exception, all were implicated in treasonous conspiracies. Although the Prince of Dai has committed numerous offenses, he is not engaged in treason. If the emperor were to hastily depose the lineage of the Prince of Dai, how would he justify such an action to the other princes in the future?" Zhu Yujian's brow tightened as he fell into deep contemplation, seemingly racking his brain for a solution. After a moment, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes as he exclaimed, "I find the 9-dragon wall of the Prince of Dai's residence rather remarkable, rivaling that of my elder brother's forbidden city. Could this not be considered an act of overstepping? Might it serve as evidence of treason? Perhaps I could use this as a pretext to petition my elder brother to completely abolish the lineage of the Prince of Dai." Huang Daozhou, upon hearing this, was momentarily speechless. He hastily provided a patient explanation, "Your Highness, the 9-dragon wall was constructed with the approval of the founding emperor when the first Prince of Dai was commissioned to build it. Moreover, the wall is adorned with 4-clawed dragons rather than 5-clawed ones. Thus, using this as a pretext would be fundamentally untenable." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian's countenance fell, his agitation evident as he scratched his head in frustration, muttering, "This one do, that one do. What must I do to resolve the calamity posed by the lineage of the Prince of Dai?" At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from a nearby tavern, filled with the sounds of commotion and shouting. Zhu Yujian's spirits lifted immediately, and he quickly raised his gaze, observing the chaos within the tavern, where people were in a state of panic, shouting, and cursing. Intrigued, he declared, "Master Wang Dabin, come with me to investigate. What audacity possesses these individuals to stir trouble under my very nose?" With that, he hurried towards the tavern, and Huang Daozhou and Wang Qingyan dared not delay, closely following behind. Upon arriving at the second floor of the tavern, one was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. Tables and chairs were overturned, and dishes lay shattered across the floor. A group of middle-aged men clad in resplendent robes was wreaking havoc, their mouths spewing curses. Among them, one particularly arrogant man bellowed, "Why should a general like me pay for a meal? You must be tired of living. I am a dignified general of the prince's estate, a true member of the Ming royal family. Ever since I emerged from my mother's womb, I have never known what silver looks like. To demand payment from me for a simple meal? You truly overestimate your worth." The tavern keeper, trembling with fear, quickly donned a fawning smile and replied, "Please, General, do not be angry. I assure you, I shall not dare again. Consider this meal a humble tribute from my establishment to you." Hearing this, the general scoffed disdainfully. "Your trivial establishment has spoiled my appetite today. How about this? Produce 1,000 taels of silver as compensation, and I shall let this matter rest." The tavern keeper, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, turned pale at the mention of such a sum. He fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "I beseech you, General, show mercy. The profits from this tavern are but meager earnings. I cannot possibly procure 1,000 taels." The general, incensed by the tavern keeper's words, erupted in fury, shouting, "Are you implying that I am worth less than 1,000 taels?" With that, he seized a chair from the ground, brandishing it menacingly as if to strike the tavern keeper. In that moment of impending violence, a commanding voice rang out, "Everyone, cease at once." Instantly, all attention shifted to the source of the shout. A young boy, no more than 11 or 12 years of age, stood boldly before them, flanked by a middle-aged scholar and a steward. The general, upon seeing the child, felt a sudden surge of interest and mockingly remarked, "Ah, what do we have here? A mere infant who has strayed from his leash. Judging by your attire, your family must possess some wealth. Hurry and present me with a few thousand taels to spend. Otherwise, should I take offense, you will find no refuge for your grievances." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian's already limited patience was completely overwhelmed by the general's brazen misconduct. The pent-up anger from the prince's estate's rampant tyranny in Datong surged forth uncontrollably. Zhu Yujian trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson, eyes wide with fury as he pointed at the general and demanded, "What is your name? How dare you partake in a free meal in broad daylight? Do you truly believe the emperor's authority is non-existent? Or do you assume that all the officials in Datong have been slain, allowing you to act with impunity?" The general merely huffed dismissively and smirked. "You, little brat, seem to know quite a bit. But let me enlighten you. As a royal of the Ming dynasty, the laws of the court hold no sway over me. As for you, mere child, in the eyes of this general, you are no more significant than an ant. I could crush you at any moment." Upon hearing such brazen words, Zhu Yujian was thoroughly incensed. Throughout his life, even his elder brother, the emperor, had never spoken to him harshly. Yet here he was, humiliated by a distant relative of unknown lineage. How could he possibly endure such affront? Consequently, Zhu Yujian bellowed an order, "Bring forth this audacious individual." Instantly, several members of the Jinui surged forward like tigers pouncing on their prey, swiftly forcing the general of the Fengwu to his knees. As Zhu Yujian and his entourage were dressed in plain clothes, none around them recognized their true identities. Once subdued, the Fengwu general began to scream wildly, "You madman! I am of the Ming royal family, a general of Fengwu. How dare you have me apprehended? Do you wish to forsake your entire lineage?" Enraged, Zhu Yujian gritted his teeth and replied with a cold sneer, "Indeed, I have no intention of preserving my lineage. But I assure you, you are included within it." He demanded, "Reveal your name." Upon hearing Zhu Yujian refer to himself as this prince, even the dimmest of minds would comprehend that this youth was no ordinary figure, but rather a prince. In the Ming dynasty, no one would dare impersonate royalty. However, at that moment, there were only two princes in Datong. One was Prince Dai, Zhu Dingwei, whose age was clearly mismatched with the youth before him, and who was currently confined to Prince Dai's residence. Thus, the only other possibility was the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Xian. who had been dispatched to Datong as an imperial envoy, fitting the youth's age perfectly. Instantly, the Fangyu general was rendered speechless, his face turning as pale as paper. He instinctively glanced at the waist badge worn by the Jiang beside him, and upon seeing it, cold sweat began to pour down his brow. With a heavy thud, he fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, "Your Highness, Prince Xian, spare my life. By seniority, I am still your elder." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian snorted coldly. His expression filled with disdain. "What elder are you speaking of? Just a moment ago, were you not arrogantly questioning whether I wish to abandon my lineage? Now, you remember you are my elder? It is too late." He commanded, "Someone, slap him." The Jiang, receiving the order, wasted no time and delivered a flurry of slaps. They would not regard the status of the Ming royal family, as long as one was not a prince or a duke. There was no one they would hesitate to act against. Moreover, they bore the responsibility of protecting Prince Xian. And since they had witnessed this Fangyu general's earlier humiliation of him, they were determined to demonstrate their prowess. Should they fail to do so, upon returning to the capital, they would face the emperor's wrath for allowing his younger brother to be disrespected. In no time, the Fangyu general was left bloodied, his cheeks swollen, struggling to articulate his words coherently. The several noble youths causing a ruckus nearby were instantly struck with terror, their legs turning to jelly and their trousers dampening. The reputation of His Highness, the Prince of Faith, in Datong was already well known to them. On the very first day of his arrival in Datong, he had unceremoniously placed the Prince of Dai under house arrest, even confiscating numerous properties under the Prince of Dai's name. Little did they expect that today, a mere outing for a meal would lead them to such misfortune. Among them, many could trace their lineage to being elders of Zhu Yujian, yet in this moment, they dared not assert such superiority. The Prince of Dai, also an elder to the Prince of Faith, had similarly been confined, underscoring the vast chasm between their ranks. As the altercation reached its climax, Zhu Yujian raised his hand, and the imperial guards immediately ceased their actions. He then coldly declared, "Each of you shall compensate this establishment with 1,000 taels of silver, and then promptly depart. Should I discover any of you daring to disrupt the peace again, I would not hesitate to personally escort you to the high walls of Shenyang for a prolonged stay. After all, there are many noble youths within, and you could keep them company." Upon hearing these words, the noble youths turned pale, hastily expressing their contrition, scrambling to produce the silver. Once the matter was settled, Zhu Yujian turned to leave. On his return journey, he remained silent, his mind occupied with the proposal from Jiang Ning regarding the reconstruction of the imperial clan court to govern the nobility. Yet, he was acutely aware that many among the nobility had grown accustomed to a life of ease and indulgence, exploiting the common folk. Retaining them in their fiefdoms would undoubtedly bring suffering to the local populace, yet he could not devise a proper solution at that moment, which left him feeling vexed. Upon returning to the Prince of Dai's residence, a servant approached to report, "Your Highness, General Zhao Shuaijiao is leading 10,000 troops to Datong, escorting a considerable amount of silver, all confiscated from the 8 major Shaanxi merchants." Hearing this news ignited Zhu Yujian's interest, and he hurried to find Zhao Shuaijiao to inquire about the details of the confiscated silver. Zhao Shuaijiao patiently recounted the events to Zhu Yujian, who, upon hearing the account, was filled with excitement, clapping his hands in approval, exclaiming, "General Zhao, you are truly remarkable. Such treacherous merchants, who conspire against the nation, should be thoroughly apprehended and their wealth seized. Once we escort them back to the capital, I shall certainly petition my elder brother to have them executed." Listening to Zhu Yujian's proposal, Zhao Shuaijiao was rendered speechless, privately contemplating. This Prince of Faith possesses a ruthless decisiveness, so quick to suggest execution. His fierce resolve rivals that of the great Emperor Hanggu. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Recognizing that these treasonous merchants had indeed caused considerable harm to the border soldiers over the years, should they meet their end, it would be a fitting consequence. Subsequently, Zhao Shuai led a contingent of 10,000 elite soldiers to garrison within the city of Datong, ensuring the stability of the region while safeguarding the confiscated treasures. At this juncture, Hui Yunho and Wen Tian, accompanied by their entourage, wreaked havoc throughout the territory of Shaanxi. Upon reaching the estates of the notorious 8 merchants, Hui Yunho took the lead, akin to a treasure hunter, as he climbed rooftops and rummaged through every corner of the houses, his demeanor suggesting an intent to scour every inch of the estate. Fueled by this fervor, he unearthed numerous valuables hidden in the most obscure nooks. Even the seasoned Jianqi, who accompanied him, were compelled to marvel at his prowess, silently acknowledging the exceptional acumen of this Minister Gua, whose keen sense for wealth seemed almost supernatural, as if he had stumbled into a gold mine. However, it remains uncertain whether it was Gua Yunho's excessive excitement or simply a string of misfortunes. During one particular raid, he inadvertently fell into a cellar. After a strenuous effort to escape, he resumed his search, only to be struck on the head by a falling silver ingot from the rafters. Witnessing Gua Yunho in such a disheveled and pitiful state, Wen Tianren could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly lamenting the misfortune that seemed to plague this esteemed official. Since departing the capital for Shaanxi, their journey had been fraught with challenges, and it appeared that before their mission was even concluded, Gua Yunho had already risked half of his life. Realizing this, Wen Tianren felt an urgency to remain close to Gua Yunho, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to the loss of the remainder of his life. Initially, Wen Tianren believed that by staying by Gua Yunho's side, he could ensure their safety. However, when they arrived at the residence of Wang Dingku, Gua Yunho suddenly discovered that the horseshoes within the estate were crafted from gold. Instantly, he was filled with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he rushed towards the horses, intent on prying the golden nails from their hooves. The startled horse, taken aback by Gua Yunho's sudden approach, reacted instinctively and delivered a powerful kick. The force sent Gua Yunho flying a considerable distance, landing heavily on the ground, grimacing in pain. Seeing this, Wen Tianren's complexion shifted dramatically, and he hurried to assist Gua Yunho to his feet. Observing the minister's miserable condition, a mix of anger and concern surged within him, prompting him to order the immediate execution of the horse that had attacked a state official as a means to vent his frustration. As Gua Yunho struggled to rise, entirely disregarding his pain, his foremost thought remained fixated on the gold from the horseshoes. Witnessing this, Wen Tianren could only shake his head in resignation, swiftly commanding others to remove the gold from the horseshoes. When Gua Yunho received the gleaming gold, a broad smile spread across his face as he exclaimed triumphantly, "My eyes are indeed akin to those of the legendary Eye of Fire, attempting to conceal treasures from me. Ha! How naive." In that moment, he seemed to completely forget the recent humiliation and pain of being kicked by the horse. Wen Tianren was utterly speechless, silently contemplating that this old man Gua was indeed one who valued money over life. At this moment, Wen felt completely subdued, utterly convinced and resigned, unable to suppress a bitter smile as he reflected on the series of unexpected events that had unfolded while accompanying Gua Yunho. With the thorough completion of the inventory and settlement of the 8 major Shaanxi merchants' estates, Wen Tianren finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bustling and hectic days had finally yielded a result. Gua Yunho, on the other hand, was overjoyed, gazing at the mountains of confiscated wealth as if he beheld countless treasures beckoning to him. He Yunlong wore a face of satisfaction, already calculating the rewards he might receive from the court for his numerous contributions. Subsequently, after deliberation, the group decided to escort all the confiscated goods to Datong, where they would rendezvous with Zhao Shuijiao and await further instructions from Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly. Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, and Wei Zhongxian led their grand army into Pingyang Prefecture. Their first stop was to pay a visit to the former cabinet minister Han Luan. To their surprise, upon their initial meeting, Han Luan presented himself with an air of indifference, smiling as he inquired, "I wonder what brings esteemed Elder Yuan, Lord Jiang, and Master Wei to my humble abode? What merit have I to deserve such an honor?" Seeing this, Yuan Kelly replied with a grave expression, "Elder Han, I trust you are well aware of the purpose of my visit." Han Luan responded with a chuckle, "Oh, Elder Yuan, do not jest. I am now a mere commoner, having retired from public life. How could I possibly bear the title of elder?" He continued, "As for what you mentioned, I truly have no knowledge of it." Yuan Kelly smiled and said, "In that case, I shall refer to you as Brother Han. The matters you are entangled in have indeed come to light. I have come personally, considering our past service together in the court and your former position as a cabinet minister, hoping for a dignified resolution to this situation." Upon hearing this, Han Luan sneered, "Elder Yuan, while I should be pleased to be called Brother Han, your tone of address is rather displeasing. If you possess concrete evidence, you may proceed with your official duties. There is no need for this roundabout conversation." Yuan Kelly's expression instantly turned icy. It appeared that Han Luan was one who would only realize the gravity of his situation when faced with dire consequences. Despite his efforts to maintain Han's dignity, he was met with such blatant disrespect. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian slammed the table, rising with fury. Han Luan, we have all served in the court. Do not overstep your bounds. Unexpectedly, Han Luan, upon hearing this, also stood up, glaring at Wei Zhongxian with disdain. What if I do? Master Wei. Although I am now a retiree, I am not someone to be trifled with. And you, Master Wei, are but a eunuch. What right do you have to point fingers at me? As for you, Lord Jiang, I have heard you are merely a tavern keeper. I am a scholar with high honors, by status and lineage. What gives you the audacity to act arrogantly before me? Upon hearing these words, Wei Zhongxian was instantly consumed by rage. He, who has always valued his reputation and conducted himself with great care, could hardly tolerate such insolence from Han Luan, a former cabinet minister. Not only did Han refuse to acknowledge his wrongdoing, but he also dared to openly insult Wei. If this were to spread, where would Wei find the face to show? With a cold sneer, Wei declared ominously, Minister Han, whether you are serving in the court or idling at home, over the years you have smuggled grain and military supplies to the Manchus and Mongols through the border, amassing a considerable fortune. We possess irrefutable evidence of your misdeeds. At this juncture, your obstinacy is truly reckless. Han Luan merely snorted disdainfully, retorting, fabricating accusations and weaving false charges are the specialties of your Eastern Depot and the Jinyui. Today, with the Jinyui, the Eastern Depot, and the deputy ministers all present, your only aim is to eliminate me. Why must you cloak your intentions in such grandiloquent rhetoric? At this moment, Jiang Ning was thoroughly incensed. Whether Han Luan confessed or denied his guilt was within Jiang Ning's expectations. Yet he never anticipated Han's audacity to be so brazen. First, he rebuffed Yuan Kelly, and now he was exchanging insults with Wei Zhongxian. How could Jiang Ning remain seated? He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed it on Han Luan, sternly demanding, Han Luan, cease your evasive rhetoric. Do you dare to act yet refuse to admit? By your assertion, are you claiming that I, Lord Wei, and Minister Yuan are fabricating evidence against you? Do you possess the gall to allow us to search your residence? Let us ascertain whether it is we who are framing you, or if you, Minister Han, are indeed guilty of treason. Upon hearing this, Han Luan scoffed again, defiantly stating, What right do you have to search my home? Though I am currently at leisure, I still retain the right to petition the emperor. I shall report you treacherous knaves to the throne. A loyal minister does not allow his country to perish, and a virtuous son does not let his family fall into ruin. I constantly keep the emperor's interests at heart, unlike you who are devoid of loyalty. Jiang Ning chuckled derisively, saying, Minister Han, are you intending to openly challenge me? By your logic, if you were to petition the emperor and he dismissed your words, would the Ming dynasty then be doomed? Han Luan responded with another cold scoff, perhaps. Jiang Ning was now utterly enraged, his eyes wide with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Han Luan, loudly rebuking him, arrogant. He then wore a cold smile, leisurely extracting a stack of incriminating documents from his breast pocket, perusing them with deliberation before speaking again. Minister Han, do you know how to write the character for traitorous? It comprises the character for woman and to do. Just last month, you, Minister Han, took in your 9th concubine. How dare you cast aspersions upon us? The so-called concubine of the 9th room is nothing more than a discarded courtesan, yet you treasure her as if she were a rare gem, tarnishing the dignity of the Han family's ancestors for generations. You dare to confront me about loyalty to the throne and love for the country, despite your inability to alleviate the burdens of the sovereign or the suffering of the common people during your tenure as a former cabinet minister. Now, idling at home, you engage in treasonous dealings while feigning righteous indignation before me. Allow me to be candid. I have come to Shaanxi under imperial decree to apprehend all those involved in treasonous activities, and I shall not hesitate to unleash bloodshed or turn the land upside down to achieve this. If you possess any self-awareness, you should cooperate with me to secure a dignified resolution. Yet, it seems you are obstinately resistant, attempting to thwart my plans and jeopardize the thorough investigation into the treasonous matters in Shaanxi. It appears you have a death wish. Hearing this, Han Luan internally lamented, realizing that Jiang Ning had indeed resolved to sever ties. He had initially hoped to endure and persuade Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly to refrain from entangling him in this quagmire, but his efforts had backfired. Han Luan understood that there was no turning back now, yet he gritted his teeth and defiantly retorted, "The current state of the court is the result of your actions, not ours. If you continue your reckless behavior, the Ming dynasty will inevitably meet its demise." Jiang Ning scoffed coldly and countered, with the treasury depleted. "I have exhausted all means to replenish the national coffers, yet you obstruct my efforts. If you are so eager to engage in commerce, perhaps I should report to His Majesty and have you dispatched to Mongolia, where you can trade to your heart's content. Would that not be a fulfillment of your desires?" Enraged, Han Luan trembled violently, pointing a shaky finger at Jiang Ning, and shouted, "You insolent scoundrel." No sooner had he uttered these words than he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ning sneered and commanded, "Lord Wei, give the order to thoroughly search Han Luan's residence." Hearing this, Wei was instantly elated, leading a group of Imperial guards into Han Luan's estate like wolves, causing chaos to erupt within, with even the dogs at the entrance being seized. At that moment, Yuan Kelly, observing the fallen Han Luan, furrowed his brow with concern and asked, "Master Jiang, considering Han Luan was once a cabinet minister, should we intervene or not?" Jiang Ning, with a stern expression, replied, "Elder Yuan, the evidence against Han Luan for treason is irrefutable. He has been publicly shamed into unconsciousness. If he dies, it would be deemed a suicide out of guilt, and we would bear no responsibility. If he survives, we shall return him to the capital for the emperor to decide his fate." Yuan Kelly sighed deeply, slowly nodding in agreement. He accompanied Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian with the intention of preserving some dignity for Han Luan and maintaining a semblance of honor for the court. Little did he expect that Han Luan would utterly fail to comprehend Yuan Kelly's noble intentions, leading to a complete rupture of relations and sealing the fate of the Han family. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian rushed in, breathless, to report, "Lord Yuan, Lord Jiang, it is dire. Numerous scholars from Pingyang have heard of our raid on Han Luan's residence and are now causing a commotion. They all share a teacher-student bond with Han Luan." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning scoffed disdainfully, stating, "That is splendid news. They are simply ensnaring themselves. In our Ming dynasty, we do not hesitate to implicate 9 generations, and if necessary, 10. These fools are akin to searching for death in a latrine. Capture them all. Bring as many as you can." Wei Zhongxian, upon hearing these words, gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely, leading the Eastern Depot guards and ferocious Jinui to address the situation. A few hundred scholarly students surrounded Han's residence, creating a blockade and hurling insults, their language foul and intolerable. Moments later, the gates swung open, and a tide of Eastern Depot guards and Jinui surged forth, swiftly encircling everyone. One indignant student shouted with righteous fury, "You treacherous officials dare to raid the residence of Lord Han. He has served the court with integrity, yet you force him out of the court, and now you refuse to let him rest. You truly are deranged. We must petition the emperor." Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian let out a cold laugh and replied with a mocking tone, "What a coincidence. We were just planning to take you all to the capital as well. As for whether you can petition the emperor, that remains uncertain." With that, he issued an order, and the Jinui promptly seized the students. One of them, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How dare you? We are all reputable scholars." Wei Zhongxian grinned and replied, "How fortunate. I am illiterate. Do you not have a saying that a scholar cannot make sense of a soldier? Is this not precisely the situation now?" Subsequently, he disregarded them and instructed his men to gag the students with cloth and bind them tightly. Soon after, the raid on Han Luan's residence came to a close. As for Han Luan, he remained unconscious, clinging to life by a thread. Observing the mountain of confiscated wealth, Jiang Ning could not help but express his thoughts with a cold smile. It is said that a clean governor can accumulate a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver over 3 years. Han Luan has served in the court for many years and has amassed nearly 5 million taels. This is no trifling sum. Yuan Kelly, with a furrowed brow and a face as dark as ink, lamented, "It seems I underestimated Han Luan. I intended to grant him a dignified exit, yet he has greedily accepted bribes amounting to 5 million taels. This white silver. I wonder how much blood of the soldiers at the borders of the Ming and how many tears of the common people it has absorbed." Thereafter, Jiang Ning resolutely issued another command to conduct a comprehensive raid on the Han family. As the command was issued, the army surged forth like a tidal wave, plunging the entire Pingyang prefecture into chaos, with chickens scattering and dogs barking. the governor of Pingyang and the numerous county magistrates under his jurisdiction, all of whom were more or less implicated in the Han Luan case, were swiftly apprehended. In an instant, the official ranks of Pingyang were left vacant, as all relevant officials were thoroughly eliminated. Speaking of the Jiang family, the current head is Jiang Ning, the grandson of Yang Sichang. The Jiang family, in the present day, has long lost the luster it once enjoyed during Jiang Sichang's lifetime. Over the years, they have largely depended on Han Luan to maintain their family's standing. When Jiang Ning and Wei Zhongxian arrived, Jiang Ning was so terrified that his legs trembled, and he immediately divulged all matters concerning the family's involvement in smuggling and treason without reservation. Jiang Ning, upon witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, after conducting thorough inquiries, Jiang Ning discovered that upon taking over as the chief minister of the Zhang Zhuzheng cabinet, Jiang Sichang had comprehensively abolished the reforms implemented by Zhang Zhuzheng. This move, while earning the trust of Emperor Shenzong of the Wanli era, led to the untimely death of Jiang Sichang's father. Unlike Zhang Zhuzheng, who had the audacity to remain in office, Jiang Sichang, bound by custom, had to request to return home to observe mourning. Who would have expected that merely 3 years later, he too would succumb to illness? During this interval, the abolition of the reform policies had alienated many. Were it not for his son-in-law Han Luan navigating the turbulent waters, the Zhang family might have already fallen into ruin. Now, with Han Luan, the family's pillar, toppled by Jiang Ning, the Zhang family found themselves devoid of any capable figure to shoulder the burden, leaving them entirely at Jiang Ning's mercy. Thereafter, Jiang Ning decisively ordered a comprehensive investigation into the Zhang family. After meticulous searches, an astonishing discovery of over 4 million taels of silver was made, alongside substantial lands, houses, shops, and an array of antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and jade artifacts. A rough estimate of the confiscated wealth from both the Han Luan and Zhang Sichang families amounted to over 10 million taels of silver. Holding the detailed ledger of seized assets, Wei Zhongxian exclaimed with excitement, "Master Jiang, this is truly an astounding windfall. The crimes committed by their families, treason and betrayal, have led them to this fitting end. Do not dwell too heavily on these matters." At that moment, a meaningful smile graced Jiang Ning's face as he remarked, "Lord Wei, something has just occurred to me." Wei Zhongxian, intrigued, promptly inquired, "What have you thought of, Master Jiang?" With a smile, Jiang Ning explained, "As the saying goes, a clean governor for 3 years yields 100,000 taels of silver. However, in my view, when it comes to officials at the provincial level, if they harbor thoughts of corruption, the wealth they amass starts at least in the millions. As for cabinet ministers, or even the chief minister, with timely investigations, the scale of confiscated wealth can reach tens of millions, just as with the Han Luan and Zhang Sichang families." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion and concurred, "Master Jiang, your words hit the nail on the head. Once one wields great power, the seed of greed takes root and flows forth uncontrollably, much like a breached dam. After all, in our illustrious Ming dynasty, upright officials like Hai Gangfeng, Hai Rui, who possess integrity and virtue, are indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns." Chapter 120. The 8 notorious merchants. With the thorough investigation of the Han family and the Zhang family in Pingyang Prefecture now concluded, Jiang Ning, along with Yuan Kelly and Wei Zhongxian, set out on their return journey to Datong, leading a grand army. Along the way, they encountered Wen Tian, Gui Yunho, and He Yunlong, who had just completed their own confiscation of the 8 notorious Shaanxi merchants. Jiang Ning observed the long convoy of carriages being escorted by the opposing forces and understood that they had amassed considerable wealth. Gui Yunho, upon seeing the hundreds of horse-drawn carts following Jiang Ning's army, became visibly excited, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, "Master Jiang, from whence do you arrive? Which family have you raided? Just how much silver have you gathered?" Jiang Ning, unable to suppress a smile at Gui Yunho's somewhat disheveled appearance, jested, "Old Gua, it has not been long since we last met. How have you come to look this way? Surely, you did not stumble into a ditch along the road." Gui Yunho's countenance darkened at these words, and he awkwardly replied, "I did not fall into a ditch, but I was kicked by a horse twice, fell into a cellar once, and was struck on the head by falling silver from the rafters." Upon hearing this string of misfortunes, Jiang Ning stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, internally marveling at Gui Yunho's predicament. Could it be that he was cursed by misfortune? How could one be so unlucky? Yet, at the same time, he could not help but admire Gui Yunho's resilience. Despite enduring so many calamities, he remained lively and spirited, a testament to the adage that those who survive great adversity are destined for future blessings. Gui Yunho, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed on. Master Jiang, which family was it that you raided? The wealth before my eyes is no trivial sum. Jiang Ning chuckled and replied, just the other day, Yuan Ge Lao, Wei Gong Gong, and I conducted a thorough investigation of the Zhang family and the Han family in Pingyang Prefecture. All this wealth was obtained from their estates. Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting from shock to delight as he praised, Master Jiang. What a remarkable feat. I am thoroughly impressed. Alas, my business in Tianqi is rather complicated. Otherwise, I would have insisted on joining you to partake in the festivities. After all, seizing the assets of a former prime minister and former cabinet ministers is not an everyday occurrence. Responding to Gui Yunho's words, Jiang Ning teased, indeed. Therefore, we have not executed a single culprit in this case. Wei Gong Gong has been eagerly awaiting your return, hoping to engage in some benevolent deeds together. Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho began to cough uncontrollably. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he stammered, such benevolent acts for the benefit of the people should be handled by you, Master Jiang, and Wei Gong Gong. I, old Gua, shall not interfere. At that moment, Gui Yunho silently rejoiced, relieved that he had managed to escape calamity by hastening his departure. Otherwise, if I were to be dragged by Lord Wei into another bloodbath, my reputation would be utterly ruined. Wei Zhongxian, standing nearby, let out a cold snort and remarked, Minister Jiang, in my humble opinion, old Gua is simply not suited for such endeavors. Engaging in the noble act of accumulating virtue and doing good is, to him, akin to risking his very life. Look at Lord Xiao. He has truly proven himself worthy of having served as the Minister of Justice. Outside Taiyuan, he executed over 1,000 individuals without so much as a blink, and afterward, he carried on as if nothing had transpired. In contrast, old Guo appears so naive that one might think it was his own clan facing execution. Gui Yunho, upon hearing this, wore an expression of embarrassment and dared not utter another word, fearful that in the next moment, he would again be pulled into the madness of slaughter. At that moment, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and said with a smile, Gentlemen, our affairs are now largely settled. It is time for us to return to Datong. Subsequently, the Grand Army resumed its march, a majestic procession reminiscent of a serpentine dragon. Along the way, the common folk paused to observe, albeit with little understanding of the situation. Thus, Jiang Ning ordered his men to announce imperial envoys from the court, here to investigate treasonous merchants and corrupt officials. Immediately, many citizens applauded, creating a vibrant atmosphere along the route. Days later, the army arrived at Datong City. Inside the city, Zhao Shuijiao and Prince Zhu Yujian hastened out to welcome them upon hearing the news. Witnessing the long train of goods being escorted, both were profoundly astonished. Zhu Yujian, filled with excitement, grasped Jiang Ning with one hand and Wei with the other, incessantly inquiring and expressing his regrets. Lamenting his responsibility of securing Datong that prevented him from personally participating in this operation. Had he had the opportunity, with his brilliance and martial prowess, he would surely have uncovered and seized even more wealth. Jiang Ning found himself at a loss for words, while Wei, with a sycophantic grin, proclaimed, Your Highness, the Prince, with your wisdom and valor, you shall undoubtedly become a sage king in the future. After the Grand Army successfully returned to Datong City, all the confiscated silver was transported to the governor's office in a grand display. To ensure absolute security, Jiang Ning arranged for the Imperial Guards, the Eastern Depot, and the elite soldiers of Datong to guard it meticulously. Gui Yunho volunteered, claiming he needed to recheck the inventory of these assets. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly made his escape to tally the silver. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Yuan Kelly, Wei Zhongxian, and Prince Zhu Yujian convened to discuss confronting the 8 great Jin merchants. After all, dealing with these treasonous merchants was the primary objective of their expedition. Given the numerous individuals involved in the arrests, the original prison of the governor's office was already overcrowded and unable to accommodate any more prisoners. Reluctantly, they resorted to locating several private residences within Datong City to detain the offenders, assigning dedicated guards for their strict supervision. Upon arriving at the designated residence for the 8 great Jin merchants, a contingent of imperial guards burst through the door, escorting Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly to the front hall. Soon after, the 8 unscrupulous merchants were brought forth. Jiang Ning, with keen interest, surveyed these future Qing dynasty merchants and remarked, "Gentlemen, I never anticipated our meeting would unfold in such a manner. Indeed, the affairs of the world are most unpredictable." At this moment, Fan Yongdo, his hair a stark white and his visage disheveled, laboriously lifted his head to gaze at Jiang Ning and the others. With a bitter smile of disdain, he remarked, "We truly did not anticipate that the court would be so resolute, willing to burn bridges and sever ties, determined to apprehend us 8. It is a lamentable waste of the silver I have expended to curry favor with the officials." Yuan Kelly, his demeanor grave and voice frigid, interjected, "You 8 families, as subjects of the Ming, have committed treasonous acts, colluding with the Mongols and the Jurchens. Your crimes are indeed heinous. In recent years, the Jurchen forces in Liaodong have grown increasingly formidable, resulting in countless casualties among our border soldiers, while the Mongols have repeatedly harassed our frontiers, causing untold suffering to the populace. Have you no conscience left?" In response to Yuan Kelly's words, Fan Yongdo and his companions exchanged scornful glances, and then Fan spoke. "Subjects of the Ming? When has the Ming ever regarded us as such? Since the Wanli era, officials have repeatedly extorted wealth from us. Failure to comply would result in catastrophic consequences. We are merely honest merchants. How could we possibly afford to lavish riches upon the high-ranking officials of the court? Furthermore, that Emperor, Wanli, who neglected state affairs for decades, dispatched tax collectors to impose levies, and we 8 families have suffered greatly as a result. Merchants pursue profit. Since the Ming does not acknowledge us as subjects, why should we continue to act as obedient subjects? We have thus engaged in trade with the Mongols. Surprisingly, despite their ferocity, they are remarkably trustworthy, delivering genuine gold and silver with each transaction, far exceeding our earnings within the Ming. With such profits to be made, why would we not seize the opportunity? Moreover, as the Jurchens rose in power over the years, we have not only supplied provisions to the soldiers at the 9 borders, but have also smuggled grain and military supplies to the Mongols and Jurchens. Numerous officials within the court have accepted our silver and are well aware of our dealings, yet they choose to turn a blind eye. I cannot comprehend why you persist in your relentless pursuit of us. Is it solely because we have not offered you a share of our profits that you seek our utter destruction?" Listening to Fan Yongdo, Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "You vile scoundrel! Even as death looms, you still resort to deceitful rhetoric, attempting to justify your actions. Ultimately, you and your ilk are merely blinded by greed, fixated solely on your silver. The Ming boasts 2 capitals and 13 provinces, with countless subjects, and merchants numbering in the thousands. Why is it that only you 8 families have committed such despicable acts of treason? Where are the others? You, a merchant, have the audacity to present your treachery in such a grandiloquent manner, utterly devoid of shame. And what of those who have selflessly contributed to the court over the years? Genuinely concerned for the well-being of the Ming? Why do you not mention them?" Tian Shenglan chuckled and remarked, "I presume this is His Highness, Prince Xian, the Emperor's own brother. How easy it is to speak from a position of comfort." He continued, "As the saying goes, those who kill and pillage wear golden belts, while those who build bridges and repair roads leave no corpses behind. We have acted as we have. The Ming has shown us no kindness. So do not blame us for our lack of loyalty in return. Having reached this point, we have nothing more to say, whether to kill or to maim. It is entirely at your discretion." Subsequently, all 8 burst into maniacal laughter, which infuriated Zhu Yujian to the point of smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. He reached for his blade, eager to draw blood from these scoundrels. However, Wei Zhongxian, quick to act, swiftly restrained him, advising, "Your Highness, these 8 treasonous merchants are to be escorted back to the capital for the Emperor's personal judgment." Hearing Wei Zhongxian's words, although Zhu Yujian was filled with indignation, he reluctantly sheathed his sword. At this moment, Jiang Ning, with an air of calmness, interjected, "Gentlemen, you are indeed eloquent, as merchants. You can spin tales that even the dead seem alive. Prior to my service in the court, I too was engaged in trade. In business, one must adhere to integrity, placing faith at the heart of all endeavors. From what I know, the Qin merchants in Shaanxi faced circumstances not dissimilar to yours, yet did not resort to treason. Today, the Qin merchants are renowned throughout the realm, rivaling your esteemed 8 Jin merchants. Ultimately, you are merely blinded by greed. Cease your pretentious rhetoric before me, for it rings hollow. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's remarks, the group displayed unmistakable disdain. It was then that Fan Yongdo chimed in. I presume you are the esteemed Jiang Ning, who has risen to become the commander of the Jinyue, favored by the emperor. I have heard you were once merely an innkeeper. Yet you've gained the emperor's trust and attained a lofty position, wielding life and death, accomplishing remarkable feats. Alas, we lack your fortune, otherwise, we would undoubtedly surpass you. Jiang Ning, with a sneer, retorted, you should abandon such delusions. If you were to enter the court, you would only escalate your treachery and wreak havoc upon the populace. Hearing these words, the faces of the group flushed crimson, clearly struck at their core by Jiang Ning's words. Tianqi scoffed at this juncture. Whether to kill or to maim, it is entirely at your discretion. Once, we were formidable, and countless court officials treated us with utmost respect, even beyond the borders. In the lands of the Mongols, we were honored guests. However, let us offer a word of caution. Do you truly believe that the 8 families can be so easily manipulated? Although we are now captured, we have supplied grain to the 9 borders of the court for decades. Even if you seek others to take our place, you will find no worthy candidates in haste. Should the Ming seek our lives, we shall undermine the very foundation of the Ming. That alone would be worth it. With that, the group erupted into laughter, their expressions bordering on madness. Both Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning exchanged solemn glances, understanding the gravity of their words. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, how could they easily spare these treasonous merchants, whose crimes were beyond forgiveness? After a shared look of resolve, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly turned away, choosing not to engage further with Fan Yongdo and the others. Their sins were unforgivable, and their fate was sealed. On the journey back, Yuan Kelly's expression was particularly grim as he took the initiative to speak. Lord Jiang, to my knowledge, the Ming Merchants Association is under your control, is it not? I have heard that the emperor has a stake in it as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning coughed awkwardly a couple of times and replied, Elder Yuan, your intelligence is indeed commendable. To be frank, that is the case. Yuan Kelly then turned to face Jiang Ning with a serious demeanor and stated, Lord Jiang, the matter of the 8 notorious merchants mentioning the transportation of supplies to the 9 borders is indeed not to be underestimated. We must swiftly arrange for others to take over this responsibility. The supply of provisions to the 9 borders must not be interrupted, nor can the situation there be allowed to deteriorate. Otherwise, the entire northern frontier of the Ming will plunge into chaos. Therefore, I propose that the Ming Merchants Association handle this matter entirely. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Although the Ming Merchants Association had indeed grown significantly and gained considerable reputation under his support, he had not contemplated the logistics of supplying provisions to the 9 borders. After all, each profession has its own expertise. Although Qian Jingxiu and his son were adept merchants from the south, there was no guarantee they could competently handle the transport of supplies to the soldiers in the north. Moreover, Jiang Ning was reluctant to see them monopolize this venture, fearing a loss of control akin to the downfall of the 8 major Shaanxi merchants. Noticing Jiang Ning's hesitation to respond, Wei Zhongxian quickly interjected, Lord Jiang, Elder Yuan is absolutely right. The situation in the 9 borders cannot be allowed to become chaotic. The Ming Merchants Association has already expanded significantly. Why not let them take on the responsibility of supplying provisions to the soldiers in the 9 borders? Furthermore, the court has recently confiscated a considerable amount of silver, so there should be no delay in payments to the Ming Merchants Association. Jiang Ning forced a smile and replied, Elder Yuan, Lord Wei, my concern is not about the court defaulting on payments to the Ming Merchants Association. The Eastern Forest faction in Jiangnan has deep roots, and my initial support for the Ming Merchants Association was intended to prepare for future confrontations with the scholars from Jiangnan. However, if we allow them to intervene in the supply of provisions to the 9 borders at this juncture, I genuinely worry that their growing power may become uncontrollable, risking a repeat of the Shaanxi merchants' downfall, which would be troublesome. With curiosity, Wei Zhongxian asked, Lord Jiang, has not the Ming Merchants Association always been under your influence? Surely, the people beneath you would not dare to act recklessly. Jiang Ning sighed and explained, Lord Wei, as a court official, it is not appropriate for me to overtly control such businesses. Ultimately, I must rely on those beneath me to manage them. Currently, I have appointed Qian Jingqiu and his son, and as the Ming Merchants Association continues to grow, many merchants from Huizhou are now in their service. This is precisely my concern. Merchants are inherently profit-driven, and once they see an opportunity, it is difficult to ensure they do not develop ulterior motives. Acknowledging Jiang Ning's concerns, Yuan Kelly nodded and sighed. Lord Jiang, let us deliberate on this matter further at a later time. Now that the investigation into the 8 major Shaanxi merchants and the officialdom in Shaanxi has been thoroughly completed, we should present a memorial to the emperor, urging the capital to promptly dispatch the supplementary officials to stabilize the situation in Shaanxi. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Prince of Faith, Zhu Yujian, hastily interjected, saying, "We must also consider the royal families under the Duke of Dai and the Duke of Jin. Many individuals among these clans engage in rampant misconduct, oppressing the common folk. Recently, I have encountered several such incidents in Datong City, all of which I have reprimanded. However, I am concerned that as soon as we depart, the people may once again suffer. Thus, I ponder whether we should bring these individuals back to the capital." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow tightly. The Ming dynasty has clear regulations stipulating that royal princes may not leave their fiefs without a sacred edict, nor may they enter the capital without permission. If we were to bring all these royals to the capital, how would we manage them? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning responded, "Your Highness, this proposal is indeed commendable. I suggest we first compile a list of these royals, bringing back those with numerous transgressions as well as those facing hardships. Once the Ministry of Royal Affairs is re-established, we shall adjudicate those who have violated the law accordingly, stripping titles from those deserving and demoting them to commoner status. The more serious offenders shall be sent to Shenyang to live in seclusion. As for the ordinary royals, we could initially assign them to reinforce the ministry. Once it is fully formed, we may, in line with my previous suggestion, reinterpret the ancient teachings of the Ming to permit royal offspring to serve in the court, engage in commerce, enlist in the military, or farm at home. This approach would effectively resolve the plight of the lower-tier royals." Zhu Yujian nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "What Minister Jiang says is wise. I shall return and present a memorial to my elder brother." Just then, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, and he swiftly turned to Yuan Kelly and Jiang Ning, asking, "Elder Yuan, Minister Jiang, how shall we deal with the current Duke of Dai and Datong? You are both aware of his heinous crimes, which are utterly inhumane and depraved. If he continues in his position, who knows what calamities may befall the people of Datong? I propose that you two devise a plan for me to lead the charge in petitioning my elder brother to abolish the Duke of Dai's lineage." Upon hearing Zhu Yujian's intention to completely abolish the Duke of Dai's line, both Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly frowned, greatly astonished. This Prince of Faith possesses remarkable audacity. Such a notion is undeniably bold and radical. Meanwhile, the elder Wei, standing to the side, seemed to have his head nearly drooping to his lap, silent as a mouse, as if any movement might invite disaster. After a moment, Yuan Kelly appeared troubled and said, "Your Highness, you may not be aware that since the founding of the Ming dynasty, there have been only a handful of princely fiefs completely abolished. As external ministers, both I and Minister Jiang find it quite inconvenient to propose this matter without concrete evidence of the Duke of Dai's treason." At that moment, Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "Your Highness, I have a strategy." Initially disheartened by Yuan Kelly's remarks, Zhu Yujian's interest was piqued upon hearing Jiang Ning's claim of having a solution. He eagerly responded, "Minister Jiang, please enlighten me." Jiang Ning smiled and explained, "I believe we could have His Highness the Duke of Jin submit a memorial first. After all, the lineage of the Jin prince has been safeguarding Shaanxi's Taiyuan for over 2 centuries, with a foundation and prestige surpassing that of the Dai prince. Moreover, the Jin prince has always been loyal to the emperor and devoted to the nation. During my recent stay in Taiyuan, the Jin prince generously donated several million taels of silver to the court, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to the emperor and the state, as if he would willingly lay bare his heart for us to see." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Minister Jiang, this proposal is simply splendid. I believe it is entirely feasible for the Jin prince to take the lead in submitting a memorial, followed closely by myself. Surely, this will not allow the Dai prince's faction to persist." At this moment, Yuan Kelly fell silent, internally lamenting, "Well done, Jiang Ning, indeed a master of stirring the pot." To think you could involve yourself in such matters. I truly feel inadequate in comparison. Subsequently, the three returned to the city of Datong. Once Zhu Yujian arrived at his residence, he hastily penned a letter. Initially, he intended for Wang Qingyan to deliver it to the Jin prince, but reconsidered, believing Wang's status insufficient to convey the gravity of the situation. Just then, Old Wei stepped forward voluntarily, eager to undertake the task. As a deputy imperial envoy, he rallied a group of Eastern Depot agents and rode swiftly toward Taiyuan. Observing Wei Zhongxian's exuberance and vigorous spirit, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smirk to himself. Contemplating, this Old Wei has been active in Shaanxi for quite some time, yet his energy remains undiminished. Alas, it seems I am truly aging, my vitality waning. Perhaps once this affair in Shaanxi is settled, I shall return and submit a memorial to the emperor, requesting retirement. True to his decisive nature, Wei Zhongxian wasted no time and arrived in Taiyuan without delay. Upon reaching the Jin prince's residence, he promptly requested an audience. Hearing that the deputy imperial envoy Wei Zhongxian wished to meet, Jin Prince Zhu Chigui dropped his teacup in shock, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Just recently, he had expended millions in silver, swearing his loyalty to dispel Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly. Now, why was Wei Zhongxian here to stir the pot again? Yet, he dared not refuse, given Wei Zhongxian's notorious reputation. Reluctantly, the Jin prince had no choice but to invite Wei Zhongxian into the palace. As soon as they met, Wei Zhongxian respectfully presented a letter from Zhu Yujian. Upon reading it, the Jin prince was struck with terror, for the letter urged him to take the lead in submitting a memorial, imploring the emperor to completely abolish the Dai prince's lineage. This was indeed a frightful proposition for the Jin prince, who, as a prince himself, was being asked to turn against his own kin. The gravity of this matter was overwhelming. Observing the Jin prince's conflicted expression, Wei Zhongxian immediately smiled and said, "Your Highness, the situation involving the Dai prince has escalated beyond comprehension. The Dai prince is stationed in Datong, while you guard Taiyuan, both not far apart. This presents an excellent opportunity for you to achieve merit. Only in this manner can His Majesty be made to understand clearly that Your Highness has no connection whatsoever with the matters concerning the Prince of Dai. Moreover, with His Royal Highness the Prince of Xian offering his full support, and with the assistance of Minister Yuan and Lord Jiang, it is indeed a genuine effort to extricate you from your predicament." Listening to the words of Wei Zhongxian, Zhu Chigui could not help but curse inwardly. "How dare you treat me like a child easily deceived? You are clearly attempting to use me as a pawn while pretending to have my best interests at heart. I truly thank your ancestors for this." Chapter 122. Old Wei takes a disciple. After much contemplation, Zhu Chigui resolved to make a decision that contradicted the principles of his ancestors. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. Though he and the Prince of Dai were technically relatives, the bond had long been severed through many generations. However, the Prince of Xian, Zhu Yujian, was the current emperor's own brother, and as long as he could maintain a good relationship with the Prince of Xian, he would surely encounter no trouble. Thus, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Lord Wei speaks rightly. This prince shall compose the memorial forthwith. Upon witnessing the prince's agreement, Wei Zhongxian's smile stretched from ear to ear. Once the prince completed the memorial and penned a personal reply to Zhu Yujian, Wei Zhongxian promptly rose to take his leave, accompanied by a throng of Eastern Depot agents, hastening back along the same route. Watching the hurried departure of Wei Zhongxian, Zhu Chigui slumped in his study, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could not help but reflect that trouble often descends upon one unexpectedly. Fortunately, he had managed to remain uninvolved. He quickly instructed that the completed memorial be sent post-haste to the capital. As for whether the Prince of Dai would face dispossession, it was of little concern to him. Even if the prince were not deposed, Zhu Chigui was untroubled by the prospect of any resentment from Prince Zhu Dingwei. In terms of prestige, the lineage of the Prince of Jin was far superior to that of the Prince of Dai. Clutching the reply, Wei Zhongxian rode swiftly back to Datong and made his way directly to the Prince of Dai's residence, presenting the letter to Zhu Yujian. Upon unfolding the Prince of Jin's reply and reading it carefully, Zhu Yujian's face lit up with joy, a broad smile spreading across his features, and his heart brimmed with elation. He nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Lord Wei, your efforts on this journey have truly been remarkable." Wei Zhongxian, with an obsequious grin, replied, "It is my duty as a humble servant to alleviate your highness's burdens. How could I dare to claim any hardship? Observing Wei Zhongxian's understanding demeanor, Zhu Yujian turned his gaze to Wang Qingyan beside him, privately reflecting on the stark contrast between the two eunuchs. Though Wang Qingyan was loyal and diligent in his service, he lacked the cleverness of Wei Zhongxian, who always managed to resolve matters before Zhu Yujian even voiced his desires. With this thought in mind, a smile appeared on Zhu Yujian's face as he said, "Lord Wei, I have another matter in which I would like to enlist your assistance." Upon hearing Zhu Yujian mention a request, Wei Zhongxian was momentarily puzzled. Although he wielded immense power, he was still merely a servant of the royal family. What could His Highness the Prince of Exine possibly require his help with? Though he harbored doubts in his heart, he hurriedly donned a broad smile and expressed his willingness. "Your Highness, please do not hesitate. As long as it is within the capabilities of this old servant, I shall not utter a word of dissent. However, to speak of such a request, I truly feel unworthy." Zhu Yujian chuckled and beckoned Wang Qingyan to step forward, saying, "Wei Gonggong, I wish to entrust Wang Dabin to you for proper guidance. Is it not said that the Eastern Depot has a practice of adopting sons? You seem considerably older than Wang Dabin. Perhaps you could take him as an adopted son or even as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Wei Zhongxian was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of utter astonishment. What was this? He was being asked to accept Wang Qingyan as either a son or a disciple. Wang Qingyan, standing beside him, was equally bewildered, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. The notion that his lord would seek a godfather or mentor for him was something he had never even dreamt of, yet it was undeniably unfolding before his very eyes. Wei Zhongxian, gazing into Zhu Yujian's earnest eyes, found it difficult to refuse. Thus, he hastily replied, "This old servant is deeply grateful for your Highness's kindness, but to adopt a son is simply out of the question. After all, Wang Gonggong is your personal companion. If word of this were to spread, others might perceive it as insubordination on my part, a vile servant overstepping his bounds. In my humble opinion, it would be better to accept him as a disciple. Upon our return to the capital, I shall certainly provide Wang Gonggong with proper instruction." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yujian nodded in agreement, stating, "If that is the case, then I thank you, Wei Gonggong." With the matter settled, Zhu Yujian joyfully proclaimed, "Wei Gonggong, once we return to the capital, I shall host a grand banquet to celebrate Wang Dabin's apprenticeship." This revelation startled Wei Zhongxian, who quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "Your Highness, that is entirely unnecessary. This old servant is merely extending a small effort. How could I trouble your Highness to go to such lengths for a banquet?" Yet Zhu Yujian remained resolute, insisting on the celebration. After much persuasion, Wei Zhongxian, unable to resist Zhu Yujian's fervor, ultimately acquiesced, albeit with tears in his eyes. It was not that Zhu Yujian was overly courteous to Wei Zhongxian. Rather, he was deeply concerned that upon returning to the capital, Wei Zhongxian might offer only a cursory education to Wang Qingyan, merely fulfilling his obligations. Therefore, Zhu Yujian resolved to make this occasion grandiose, creating a spectacle that would bind Wei Zhongxian to diligently instruct Wang Qingyan. Finally, Zhu Yujian swiftly penned his memorial and, with Wei Zhongxian in tow, sought out Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly, hoping they would assist in reviewing his document for any errors. As Yuan Kelly perused Zhu Yujian's petition to abolish the Dao Wang lineage, he was taken aback by the gravity of its contents. Noticing Yuan Kelly's shocked demeanor, Jiang Ning grew curious and quickly leaned in to see, only to be equally astonished. Good heavens! In his endeavor to completely eradicate the Dao Wang lineage, Zhu Yujian had enumerated various charges in the memorial, from bullying the weak to committing heinous acts, and these were merely the lesser offenses. In the memorial, it was stated that there were individuals within the Prince of Dai's residence who proclaimed that he was born under extraordinary signs, even suggesting that the prince's household harbored sorcerers capable of beguiling the masses with their deceitful words. Jiang Ning, having discerned the underlying motives, realized that these were merely fabrications concocted by his nephew, the Prince of Xian, to discredit his uncle, the Prince of Dai. The most outrageous claim was that 3 years prior, a wandering magician had visited the royal residence, asserting that Prince Zhu Dingwei possessed the countenance of an emperor. Jiang Ning could not help but feel a sense of incredulity, pondering the maliciousness of such a stratagem, which could be likened to a treacherous blow aimed at the heart. At that moment, Jiang Ning nodded and remarked, "Your Highness, this memorial is indeed incisive, striking at the very essence of the matter. Once the emperor peruses it, he is certain to abolish the lineage of the Prince of Dai. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's commendation, Zhu Youjian's face lit up with pride as he chuckled, "You flatter me. Minister Jiang, as a member of the Ming royal family, it is my duty to punish evil and promote righteousness, wholeheartedly safeguarding the Ming dynasty. Individuals like the Prince of Dai, who harbor sinister intentions and ulterior motives, cannot be spared." With that, he instructed his aides to expedite the delivery of his memorial to the capital. At this juncture, Yuan Kelly, standing nearby, was rendered speechless and silently cursed. "Well done, Jiang Ning. You are brazenly fabricating lies right before my eyes. Can you be any more outrageous?" Realizing that they too should make their stance known, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly began to compose their own memorials, focusing on the Prince of Dai's abuses of power, his exploitation of the populace, and his inhumane acts against the common people. As for the absurd claims regarding the prince's supposed celestial signs, they refrained from including them, understanding that as ministers, it was inappropriate to meddle too openly in the internal affairs of the royal family to avoid any implications of overstepping their bounds. Both were acutely aware that once their memorials were submitted, along with those from the Prince of Jin and the Prince of Xian, the combined efforts would likely seal the fate of the Prince of Dai, leading to his inevitable downfall. As the crucial matters were nearly settled, the group began to organize their affairs, preparing to return to the capital as soon as the appointed officials arrived. However, the following morning, while Jiang Ning was still lost in slumber, a loud crash reverberated through the air as his door was violently kicked open. Without even having the chance to open his eyes, he was jolted awake by the commotion. Without a doubt, such a lack of decorum could only emanate from old Wei. Subsequently, Wei Zhongxian burst into the room, and upon seeing that Jiang Ning had not yet awakened, he swiftly yanked the blanket away and pulled Jiang Ning from his bed. In a flurry of panic, he shouted, "Minister Jiang, something terrible has happened. You must awaken at once." Jiang Ning, feeling utterly helpless, reflected on the adage that one cannot awaken someone who feigns sleep. Despite his attempts to remain undisturbed, he had been forcibly roused by old Wei. With no alternative, he feigned the demeanor of someone just stirring from sleep and looked at the anxious, perspiring Wei Zhongxian, inquiring, "What on earth has transpired, Wei Gonggong? You appear quite frantic. Is it possible that the Mongolians have invaded?" Wei Zhongxian hastily raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "Lord Jiang, it is not the Mongolians. It is Lord Gu who is in trouble." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, his face etched with confusion as he queried, "Master Wei, you say Lord Gu is in peril? What misfortune could befall him? Is he not occupied with counting the silver?" With an urgent demeanor, Wei Zhongxian replied, "It is precisely due to the counting of silver that Lord Gu has found himself in this predicament. In recent days, Lord Gu has been tirelessly scrutinizing the accounts and tallying the silver. Unbeknownst to him, this morning he accidentally overturned a box filled with silver, and as a result, he was buried alive beneath the fallen coins. Currently, Elder Yuan and His Highness Prince Xian are leading a group, desperately attempting to excavate Lord Gu." Upon hearing Wei Zhongxian's account, Jiang Ning was utterly stunned. Without a second thought, he sprang to his feet and hastily donned his attire, rushing towards the location where the silver was stored. From a distance, he could see a flurry of activity among a group of individuals clad in the attire of the Jinyue and the Donchong, frantically moving boxes. Yuan Kelly stood nearby with a grim expression, and Zhu Yujian bore a similarly troubled countenance, his anxiety palpable. Seeing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly dashed over, taking 2 steps at a time, and anxiously inquired, "Your Highness Prince Xian, Elder Yuan, what is the current situation?" Yuan Kelly, with a profoundly distressed expression, could not help but exclaim, "This is truly a case of self-inflicted calamity. Originally, these boxes of silver were neatly arranged side by side, but Lord Gu insisted on stacking them all atop one another, and to such a height. Now, we are in a dire situation. The sheer weight of the silver has fallen upon us. We have been digging for half an hour and have yet to retrieve Lord Gu. His fate appears grim." Jiang Ning looked up, his heart sinking as he beheld rows of wooden boxes, one atop the other, densely packed like a wall. The central portion had already collapsed, leaving a chaotic scene of scattered silver and shattered wood. A chill ran through Jiang Ning as he realized the weight of such an avalanche of silver was hardly lighter than that of stone. Could it be that Lord Gu would meet his end beneath this deluge of coins? Just then, Jiang Ning rolled up his sleeves, ready to lend a hand. Suddenly, a Jinyui shouted with excitement, "We have found him! We have found Lord Gu!" The crowd turned towards the voice, spotting a boot protruding from the debris. In a flurry, they rushed forward, pulling and tugging with great effort until they finally managed to extricate Gu Yunho from the pile of silver. Initially, everyone had presumed that Gu Yunho was doomed, certain to perish beneath such a weight. Yet, who could have anticipated that at a crucial moment? A box lid had shielded him from a portion of the impact? Fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries, merely having been knocked unconscious by the weight of the silver. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Just then, Wen Tiren and Zhao Shuijiao hurriedly arrived on the scene. Wen Tiren, filled with urgency, quickly inquired about the situation, and Jiang Ning succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Wen Tiren was utterly taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "This esteemed Lord Gu has indeed fallen into the abyss of greed, utterly incorrigible. Upon seeing silver, he behaves as if possessed, disregarding even his own life." Promptly, everyone hurried to arrange for a physician to examine Gu Yunho's condition. Following a meticulous examination, it was discovered that he had only sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, his life was not in jeopardy, allowing him to retain his existence. Jiang Ning remained somewhat uneasy, as old Gu was summoned from the capital at his behest, and their journey had been fraught with difficulties. Thus, he resolved to personally keep watch over Gu Yunho. Wei Zhongxian, observing this, also expressed his desire to accompany Jiang Ning in guarding Gu. By midday, there were still no signs of Gu Yunho regaining consciousness. Seeing this, Yuan Kelly rose and departed to arrange subsequent matters. Zhu Yujian, accompanied by Wang Qingyan, ventured into the city of Datong to commence a patrol. Zhao Shuijiao and Wen Tiren opted to remain behind, keeping Jiang Ning company as they watched over Gu Yunho. The group sat quietly by the bedside, occasionally glancing at Gu Yunho's condition, hoping for his swift return to consciousness. At that moment, Wen Tiren seemed to have an epiphany. He stepped forward briskly, scrutinized Gu Yunho closely, and said, "Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, I have a method that may rouse the esteemed Lord Gu." Upon hearing Wen Tiren's words, Jiang Ning's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "Old one, what is your method? Please, do try it." Wen Tiren smiled awkwardly and replied, "This method may lack refinement. I hope Lord Jiang will be understanding." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile, encouraging Wen Tiren to proceed without delay. With that, Wen Tiren rolled up his sleeves. Without further ado, seized Gu Yunho by the collar and lifted him upright. He then leaned close to Gu Yunho's ear and, raising his voice, shouted, "Esteemed Lord Gu, trouble is afoot. The silver seized in this raid has been taken by Lord Jiang and Lord Wei to the borders, claiming to conduct trade with the Mongols, but alas, the silver has been robbed. Both Lord Wei and Lord Jiang have been detained. You must awaken at once." Listening to Wen Tiren's dramatic proclamation, Jiang Ning was rendered speechless. Beside him, Wei Zhongxian's expression darkened, inwardly cursing. "You, Wen Tiren, are truly unscrupulous. Do you think we and Lord Jiang are fools, who would transport millions of taels of silver to the borders for trade with the Mongols? Moreover, what valuable goods could the Mongols possibly offer? Merely horses, furs, and livestock. Are you not tarnishing my reputation with such nonsense?" Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Gu Yunho's lips began to twitch slightly, mumbling incoherently, "Silver, silver, my silver." As his voice grew progressively louder, he suddenly sprang upright from the bed like a coiled spring, shouting hoarsely, "Who has taken my silver?" He then swiftly turned to see Jiang Ning, Wei Zhongxian, and Wen Tiren, all gazing at him with curiosity. Gu Yunho was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly pretended to cough a few times, attempting to diffuse the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Gu Yunho awkwardly spoke up, "Lord Jiang, Lord Wei, Lord Wen, what brings you all here? I recall this morning while counting the silver, I accidentally stepped into thin air and fell directly from the box, subsequently getting buried beneath the fallen coins. What on earth is happening?" Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, remarking, "Old Gua, you truly value wealth over life. Fortunately, we discovered you in time and unearthed you from the pile of silver. Had we been any later, we would likely be preparing for your funeral, and everyone would be ready to feast." At this moment, Wei Zhongxian quickly chimed in, "Indeed, we had already planned to go out and hire a swana band for you, thinking it best to hold a lively ceremony for your final rites. Furthermore, Lord Wen has been even more proactive, having already found a feng shui master. All set to select a prime burial site for you. Listening to their jests, Gui Yunho's face darkened, and he awkwardly chuckled before asking, "Pray tell, how much do you gentlemen intend to contribute towards my farewell?" Wei Zhongxian replied with a smile, "How about 250 taels? Aren't we generous, Lord Gua?" Realizing that Wei was teasing him, Gui Yunho still responded with a smile, "Your kindness is noted. 250 is indeed a considerable amount." At that moment, when Tiran interjected, "I shall also contribute 250, just to make it a round number." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho's face brightened with excitement. That amounts to 500 taels, which is quite a substantial sum. He then turned to Jiang Ning and inquired, "Lord Jiang, given our friendship, surely you would not contribute less than 250, would you?" Jiang Ning coldly snorted and replied, "As for my contribution, I shall simply copy your household's records, and whatever silver is recorded therein, that shall be my donation." How does that sound? Quite generous, wouldn't you agree? At this remark, Gui Yunho felt as if his throat had been tightly gripped. His face instantly flushed. He stood frozen for a moment before managing to stammer, "Lord Jiang, there is no need for you to contribute." Hearing Jiang Ning's jest, Wei Zhongxian and Wen Tiran burst into laughter. Just then, Gui Yunho suddenly said, "By the way, I recall something. I have counted this silver several times, yet it still feels like there is some missing. Lord Jiang, you previously mentioned that we had seized 2 million taels in Datong. Later, you and Elder Yuan went to Pingyang to confiscate the Zhang and Han families, acquiring another million taels. When I accompanied General He, Lord Wen, and General Zhao to apprehend the 8 major Jin merchants, we also seized a considerable amount of silver, and subsequently, we confiscated all the assets, houses, and land deeds of these 8 families, totaling nearly 3 million taels. Yet, as I ponder over it, I still feel something is amiss. The silver seems to be short." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but furrow his brow, saying, "Old Gua, one must learn to be content. Your appetite seems rather excessive. The amounts you mentioned together total a staggering 6 million taels." Listening to Jiang Ning's words, Gui Yunho mumbled discontentedly under his breath. "Although there are 60 million taels of silver, 30 million of those were earned by me sacrificing half my life's reputation. It feels somewhat unfair." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just then, Wen Tiran, standing nearby, smacked his forehead and quickly interjected with a smile, "Lord Gua, you've indeed guessed correctly. There's indeed another sum of silver that hasn't been accounted for." At this revelation, the others immediately perked up with interest. Gua Yunho eagerly grabbed Wen Tiran's sleeve, his eyes alight with curiosity. "Lord Wen, what sum of silver has yet to be included? How much is it? Please enlighten me." Wen Tiran, chuckling, replied, "Lord Gua, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain slowly. When General Zhao and I went to Zhangjiago, we promptly confiscated all the properties of the merchants along the 8 main streets. Subsequently, we raided the homes of all the captains and leaders with 1,000 households or more in the Zhangjiago area. Furthermore, the 8 prominent Shaanxi merchants attempted to flee, transferring their assets to Zhangjiago in batches, but were entirely apprehended by General Zhao and myself. Additionally, we seized a considerable amount of their wealth during their escape. All of it has been sent to Zhangjiago to be safeguarded by General Mao Yuani. In total, we have gathered 3,342,861 taels and 5 coins of silver." When Tiran continued, "As for the confiscated goods, they include grains, medicinal herbs, textiles, porcelain, salt, iron, ore, copper materials, and various other resources, which have yet to be fully accounted for." Listening to Wen Tiran's response, Jiang Ning was utterly astounded. Previously, he had heard of Wen Tiran's remarkable memory, but had initially doubted its veracity. Now, witnessing Wen Tiran recount the exact amount of confiscated silver with precision, not missing a single coin, Jiang Ning was thoroughly convinced. He couldn't help but muse that this young man was indeed a walking calculator. Wise Hongxian, upon hearing this, displayed a look of deep admiration in his eyes, and then, with a hint of regret, remarked, "What a pity that such a great opportunity eluded us. Otherwise, we could have dealt with those people in Zhangjiago decisively." This truly represents a significant merit. Gui Yunho, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "That is truly splendid. By my calculations, that amounts to at least 93 million taels. This is truly a blessing from the heavens for the Ming dynasty, and for me as well. With this much silver, The Ming dynasty shall not face financial woes for at least the next decade. Jiang Ning stood by, utterly speechless. He reflected on the characters surrounding him. Old Gui seemed to value wealth above all else, willing to risk his very life for silver. Meanwhile, Old Wei, who had merely intended to guide him towards charitable endeavors in hopes of building a good reputation, had become increasingly obsessed with accumulating merits. Encouraging him to engage in charitable acts is not the same as urging him to pursue immortality. Yet, Old Wei's fixation on accumulating merit is quite perplexing. Fortunately, when Tian beside him remains relatively grounded, reliable in his actions, and clear-headed. At that moment, Gui Yunho, after counting on his fingers for a while, turned to Jiang Ning and, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "Master Jiang, I just calculated that we have confiscated over 93 million taels this time. How about you assist me in finding another 7 to 8 million taels, so we can round it up to a neat 100 million? That sounds rather auspicious, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nearly fainted on the spot. He then coldly snorted and retorted, "You old miser. Have you truly gone mad with the desire for wealth? This is silver, not stones. Where do you expect me to procure an additional 7 million taels for you? This 93 million taels has already thoroughly cleansed the entire Shaanxi officialdom, even implicating the crown prince, alongside the accumulated fortunes of several generations of the 8 great Jin merchants. If your sole ambition remains hoarding silver, I might just offer you a suggestion. Why not take a knife, mount a horse, and directly venture out to the Mongolian steppes to rob the Mongols? It's a risk-free endeavor with boundless profits, a venture I would not share with just anyone." Chapter 124. Abolishing the crown prince. Faced with Jiang Ning's jest, Gui Yunho scratched his head awkwardly and then forced a smile, replying, 93 million taels is indeed no small amount. I never dreamed the treasury would possess so much silver at once. He quickly added, "Master Jiang, how about when we return to the capital, you take me around to other places?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's anger flared, and he pointed at Gui Yunho, scolding, "You old miser, have you become addicted to confiscating wealth? You must understand that this time, we have nearly emptied Shaanxi. You think I can just take you elsewhere for more? If I were to indulge you again, the Ming dynasty would surely descend into chaos. Do you believe this is akin to dining out, where one can simply return every few days?" Noticing Jiang Ning's fury, Gui Yunho quickly smiled and attempted to placate him, saying, "Master Jiang, please do not be angry. I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart." Jiang Ning, with a cold snort, turned and exited the room. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian and Wen Tian exchanged amused glances and teased, "Master Gua, your words are becoming increasingly unreliable. Now you've truly upset Master Jiang. In our opinion, should Master Jiang have to leave the capital for official duties again, he will undoubtedly leave you behind. We suggest that upon your return, you host several lavish banquets to properly treat Master Jiang. Perhaps his anger will dissipate." Gui Yunho's eyes gleamed upon hearing this, and he quickly nodded, saying, "I shall certainly host him. Even if I must spend my entire year's salary or borrow more, I will ensure Master Jiang enjoys a splendid feast." Meanwhile, within the Forbidden City, Zhu Yuxiao sat regally upon the dragon throne, eagerly reading the memorials presented by Jiang Ning and others. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly suppress a gasp of astonishment. It was revealed that his own younger brother, Prince Jin Zhu Yujian, along with Prince Jin Zhu Qiugui, had jointly submitted a petition demanding the abolition of the Dai Wang lineage. In a moment of sheer disbelief, Zhu Yuxiao sprang from his dragon throne, startling Fang Zhenghua, who was attending him. After regaining his composure and suppressing his astonishment, Zhu Yuxiao continued to peruse the memorials. Upon reading Zhu Youjin's document, which meticulously accused the Dai Wang of having been misled 3 years prior by individuals claiming he possessed the countenance of an emperor, and of inviting sorcerers to perform divinations within the royal palace, Zhu Yuxiao was seized by an uncontrollable fury. He had always regarded his younger brother Zhu Yujian as an honest child, incapable of deceit. Thus, the contents of the memorial must surely be true. Subsequently, he grasped the petition from Prince Jin, which boldly denounced the Dai Wang for speaking disrespectfully to him, hinting at treasonous intentions, further igniting his wrath. Next, Zhu Yuxiao opened the documents from Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly, which catalogued numerous transgressions committed by the Dai Wang, including oppression and exploitation of the populace. In a fit of rage, Zhu Yuxiao slammed his palm upon the table and commanded Fang Zhenghua in a stern voice, immediately summoned the 6 ministries to the imperial study for a council. Seeing the emperor's countenance ablaze with fury, Fang Jinghua did not dare to delay and swiftly went to call upon the officials. Moments later, the eminent leaders of the 6 ministries gathered in the imperial study. Zhu Yuxiao, his face a stormy shade of iron, handed over the memorials from Zhu Yujian and Prince Jin, coldly declaring, "Everyone, take a look." The officials, witnessing the emperor's terrifying demeanor, were struck dumb, with Sun Qingzong being the first to accept the memorial. After reading it, he stood frozen, inwardly lamenting that the Dai Wang had either lost his wits or was utterly foolish. Such egregious acts had been uncovered, and it was no wonder the emperor was so enraged. Sun Qingzong hastily passed the memorials to the others for review. Upon finishing, the officials exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to speak first. After all, this matter concerned the princely families, and the Dai Wang lineage had endured for over 2 centuries, such a delicate issue. It was then that Zhu Yuxiao's expression darkened further, his voice chilling. "The Dai Wang truly dares to deceive me. I intend to abolish the Dai Wang lineage. What are your thoughts, ministers?" The atmosphere grew tense, as the officials looked to one another in apprehension. Finally, Sun Qingzong stepped forward, voicing, "The Dai Wang dares harbor treasonous thoughts and attempt such unthinkable acts. I beseech your majesty to abolish the Dai Wang's princely title and bring the Dai Wang Zhu Dingwei back to the capital for trial." The other officials, witnessing his courage, promptly echoed his sentiments. Zhu Yuxiao nodded slightly, stating, "If that is the case, let us issue the decree and expedite it to Shaanxi. Furthermore, let Chao Huachun lead the Tianqiang 4 guards to Shaanxi to bring back Prince Xian, Elder Yuan, Minister Jiang, and Wei Zhongxian. They have been away for quite some time, and the case in Shaanxi is nearly resolved." The ministers bowed in gratitude for the decree. At that moment, Zhu Yuxiao turned to Yang He, the minister of personnel standing nearby, and inquired, "Minister Yang, how goes the preparation of the substitute officials I requested?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Huwen gritted his teeth and, with a somewhat pained expression, replied, "Your Majesty, after diligent review of the archives by myself and the officials of the Ministry of Personnel over the past few days, we have carefully selected a group of unappointed scholars suitable for positions in Shaanxi. The number of candidates required for Shaanxi is now complete, and they are ready to depart at any moment." Hearing this, Zhu Youjiao immediately displayed a look of relief and said, "Minister Yang, your prudence brings me great comfort. Therefore, let us expedite the preparation of the appointment documents for the candidates and entrust them to Chao Huachun for his journey to Shaanxi." At that moment, Sun Qingzong stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Xian has mentioned in his memorial the desire to bring back the royal relatives involved in illegal activities from the Dai Wangfu for trial in the capital. Moreover, he wishes to select suitable members from the royal families under the jurisdiction of both the Dai Wangfu and Jin Wangfu to return to the capital in preparation for the reopening of the imperial clan court. How should we proceed with this matter, Your Majesty?" Zhu Youjiao pondered for a moment before slowly nodding and replied, "Let us act according to Prince Xian's suggestion. He may select individuals from the royal families under the Dai Wangfu and Jin Wangfu to return to the capital in preparation for the reopening of the imperial clan court." Seeing Zhu Youjiao had made a decision, everyone, including Sun Qingzong, nodded in agreement. After all, they were well aware of the significance of reopening the imperial clan court. This institution was responsible for managing the royal relatives, a task not easily handled by ordinary individuals. Thus, having royal descendants manage their own seemed a fitting solution. With arrangements made satisfactorily, Zhu Youjiao nodded in satisfaction, secretly marveling at how much silver his brothers in Jiang had seized during their time in Shaanxi. As the memorial did not specify an exact amount, however, it was certain to be substantial. Considering the thorough investigation of the entire Shaanxi officialdom and the eradication of the traitorous Jin merchants, surely, it must be at least several million taels. At this moment, the Minister of War, Li Banghua, stepped forward respectfully and announced, "Your Majesty, General Chao Wenjiao and General Man Gui have been dispatched to recruit soldiers and are now on their way back to the capital. We await your decision regarding the subsequent matters." Zhu Youjiao, intrigued, quickly inquired, "Did not Chao Wenjiao and Man Gui leave the capital with all the martial candidates from this year? It has been several months. I wonder how many soldiers they have recruited?" Li Banghua promptly responded, "According to my knowledge, Your Majesty, Generals Chao and Man have recruited nearly 150. 000 young men across North Jili, Hunan, and Shaanxi. Upon hearing that Cao Wenjiao and Man Gui had recruited such a staggering number of troops, Zhu Youjiao was taken aback. 150,000 soldiers? That is not an insignificant sum. How much silver will be required to sustain them? He questioned Li Banghua, incredulous. Is this number not excessive? Li Banghua, with a helpless expression, replied, the specific number of recruits was determined by Lord Jiang at that time, and he did not provide clear instructions regarding subsequent arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Youjiao decided, in that case, let us await Lord Jiang's return to the capital before making a final decision. As for the 150,000 troops recruited by Cao Wenjiao and Man Gui, they were promptly arranged to be accommodated in the capital garrison. Li Banghua hurriedly accepted the order, inwardly lamenting, Lord Jiang, your methods lack clarity. You merely commanded the recruitment of soldiers without specifying the exact number. These two generals have tirelessly roamed for months and returned with an overwhelming force of 150,000. If you have not considered the logistics of housing these men, and if I fail to communicate with the emperor, I, as the Minister of War, could find myself in dire straits should these troops arrive in the capital and be subjected to malicious accusations. With Zhu Youjiao's systematic arrangements, the prominent figures of the 6 ministries swiftly immersed themselves in a flurry of activity. Officials responsible for the Ministry of Personnel hastily prepared appointment documents for several hundred officials. Once these documents were completed, they were handed over to the superintendent of the Imperial Horse Bureau, Chao Huachan, who led the Tianqi 4 guards in a grand procession toward Shaanxi. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and others leisurely meandered within the city of Datong. Prince Xian, Zhu Yujian, however, was far too occupied to indulge in leisure. He was diligently seeking counsel from his mentor, Huang Daozhou, on matters pertaining to the management of the imperial clan court. For several days, he had been engrossed in his studies, neglecting food and rest. Witnessing this, Jiang Ning could not help but marvel, reflecting that this young lord, as history has recorded, was indeed a fervent workaholic. Even before officially assuming his duties at the imperial clan court, he had already immersed himself in the responsibilities. Jiang Ning and his companions, dressed in casual attire, continued to stroll leisurely through Datong. At this moment, Yuan Kelly, stroking his beard, spoke with a smile. Initially, I feared that our thorough cleansing of the Shaanxi officialdom would leave the populace in a state of anxiety. Yet, unexpectedly, Datong is now more vibrant than when we first arrived. Wise Hongxian, standing nearby, eagerly interjected, Lord Yuan, you are unaware? Those corrupt officials were loathed by the people, who were powerless to act against them. Now that we have captured these miscreants, the populace's goodwill towards the court has surged, allowing them to confidently step out to conduct business and traverse the streets. If we subsequently appoint a new batch of earnest officials who genuinely care for the well-being of the people, it won't be long before their lives improve significantly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement, declaring, now that we have seized such a substantial sum of silver in Shaanxi, I intend to return and petition His Majesty to exempt the people of Shaanxi from taxes and corvée labor for 3 years. Wise Hongxian, upon hearing this, promptly gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done, Lord Yuan. Splendid. You maintain your dignity. Yuan Kelly, confused by the praise, remained puzzled. Jiang Ning, with a face full of helplessness, secretly murmured to himself, Old Wei employs his incendiary tactics indiscriminately, regardless of time or place, seeking to provoke anyone he encounters. Chapter 125, Recruitment of the Royal Family trailing behind the crowd. He Yulong appeared somewhat awkward and uncomfortable. Observing this, when Tiran, concerned, inquired, General He, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I summon a physician for your examination? Upon hearing this, He Yulong hurriedly shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, and replied, Thank you for your concern, Lord One. I am quite well. However, when Tiran, intrigued, pressed further, what is it then? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, He Yulong confessed, I have 2 rather unremarkable sons, and I am contemplating sending them with Lord Jiang to the capital for some training in the military camp. Yet, I fear Lord Jiang may not approve. Lord One, considering my efforts in assisting with the cleanup of the 8 major gene merchants, could you perhaps intercede on my behalf? When Tiran, upon hearing this, chuckled and nodded, assuring, General He, is that all? A trivial matter, I shall take care of it. At this, He Yulong's face lit up with joy, and he hastily bowed in gratitude, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, Lord 1. Wen Tian nodded and quickened his pace towards Jiang Ning, while He Yulong followed, his heart brimming with anticipation. He thought to himself that General Yang Zhaoji from Datong Town had entrusted his son, Yang Yufan, to Jiang Ning. Thus, as the general of Xuanfuzhen, he could not fall behind. Moments later, when Tian caught up with Jiang Ning, a smile adorning his face as he relayed He Yulong's request in full detail. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. It is worth noting that during the late Ming period, He Yulong was one of the few loyal and virtuous officials. His 2 sons were also fierce generals who would serve the Ming dynasty with unwavering dedication. Such talent coming forward willingly could not be dismissed. To refuse would surely dishearten this loyal subject. Seeing Jiang Ning's assent, Wen Tian turned to nod at the distant He Yulong, who instantly grasped the situation and felt immense gratitude. Indeed, Lord Wen is reliable. He promptly strode over, respectfully bowing to Jiang Ning, and declared, "Lord Jiang, I am but a rough man and cannot articulate flowery speeches. Henceforth, I entrust my 2 sons to your care. Should they misbehave, feel free to discipline them, even if it leads to their demise." Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, chuckled and reassured him, "General He, rest easy. Your unwavering loyalty to the Ming dynasty is evident as the sun and moon. I shall ensure your sons are taken to the military camp, where they will receive careful instruction. I have no doubt that in due time, the Ming dynasty will gain 2 formidable generals. A family of 3 generals would indeed be a tale worthy of legend." Upon hearing this, He Yulong felt a tinge of bashfulness and scratched his head, saying, "Lord Jiang, you flatter me. As long as those 2 rascals do not cause you trouble, I shall be completely satisfied." At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, walking beside Jiang Ning, was suddenly overcome with a wave of bitterness. He pondered to himself, having traveled a great distance to Shaanxi, busily attending to matters, only to end up with Wang Qing'an as his sole apprentice. Look at Jiang Ning, where He Yulong willingly sent his son over for guidance. Why is it that no one has brought their offspring to him, allowing him to truly showcase his pedagogical prowess? Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled that rather perceptive, rotund official in Taiyuan who had voluntarily turned himself in. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but console himself, musing that although he lacked the influx of students like Jiang Ning, having such a little chubby fellow voluntarily pledge allegiance made his journey to Shaanxi not entirely in vain. At that moment, Yuan Kelly jestingly remarked, "Ah, Master Jiang. So young, yet holding such a significant position, and able to earn genuine respect from all. In my decades of service, I have rarely encountered a person of your caliber. From what I gather, even Liu Bing, the illustrious commander of the Jinyue during the Jiajing era, might pale in comparison to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning, adorned with a humble smile, replied, "Esteemed Elder Yuan, since my entrance into the court, I have treaded carefully, as if walking on thin ice. Fortunate to have the Emperor's trust, I assumed the role of deputy commander of the Jinyue at the tender age of 18. It is said that if one is destined for officialdom, there is no need to study. However, one must first respect the garment before the person. First regard the exterior before the spirit. Everyone knows the Jinyue is a place of real power, which naturally invites a certain reverence. Yet I am acutely aware that as commander, I must exercise utmost caution daily. After all, wielding a sharp blade can easily incite a murderous intent, and boundless power inevitably invites corruption. If power is unchecked, it becomes fraught with peril, a truth I remain vigilant about. From the capital to Tianjin, and now here in Shaanxi, nearly a year has passed, during which I have indeed accomplished a great deal, effectively succeeding in nearly every endeavor. If I am unwilling to pursue something, others cannot do so either. Are there those who oppose me? Naturally, yet they are few, unless they wish to forfeit their own official hats. Originally, the Eastern Depot was meant to oversee the Jinyue, but Lord Wei has shown me great trust and seldom supervises my actions. Nonetheless, I dare not be the slightest bit negligent. On the contrary, I tread even more cautiously." After hearing this, Yuan Kelly's smile deepened, and he nodded approvingly, saying, "Master Jiang occupies a high position, yet remains unassuming and composed. Such character is indeed rare." Jiang Ning merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. As dusk began to fall, the group returned to the magistrate's office together. Just 4 days later, Chao Huachun arrived in Datong, leading the Tengxiang 4 guards along with several hundred reserve officials. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Ning and the others hurried to greet him. Observing Chao Huachun's weary demeanor, Jiang Ning understood that this official had hardly had a moment to catch his breath during the journey. As soon as Chao dismounted, he greeted Jiang Ning with a broad smile, promptly producing a document from his robes and presenting it, saying, "Master Jiang, these are the reserve officials we have prepared for Shaanxi, whom I have personally escorted to assume their posts." Jiang Ning nodded and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Chao." Subsequently, he handed the official document to Yuan Kelly, as it was fitting for the Vice Minister of the Cabinet to take the lead in such matters. Yuan Kelly accepted the document, carefully perusing its contents before summoning everyone into the city to ensure their proper arrangements, allowing them a day of rest. On the following day, Yuan Kelly delivered a brief address to the contingent of substitute officials, after which he organized personnel to escort them to their respective posts across various regions. Once the officials had embarked on their assignments in Shaanxi, Chao Huachun publicly read the emperor's edict, instructing Jiang Ning and the others to prepare for their return to the capital. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning and his companions instantly displayed expressions of delight, for their affairs in Shaanxi had been settled, and they longed to return home. However, the bureaucratic paralysis in Shaanxi due to the recent scrutiny had necessitated their prolonged presence, ensuring stability until the appointed substitute officials arrived. Otherwise, chaos would likely ensue the moment they departed. Thereafter, Chao Huachun produced another imperial decree from his bosom and respectfully presented it to Zhu Yujian. Upon examining the decree, Zhu Yujian discovered that his elder brother, the emperor, not only consented to the abolition of the Wang lineage, but also permitted him to lead members of the royal family to the capital to commence the reconstruction of the imperial clan court. The assembly, witnessing this turn of events, was filled with joy and laughter. Zhu Yujian promptly arranged for the news to be conveyed to Prince Jin, instructing him to select suitable members from the royal family under his jurisdiction to accompany him back to the capital. Soon after, Zhu Yujian led Jiang Ning and the others to the Wang residence. At this moment, Prince Zhu Dingwei had been completely confined to the rear courtyard of his estate. With a solemn demeanor, Zhu Yujian declared the edict abolishing the Wang lineage in the presence of the prince. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Dingwei was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend why he, in good standing, had been stripped of his title and why the entire lineage was to be extinguished. Observing the prostrate and dazed prince, Jiang Ning and the others remained silent, merely watching with detached eyes. Prince Zhu Dingwei had committed numerous transgressions in the Datong region, often abusing his privileged status without regard for consequence. Had it not been for his special standing, he would surely have been apprehended and subjected to punitive measures long ago. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Dingwei succumbed to madness, muttering incessantly, "I am the Prince of Dai. The Wang lineage has endured for over 2 centuries, and no one can depose me." With that, he alternated between tears and laughter, lost in his own world, conversing with himself. Jiang Ning and the others were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that this prince had indeed lost his sanity. However, Zhu Yujian remained unconvinced, resolutely insisting on bringing the deranged prince back to the capital. After all, his ancestor, the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di, had once feigned madness and subsequently ascended to the throne. With such historical precedent, Zhu Yujian was determined to believe that the prince was not truly insane. Thus, with a firm command, Zhu Yujian ordered a thorough search of the Wang residence. Any member of the prince's royal family implicated in any case was to be escorted back to the capital, awaiting trial until the imperial clan court could be re-established. As for those principal members of the royal family, Zhu Yujian decreed that those who wished to accompany him back to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury could register their names. For those who preferred to remain in Datong, there was no compulsion, but they were required to conduct themselves with propriety and abide by the law. Otherwise, he, Prince of Xian Zhu Yujian, would return to Datong at any time to seek justice for the common people. Upon hearing that the lineage of the Prince of Dai had been thoroughly abolished, the royal family members under the jurisdiction of the Prince of Dai were immediately engulfed in panic. They were well aware of the tragic fates that had befallen the previous deposed princes. In a moment, many royal descendants eagerly signed up to follow Zhu Yujian back to the capital. They understood that even if they returned, a life of comfort was not guaranteed. At the very least, they would avoid the disgrace of becoming beggars starving on the streets. After all, under the imperial gaze, it would reflect poorly on the Ming royal family if any of its members were reduced to such a state. Unless Emperor Zhu Youjiao truly disregarded the dignity of the royal lineage. At that moment, the Prince of Jin, residing in Taiyuan, received the imperial edict dispatched by Zhu Yujian. His previously tranquil heart was instantly stirred into a tempest. He had not anticipated that the lineage of the Prince of Dai would indeed be abolished. The edict stated that all royal family members under the jurisdiction of the Prince of Dai, entangled in legal matters, were to be brought back to the capital for trial. Most of the principled royal family members would be compelled to return to the capital alongside Prince Zhu Yujian. His own lineage was likewise required to dispatch personnel to the capital in preparation for the reconstruction of the royal household. Zhu Qiugui pondered for a moment and keenly realized that the structure of the princes in the Ming dynasty was likely to undergo a profound transformation henceforth. He promptly arranged for personnel to escort all the royal family members from the Jin prince's residence who had committed offenses, and then meticulously selected several honest and principled lower-ranking royals to send to Datong, delivering them to Prince Zhu Yujian. Days later, as the royal family members under the jurisdiction of the Jin prince were conveyed to Datong, Jiang Ning and others commenced their journey back. The procession was grand, comprising tens of thousands of individuals, all making their way toward the capital. The garrison at Zhangjiago, led by Mao Yuani, awaited the commander sent by Yang Zhaoji to take charge and received the order from Jiang Ning to escort the confiscated silver and supplies back to the capital. Mao Yuani was ecstatic, having thought that Lord Jiang had forgotten about him. Now, the opportunity to return to the capital had finally arrived. He promptly completed the handover with the newly appointed garrison commander at Zhangjiago and set off with his troops to escort the goods and silver back to the capital. Throughout their journey, Jiang Ning and his party made frequent stops. When they reached Xuanfu, the general He Yunlong remained to garrison the area, continuing to defend it. He formally entrusted his two sons, He Mingxiao and He Minglian, to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement and accepted He Yunlong's sons. After resting for a night in Xuanfu, the procession resumed its journey toward the capital. 5 days later, they finally arrived at the capital, where the Grand Secretary Sun Qingzong personally led the officials to welcome them. As the multitude gazed upon Jiang Ning and his entourage, a grand procession of tens of thousands unfolded before them, accompanied by a serpentine convoy laden with neatly arranged wooden crates. The officials present were acutely aware that these vehicles were filled with silver seized from Shaanxi. Among them, several officials felt a surge of anxiety, their hearts racing with trepidation. Some had partaken in the illicit dealings, having accepted bribes, and now they were consumed with worry, fearing that upon Jiang Ning's return to the capital, the investigation would broaden and ensnare them, leading to dire consequences. In the midst of their anxious thoughts, Jiang Ning and his companions arrived at the city gates, promptly dismounting and eagerly advancing to greet Sun Qingzong. Despite appearing fatigued, Sun Qingzong greeted Jiang Ning with a warm smile, exclaiming, "It is good to have you back, Master Jiang." Jiang Ning reciprocated with equal enthusiasm, "Elder son, you have borne much hardship these days." After a cordial exchange, Jiang Ning and his party remounted their horses and proceeded into the city alongside Sun Qingzong and a host of officials. The citizens of the capital, filled with righteous indignation, expressed their fury towards the corrupt officials and the 8 major Shaanxi merchants being escorted to the capital. As they marched, the populace hurled rotten vegetables, foul eggs, and stones like a torrential downpour upon the corrupt, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Witnessing the scene spiral out of control, Wei Zhongxian furrowed his brow. Raising his voice, he called out, "Citizens of the capital, please calm yourselves. Let us maintain our decorum." Upon hearing his command, the crowd ceased their actions. A voice from within the throng shouted, "Lord Wei, we implore you to punish these corrupt officials and treasonous merchants, to avenge the common people." Wei Zhongxian, with a smile, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, indeed. I shall personally ensure they meet their fate." His words ignited a fervor among the onlookers, who erupted in applause, with some even proclaiming Wei Zhongxian as a living bodhisattva. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Ning could not help but reflect on Wei's formidable popularity in the capital. It was undoubtedly unparalleled. If he were not serving as the director of the Eastern Depot in the Ming Dynasty, his current acclaim would certainly warrant a career in the limelight in future generations. The streets were teeming with spectators, the atmosphere abuzz with excitement. Many in the crowd chanted slogans such as "Justice for the People," expressing their gratitude and admiration for Jiang Ning and his companions. Young maidens, blushing yet unable to conceal their excitement, tossed sachets, handkerchiefs, and even undergarments in a frenzy towards Jiang Ning. The unexpected display left Jiang Ning feeling quite embarrassed, a faint blush creeping upon his cheeks as he was at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, standing beside him, jestingly remarked, "Master Jiang, look at how these young ladies from esteemed families are utterly enamored with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened, and he retorted with irritation, "Do they truly consider this affection? They are merely lusting after my physique. How utterly base." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's reply, Wei Zhongxian could not help but cough, momentarily at a loss for words. Subsequently, the group arrived at the palace gates, dismounting and entering in succession, prepared to report to Zhu Youjiao about the recent expedition to Shaanxi. Officials such as Sun Qingzong followed suit. However, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, officials of the Donglin faction, were obstructed by the guards at the entrance. At this moment, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, filled with indignation, began to argue with the gate guards. Yang Lian questioned vehemently, "By what authority do they gain entry while I am denied?" The guard, visibly embarrassed, replied, "I beseech you, sirs, to temper your anger. Those permitted entry are the esteemed officials who traveled to Shaanxi for the case, along with the dignitaries from the 6 ministries of the cabinet. May I inquire where you two hold office?" Upon hearing this, Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou deflated like punctured balloons, their anger dissipating. Their diminished ranks within the censorate left them on the verge of becoming the most inconsequential officials. With no recourse, they could only huff and protest. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Yuanbiao witnessed this scene, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, and he could not suppress a soft sigh, shaking his head slowly. With a heavy heart, he turned away and silently departed, choosing not to engage further with Yang Lian and the others still embroiled in their dispute with the guards. His solitary figure exuded a sense of melancholy as he moved away from the bustling palace gates, venturing into an uncertain future. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Zhu Youjiao personally welcomed them. After a brief exchange, he quickly scrutinized the group, his eyes reddening with concern as he spoke earnestly, "Esteemed gentlemen, your efforts during this journey to Shaanxi have not gone unnoticed. Fifth brother, you appear darker and leaner, but it has rendered you all the more capable. Minister Yuan, your hair has grayed considerably. You must have been under great strain. Wei Dabin, your toil is equally acknowledged. I shall bestow upon you a splendid new dragon robe. Minister Jiang, you too have suffered. Your figure has noticeably diminished." Zhu Youjiao's words of compassion warmed their hearts. The assembly then entered the imperial study, where they began to report in detail on the Shaanxi expedition. When Guo Yunho reported that the raid had yielded a staggering 39 million taels of silver, along with valuables worth several million taels and countless properties and lands, Zhu Youjiao was so elated that he leapt from the dragon throne, his face alight with excitement as he urgently sought confirmation from Guo Yunho. Guo Yunho reassured him, having meticulously verified the accounts multiple times, affirming their accuracy. Zhu Youjiao's joy was boundless, exclaiming, "At last, I need not worry about silver anymore. The court can finally enjoy some respite for the coming years." The gathered officials rejoiced at these words, for the Ming dynasty had faced relentless hardships in recent years, the national treasury perpetually in deficit, often resorting to robbing Peter to pay Paul. It was only after Jiang Ning entered government service that the financial situation began to improve. The results of the Shaanxi raid had effectively resolved the fiscal challenges looming over the treasury in the years to come. Subsequently, in gratitude for their service, Zhu Youjiao arranged a banquet, personally accompanying the festivities. At the banquet, the sovereign and his ministers engaged in lively conversation, creating a warm and jovial atmosphere. During this time, Zhu Youjiao unexpectedly took it upon himself to pour wine for each guest, a gesture that astonished the others. After all, the emperor personally serving wine was indeed a remarkable honor. Old Wei was so moved that tears streamed down his face, as if he wished to present his very heart to the emperor to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. Observing this, Jiang Ning sat quietly at the side, eating his meal with a resigned expression. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of the others, Jiang Ning could not help but furrow his brow. He was acutely aware that a series of pressing matters awaited his attention, and he couldn't suppress a sigh. He had initially hoped for a few days of respite upon returning to the capital, yet he found that the affairs to be addressed were no fewer than before. At that moment, Wei Zhongxian, quick to notice Jiang Ning's demeanor, inquired, Master Jiang, why do you appear so glum? Jiang Ning felt momentarily speechless, silently cursing. Oh, you old Wei, why not focus on your meal instead of scrutinizing me? At this juncture, Zhu Youjiao and the other ministers also turned their attention to Jiang Ning. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and pondered, surely, I cannot divulge the truth and admit that I simply wish to take a break. After clearing his throat twice, he replied, Your Majesty, I am contemplating how to appropriately manage the numerous matters at hand. For instance, the placement of the royal family members brought back from Shaanxi, as well as the reorganization of the military affairs in the capital, which is quite complex. Additionally, I am concerned about the progress of Elder Shui and his party currently in Jiangnan. As he spoke, Jiang Ning felt that his excuses were becoming increasingly flimsy, almost reaching a point of absurdity. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Youjiao was moved to tears, his voice trembling as he said, Minister Jiang, your loyalty to the throne and your constant consideration for the court truly exemplify what it means to be my right-hand man. The other ministers echoed their praises for Jiang Ning. Even Wei Zhongxian, who stood nearby, gazed at him with admiration, declaring, Master Jiang's dedication to the nation is indeed a model for us all. Overwhelmed by the flattery, Jiang Ning felt a deep sense of embarrassment, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Subsequently, the atmosphere at the banquet grew lively as cups were raised and exchanged. Jiang Ning lost track of how much wine he had consumed and found his head spinning. In a haze, he was assisted out of the palace. The next morning, Jiang Ning awoke groggily to find himself back at home. The two sisters, Lu Ruoyan and Lu Qingyan, who had been waiting nearby, were flushed with excitement upon seeing him awake. They exclaimed, Young master, you are awake. Jiang Ning rubbed his aching head and muttered, How did I return home after attending the emperor's banquet last night? Lu Qingyan, with a playful sparkle in her eyes, replied cheerfully, Young master, you were carried back by Lord Wei and Lord Gua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning chuckled awkwardly, saying, Indeed, Lord Wei and Lord Gua are truly commendable individuals. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Ning, having completed his morning ablutions under the attentive care of the Lu sisters, donned his python robe and partook of a modest breakfast before preparing to venture forth to the palace to discuss subsequent matters with Zhu Youjiao. To his astonishment, just as he reached the threshold, a deafening crash resounded. Instinctively, Jiang Ning took 2 steps back, only to witness the grand doors collapsing in a cloud of dust. Enraged, he felt a surge of anger, cursing inwardly, Damn it, I've barely returned to the capital, and already someone has kicked down my doors. If word of this spreads, how shall I show my face? Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he caught sight of Wei Zhongxian standing awkwardly at the entrance, foot still raised, accompanied by the smirking Gua Yunho beside him. Jiang Ning, upon observing this, nearly choked on his own outrage, secretly lamenting. Only old Wei could commit such an audacious act as knocking with his foot.